Well, hello everyone. Welcome to beautiful Bucharest, Romania. That what you're seeing is a lie. It is raining cats and dogs today. But no worries, because we're in the studio and we're going to bring you all the sunlight you need with our sunny disposition. As did a lot of the teams yesterday, 2 spots at the major were given. And it might not have been to the teams that you expected. Let's take a look.
Oh my Lord, take this soul, lay me at the bottom of the river. The devil has come to carry me home, lay me at the bottom of the river.
He's going to get caught. He's going to be able to land the first, but he's tucked away in the corner. Whoa. Next on the swing out with the second. Flames and next a drop. He's still here for the third.
Take this hand, save me from the gallows. Share this news, bear my dough, lay me in the shallows. Evil come if you call my name. Wicked day shall rise. The river sings on the wash.
That was just Woxic to try and clutch this one out. There Chico's on it. Could be good. Oh, it is good. It will remove matches, but again, Tyler's holding this one, but Woxic swings.
Kindar to be here in CT spawn. That's exactly where they're going to walk across.
Kindar hits the first, peeks back into the second. Great play here, slays all of them. BMAS is waiting, and they're coming towards him. They're taking their steps up middle. He needs to hit and hit heavy. We'll be able to slay too.
It's been so long hard days. They don't say God's changed my ways,
And they could just give everything over, and they will.
but I can't hide. And I won't hide. Yeah.
Bit he just unloads.
Evil way. But I found out their hate grow cold. God rise up and damn my soul, 'cause I ain't.
Cadian answers back on a perfecto. 1 versus 3. He's crept back around to the window. They might not know that he's repositioned. They might think he's gone towards the single door. They're clearing everything out. Oh, they haven't checked the window, Jack.
Cadian, all he's got to do is play for the time in a spot like this, and he's playing it perfectly.
But he'll leave it at the bottom of the ramp and forced him into the fight, but he's got the lineup. The trigger discipline is taking down a couple. And now Frosty into the clutch. Oh, Frosty! You do need a kill here, and that's exactly what Shady finds. He goes, oh, gets the double. Oh, Juk Vasura to close this one out. 16-7 victory and Overpass Team Unique.
My evil way.
Just as I tried to highlight the era up, Hauser brings it back.
You're wasting your breath.
Chunky nade incoming. Certainly not bad.
Oh no!
Oh.
Crimbo refuses to fall.
I don't think they got it. Famine had a kit, and Big still win the round.
That is so close. This is the time to shine. This is the time to deliver. Trying to get FaZe into an overtime,
No
but
way.
he's wiped clean. Tabson wide swings. Carrigan's going to try push the smoke. Wins the first, and it's a 1v1 to close. Twists from behind. Up through jungle, it's a tap for Tabson. He doesn't know. Oh, he's just got behind triple in time, and he's going to convert the clutch. Big 2-0, and they're going in the major, taking down FaZe on their map pick.
As I said, maybe not the teams you expected to qualify first, but they did it in style. Heroic and Big yesterday. My name is Shax, and I'm joined by Prof and Maniac today to cover the third day of the EU RMR Group A. Quite a shocker. Let's start with Big, because we just saw their elation there. Prof, for this organization that was so big, no pun intended, in the past, this is a huge milestone.
Yeah, I mean, not even just going through in 3-0 fashion, just getting it done, not overcomplicating anything, getting that win against FaZe in a 2-0 fashion. It's just a great moment for them to be secure, and with these new roster changes, just to have a good performance.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be able to watch them, to witness these emotions when they make it, what it means to them as well. Big is a team that in the last few months have been fighting to try to find some of that glory that they once had for a very specific period of time. They've been trying to figure out the solution, and who would have thought? Who would have thought that this man,
Not me.
Crimbo, from the Big Academy, would end up being the highest rated player of that team, the hero, the most clutching man we've had in the first 2 days? I had no idea. He's already, you know, I want to tell you, Maui Snake used to only swear on Kido. I've never seen this man forget a player so fast. Maui Snake doesn't even know about Kido anymore. He doesn't even say his name. He's like Voldemort.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god, Crimbo, 7 clutches in 4 maps.
That's
That is insane. That is insane.
Crazy.
Some 1v3s, 1v2s. He was pulling off everything essentially and finding impact. It wasn't just, Zipnix, I'm just good in the clutch. Like, he was good in the mid round, early round. He's going for
Throwing
everything.
shit at Xipnix already in the morning?
Yeah, already.
There's no
You
respect
have to
anymore.
put someone down to bring someone up. You know how it
That's
is.
the
I
logic.
learned from Reddit. so.
There we see everyone that's qualified now for the major already. Of course, the addition of Heroic and Big. Yeah, just a little bit more about Big, because it's just such a nice story. Crimbo, most frags in the server yesterday, together with Tizian, actually. And I remember when this roster happened and the big move Faven came in, and it was the biggest, most unprecedented move to put German CS back on the map. He hasn't even been activated yet,
Yeah.
right? Because everyone else has done so well. So I know Pimp was a little tempered yesterday, but excited to see them at the major for sure.
Definitely. I mean, the Faven one was kind of under the radar. Even when he came in before Crimbo, he was playing okay, kind of just like being there on the server, putting in some decent performances, but he wasn't like a highlight of the team. And it continues now, but not everyone needs to be like a superstar highlight player on the roster to improve the lineup.
It's like the analyst desk. Not everyone needs to be a superstar, right?
See,
I don't know.
I wanted to give a dig at you right now, but let's stand together. You see what she's trying to do? Trying to break us apart. No, we have to stand strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could have put you on.
Yeah. Thank you.
And
Thank you
one
very
word
much.
about Heroic, maybe. I saw a little bit of clowning yesterday online, because you only just made the major. It's not like you won it. But still, beating Na'Vi is an important moment. So let them have it, but now, put up or shut up after that.
And that's what you say about the Na'Vi matchup. I think that is what is so specific, so special for Heroic. We talked about how many times they tried and failed to take down Na'Vi. Kadian said in an interview that he had many nightmares that Na'Vi had actually
Lost
given to
lead,
him.
yeah.
So exactly, they made it to the legend stage and they finally take down Na'Vi. That's the best timing to do so, right before the major. And it's also who they are. That's how they celebrate. That's how they live the game. So you know what? All the power to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Our boy Stan here, the best Danish player.
Yeah, we can say it.
The best Danish player, I think
Label
we
it,
can say
coin
that.
it.
Come on.
It is where it is. I mean, until the end of the year, we'll see if anything changes. But how it looks right now, he's been just amazing for this team. The consistent rock, not even just a rock, just a star for the lineup.
It's how versatile he is. That is what always strikes me when it comes to Stone. So many different situations, I can put my money when I see him. Pistol rounds, he'll be good. AWP secondary, he'll do it quite well. With the rifle, he's got the multi-kill ability. That man, he can do everything. He's a Swiss Army knife.
A Swiss Army knife, indeed. I mean, the whole team kind of, because everyone stepped up yesterday when it was most needed. Let's take a look at the standings in just a second. As said, because of the fact that Heroic qualified and Big qualified, that means we have FaZe who didn't qualify yet and Navi who didn't qualify yet. So let's take a little time to talk about that. What happened to FaZe yesterday? 2-0 is not something you would expect.
It was a weird game to some degree. It was Big really playing well. To another degree, it's I don't know. FaZe Brokey wasn't really showing up that much, not as much as he has been showing up this year. Being one of the best players of the world, like that was a conversation that we were having with Brokey. But Twists was like not even there. Like you literally have to look out to try and find him on the server. There's almost no impact from him.
Yeah, I think Kerrigan said it during the Pro League group stage that some of the losses they had back then were like a slap in the face that was needed. And maybe this is where they're at. Maybe FaZe now need to learn how it is to be a title contender, how it is to win, but also give the respect to any single team and take every game 100%. If you just let your foot off the gas pedal, that's it.
Yeah, I think it's like the other side of the coin where for Heroic we saw that elation of, yes, we made it and we made this step. For a team like FaZe, you think, well, they're still going to make it, right? And do you allow them a stumble like this? Because the online sentiment is, of course, oh, FaZe from before would always stumble like this. But this is a different team, right? How much leeway do you give them?
I think short term, I'm ready to give them a little bit. It's fine. I think they're still new to this status. What I will say, though, is that if you're trying to build something very long term, and some people use the term era, then you cannot allow yourself to use so much stamina and energy early in the tournament. I think you have to gather confidence, you have to gather trust, you have to strike fear into everyone and anyone that you're playing against. If other people are watching FaZe and they see that they're stumbling only in tournaments, then you take that with you when you play FaZe.
Yeah, you always want to have that aura of invincibility, and that's something like Navi. Navi had last year. Everyone was just, you know, I'm playing against Navi. Like if we get 11 rounds, that's going to be nice, right? You go into that mindset, and definitely FaZe was just starting to grab that with the EPL and Katowice wins. So I still think like they play Mouse next. I think that's a win for them, and it's going to be all fine. We're not going to be talking about it too much, but yeah, maybe things get complicated, then we can revisit the topic.
Maybe. Prof, we see the standings there. Anything else that caught your eye in terms of a team particularly under or overperforming?
I mean, Fnatic is down there, but I guess Outsiders are the team that we on the right side of this image that we look towards and see like, oh, this isn't looking that good. I still believe they can make it back, and OG next to them, good start and then kind of flat after that.
Yeah, for a team like Outsiders, it'd be frankly unacceptable not to make the major, right? You're a team that you have accustomed everyone at home to always be there in playoffs, so much so that people talk about a glass ceiling, but here we're talking about just making it to the major. So that game against OG is going to be tricky.
Yeah, it is. In terms of kind of the perspective that you have for those teams, it would be crazy if they don't make it, and that brings us perfectly into our first match of the day, which is Saw Up versus Forza, because these teams can now make it to the major. They have won too. That means that they are on the brink of qualifying, which first, as big thoughts, Maniac, for both of these, this would be absolutely monumental.
You're absolutely correct. This would be probably life-changing for these players to actually make it to the major. I believe Jerry is the only one that's never ever tasted that, and that was just a challenger stage once. The rest of the server doesn't know what it is to play at the major, and I think we have to put the emphasis on this is now. The time is now to make it. It is a 2-1 game with not a lot of pressure, with an opponent. Probably both parties are very happy to play against each other in that situation. Let me tell you some teams that are waiting. FaZe could be there, Vitality could be there, Navi could be there in a 2-2 game. You don't want to miss that opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, even OG or Outsiders, a lot of teams that could just be a very difficult one to face against.
Let's dive into this matchup then, starting with the Portuguese powerhouse of Saw. would have thought coming into this week that it would be Saw that would be in the first qualifications matches for the major and have that possibility? The Portuguese powerhouse, of course, with one Spaniard in there with Arki. But we talked about it so much, Prof. The fact that this is such a senior lineup in terms of the median age, right? 28.6 on average in these players. But it also goes to show how long they have been grinding for this.
Yeah, I think the word that they like is experienced and not senior. I think senior is kind of offensive. I don't know
Why'd you
about
look at me? Why'd you look at me in
That's
that
not how I
conversation?
meant it. Yeah.
Look, for me, the term I want to use when it comes to SAW is perseverance, right? Because some of these players have been here for so long. And the reason I'm telling you this is that the likes of Arki, the likes of Mutiris, they played the first ever CSGO international event. They were here at DreamHack Valencia 2012. That was when NIP won it, Very Games won it. I was watching it. Hell, I stopped. I gave up a long time ago, and these guys are still doing it. They could actually play their first major ever after 10 years. Can we realize that? Who in the Counter-Strike scene has waited 10 years to make it to the major?
Yeah, that is kind of incredible. We see here that the lineup has been together over 2 years, but even longer than that if we go to the core of Muteris and Roman and Arki, almost 3 years going back to Giants. And then for the duo of just Muteris and Roman, over 1,000 maps played together just in CSGO, and this is not CS 1.6 when they also played together back to like 2010. So these guys have been playing together for ages, right?
Look at this one, Maniac.
I know. Look at the monitors.
Look at the chairs.
Talk about a throwback. Talk about the CRT monitors. Do you remember when you had to carry that out the train, out the car to go to a LAN event? That's what it is to really want it, to really go after it. You read the Arki interview, he says, listen, I'm a competitor. That's the only thing I know. I cannot stop. I mean, yes, we're the oldest, but we're used to it. Doesn't matter. I'm going to play until I can't anymore.
Yeah, he even mentions there, like, I was playing when there was no salaries and when you had to pay to play a LAN, right?
Course,
so
of course we have.
Like most of the players that are at this event don't even know anything about this. Like people started playing, like Shush started playing in 2015.
I know, it's crazy.
So like when you retired, he started playing the game.
There's so much to say about like everything around them. We see the quote there as well, and it's just I think together at Force, right? There's two teams that you would really be happy for if they make it to the major, especially in this case. In terms of the game specific, is there anything you can tell me about the way they like to approach the game? By the way, Stadodo, father-in-law, Rui Costa.
There we go.
If you weren't interested already, now you're even more interested.
That's the catcher.
A lot of footballing references this event. So
but anyways,
far.
How do they approach the game?
I mean, Stadodo also main opper. He thinks of himself as like a hybrid player, but he is the main opper of the team. He even gave up the op for a short period of time when Arki stepped out, and they were trying to implement a new player, but it didn't really work out. So he's back on the big green. Actually, like the best performing players, Roman and Muteris in the last 3 months, the veterans of the veteran side, right? So that is also kind of amazing to see.
Lovely. They are up against Forza today, and for them it would also be a dream come true if they make it to the major. Forza, Jerry and the crew, right? In terms of the players, they are much younger, mostly the guys around Jerry, and I think that is also the core of the story of this team. This is an IGL that's been grinding also for years in the CIS scene, really is a well-respected monument over there, but he's now flanked by all these players that are really starting to find their footing, Maniac.
Yes, that is his project. That is Jerry's baby. That's what we're looking at. Jerry's a man that's been fighting with that Forza jersey for a little bit less than 5 years now. He's had 18 different players by his side until that point. And, you know, we have to remember Forza. In 2020, we're on the brink of breaking through the top 10. They had Almazer, they had Facecrack, they had Flit, of course, an absolute beautiful player. And now Jerry had seen all these players either go away or go their separate ways, and now he has to rebuild it. And he gives the chance to other players. We see Kenzie coming in, we see Zorte coming in. Shalfi, a player I had no idea about, being the highest rated player, turning out clutches left and right. That's a quality we have to give to Jerry, the fact that he can find these players.
Yeah, I mean, it was For's went through this like rebuilding period. I know it said they were 2020 since the 4 players joined, but it was a bit later for the last 2 for Kenzie and Zorta last year, and then earlier also late last year for Schalfie and Norway. And they were just trying to find like the new generation, the up and coming talents from the CIS region, and I guess they found them.
Yeah, and I think as an IGL, it's important to understand how much energy is put into that, right? You build a project, you see players coming in and out, you're trying to rebuild a structure, you're trying to fit it for every individual, and when you think you have the magic formula, it's going away from you. Jerry has put a lot of effort into that.
Absolutely, and as the map feeder comes in, it has a quote from Jerry on HLTV where he said, "I just want to get stickers for my boys, and I'd also like to beat a tier 1 team in the process, preferably like an OG or a Vitality." He's got one of those already, Maniac, so...
Look, let me tell you this. I respect the quote, Jerry, my man, but you have Saw in front of you for a spot at the major, just take it.
Yeah.
I take it right now.
Aren't you offended by him putting OG and Vitality in the same category?
Yeah, are you?
No, I have to live with that.
That's kind of an L for you there.
Good caveat you made there, but of course, because these are the teams that have 2 wins already, this is not, they're not out, but...
If you lose, you're not out.
But it's important to know that the ones they could come up against if they do lose this could be the likes of a FaZe, of a Vitality, or whatnot, right? So you really want to grab this chance.
Yeah, I mean, it is their opportunity to go through essentially and just make their stand, get their stickers, and make history either for one or the other side.
Yeah, we just saw the maps coming in very quickly. We had Nuke, Soul won it against Fnatic, good map for them. We had Dust 2, that's what Force they took away from OG. So we have 2 teams actually going in for a comfort pick, something they know, something they have trust in. And then Inferno, obviously the famous 3rd map of Counter-Strike if there ever was one.
Battle of the old and the young. Like Force is one of the youngest teams, 21.8 years of age, and the old guys, we talked about it so much. So it's going to be experience versus the hunger and the firepower of the Russian side.
I don't always ask for a prediction, but this is just such a fun matchup. And I think it's really hard also because even though we have some tape on the both of them for Saw, it's really an intangible for me specifically. I'm going to put you on the spot.
Historical matchups actually like leaning towards Saw, but that was the different Force that we saw last year. I'm still going to give it to the Portuguese gang.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'll side with
romanticism fully.
Of course, first of all, I identify with the boomers out there, you know, well into my 30s, so if you're looking at me, so I'm right there with you. But also the experience on a more serious topic. I think this is a very hard, pressured type of matchup. Not a lot of players know what it is to be 1 best of 3 away from a major, and I hope that with age comes a little bit of experience.
It certainly does. I can tell you that. And I think the same goes for Sponge on the caster desk. So let's head over to Sponge and then go for this best of 3.
Oh.
Well, she didn't lump me in the same category, I think for a good reason, Chad. I've never used the CRT monitor, but I've seen them in pictures.
Yeah, they're pretty big, they're pretty heavy and pretty sturdy. You know, we're getting more hertz out of those before the original flat panels we had here. But yeah, look, this game right here, it's quite going to be a stylistic matchup. We actually casted that Saw game yesterday on Nuke, and we were impressed with their CT side. Unfortunately for them, they'll have to be starting on the T side this time round. So going to be curious to see if they're going to be able to bring that same flair against Force.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we'd seen yesterday also the lack of AWP coming out for Saw. They were very much about the rifles.
Yeah, they managed the CT half without picking up an AWP at all.
Yeah, they just rocked the rifles. They're getting a lot of smoke spam, so keep an eye on that throughout this one. But Force, coming into this, I think it's the antithesis, really, of the story of Saw, right? It's 4 players starting their Counter-Strike careers, and Saw, they've been playing for decades at this point. So we get to the point now where Jerry's the only player on the server right now who's been to a major, and even then it wasn't, you know, a deep run at all. It was in the Challenger stage, went out 17th to 19th. So it's not like it's a big experience here for Jerry going to the major, so you'd love to do it again, and that hunger is absolutely going to be there for both sides.
Yeah, well, if at first you don't succeed, try again, and I think there's been a lot of trying going on from the Source side. So look, this is going to be the easiest matchup for both of these teams to get into the major. There's no doubt about that, right? They've had to have the mystery of CSGO majors and the results that have unfolded here to even make this one possible. Some upset wins for both of them, some upset wins throughout the group, and that has led to this matchup right here being available. The fist bumps come in, the LO3 goes into the chat, and away we go. Into the pistol round here, falls onto the defense, Saw onto the attack, and we can see some light util purchased up here. Gonna smoke a flash of HE, a molly in the mix, and a P250 dropped over to Just. Over there it's going to be Zorti into a kit and a smoke to kick this one off.
For the end of this best of 3, one of the teams heading to the major. We have Saw now pushing towards outside with Sudodo at the front, crossing towards red. Multitude of forces in behind him as he fights against the range of the USP. Gonna work out perfectly here for Zorte to kick off the pistol, and Schalfie joining him in the outside fight. Saw off to a pretty slow start in the pistol here. Black Utility drawing it back though as Roman and Arky. They pulled a couple of kills in, but the secret wrap-up from Norvi. He could find himself ahead, looking the wrong way, and Roman will go down. Norvi happily collects it, and Arky now having to clutch it out. A 1v3 in total. He's already found one. P250 is a bit better for the range here as well. If a mistake comes out of Norvi, if he peeks up from Secret, a chance now for the 1v1, but Arky's looking a little closer to Generator, waiting for the peek up. He knows exactly where the last two players are, but actually getting them to fight him is a different story, and now he's caught, and Norvi will peek. Good discipline for Force to pull off the pistol.
Yeah, beautiful stuff, and great shots from Zordi there from that heaven position. Hasn't been having the best of times over here during the RMRs, but if he steps up now, it would be a great time to do so. And I think here, look, there is obviously the romantic side of this with the older boys and potentially qualifying for their first major, being playing for so long. But as far as I'm concerned here, I think mechanically speaking, you're going to be favouring the Force boys every day of the week. You got some young guns, right? They're keen eyes of these lads. Look, yesterday, I think when you look at the game against Fnatic, it didn't even really seem too difficult for Saw until they managed to get over to that second half, and that's where they're starting here, the T side of things. And Sharky through the smoke is going to find Muterus, and that's a great way to kick off against the Force by here. Zordi onto Roman, Kenzie onto Stododo, and this one is over before it started. An absolute non-starter here.
Bit of a upgraded pistol round as well. They forced into this one, and absolutely nothing being found. Kenzie closes, and well, the mechanical skill certainly on display early here for Force, and some confidence going through with some of these smoke pushes as well. So Force happily collect 2 rounds.
Now, if everybody missed the interview with Jerry over there at HLTV, I'd recommend you go and read it, because I love a good Jerry interview, whether he's on the mic or it's in the text, and he's talking about breaking through this barrier. And they're able to break through the barrier with that win over OG, right, in the best of one. And that's, as I mentioned, it's been the perfect storm of upsets and results for both of these teams to be facing here against each other in the 2-1 column. Because you look at some of the other games we have going on today. Na'Vi taking on Vitality. That one is going to be an absolute barn burner there. Oh, we're into a quick top rush here. Might be the spray down for Jerry and Co. It's going to eat Norvi to pick up Stododo. And Blimp again here, just one at a time. Saw making their way out and, well, finding their way into an early grave. It's going to be a bit of farming coming on from Kenzie. Another MP9 kill. And they're just going to continue to mop this one up. Bit of disrespect being shown here on the anti-eco, and I love it. A quick round.
Yeah, absolutely perfect here for Force. 3-0. First round's picked up already for the defensive side as we now turn our attention to Saw. They're going to pull out the rifles, so the AKs are going to be out.
It's a bonus round on the other side here, though, Dinko. Look at all the MP9s that could be held onto. Yeah, so they are going to at least get the AWP into the hands early. So not as many MP9s to be retained as previously considered here, but they still have 2, right? These can wield perfectly well, especially at the ramp, close angles, top of heart, close squeaky. But once it gets into the longer range fights, it might be a drama or 2. Muterus towards Yard. Chuffy again, loving a bit of aggression towards this T-Red box.
Start some control here. I think you see this throughout some of the other European teams, you know, DHAF or ENCE in particular is very disruptive towards the outside smokes. I think currently it's working for a lot of sides, and so Forwards looking to deploy that with a flash through. Shalfie caught the edge of Muterus going back into the smoke, but Stododo trades it out.
The information there is key, right? They find out there's more players behind that smoke. Well, Roman's making some steps now. He's going to be noted on the fade, and well, Jerry, he's dealing with this.
And he's also got Zorte watching the wider peak. He has spotted the feet to confirm his position still there, but hasn't gone wide enough. So Kenzie flashes Jerry into the peak, and it is going to work. It actually threw Jerry in, but the top red peak did not come in for Stododo. He did not look towards back garage, and so the double kill for Jerry is set up beautifully. And a great start again here from Force.
Yeah, this is going to be a 2-on-4 situation right now, and they're stranded towards Yard. Jerry patrolling, looking for a couple more, seeing if he can do some more damage with this AK-47 in hand. The Molotov towards Secret is going to give the jig up, and Jerry with another big shot, just hitting the deck and just one to find. Zordi will oblige, and Arky goes down. 4-0 for the start. Hot to trot here from Force.
Yeah, you mentioned a bonus round where they come out swinging in the bonus and keep it clean again, losing a single player on the aggressive mover outside. Force, this is the perfect start.
Yeah, you can see them getting fired up as well. They obviously had the huddle going on there with the coach and trying to get the vibes flowing here, because this is such a big game for this team. Right? If you remember Force of old, remember Face Crack, you had Almeza in the mix, Flit now, who's moved on to greener pastures. But this team was one of those a couple of years ago who were on the radar as a Russian squad. We're like, oh, you know, they're competitive. I loved the in-game leading style from Jerry coming out, but they could never break through that barrier like some of the other teams did.
Yes.
Now, this is the new gen. Prof talked about the rebuilding nature of this. It is just Jerry, the man on the screen, standing from the old remnants of that team and leading a young bunch of lads into battle.
And touching upon that, you know, Jerry has witnessed a lot of moments where they're close to breaking through,
Yeah.
but have missed out. So, for example, we had the whole Team Liquid run, right? Everybody knows they turned down the ESL1 Cologne invite, and so they had to realize, okay, damn, we're actually only one away now from picking up the Intel Grand Slam. So they actually had to play in a GG bet qualifier.
That's right.
And they were about to lose to Fours in that qualifier, and Fours had a timeout of Almeza in a clutch in a 1v1, and the timeout ended up costing them the spot and sending Liquid to Cologne. So Fours have been in this position where they've been close to touching greatness and getting to big events, but have sometimes missed out. And this is the best opportunity they will have to get to the major in Antwerp. It's quick out the door here for Saw, straight away through height into the back of the sights to Dodo. Well, he's going to find himself one on the Mac 10 Muterus as well, and this is much better for Saw. They finally brought down significant forces, but Shalfie and Zorte, it's a no-scope through the smoke, and a nade towards the back box. They've drawn the kills back to a 2v2.
Just drop the smoke over there as well, so Shalfie can go back up, drop the smoke on towards the bucket and create the one-way, but that might not even matter. Check out Muterus. He's going to hear all of this, going to make his way up the heavens, and I don't think Shalfie will be ready for this maneuver.
Oh, he's at the ready here, Muterus, though. He's taking that easy kill, rapid fire to the head, and now Zorte's up. Spotted out. They know exactly where he is. Love to try and get into this one, actually. He's going up the ladder. They've doubled up down below.
Yeah, save.
Save. Has to here. He can't do that, man.
Consider it for a second, didn't he? Thought he would have a bit of a look. You can see that flames there tickle in the sky. But a similar round yesterday when we were casting Saw versus Fnatic was one. Stododo makes his way in towards that top site, up the hut position, finds 2 entries with the Mac 10. We didn't need 2 this time round, just the 1, but they do get themselves in. They brute force in with that top pop.
The problem was that felt like the only rounds they were able to win cleanly, convincingly, right? But the great thing about that situation was, Chad, they had such a strong half already.
Precisely, right? Their CT half was great, right? I think Fnatic lulled into that because they had a great showing on their T side just the day before versus Gamer Legion, so they were happy to go into Nuke, but Saw were willing and able to compete, and it is going to be another timeout taken back-to-back here by Saw. So conversations to be had about how they want to continue to approach, and it is important just based off of what you've mentioned. You want to see if you can break Fours early, if you're able to set yourself up with a great bed of rounds, because on this T side of Nuke, look, we have known in recent history, especially with the Navis of the world, or you go back into the Astralis era, you're expecting these very good teams to be getting 6+ rounds on the T side, right? That's kind of where the bar is set, and then they get onto the CT side and they just lock the door and make sure that you can't compete whatsoever. I think here for Saw, if you can get away with 4 or 5 with the CT half that we saw yesterday, with the way that they handled those smoke walls towards Yarn, they'll be feeling quite confident that they can pick up their map choice. And speaking of maps, top of the screen right now, Dust 2 picked by Fours, Inferno as the 3rd and Decider if we need it. So we might have a long day ahead of us here. But as usual, we got both streams running simultaneously. If you want to check out what's going on in the B stream right now, it is OG versus Unique. And plenty more matches throughout the day. Let's get back underway here into round number 6.
Door open immediately, utility deployed here for Saw. We get that front vent smoke that allows you to get on out the doorway. Get some space, move forward. Molly top hut, but a smoke used up for Force to stay in that position, and Zorte's moved into ramp. He's still getting aggressive here, Zorte.
Hard clear here onto Just.
Oh, it's a really tough spot, especially if Muterus comes around. Just should swing immediately. Oh, missed shot. Now Just will swing. Headshot picked up onto Zorte, and in the meantime, the bomb has gone down on that B site.
They didn't clock it at all, right? They forced this vent rotation. Nobody's down here to deal with this, and Force now it's a 4-on-5 situation, and they're completely out of position. The bomb's been down for 10 seconds. It just has to be a save. Jerry needs to find a way out of this. The rest of them are all at least tucked towards Yard and CT spawn. But poor Jerry here, locked in towards High, is going to hope that a kill or 2 comes his way, or they allow him to leave with his life, because holding on to this now is going to become somewhat important. Zorti with plenty of cash to splash, 8.5 in the bank balance going forward. The AWP can come out again. But an easy one there for Saw. A missed shot, a slip down the vent, and around as the bomb does go off. Yeah, I was curious with what Jerry was doing there. 2 HP remaining. I think he's surprised with what happened. Mate, the bomb's below you. Of course you can take all that damage. Zorti's just bought a Dak.
Oh, okay. An auto sniper being picked up.
I actually love it.
I think it's cool.
It gets a bad rap because people in matchmaking don't like it. But realistically speaking, it's a very versatile weapon.
I mean, if you're one step away from the major, pull out everything you've got, right? Don't care about the opinion of people. Just pull out the Dak, get some kills here on the board. Shelfie burning sound you heard, but still comes away with a pick and is able to drop back. Oh, that's a poor start here for Saw. Luckily, the kill comes back through as Shelfie overstays his welcome in mid.
Oh, Nova, you got to be worried about this. They're already down. Two players to receive this.
Are they going to be ready for Norvi? Oh, they're
not.
creeping towards the stairway to peek up for 1 and 2 collected. Norvi happily removing the lives of 2 players in the attacking side. Just will pull a kill back, but still a 2 versus 3 as Force hold the advantage.
We haven't even seen this Dak come into play right yet.
They don't even know.
Yeah, I thought it would be good to spam the smoke walls towards Yard on those secret crosses. It could have actually just been a misbuy as well. But let's see how it gets wielded. Currently posted towards the ramp position. They know that the bomb was towards lower. Yes, there's some nerves here from Zort. He missing a flash, not under pressure at all, right? You can definitely see a little bit worrisome. While he goes out, position now noted. Kenzie, he's hearing these shots. If they're looking for a vent slip towards topside here, might be accounted for by Jerry.
So just making them guess right now.
They seem a little bit lost, don't they?
Yeah, they're trying to figure out where they are, but that door swings wide open. Kenzie hears them stepping across the site. Slow slip down from Jerry into the vent as well, so we can come out decon. Yeah, I've got the player advantage here. Saw need to be proactive and not ready for Jerry to just swing on out.
They have lots of util here. Jerry has a full set of nades to make this one work.
Yeah, it's hard to see Ark getting into position to compete for this defuse being stuck around the corner. He's not really in a position to deal with it. And it's a double on the way at the door, but the round's stolen away. Down to 11 HP, will survive, but Force just get onto the defuse and hold it.
They lose a lot there, though. Like, realistically speaking, did they pick up the... Maybe they picked up the Dak right there. But, yeah, they lost a lot in a 1-on-3 situation there, Force. So, good damage being done there by Arky. It felt like he shouldn't have gotten that frag, but he did.
Yeah, it really felt like he should leave the round with nothing.
Yeah, he was pinned towards the door. They had so much utility. They took the fight instead of dispersing those nades. But back into play, Squeaky is... oh, it's the top hop again. He wants to come out hard again with his Mac 10.
Yeah, he wants to try and get out, but this time utility's down. A blanket of fire coats the site. And Saw have been unable to get through the Force, so they're going to have to just step back. And they've lost a player here, so the initial sting to the play, it's held off by utility, but now also, you've got to go into the mid-round with weakened players, lack of utility, and a player down.
Yeah, it doesn't get very easy from here on out, does it? You're going to have to work the fights, and if you go back towards Yard, the AK is at range, sure. You want to take a battle or two. Muterus up on top of Silo. Sharpie just having a look towards Yard, see what he can find, but Fours don't ever look content in their position so far in the game. They've always been quite scared of what's around the corner here. Even with this number advantage they have, it's not the safest of times as the crawl towards Yard is being followed on through. Muterus on top of main, the other 3 out behind T-Red. Stododo's got the upgrade into the AK, and there's the drop.
Well, the drop down from Muterus trying to pull the kill back, but all that's happened is his health has gone down, and Shalfie commits in a credit card, and Muterus happily mutilates his head. As now Jerry commits down to the lower side, his teammate Upper will finally get rid of Muterus, so the advantage once again sides with Fours. They're trying to walk down the lower side here, and Jerry takes a few steps back, gives himself a better angle to see those heads, and will pop it like a cherry onto Roman. An easy kill for Zorte's auto sniper, and just making steps in the vent draws attention to his position, and Jerry collects a 6th round for Fours.
All right, well, the auto sniper get into play here. A kill on the board for Zorti there. It's going to really you don't want to rush ramp versus a weapon like that, do you? Just the chunking of damage to be able to do if he finds himself in that position. But 6-2, it's a pretty humble start so far for Fours.
Yeah, if you want to buy your tickets for the PGL Antwerp Major, you can do it now. So now with the QR code on screen. You know, you're looking at Saw. I feel like we're getting to see a couple of the same problems that we've seen the other day, Chad, where it really feels like they have a good idea out of spawn, but never really know how to get into position in the mid-round. It's not worked out for them.
Oh,
good
that
start.
Is so much damage there. Roman finds the opener just with the spam, so well played to kick things off there. The bullet's through the hut, and it's going to do lethal damage, and well, they have a lot to work with now, don't they? Right, they have all these nades left over. They have an opening kill. It's almost the complete opposite of the previous rounds here. And Fours, they're the ones who have to respond to this. Is just going to take their time, wait out for the CT regress. Currently, nothing coming through the pipeline here. Fours are sitting on back, just waiting this one out. And I say nothing coming through the pipeline. This is a different position to be aggressing through. Jerry towards Yard. Could catch the timing here as they set up some nades. You can see Muterus there just tucking himself in towards that fence line to line something up. Jerry will be able to retain early information. So if this is just a fake with util, he can keep the rest of their troops on their toes. And they've taken a bit of a gamble here over towards ramp.
If they go back into ramp, well, you've got so many players now coming forward here. It's Stododo.
He's got the AK, jumps around the corner, and you'll see 2 players. Now his teammates have to be set up and ready to go, but Zorte getting involved now as well. Oh, they just get absolutely mauled. Saw starts around with the advantage and end up just getting absolutely owned as they go back towards ramp.
They left the top side completely open here. They've walked into the one place that was stacked on with heavy numbers. Now Muterus is going to slip down the vent completely undetected here. The sound cue of the door swinging open should be noted from the deep lobby player of Jerry, and then they can rotate on down, but a plant nonetheless. Getting planted, the rotation. Oh, maybe they didn't catch the sound cue here.
Well, they're coming now. The auto sniper comes out of ramp. 2 players doubled up there, but Muterus has been able to get out of position.
This would be some clutch.
This would be a massive clutch from Muterus. Starts to get in the vent. Steps below being heard out. He's trying to really figure out where they are, try and visualize it. Swings the door open, it's 1. Tap of the bomb again, he confirms they're not on it, but Shalfie brings him out on the second time of asking. And the defuse for 4s will come through. A 7th round now locked in. And Saw, they started the round with the advantage there, Chad, and still went so badly.
Okay, well, I think the auto sniper's actually gone off the map there. Oh, no, there we go. Jerry found it.
Yeah.
I thought Shalfie was there to go find that one.
How long is that going to survive?
I'm not sure. Let's see how long it can stay and play, because it found some impact here, didn't it? But Zordy's been caught off a couple of times in these lower retakes here, just out of position, getting pipped at the post. Shalfie here coming in with the trade. It never feels safe for 4s, right? It feels like one of these situations could go against them here, but they are continuing to pile the rounds on. 7-2, a really good start now. It's the 3rd timeout in 9 rounds of play have come out from Saw. So you can tell they're under the pump, they're feeling the pressure. The plant is fantastic, it will facilitate yet another buy here. But as I just mentioned, that was the complete polar opposite of how the previous round started. Almost the perfect start with everything they needed, and they just get destroyed. So really, what else can they do at this point? Still no AWP in play as well, right? And there was plenty of money to do so. This is what we saw yesterday. They just didn't have the AWP. They didn't operate nuke with the AWP whatsoever. And look, I can understand why a little bit more on the T side. On the CT side, we'll see if that trend continues when we do flick on over.
Oh, it's quick again here from Saw, the utility out. Again, just slowed. Forces utility solid. And Roman, you're not going to get away with that 2 rounds in a row. Slowing it down now, Saw, into the lobby control.
It's a little bit like how we would see Furia approach the map, right?
Yeah, a lot of inner hits.
Yeah, and yesterday they were doing the yard smokes, but they would always come a little bit more delayed, and maybe, just maybe, we're moving into that now here from Saw. They didn't want to get their utility unraveled early. Now, Alex made a massive play yesterday when they went back for one of these later crawls, and that's exactly what they're doing here. Regrouping with 4, just leaving one member of Arky over towards lobby. It's already posted up with the scoped weapon at range, and they've actually got a bit of a wombo combo here. It's too quiet towards topside right now. The smoke wall's been called out. Jerry wants a flash. I think he's calling for this.
Oh, well, the spam of the auto sniper being drilled on down through those smokes and able to find any damage yet. Nade goes in. That's a great nade. Look at that. Muterus down, and so immediately taken out by Jerry through the smoke. Muterus out in the second kill. Found just steps forward. His feet seen through the bottom of the smoke as Jerry commits to the kill. Arky pulls it back and, oh, unfortunately won't be able to double up this time. Roman committing to the lowest side. His teammate alongside of him, but it has to be good here for Saw. 2 players left. Temporarily, 1 player will be out of commission when that bomb plant's coming in. Kenzie tries to extend around the corner, but now just needs to play with his teammates. Dodo falls victim to the rifle of Kenzie, and Roman, trying to get away, will manage his way around the corner. Now looks to the bench. Shelfie will connect to the kill. And 4s have the round again.
All right, well, gets the defuse on through, retains the auto sniper as it lives on to see another day. Not finding the impact, I think, that Zordy was hoping for there, but Jerry absolutely smashes them. The shots through the smoke were perfect. Jerry stalling this one out before it can even get started towards yard, and the late crawl was noted, right, because the pressure towards top completely stopped, right? They worked out it wasn't the pop, the spam had gone silent, and wow, that's a great shot there from Jerry through the smoke, and
well, coming into this RMR, Chad, did you ever think we would be looking at a match to qualify you for the major where we've seen an auto sniper in most CT rounds played?
No, I didn't think we'd have 4s versus Saw for that matchup either. So the major always puts some surprises on our plates, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It is quick from Muterus towards outside, playing with his smokes, trying to get there early before the information is gathered for 4s. And he has actually got his way into warehouse. Well, Zorte needs to be careful. It could get caught here by Mutual. The timing actually gets around the back of Jerry. Zorte, he hasn't been able to deal with it because they've already pushed down towards Hell, so he needs to call from help. And well, Zorte's out of the round 2. Stododo catches him on the wide peak, and we're down to just 2 players now for Force.
Yeah, with the AWP, right? So the AWP comes out. He finds some immediate impact right there. His third kill as Kenzie wants to battle back up and over the top. He has pressure coming in, and Muterus is here. So
Yeah.
Kenzie goes down, and it's just the one man of Shalfie. So finally something here for Saw to work with in the gun round department.
And it was the complete opposite to what they've been running most rounds, right? We've seen the quick outer take, we've seen the AWP pulled out, little change up there for Saul, and I think the only detail yesterday that was costing him in those outside plays, Chad, was Alex. He was just playing really disruptive.
Yeah, and we have seen Shalfie in earlier rounds go aggressive towards Yard early. That was part of the Force game plan here within the first couple. So we might see them return to that, right? He drops that smoke next to T-Red, he peers over the top to make sure he can stall them out Silo. If there is any pressure coming towards Yard, his teammates can set him up with the wombo combo flashes. But this will be the third, and maybe it's the first brick being pulled out of this Force wall to start allowing sort of build a bit of a T-side bank here of rounds. Now, there's going to be enough cash to splash as far as the buys go. Shalfie will be able to drop a gun to Kenzie. Jerry might need a little bit of something. I think Norway should be able to drop him a gun here as well. And Zordy, we'll see if he decides to go back into the auto sniper or if he operates with a AWP. Bomb's going to go off. Round is going to be secured. And as I mentioned earlier, I think Saw 4 or 5 would be pretty tidy for them to work with here on this T side.
Well, the AK Shalfie nearly gets a victim towards the end of the round there, but will be carried over. We'll see what they can muster out of this one. We don't see the auto sniper being carried over, guys. That's the end of that, I think. And we've got the AWP out for Zorte now. And Zorte online is an incredible player, right? He's actually very, very talented. On LAN, hasn't had the best of runs here. Maybe the nerves getting to him as we've seen some visualization of that. We'll see if he can get involved for the big green this round.
Very aggressive.
Yeah, very aggressive indeed. Zorte charges towards red. This is wild. This is absolutely wild. Doesn't even have really close rifle support. It does have Shalfie up on top of the garage.
They're going A though.
But Zorte has the angle and got the kill. But yes, absolutely. The acceleration towards this A side. Arky, the first player in. Roman alongside of him. And the swing out from Zorte. Oh, he's taking down 2. Those kills have been pulled back. And what was looking so good for Saw, now suddenly a 2 versus 3, favoring that of Fours.
Oh, Flash and Kenzie doesn't go off the back of that hero. Waiting for around the world maneuver here from Shalfie. Letting him play. This is soaking some time off the clock, trying to line this one up, trying to work out what util is available for all of this. The smoke is going to be disconnected from the pack, and they're going to have to deal with 2. Stododo posting up towards main. CT vent right now from Just. They need to lock this one down. And
oh, the taps away, but Kenzie on the headshot. Stododo now in the sight with the big green. It's one. Oh, up on the flick, Stododo looking for the clutch in the 1v3. Absolutely brilliant from Stododo. Absolutely impeccable shots.
Getting fired up there. A massive clutch to win here because that has ramifications throughout the remainder of this half. Fours are looking battered and broken in the finance department right now. What a way to do it. The AWP only came out in the previous round. There's the double from Zordy there, the collat to kick things off in towards the top side. But Stododo showing he's got work on the big green too. The shot up to Kenzie was impressive, but this last one, Shalfie expecting the peek around the right-hand side, not to be the case. Absolutely juked right there, and now down towards the pistols. This one's going to hurt.
Oh, it's very quick here for Sword. Triple net stack in towards man, and a little bit of a quick rifle presence towards the door, but it's been slowed.
You could see with Saw winning the previous rounds, right, that conditioning came in because they threw the same smokes towards Yard, and it forced Fours into a 2-man Yard hold, which meant topside was susceptible. So really good calling here out of Saw. Right? They're able to force Fours into the CT positions that they wanted to be able to string 2 rounds out of the 1. So great stuff. Now that they've broken this one open, how far can they push it? 8-7.5 still available here, and 5 should be an almost guaranteed. Jerry low. The rest of them still with full HP, but it is just these upgraded pistols. 2 CZs, USP, a couple Deegs in the mix. It would have to go very, very wrong for Saw to lose this one.
If this is what Stododo can do in the AWP chat, I want to see it more often.
Yeah, we didn't get a lot of it yesterday, and that's only his 6th kill, right? He had 3 in 1 round to win a massive clutch. It's the humble beginning to something here for Saw.
Oh, no.
That's the low HP of Jerry. That's rough right there, very rough.
And the CZ gets close. Luckily, Stododo held the angle for the repeat. Kill comes back through Kenzie. If he finds this kill towards Mutua's outside, he won't. Maybe something could have been unraveled, but Saw losing just 1 player. They would love to keep it that way. And absolutely should now as you look to Zorte and Shelfie. Just a deagle among the two.
And I think trying to find a gun here, an exit kill, pick up an AK, carry that one through, because next round, even though they have taken a save here, we got the 2400 coming into the bank balance. Should put them all in that buy range.
And Saw up to 5, absolutely looking solid now, Chad. I think at the start I was a little worried. It looked like forwards were going to have an easy time of things, but Saw getting into things now, warming up a little bit, and it has been the presence of the AWP who got them into that first gun round, that won them the clutch, they kept this going, and maybe 6 rounds of the half. I feel pretty good about that when it comes to Saw's CT side of what we seen yesterday.
Yeah, well, it was 8-2 at one point, right? And how quickly it can become 8-5. You've just seen it in front of your eyes. 2 hard-fought gun rounds, forced them down to the pistols, and this is where life gets a little bit easier here. You break the CT economy in the late stages, they're going to really struggle getting the full purchases out, and a reflection of that is Kenzie and Shalfie. You've got 4.3 on Kenzie and 4.4 on Shalfie, right? That's not going to be the full buys with all the util that you need on a map like this to lock down against the aggressive top maneuvers that are available, and if you do, you're going to have residual utility left over late or nothing whatsoever. So Zordi will get back into the AWP, but right now there's a bit of war against doubt being played from fours because they've been toyed with, right? So do we think if we see those yard smokes, are they committing? Do we do a heavy play out there again to shut this down? Do we doubt that maneuver? Do we rotate around it and try to set up elsewhere? Do we turtle up a little bit more and give them that space? When we did previously, they punished. No kit here. So if we do find ourselves in a post-plant situation, maybe it would have to be the save call immediately because for the final round of play, Forza are not going to have a whole lot.
Mr. Dodo swings open the door again, getting tied up through it. Decides to nade it out. Molly's out for just the perfect time to drop on back.
Didn't take a lot of damage there, did he? Looked like it should have been a lot more lethal there, but only down to 85. So Dodo counting his lucky stars.
Counter-Strike nades really do confuse me, Chad. Sometimes they'll take you down to 20 HP, sometimes they'll barely even tickle you. Outside Muterus now, this has been his position, he's been quite comfortable playing alone. There's the smoke into main. Now we focus on Arky. Mentioned that he's not worried about being the oldest team here. He wants to try and take down some Zoomers on his way through the ramp. Flash goes forward, Kenzie gonna have to drop immediately.
Saw a lot there. A couple of heads spotted from Kenzie, so they know that they're out ramp, but a lot of teams will take this control and then backpedal. There's a couple of smokes right now, and they're just going to go down. Smoke off the window, smoke off single door, make your way into the site. Kenzie's tucking tail. He's getting out of there.
Yeah, has to just keep dropping further and further back. So Saw striking fear into the forward side, have now taken a lot of control down to B. It should be no problems here in terms of getting that bomb down. Fours will have to play retake. They have got utility in a couple of players, but not a whole lot. No smokes here.
Remember, and no kit, so once this gets planted, it has to be an accelerated retake.
Door swings open, Kenzie tries to spam. It's not the Astralis plant, a little further to the left, and now Kenzie begins to spam through the window control room. No kills yet, but Saw in a 5 versus 5 post plant. They just need to hold on. Muterus is even trying to lurk around and cut off rotation. Zorte reads this possibility. The AWP gets spotted. Muterus brings down Zorte, and so the first victim of the round is Fours, and now they're tripling up in the control room. Roman nearly gets the pick forward, but that sends Arky in for the double, and he's taking 2 like an arc reactor full of power, and Kenzie left alone.
No time for this one here. Kenzie just going to have to sit by and let the bomb go on off, hoping he can survive, hoping he can get a kill on the way out. Ooh, that's going to be it from Kenzie here.
Well, it just gets away. And Kenzie, just the only player surviving here for Fours, was the player that kept dropping back from ramp. He was the first player that should have gone down, and everybody else hits the deck. So great round here from Saw.
Yeah, it should be an 8-7 half now. Fours are going to have very little to operate with. Going to have to be some MP9s, maybe a drop the cross M4 available here from Kenzie, but that's going to be about it. Their cache being broken this late within the piece here in the first half, it stings. And Fours are going to have a rough go of it. It's already into the scout. MP9s to the others, and you can really see, like, in a map like this, Fours, they don't look super comfortable. We were even noting that when they were winning rounds, so this is fantastic work for Saw to break them.
Yeah, of course, Saw's map pick coming into play. Dust 2 will be that of Fours'. Quick play into ramp again. They've seen a weakness there, and they're going to try and challenge Kenzie again.
Sometimes you have to fight, though. Sometimes
yeah,
you do have to. You can't, but you just saw what happened last round. Can't go for the same play again.
Well, he's faked out the window control room drop back and tries to stick around for a kill. He needs at least one. I think he'll note that.
He has some support here.
No one's coming down. No one's going down that B side. Instead, they're going in towards Hell. Zorte has taken up position towards the CT box to hold the cross, and they will go into the scout.
How was that a headshot right there from Zordi? Well, he needs some more tags. He needs some more damage. He's been able to get away with another, but they're running him down now.
They will run it down. Stododo removes Zorte's life. Now 4v4, a minute left on the clock, and Jerry's holding if they come back up Heaven ladder. They would love to come in from multiple sides if they want to pressure this A site, and instead of going up Heaven, they'll go around from main. They've got players in lobby as well, and they need to get out the hut. Roman, the key to success, looked for the second. Jerry caught in no man's land, looking the wrong way. Now Kenzie and Shalfie left in the 2v4, and Saw, they are looking perfect to take 7.
Plenty of util here and a kit for Shalfie to make this one work, but they're so worried about all these lurks across the map here. They've just been pushed and prodded around the map. No information for Fours at all.
I think Fours have shown a little sign of a couple of these younger players. Maybe been a bit tentative, a bit scared in this matchup, and you can definitely see why the nerves would be high. A spot of the Major on the line. Kenzie coming in from Heaven. Muturis decapitates him, and Shalfie goes down at the same hand. So 7 rounds secured for Saw from 8-2 to 8-7. Not a bad comeback at all there for Saw.
Great half. That is a great half. There's no other way to split that. You look at it, kicked off with a fantastic pistol from Fours. It looked like they were going to be punishing Saw, but they were able to, through some great calling, some good conditioning, get away with a couple of streaks of rounds right there. So to close this one out, 5 consecutive here, and beautiful stuff as they deal with this problem, right? And there's plenty of patches where this could go wrong, but they're able to just push Fours around the map as they've so pleased. And when Kenzie doesn't want to fight at ramp, you know that you can get that control for free. It just is going to make life a whole lot easier here, but Fours have a lot to say within this second half. We do have a timeout called, likely of the technical variety, so bear with us.
Yeah, tech pause, unfortunately. We'll get that one resolved as quickly as we can. But let's just dive down the narrative side of things, Chad, and absolutely so many stories in this matchup. In particular, obviously, with Saw, they've written a lot of their story, and for Fours, it's just really beginning. But you look at the Saw side of things, Arky mentioning how he wasn't really worried about the fact that they were the oldest team here, because they've been the oldest for a little while. He was mentioning how some of the guys he played with and came up with are long gone, and he's probably looking around and doesn't really recognize a whole lot of people.
Yeah, I think here, right, I could be a bit of a wet paper bag in all of this. Maybe I'll save that. But it's one of these situations where both of these teams are extremely fortunate to find themselves in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely.
Right?
This is a great opportunity for their career.
Yeah, and that right there kind of helps out this storyline a lot, because if Saw are able to make it through, 28.6 is the average age of this team. I think it's only brought down by 2 of the members being 25, right? So I definitely have been doing this for some time, and this right here would be one of the biggest achievements, I think, for most of them, if not the biggest achievement.
Or Shalfie clocked to the head of Roman and happily collects the opening pick here as Fours. All the advantage and follow up upon it. Zorte decapitates just, locks him out of the round, and Fours into a great position in this pistol. It's going to be the retake from Heaven. Muturis coming in from main side. They need a kill here quickly, otherwise Fours are going to take that bomb further and further down. It becomes a game of cat and mouse. You can just play with your foot. Saw needs some kills here immediately, and they go into the fight. Snorvi happily collects that one, and now swinging into the open is Muturis, victim of Shalfie. Arky now trying to get away, but it is clean, it is clinical, and Fours for the first round of play in the second half.
Well, that's both pistols, right? And we've seen them be, well, clean with the pistols as far as this game goes. The conversions were good as well for Fours in the first half. They're going to have to do that and better here. It's going to be the force buy coming out from Saw. This is going to buy Fours a bit of a buffer, but these gun rounds are not going to be easy. You want to keep Saw under the thumb, but one of the things we noted was no real CT side AWP yesterday. They were good at spamming through the smoke walls. And if you are Fours, maybe you could note that and try and punish that. If they look to go for similar plays as what they did against Fnatic, you know there was like 2 or 3 players at any given time from Saw yesterday were spamming through the yard smokes. Remember, with the Silence Den Fours. So if they're able to understand that there's so many players detached from either top site or ramp, they could punish some of the other choke points on the map here. But Arky looking for a tag or 2. Doesn't get anything so far. No damage whatsoever, as secret control has been garnered by Kenzie. The rest of the crew yet to cross. Muturis is going to operate here with the smoke in hand, and we've seen this one before.
It's a very heavy rifle purchase, so if they are able to rattle away a few kills, some rifles into their hands, and make this one worrisome. And now Arky,
that's
gets
a big
caught.
shot.
That is a massive shot.
It's,
Stododo pulls it back as well. One pick again. This could get a bit messy here for Fours as they continue to push outside.
I'm getting deja vu as a yesterday's game right here. Almost something similar happened. Remember Stododo dropping the bomb towards Yard in multiple occasions with the scout, the smoke now to drop them again. And I feel like we've seen this one before. Muterus takes down Kenzie. Time will now become the issue for Fours.
Still 45 seconds. But they're all separated. They're not together, and Justice pushed up over the T roof. Shelfie could be found here. If he is, he goes down. Fours are down to 2 single players, and you can converge upon the position. And Shelfie, he's very fortunate right now that Just isn't peering down his position.
If they think lobby's clear, if they don't realize that he's been able to make the way back in, he could be the thorn in the side. Is up towards the heavens, in through main, top side. Could be the point of affection right here.
It looks like that is the call. Jerry coming in from heaven. Zorte from man.
He can't see him. He can't see him.
This different side. Zorte comes from man and sees Stododo inside of that box. It removes the victim that could have taken Jerry down, but Just swings. 5-7 to the kill. 7 seconds left. Zorte with a bomb on his back. Needs to commit now. Needs to plant. There's not enough time. He's lost the round. He's trying to take everybody down, but he goes down after the time. Zorte locked out. $900 in the bank, and a round picked up for Saw. That is an absolute miracle round.
I swear that is exactly how it went down yesterday. I like the similar scenes, right? They get the yard control, the scout plays in from hell, they stall them out at secret. Either I've come to the future and I've come on back here, or it was almost exactly how that played on out.
I remember we referred to Stododo's ability to take down the bomb outside time and time again.
In transition a lot, right?
Yeah, he was just very good at that. All right then, Saw with 8 rounds. Bounce back after the pistol loss, and now a sour taste in the mouth of Fours. They go through ramp, they would have to deal with the MP9, and it is rapid. We'll see if Arky can melt through a couple of these players on the other side of things. Fours looking to reply with a pistol of their own.
Wow.
And Norby immediately decapitates his opponent in front of him. They charge down now to B.
Well, Kenzie's got some space towards Yard here. Roman looking to grab a couple. Jerry's already into the window. The Tech 9's gone.
Yeah, quick reaction there for Roman to adjust his initial target. So he's opened the double doors, he applies some pressure. They go into the door as well. Roman needs to be careful. He's under a lot of pressure. Roman is taken out, but Just lines them up. The swing out with a rifle.
The bomb, it's in the door. They're giving it an over.
Bomb is down. Shelfie pulls one back, but still a 2v2. This is messy. This is hard to call. It's split right down the middle. Fours need to get the bomb back. And Stododo, he can patrol around and see that it's still here, but will he get caught from the Deagle of Kenzie? That was the chance of the round there, but now it is Shelfie into the clutch. Deagle versus 2.
He doesn't know where they are. He's still looking towards ramp. And we can see with the X-ray that they're both now residing near this bomb. Over towards the double door side of things. He would have to hit some bangers of shots. And Stododo's pushing forward. If Shelfie considers this, he might get the jump on him here. 30 seconds now.
They know that he has to come to them. They have the piece that he needs to win this round. So they can wait, they can buy their time, and Stododo positions to deal with the stairway walk.
So hard to clear.
Yeah, if you clear this, you commit to the angle, and Mutrus can swing out, and Stododo's just got to go out for the peak. Slow to Shelfie, 9-9, we're all tied up again, and Saw recover what could have been a bad start to the second half, but they're giving themselves a perfect start.
Yeah, and there's a great opportunity there from Fours. In 2 rounds, they've been able to find the opening kills, but not able to convert these scenarios, and that's going to come back to bite them. This double from Just was huge. That smoke on the stairs right there, where did that come from? Because was it a misthrow out of Fours, right? Did they not want to? Did they want to get door control and they want to push through that stairwell? Because Justice, he's flown on through that smoke. I didn't catch you through it. So that right there is a key element in that round.
Whoa. Good start. I mean, this round for Saw should be all about just taking 10 rounds and not losing any players, and good start to it. But I think we have seen Fours miss a few pieces of ability here today. And you can see the nerves in the players for sure. Shelfie gets down.
Cheeky.
Oh, I was missed that.
It's a little bit unfortunate there. I enjoy the creative nature of all of that there.
We've all been in the position where you have an absolute sitter right in front of you. You miss the Zeus kill. You ever been shot by a taser, Chad?
In real life?
Yeah.
No. Fortunately.
Oh, it would hurt.
Avoided the pain. Now, the ramifications of this issue with Zorti losing now after time early doesn't appear to have come back to bite them too hard. It is a buy across the board for Fours with the AKs coming on out.
Kenzie needs to dodge some early utility that might come towards him. Now, this would be a very good round for Saw to win, considering they have kept some weaker weapons here. So if you pick this up, your money is looking plump.
Yeah, I think right here is where we will get to see Saw do their best work, and maybe everybody at home can see what we're talking about with these smoke walls. You can see Muterus now preparing himself to start spamming on through.
Roman's there as well. Here comes the follow-up smoke. Kenzie trying
Tries to cross alongside of it. Mutual's not spamming instead. Tries to reposition to deal with it. And oh, so ready for the credit card peak of Norvi.
Must have been grey screened. Didn't even fire back.
Still there from Kenzie. Back into the round because Kenzie's got the double. Should have been taken out from heaven immediately upon that trade kill, but they are looking good now. Fours into the 4 versus 2. 1 kill from Roman for men, but that is not going to be enough to compete. Arky has to pull off the clutch. Now, 1v3 in total. Collected the first head already. He has got a kit and a smoke on his back. And Arky might fancy himself on this one.
So there's enough time here to walk around towards lobby and position for a fight. They know where he was, so you'd probably be expecting him to come main or late heaven after the smoke. He's cut the sound, he's made the walk, and he has to take the fight against Zordi and Hut right here.
Spots the leg. Free kill now given into the 1v1. Jerry has to defend the side, and Arky, well, it's served up perfectly for him, but you gotta find the bomb on the way around. He will do the loop-de-loop, now gets to it. He's gonna hold it. He's gonna hold that defuse, and they're clapping. They seem to have been happy enough with that, and the defuse will come through. Saw secure it. Oh, Arky, what a clutch.
Yeah, timeout's going to be called here on the other side of things, and rightfully so. You can't be giving those up. Fords have had their opportunities in this game. They've had their chances to really put it to Sora, and Sora have just stood up tall. Fantastic work, right? He's rerouted. They haven't known where to expect him to come from here, and Zordi just so active in that situation. He's made some interesting decisions throughout this one as old Zordi, but great shooting from Arky there. Gets the necessary kills, puts the pressure on Jerry. Plenty of time to defuse as there's smiles on the faces. I think Saw know that they can walk this one home now.
From your in-game leadership experience, Chad, you're sitting in a pause like this. You obviously have a bunch of young players in your team that are showing, exhibiting signs of nerves. What is the approach here? You can't really get mad at them, right? You have to try and just let them cool down a little bit, perhaps?
Yeah, I think the conversation has to be, boys, we have the opportunity here. Let's just calm it down. We've had advantages. We've kind of just fumbled them here. But I say that, and then some of it has been lack of decisions, right? So it's curious.
It's like a bit of both.
Yeah, because if they're going to let you kind of stew in your own juices in the time right there, because he completely cuts down, they probably were expecting him to be saving, right? And that's the thing. You just got to stay, I think in every moment, stay focused until the round is completely won here. And it's hard to do.
Well, they've been bitten once. We'll see if they can survive the bite a second time. Stododo holds the outside cross.
CT side at all. Isn't that a bit of a change-up right here?
It is. And they're down. Hasn't seen the head. And they will get down. This time Stododo unable to take the kill on the cross. So it's quick here from the side of Force. They continue to run down. Double doors opened up. Oh! Zorte making up for it. He's had enough of Arky. He's going to hit the headshot immediately. And oh, the push forward. Shelfie had an opportunity there to follow up. But Force in the sight. They're holding on to this.
You got to convert this one. You've got 2 big kills. You've got the lower site locked down. The bomb is planted. Ramp is smoked off. And I think they might even be giving this one over to you here. Having a mother's meeting over towards Ramp right now to Saw. They're not going to consider to go for this one. It's not going to be an Arky 1-on-2 attempt in a 3v4 situation by any means. So one back here for Force. Another opportunity, and this time they'll seize control.
That one hurts a little bit if you're Saw as well.
It was a hard clear from Zordi, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Arky played that position a lot yesterday. So if you did any review of the demo and you want to talk about, hey, where's the first place or one of the first places we're going to clear as we make our way towards the lower site, it would be that dark position because he had played it time and time again.
Yeah, no change up from Arky. And he got away with it a lot yesterday because it wasn't really seen before. There was no tape on that. So, yeah, Arky, maybe the element of surprise at that spot no longer going to exist. He has to maybe change up and adapt how his early rotations are going to happen.
Yeah, look at the crosshair placement.
He hasn't even looked towards Ramp at all.
Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit whatsoever. Maybe the pace, maybe they're a little bit ahead, and it could have been a sound cue in the mix here. I'm not quite sure how that timing would have panned on out exactly, but back into the by virtue of the save. And Force, an opportunity to break the Portuguese side right now. HE triggered off the top of Hut, trying to stall out any of these top players. Just is going to be able to peer ahead of that smoke and even deny with one of his own. So no way out Squeaky right here, right now, is just simmering into the piece of Force. Defaulting across the map, peppering with bullets and bodies, but bro, another one of these slither gaps with Util being held. Always love one of these little plays to sort. Munis is going to find his way in towards Secret early and regathering back towards Yard to line up some smoke. So flying through the sky, the smoke wall will be assembled towards this Yard position.
No commitment behind it. But you have to assume, because they conditioned him in the last round, there is going to be a cross with that. But it's about to be a top site hit. Taking the time here, Chad. Here it comes. Molly set up, just playing from top height. Molly's going to force him off. The Iron Gaunt looks down below. Jerry comes on out. Jerry out of play and just onto the double. Finally traded out by Kenzie and Sorte. Stododo, that is wild. Just dives down from heaven and he will land in hell. Arky, headshot straight away. And Mutrus left in the 1v3, rapidly racing up the vent. And oh no, gets caught with an N in his hand, and the scoreline is tied right up, 11-11, as fours are biting back in this T side.
Just did more than he was worth in that position, right? Didn't he? 2 kills on the way in towards that top side, but they're still able to smash their way on through. And Stododo, I think he just wanted to make sure that they couldn't fortify. They couldn't get the bomb down here because it's a bit crazy for him to be pushing in that manner. I think he had a bit of a timing in all of this, but Zordi coming forward is going to catch him dropping out of the heavens right there. Great little shot from him and finishes the round off. So some shaky moments from Zordi in that first half. Now he's up to 20 kills. Setting up for a top rush. They're going to go quick on this.
It is very quick from fours. Explosive out the door, and there's not any utility to slow it down, but just to the headshot, finally clearing the close corner of Tetris. And as you would expect, with the weaker weapons, not much resistance put up.
Triple Molly's going heaven there. You shall not pass. You shall not find a way in. Stododo and Arky. It's the last 2 to survive here with the USPs, and they're going to be cleaned up as well. So Fours showing a little bit of bite in this one. Stododo's over towards Spawn, so I guess he doesn't want to be a $300 bonus for one of the Force members in this. He's got nothing to retain right now, other than that USP, which he gets for free. But this has just changed. There's been a bit of a gear shift here. Got the cash coming into the next round. It's going to be the 2,400 loss bonus, and I'll let you guys do the maths, but whatever money you see right now in the Saw back pocket, right-hand side of the screen, 2,400 will be added onto the top of that.
It's not too bad. You can get a decent buy out of this one.
Does Just want to drop an AWP, right? That has to be a conversation as well. He has enough. He's going to have 6k. He's the only one really who can afford that to give it to Stododo.
Has that AWP been finding much impact in these recent rounds, though? With the pace change, it really hasn't got involved.
No, apparently they don't even consider it here because Stododo's just bought into that M4, right? You would have been waiting a little bit longer on that conversation. So you're right. I think they want to go back to operating with those 5 rifles, which is where they found so much success against Fnatic yesterday. But now 3 consecutive rounds here for Fours, and I like the punish towards top. They knew that the pistols were in. They just wanted to punish them with that aggressive maneuver. But this is an important round for both teams here. Kenzie on the jump, doesn't spot anybody close. Yard smoke's landing quite quickly here in Roman. Does he want to hightail it down the vent? He's just going to deny this space. Ooh, there's the spam on through. Stododo going to pepper them on down. There's already a player who's responding to this. Muterus smokes them off immediately, but look how early that was dropped, and Shelby's down the vent. They don't know he's down the vent. Oh, yes, he does. Muterus finds him.
Turns and finds. Now it's actually scared Fours a little off. They don't want to go through that smoke. They can play towards Secret, and Muterus has got into the vent. Jerry's coming down.
Look at the gaps, though.
Via ramp. There's a few gaps to play with here. Oh! Arky gets caught by Northy. And forced to pull that kill back. Muterus has already rotated down, but the steps
he was
surely being
loud.
held by Jerry, but
didn't hear him.
Checking. He didn't hear him. Oh no, Jerry's running down towards double door. Unchecked is Muterus in a close position. But he's got so many angles to fight. He will look up to the rafters. Zorte and Norby down. The double door is closed and Jerry just hops right into the vent. Stododo falls victim to him. But look at Force, they're walking wounded right now. They're bleeding all over the floor. And Roman just needs a couple of bullets to be put in the chest and they'll be out of the round, but he's not getting those chances.
The idea of vent to top, force Saw to rotate preemptively, and they read the play. They read the play. Muterus just mops them up. 2 big kills from the top rafter. They were expecting that rotation immediately because so many bodies were towards lower. They read the play. But Force, the penny hadn't dropped for them yet. They didn't realize they had that open avenue. They were still so preoccupied with the fights towards lower. 12-12.
This game is heating up now. Saw on their map pick, the rifles come out again. Muterus in that corner, I thought for sure he was about to have a fight versus Jerry, but the double doors are closed off, so he could focus up at the rafters and mix the rotation for the final piece of the play. 12-12, tactical pause here at 4-4s. They need to sit back and figure out another adaptation because Saw have figured out their recent maneuvers.
The thing is, Forza got all the gaps they could have wanted there and more, right? They got down to Secret, they had the vent rotate, and they also walked out ramp and found the opener. So Saw just immediately responded towards that lower site, and it was very jarring. Muterus has to be the key to that round. 19 kills for him, leading the charts over there. The highest on the other side is Zordi, which we just spoke about before, on 20 frags total.
Yeah, these guys want this major. Their whole careers have gone on without a major appearance. And this is the best opportunity you can have. 2 teams that are almost comparable. have found themselves a golden ticket, but only one of them can snatch control of it today. And it goes behind credit card. Sorte peering over the top. Nothing coming in towards his crosser.
Different look here, right? They're not going fast with those smokes. Again, they're actually taking their time on the default spread. Now, that's something that we didn't necessarily see happening for Fnatic, right? If Force can find a pick and then try and operate in that 5... Ooh, what did Muterus see right there? He's talking a lot.
A lot of chit-chat here from Muterus. Let's see if the reaction comes in across the board for Sword. Muterus often can find his way weaseling in and around the smoke. So this is cool from Stododo. Smoke setup so he can peer above it and try and deal with the main play. He has to call to his teammates. There are a couple of players have got in towards that main side of things. You have to be aware of this and have to try and deal with it. But with Muterus down, they can now fixate upon the position of Stododo. And he has to make it work. He can't go down, but through the smoke, Roman found Stododo. All falling apart here for Saw. 5 players up for Fours. They had the maneuvers, they had the information, but they just didn't find the kills. 2 players still up though, Chad. It is unlikely, but it's still a chance for the round.
Well, you know Just plays in towards that A side and Arky traditionally over towards ramp, so you can piece that information together, but with 25 seconds left on the clock, Jerry comes up the ladder, he confirms the position of Arky. Arky taking damage, but they need to get to a site, and now!
The bomb's down loose in man. Luckily, Zorte with a quick kill, but Arky holding from below the site. He's lining them up, but only 1-2 more. Oh, Kenzie finally replies. Arky had a chance there, but Fours, they are not giving me a lot of confidence in these rounds.
If they were able to, if Arky right there takes down the other Heaven player, that's a very winnable one-on-one in that whole situation. But Kenzie had a fantastic round here. He finds one through the smoke on the spam onto Roman. Jerry there onto Stododo. They manage their angles and space extremely well. A great trade from Zorti there and Kenzie. That kill onto Arky was necessary because Zorti with the orb, not much time, has to run into the site. A very, very winnable scenario there for Saul. But look at this, down to the pistols. It's getting dire out here now for the Portuguese.
This is 14 now, looking very likely for Fours. It's almost emblazoned on the scoreboard already. Saul would have to defy the odds to pull this one off, and already out the door is Shalfie up on top of Hut. Just will find his final resting place. Dodo gets caught at Tetris, and as you would expect, it capitulates here for Saul and the pistols.
Sorty has to come back, so maybe Arky gets a fun one.
It's the ball.
Oh, he pre-shot.
He pre-fired with a deagle. Sortel happily collect that kill. 14 now for Fours, 2 away from taking map 1 and 2 away from taking Saul's map pick. Now, we do like to set up a nice Cinderella story and a nice romantic story perhaps, Chad, but the likelihood of Saul winning the series after losing their map pick of Nuke, it does become quite slim.
It's going to be very difficult, right? I think going into Dust 2 next, which is where Fours actually beat OG to set themselves up into this type of scenario right here, it's a map that they're clearly comfortable on. And right now in the AWPing department, it's not that we haven't seen moments from Stododo. The first half, he had that 1-on-3 with the AWP and the A side. He can't, right? But that's where we're going to talk about a bit of a playground here for Zorti. It will be a battle between the two of them. We do have the last tactical timeout being called here from the Portuguese side. The last conversation they can call. Last time to have a bit of a breather here, and maybe the last time to keep themselves in this match. Next round, I think it'll be 2,900 as the loss bonus. We had a similar conversation when we were talking about Fours in their first half, right? They might have to save if they get locked out of the site. They opted not to. And then in the final round of play, they only had 2 M4s and a couple of SMGs. So that conversation for Saw is something that they need to have running through their minds if they want to stay competitive in this one. Looks like we're back towards Yard with the faster maneuver. The limp smoke out to go under the cross. Kenzie on the jump spot won't see anything. And Norvi up and over. So they can take their time again, because what Fours did very well there was isolate Jules towards Yard. One of them was quite fortunate through the hut smoke, the main smoke, but still, they did find the 2 necessary kills to put that pressure on.
Smoke's barrel towards outside. Just Kenzie in a position to commit with him. Everyone else in lobby. Bit of a gap there.
Yeah, that one there's okay, right? Because when you do it late, you're not worried about the aggressive plays of the CTs, right? If you did that smoke ball early, oh, we're going straight in.
There's the call to go forward for Fours. It's one for Just. Dodo strong at the back of the site, decapitates one, and now goes back out. Muterus helps him out this time. It's Norvi loose in the site, trying to figure out is there opportunities for him to get back into this one. And he turns on a swivel. He's found a double. And now Muterus and Arky, they know they can't let this one slip. And Arky comes around the back to close it. 13 rounds for Saw. They shut down the quicker play for Fours, and those initial kills solid enough to get them over the line.
Well, I think Fours were hoping they'd have that very, very quick rotation towards the lower site that we've seen before, but there was no tells that anything was happening towards B. There wasn't any sound cues. There was nothing broken open, no doors swung, no windows smashed. And this now is going to put Force into a place where they might need to have a conversation. They're going to call their final timeout. There's no timeouts left for either team after this 30-second spree. There's still cash in the coffers. Force can buy. Can get the AKs out. Zordy can get back in towards that AWP. But they tried a little bit more of a direct approach here, and Just pretty solid on top of the hut here. He goes one, gets traded, but Stododo's up from the heavens. Mutus and Roman chip on in, and Arky, he's great in these later moments here, just with the essential kills, finishes the round off, as it was starting to get a little bit out of control there with that double. Poor Just is going to be down to just an MP9 here. Now, it's a great weapon to use to lock down a top pop, but if you're Force, do you want to operate with something with the quickness that you just did? Do you want to go back towards taking the fights as that wolf pack towards Yard? Plenty of questions to ask, plenty of questions to answer here. Same opening for both teams. Aggressive incendiary. Smoke to deny vision. Top of silo. Just to make sure that they can deal with any Yard aggressive maneuvers here. Kenzie will start his walk towards Yard again. He allows the space and gets to lurk on out. Lots of pressure on an individual making plays like this.
Pressure is the key word for a round like this. So decisive. So if they drop the ball here, well, they're going to have a very difficult series ahead of them. Forwards now looking towards ramp. Arky changes his position slightly. He's going to be able to glean info, maybe even take one before dropping down the ramp. He's got a bit of cover here on the box. Needs to be careful he doesn't get caught transitioning position. Now gets aggressive into the fight. Spotted out. Now you can't really fall back. He's committed into this. Cast a swing!
And Arky with the lineup hangs him out to dry. A triple kill. And Foy's now dropping by the wayside. 2 players left. And they try and challenge down Muterus. It's clean. It's clinical. And it's 14 for Saw.
Massive stuff right there. For Arky to get 3 kills as a ramp anchor in that position. You saw what Kenzie was doing in the first half. He took contact. He would flee the situation. Arky stands. He delivers. Shuts him down before it gets out of control. And now real problems here for Fours. Both halves, their money has been in question late. And again, they just don't have enough for a full buy here. Massive stuff from Arky. And Muterus, these two have been standing and delivering with multi-kills so far. 22 and 19 respectively. And it's going to be a Force. Norway into an AK. Some Tech 9, some pistols. They've hedged their bets here as far as the buy's gone for Fours. They don't want to give this one over for free, but it isn't a full investment from all 5.
There's quick utility going out here. But no real play off the back of it. Saw not giving them the fights. You can see a little bit more passive now in the setup. They have Muterus just watching the crossover. Isn't committed into warehouse. Isn't playing in and around credit card. Instead plays in the railing back towards spawn side. So just using that range.
One of the issues is right now for Fours is they don't have enough to go for one of these top hits, right? Where they Molotov towards the bomb box, they try and Molotov behind the CT vent. They have to find these fights, and they did find success doing this before, but it's just one AK.
Muterus now crosses to the back of warehouse.
That was the
has
bomb.
just spotted the head. Cross over to red.
He saw the bomb.
The bomb's dropping back though. Zorte does not commit to that. Instead, maybe use this information to benefit you.
Okay, well, he's faked some steps there back towards lobby as well. I see doing that close towards Squeaky, hoping it was detected here. But look at this, just saw a turtling up. This is a classic nuke setup of old. Can't plant in yard.
Stododo's in a position to try and watch the cross on over it. Flash goes outside, Muterus blinded, and that allows them to cross down secret.
30 seconds, though. They need to get a move on right now, Fours.
They need to commit to the sprint forward. They need to get through, and Shalfie's trying to cut off rotation down the vent. Roman goes down the ladder, but silently drops, and now Arky swings. And a big round of the previous, this time again will double up, and the multi-kill for Arky results in 3. Jerry on the other side will get 1. AK now picked up as he drops into the vent. 10 seconds left on the timer. Not enough time. Commits to the fight, will go down. And Fours now concede map point. Saw 1 away from taking their map pick here. Let's see what the buy looks like for Fours. It's going to be a Galil immediately picked up. It's not the greatest economic situation here, Chad.
No, this is the thing, right? Getting broken late. It's not the place anybody wants to be. And without that bomb going down, there will be a few omissions in the purchase department. Lacking flashes. Lacking a lot of util here really to have a full round on nuke. They need to hope that their individuals can find the heads, but this is looking great now. This 5 rifle setup for Saw, it's potent, it's strong, and it locks it down. Muterus taking a risk. He's aggressive.
A bit more aggressive this time for Muterus. A flip reverse as to what we've seen in the last round. He's going to be playing up towards blue box at red, and Jerry comes around to consider. He may consider, but consider himself dead now because Muterus' headshot has given the first kill of play to Saw. He's going to stick around in the smokes and spots out the rifle of Kenzie. Commits into the fight and loses it this time.
So much damage, though. Kenzie down to 12. That's a 1-for-1, but sure that so low HP, and you can't really operate further as that yard lurk. He's going to be stifled, he's going to be stalled, and his position is even watched right now. They want to lock him in, they want to make sure he goes on down, can't get away with anything, but...
Actually slipped away.
Yeah, he can backpedal with the team here, and...
Shelfie's down lower.
This could be massive. How's Arky going to deal with this? Does he want to drop down? Do they even know that he's been able to slink on through? If Arky stands and delivers another 3-piece here, the round is done.
They could wait on Shelfie, but the problem is that window's not broken. Now Arky might have to worry about that play down lower. Does consider it. Now drops so easily played there for Arky, and he gets back for the double. He has been the influential player carrying them over the line on the CT side. 24 kills. And he looks to go a little step further. Oh, another one for Arky. Can he just close map 1? They are now 1 map away from qualifying for the major. Arky closes in style. Nuke goes the way of Saw.
What a close game that was. What a close game indeed. Able to lock this one down. I cannot believe how he delivered on ramp time and time again there. He didn't falter once. Fantastic work there from Arky. He stepped up with multi-kill after multi-kill. They dealt with what Fours were throwing their way. There was a couple of rounds where it looked like it was getting out of control. Fours took control of the matchup here, but great stuff there, and you got to sing the praises of the Portuguese side.
You definitely do.
Oh, the Spaniard, I suppose.
Yeah, and mainly the Spaniard actually this time around, carrying the Portuguese forward. But the CT side was so strong yet again, in particular for Arky. But you know, we didn't see as much outside disruption as we did the other day versus Fnatic. But a close game nonetheless for Fours on a map that wasn't their pick. And now we're thinking about Dust 2, and that is coming up. But before that, we have got the thoughts of the Deaths to break down map number 1.
Thank you very much. Vamos, gente. They do make it work, Saw, even though it wasn't easy, especially not in the beginning. In fact, it was so difficult that they called 3 timeouts in like 9 rounds or something. Maniac. So that means that they needed some time to warm up here, Saw versus Forza.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this wasn't easy by any stretch of the imagination. So we're caught off guard at the very beginning of this game. And I feel like they went through all kinds of states emotionally speaking. Pure roller coaster, tough moments, and then towards the very end, Arky, my man, if you listen to me, you're a hero. That's it.
Actually, the next round that's coming in, the Stadodo 1v3 was very key. 8-2, just an amazing clutch 1v3 from him. You don't really expect it to come through 8-3 actually, and that is where the comeback starts, and they managed to just break the money, and after that have a great half.
Yeah, and you know, Maniac, you as an ex-competitor yourself, right? Or maybe sometimes still on Face It, but whenever. In that moment when you know that you can break the economy and when you've had a really bad time so far, we talked so much about experience, but these are kind of the moments in which you can really see it.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. I'm still kind of flabbergasted that Saw were able to pull it back.
Yeah.
I think Forza had them in the ropes. The money was against them. They had the momentum. They had everything they needed. They had the rhythm. And Arky, again, I will mention his name so many times, as a ramp player on Nuke, just to get technical for a second, it's not exactly the most exciting position ever. Sometimes you don't see anyone for 5 or 6 rounds. He was tested 3 times in the last 4 rounds of that game, and he always stepped up. Always massively stepped up with multi-kills, shutting down the attack. That was beautiful.
I feel like in Iberia, they'll just rename Ramp to Arky after this game, especially if they qualify for the major. This is how you get spots named after you. You just have like a hero moment.
He's Arky!
Yeah.
That's it, he's Arky. Yeah, great performance, and also had a great clutch, like a 1v2 in the middle of the CT half.
Yeah, we touched already on the importance of round 12 specifically, and we're going to get it up for you again now, Prof.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great moment from Stadodo there. Opping more on the T side than on the CT side, which is interesting. And just this reposition, finding the flick on this guy, and then I think Shelfie in the 1v1 didn't really expect the peak on the left side.
And what is massive about this clutch is that this signals the beginning of the end for Forza in that first half. Just to put some context to it, Forza were really in a driving seat. They could do basically everything they wanted to. So, and that 1 versus 3, that's the end. That's the end for them. It's Saw coming back into the half, having 7 rounds on the T side, which is in the end all they needed.
Yeah, they just needed that 1 round, because even before that they were competitive. It wasn't like one-sided, but they couldn't really get going on the T side. And sometimes you see that it's like, oh, they're close, but then the CT side just finished 12-3, and you don't really have a chance on the second half. But they managed to break through. And
let's add a little bit of nuance back in, maybe, because it wasn't like they then stomped after that, right? Because we saw that some of the individual class of the youngsters coming through from Forza sometimes as well, like Zorte with his Deagle and whatnot, getting the impact frags. We have round 25, which was, I only wrote down, it was absolute madness, Prof.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. The outside defense just collapsed in a couple of seconds. We can catch it here. Kenzie finds the opening. It just becomes a 2v5 in favor of Force. And then I was saying, like, a miracle 2v5 happening. And there was this one way that they could have won it. They stacked A and they got into the duels. But this one from Zorti, the trade here, it just made the side player very comfortable. Didn't allow him to reposition. And that was a key frag from Zorti, who had a good game. Didn't have a good tournament so far, but this is a good game for him, but didn't manage to convert still.
And that was a fail-safe, as you say. That kill from Zorda is the fail-safe. But what strikes me is that this is the moment where Force is supposed to take control over the game. If we go into the next round, there's no money left for Sol. They're on the defensive side of Nuke. They don't have the utility. It's 14-12. If you're Jerry, you've been handed the keys of the first map. You have them. It's 14-12. You have the money for you, which is why I'm so impressed that Sol actually put it back.
Yeah, we talk about the experience versus the firepower, and I think we saw the firepower from Force and like the young guys popping off the Deagles and all of that, but we also saw them not really capitalizing on some of these great moments. Anti-Eco's lost and as well the 1v3s, the clutches.
Yeah, one saving grace for Force is, of course, they're going onto their map pick now, which is Dust 2. And Jerry, of course, give him the credit that he deserves in terms of leading that team and the experience he had to get it back on track. Maniac, do you agree with that? Or do you think that there is a chance that Saw would even be able to beat Force on their own map pick and bring it home?
No, I think Force can do it. I think Dust 2 is a map that suits them. It suits their quality. We're talking about firepower. We're talking about the impulsive type of Counter-Strike they can play. It's perfect on Dust 2. Like, it's not going to be that complicated and shenanigan-y clutches as on Nuke. You know, it's very straightforward. It's really fight-oriented. If Zorta is having a good game, which we haven't seen quite in this RMR, that's perfect for Forza as well. He's going to be a key indicator. So I believe in Forza and map number 3. I do.
Yeah, and Saw don't really have a great record on Dust 2, losing to a bunch of. They even lost to Offset domestically, right, most recently. But they also have some wins against like Imperial, Falcons, decent teams in the top 30, top 40. But yeah, overall, it is a more comfortable map for Force, and we saw them against OG pull off some crazy stuff as well.
Oh, absolutely. And even if we look at kind of how the series has gone so far, even though there were some really highlight moments coming out of Saw, we do feel that these are pretty evenly matched, which is not necessarily something we could have predicted, even though we didn't have that much information to go on outside of Force, as you said, that OG match, which was a real highlight for them.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of a similar teams in terms of where they are in the world, like top 30 to 40 right now. But in a completely different, I would say, position, just where they are. Force kind of still rebuilding, finding their footing, and these guys being together for 2 years.
And we can go back to that interview that Jerry did. You know, he talked about the mental barriers sometimes. Well, this is the moment, right here, right now. How do you react? What face are you going to show after missing the mark, missing the opportunity on that nuke? Sometimes we might make the mistake of thinking, that was just their map, it's all right. In the back of their heads, they know. They were 14-12. They were about to go onto their map with a 1-0 and being 16 rounds away from the major. Now that whole game has changed. The cards have been shuffled. You have to win 2 maps to get to the major. So that's time for them to show that resilience.
And speaking of Jerry, we have a little interview prepared with him before we go to the break.
Welcome to the PGL EU RMR. I'm Maui Snake, joined by Jerry of Forza. First of all, Jerry, congrats on your latest victory. You have gone through a variety of roster changes. You've lost Exit Power, Face Crack. So what can you tell me about some of the new players on the team that people might not know?
We have 2 new players. This is the Shalfei and this is Norway. Those 2 guys are incredibly talented, but the thing is, it's the first LAN for them, so they are struggling to give some basic information, and because of that, someone might think that they are not that good players, but I believe they have potential. I should say that Shalfei is really hard-working player. We were in bootcamp for the last week. This guy, I was like ending pracs, going outside to the practice room, and I always see him watching some demos. I always see watching some POV from some good players when they get like 30 frags or something, in his position particularly. And what about Norway? I think there is a big similarity to Almazer because, you know, I think B players, I don't know, they're all similar. I don't know why, I swear.
I think one guy that a lot of people are gravitating towards when they're looking at a star player for you guys is Zorte. What can you say about his potential?
I think Zorte is incredible OPER, and I should say it's because his mechanical skills inside the game, it's awesome.
You have a lot of history with Forza, and I think some people in the West have sort of like kind of experimented with the idea of, oh, what if Jerry went somewhere else? But have you liked the challenges of working with new players so consistently?
Yes, my goal was always to show everyone that I'm a good AGL and I'm capable of taking people together to get some results. But I need more practice with these guys because I think we're not done yet.
Wow, that's awesome to hear. The fact that you're not done yet. Any final words about maybe your teammates or where you think you're at the tournament? Like any final thoughts at all you want to tell the audience?
I want to say thank you for PGL. I like the organization as well. I mean, I told it already, but still, I really like it. Also, I would like to say, if my teammates watching it, slap your face and keep working hard, guys. Because I see some problems and we need to hot fix it. And for the people who's watching, thanks everyone. I appreciate it. I love you guys, really. And I think you should watch for us. We can do some damage. Just watch.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to €20. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Welcome back to Bucharest. You join us here for what possibly could be some history being made for the Portuguese side. A team full of players, the oldest at the event, who are looking to charge their way forward to their first major appearance. If they win this next map, they go there.
And none of them are named Fox.
Yeah, none of them named
so
Fox.
he's the man who's been at the majors before, right, for the Portuguese side of things here. But yeah, just 16 rounds away from doing so, and they need to get it done on Dust 2, which is going to be the map pick of Fours. It's not going to be an easy task by any means, considering Fours just took down OG on this very map just yesterday, I believe it was. No, actually, 2 days ago. 2 days ago? Either way, it doesn't matter. All the days are blurring into one.
It's all blended into one whole big day, Chad, and it could be a big day for Saw if they take this one away. But for Fours, we're heading on to Dust 2. It's a matchup that you can't really deny. They should be comfortable on, and it takes kind of the next level out of the game, I would say. You know, the calling element, the structure perhaps that the young players kind of struggled with, I think, in map number 1.
I see where you're going
still
with
came
this.
close, but we're here on Dust 2. It's an open map.
Yeah, I see where you're going with this. I think here, if the side of Saw are able to slow it down and play with them in the mid rounds, right? Because there's a couple of patterns that Saw were able to exploit, right? We run this type of round, we condition them to play like this. It's not going to be the same on a Dust 2 as it is on a Nuke, but there's still 1 or 2 options where they could get away with that. I think the positive signs, if you are looking for Fours, is he's already hit a couple of nice shots towards the tail end of the game, right? He started to come alive a little bit more. He had that round on the CT side with the collat that they were actually unable to convert. But he's going to be a big factor in all of this. Now, there's clearly some nerves. There's clearly some indecision from this Fours side in certain scenarios, whereas it felt a bit more unwavering from Saw. They felt a bit more considered in their approach to a lot of these rounds, and the individuals like Arky just stepping up and locking them down with massive multi-kills in a position where normally you're expected to get 1 or 4, right? So there's some shining lights on either side.
And Arky, the oldest player within the team, 32 years young, Chad.
Yeah, so born in '89, unless his birthday was this year. So he's a bit. Wow, Jesus, he's born in the '80s.
That's crazy.
Yeah, wow.
Well, these players, they've only heard about
Probably
that.
born in the noughties.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, quite literally.
Yeah. They're all in the, I think Jerry's only 23, and all the other guys are super young.
Like 19 and 21, I
Yeah.
believe. So all of them would have been born, besides Jerry, in the year 2000 or after.
Yeah.
Put that in perspective for everybody playing at home.
There we go. Pistol getting ready to get underway between Saw and Fours. The heart rates must be flying, but they know here, Saw, that this is the job to be done. For Fours, it's a bounce back needed to try and stay alive in the series. They will stay alive in the competition even if you lose this one, but it does become much more difficult as you head down into that bracket, so they have to get it done here.
Yeah, we'll go over some of the names that maybe you'll be facing in the 2-2 bucket, because there's lots of games still to go through today, but we'll kick things off with Saw electing to start here on the CT side. Julie's in towards the lower dark of Just, and Kenzie is going to waltz his way out long. Nobody responding to this as a HE goes missing towards the top. A Cat, no damage done, and Muterus, his turn to deliver again.
Spots out one, decides to throw the HE, and it's absolutely perfectly placed. Does some damage on the way out the door. Arky having to hold, but gets caught from 2 sides, and Kenzie is the player that will bring him out of the pistol.
Oh, this is a very difficult retake now, isn't it? Sight completely given up. They're going far short here. The Julies need to sing on out.
The Julie's checking towards short. Xiaofi doubles up. Roman and Just out of the round, and Zorte able to come back as well. Not a single pistol being picked up for Saw here today.
Yeah, crazy stuff there. Muterus was the first player to take contact, and he was the last man to stand and the only one to get a kill. So attempting to hold on to these dual Berettas. See if he can carry them through to the next round, because I believe from what we've seen from Saw so far, they enjoy going for the Force Spy. Now on Nuke, I think I was having flashbacks to the Fnatic game where they were able to pick up the Force Spy in the second round on the CT side, and Scouts played a part of that. I expect it to come in again, especially on a map like Dust 2. But a great start here for Fours, and yeah, as you mentioned, the pistols aren't really the concern for Fours. It's when we get into those gun rounds that we have to start turning our attention to what they're able to bring on forward before players staying alive. And great way to kick off map number 2, their choice. So it all comes down to this conversion. You don't want the problems to come back to haunt you immediately, right? You want to see if you can grab that conversion with the eco, then into the first gun round. Actually get the ball rolling here, Fours, so you can set your attention to map number 3. Unfortunately, I don't speak Portuguese or Russian, so yeah, listening in, I got no idea.
Unless you say the word Lazeko, then we know what that means.
Yeah, loophole.
Yeah, there we go.
2 scouts.
Very quick out long. Let's go around the corner to apply some pressure. But ends up just staying here himself. His teammates not join him. Quick long take here for Fours. We'll see how the site setup of Muterus alongside Stododo works out here. Smokes down. We know Stododo loves to play in and around these smokes. And if Muterus can land some shots to the Scout, that would set up the body shots to the Deagle.
I like this direct approach from Fours, though. They're not messing about. They've got the double smokes down to bait out utility, and they should have a second wall to be able to deploy. Kenzie with one, Xiaofi with the other. So they can do this again, right? By doing the second wall, you take out any risk. If there was flashes, if there was nades, they should have been rinsed and removed. And now the second wall will be landing just about that 1 minute mark, and away we go.
Yes, Stododo going to swing out with a Deagle, trying to land some shots, ends up getting tagged up himself, and with Muterus going down in the site, that really should be the chances now of the round win dwindling away. Stododo out. Now it's Roman left. Has he got any magic in the Deagle? He'll peek out. Norvi certainly doesn't think so. Fours go 2-0.
Arky and Josh should just be trying to hold on to these weapons, see if they can carry them on through, but I love that approach. And look how rifle heavy it was here for Fours. No SMGs, not giving anything over. Get to retain these into the next round of play, which will become infinitely easier. And just going to scoop up a pistol as well as old Jerry. Prince Stream Deagle, it's a beaut. Oh, that knife is nice and green.
He's got a few nice skins here, Jerry, doesn't he?
Oh, they're already celebrating the round win, so knowing that there's no more pressure coming, handled, so you can get business.
Yeah, they know. I think they'll be laser focused up until most of the ends of the rounds now that a few of those opportunities slipped away over on Nuke. If you remember Zorte pushing, giving the Arky clutch.
Yeah, so not only did he have Impact shut them down before he got into a clutch situation, he actually had some great clutches as well. So Arky was the issue if they can keep him silent in this map, I'm going to turn towards individuals like Stododo to step up on that AWP. And Stododo here with 3.3 should have more than enough after the loss bonus comes into the bank balance next round for the big green. Arky with that retained scout, the deagle for just. Muterus is going to find himself into a P250.
Did mention how Fours as an organization and Jerry as a player have attended a major before. They were over at the Star Ladder Berlin major back in 2019. Didn't go so well for them. Ended up losing 3 meters following that run. And Jerry would love to take a new roster back. But there's no problems here for Jerry in this round as he sprays away. Stododo and Roman both out of play. And now they'll just be methodical upon clearing the car and any close pesky positions they don't want to be caught out with. But no problems here. Fours once again hit the long A and come away with 3 rounds.
Oh.
A shot this time lands for Arky through the mid doors.
That's a rifle available here.
It's a good slip away.
They're going to scoop that one up and just as head armor. So perfect. Hold on to that. Carry it through. Give yourself something into the next round of play. Bomb should be planted momentarily here. Digits punched in. 40 seconds thrust onto the clock. And I think Arky, you don't really want to hold on to the scout. So if he can find some damage. Jerry's low. Norvi the same. So another tag through them. And at least he'll be able to add to his frag tally. Because frags is what's been lacking for Sora in the first 3. Just 1 for Muterus on the pistol, now 1 for Arky in round number 3. And that's it. That's the report card done.
I think they'd be happy with that here at Fours. 3-0 start, no problem, but yeah, a little win there out of the round for Just. Will benefit the economy for the later rounds. Now we get to see the true face of Saw here on Dust 2. Jerry, going to be some pressure on his calling throughout this one, leading this ragtag bunch of youngsters through. And we're going to see how he approaches this round coming up, because Saul will have the AWP out. They've got Stododo on that already, Chad.
Yeah, and interesting, right? Arky didn't go for another fight with the scout, and he just drops it and buys into the M4 here, right? You would see some players who might want to carry that one through, but not the case to be with Arky, and they need to start applying some resistance. Not even rounds just yet here from Saw, and parking the bus, hiding in suicide, waiting out the initial exchange of information, and now behind Zordi's AWP will trundle down mid, get this fast control without util required.
That is quick. Jerry's about to come out through the doorway.
I love this.
Now this is just heads up, seeing there's a gap and just maneuvering their way through it with some pace to it. Now they smoke off CT. Jerry's going to be leading the charge up, but Mutra is actually through the smoke spam. From the back of the ramp has collected 1. Now Roman in the site has got just alongside him. There's a significant force inside of the site you have to try and break down here, Fours. You have to try and take out Just first, and they will. They'll take him down without a fight, and so everybody crumbles inside of the B site, and Fours will have no problems there. Saw surely considering the save call now.
Yeah, surprising to see them even hanging around here looking for a kill. Stododo on the hunt with the AWP, and he's going to lose this unless he hits that shot on Kenzie. So a frag, but also a way to backpedal and try and retain these guns. Because that call from Jerry was so good, right? You could see how isolated that B split was the entire time. They're still locking down long, and Jerry's already making his way out mid. Sure, he falls through the smoke, but there's no way that you can respond again. And they just get the 2 necessary kills on towards that B bomb site. Roman and Just getting pipped. And the 4th round now secured for Fours. A different looking team here on Dust 2 early.
Much more decisive, much more confident. That round could have went very well for Saw. Mutrus gets the first through the smoke. Double setup in the site. How often do you see a player go down towards car without a single kill there?
Yeah, and there was so much pressure as well because the type of smoke that Roman had dropped had alleviated him from fighting tunnels. It actually bought the ability for the Fours players to peek onto car, because there's only so many fights that Roman can take behind that, right? It's a defensive smoke that gets thrown on out, and you're hoping that they push on in and you can use the cusp of that to your advantage, but not to be the case. Worrying about the mid to B, worrying about the tunnel leak, and oh, it's going to be an early timeout here from Saw. This is the B stream update. OG versus Unique. Map number 2 is Ancient.
Yeah, 16-10 on map 1 for OG. Looking to secure themselves a 2-0 under a massive underdog.
That is an elimination game over there, right? So pressure on OG not to fall foul to an underdog again. From a similar region.
OG missing out the last time around too. It's just it's heartbreaking for that roster, I'm sure.
Maybe you're not allowed to have success in Counter-Strike and Dota.
Maybe that's a rule.
It's like, look at EG. Actually, Na'Vi would kind of buck that trend, wouldn't they? Maybe not in recent history.
Yeah, I mean, when Na'Vi were doing well.
Look at this. B-Rush.
He's rushing out. Standard play here on Dust 2, and it's worked out for the first couple of kills again. That should be done.
5-0. Doesn't even matter with the HP of Kenzie and Norvi right now. It's unconfirmed. Maybe you know you got some tags, but you don't know that they are bleeding internally. 17 and 5 points of health respectively. Another one, Fours with a direct approach one more time. And this is looking much quicker than Nuke.
Yeah, this is looking very good. Fours just not really stepped a foot wrong yet. Every call has worked out perfectly.
Yeah, and again, that's reflected by the amount of kills. Roman yet to get one. One apiece for Stododo, Just, and Arky. If the AWP can't find itself in a position to find some impact, he's going to be just segregated from the play time and time again. And Muterus with 2 kills to round out. And that also means that Fours, if they keep having to deal with a lot of saves on the other side, aren't going to be able to find too many frags themselves. 4 for Shalfie, 4 for Kenzie, 4 for Norvi, 2 for Jerry, and 1 for Zorti. And we've already had 5 rounds of play here, so speed running. Map number 2 so far.
Fours on fire as they go 5-0. Saw with a buyback again. No secrets about which site needs to be stronger here. That B site keeps falling.
So now what do you do, right? Do you play more of a 2-1-2 setup where you bring the AWP of Stododo over towards middle, which is going to allow more pressure and more focus to be towards the upper tunnels? That means long will be weak, or a short scrap could be very fast here if they go for an Xbox smoke. And well, they will be boosting over towards Suicide. He's going to get a lot of information on this cross here. Not sure how many members he spotted exactly, but he's ready for the repeat. They're doing the same play. They're trying to trundle forward here, and a shot from Stododo will land onto Jerry there. Does pip him down to 20.
That's a good shot to land. Removes a brunt of health here for Jerry.
It actually stops them scaling quickly here as well, right? That stalled the round out completely. Depending on how far Jerry wanted to go, we've already seen them do this to apply so much mid-door pressure, but this time he was on his lonesome. So Jerry is alive. They have so many smokes left over here to Fours, so no drama in the util department. They will keep Muterus over towards CT spawn to try and assist for a mid to B play. The AWP now going to be over towards mid long, and locking down long is Arky. Arky seems to get a lot of these anchor positions, ramp and long, with some similarities here. One choke point to deal with, but a very important one.
Did bring up the point of avoiding Arky. Well, they've done that most rounds. Looks like an ace split being set up for the time being as we go under 1 minute on this timer. Arky this round will have some fights.
It's a long wall here they're setting up. They're actually trying to segregate any ability to help. Stododo should be cut off from this. You can see this being deployed right now.
Well, flash goes on, and that allows the long play out. So Arky will he pass the flying colors this time around on Dust 2. He's missed his opportunity on the first. Throws the flash up. He doesn't really have a support network. The support network is severed off by the smoke setup. And Stododo also getting one. Arky going in for the multi-kill, and he's got a double again. Jerry finally brings him out. And just moves through the lower tunnel. Mid-fight about to come into Zorte. He's taking him out. And Jerry has to retreat. The player that took initial damage. 15 seconds left on the clock. Not enough time to get to the site.
He's being hunted here too.
He doesn't want to go down after the time here. And there's not a whole lot of resources available for Saw to throw at him. Let's see if Jerry gets into this one. Not pushing the issue too much now. And he does get a little bit of mercy to the fact of lack of finances. But Arky tested again, Chad. This time steps up with a multi-kill.
Well, it's curious to see with that addressing of Stododo coming over to mid from Saw and getting the damage onto Jerry, how much that would have changed the initial call. Because if Jerry can't get the space that he was looking for, then they would have had to have changed their strategy. But Arky, he's great in these anchor spots, isn't he? The fact he gets 2, you could see the multiple Molotovs in towards the pit. They had that smoke to segregate the help coming on through. They were flashing, they were fighting, and ooh, Zordy not going to take the shot here. They're starting 3 towards B again and trying to slink in towards lower dark is going to be Roman. It's actually aggressive mid. This could be jarring as the lower dark players come around the corner.
Roman just holds and Braywones collects the first life and the second forced out of Kenzie, turning back into Zorte.
Dinked him.
Very close to the kill, but Zorte's all does a little bit more to the headshots, and Stododo prevents Shalfie from leaping through the doorway. So this time around, Saw not getting caught out.
Starting to find their footing here, and just 2 rounds in a row is going to go for these aggressive upper tunnels maneuvers. He's going to cut off any rotation points back and also constrict that bomb. Very difficult to get back here, and Norvi, if he isn't careful, his head will be spotted. He's actually going to push forward here as opposed to backpedal, trying to find an avenue of assault to get towards this bomb.
It's a similar start to the rounds that were found on Nuke as well, right? We had Saw starting very slow and had to come back into that first half. That was on the T side.
Look at this space, though, that's been taken by Norvi, right? They're actually not accounting for a player to come on from the ramp towards CT spawn right now. Now, as I say that, there's been a look over from Stododo, and coming back is Arky. He's going to spot him.
The foot. Yeah, he now has that confirmed easy kill onto Norvi. Zorte Dinked up in middle, they'll swing out from the lower tunnel and just will rip it apart. Another round for Saw, 2 now collected.
And Roman's first 2 kills couldn't have been more impactful. Massive work for him to get on the board, and you can see it's a bit more of a jarring approach there on that CT side, being proactive, taking that space that is now afforded by the new little change-up.
Quite a good B spawn for a couple of players here on the forward side of things, and B was the side of the map was a problem for Saw in these early rounds. We'll see what the call is here for forwards.
It's like a default here.
Yep. Bomb stays towards top mid. It's on the back of Sorte to start here. Long control being taken for Saw. Molly goes down. Smoke combo to allow the pit setup.
Going through it.
And they're just going to walk into the smoke. Well, this could get a bit messy. Just needs to get your gun out. Your teammate's gone down as an early warning system, but Just has flashed. And he's stuck towards Car. They're going to completely fixate upon his position. Jerry now moving through middle, taking 2 lives, and it's all shut down. Just like that. Blink and you'll miss it. Force have the round win.
Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff there. And Shalfie was the individual on Nuke who was getting down the vent, but we didn't see him get away with much traction because they didn't necessarily rotate into his position, or Muterus was actually dealing with that. Well, this time round, he's actually been able to get himself up into the box, use the one-way with the smoke, and yeah, get a kill right in the face of Just there. So really good stuff for Force to get back onto the board. Now, there is enough cash for a buy and another timeout. Saw were doing the same thing over on Nuke. They took 3 timeouts within that first half just to try and establish themselves a base. And that base was big enough to get them across the line. Part of that was the Stododo 1v3, and they might need some more Stododo heroics here on the AWP because that space, the fact that Force are getting away with this here, they're being able to scale so quickly in towards these sites and just take these fights. It's very stifling, but you mentioned B spawns in the previous round. This time there's 4 players with a good B spawn, just Norvi over towards that mid position. Jerry is currently looking away from B, which could be quite telling in which way this one is going to end. 15 seconds left of freeze time. The timeout has come to its close, and what's the chop and change going to be right here? It's only a single AWP. A double orb setup might be something to pull on out within the later stages of this to try and deal with the faster plays of Force. I feel like they have to start 3 players over towards mid and B at the beginning of the rounds here, so it doesn't feel like there's any way around it.
They were using a lot of resources towards long, but I think now you just have to concede that, and maybe a read upon that from Force as they're quick out long this time, clearing out pit. They've got long control.
They made this work quite perfectly earlier against the Force fight of Saw, and there's no reason they can't do it again. So understanding how they've conditioned this, and this is very quick from Novi. He might just swing.
Yeah, he's just going to swing. Flash catches him. He's blind on the crossover, but Kenzie's not. He commits into the fight. Arky completely bamboozled and flashed away. The 2A players have fallen very quickly, and that is Saw having to save again.
Yeah, Kenzie, he's going to keep the pressure up, pushes through, does some damage, already calls the save. The nade's not bad, it's the weapon mid doors. Can't get anything lethal onto Muterus here. He's going to try and stay alive, but the hunt is on.
Yeah, they're trying to take everything away from Saw, but luckily they fend off that mid approach. And so Saw trying to just get onto that B side of the map. Forwards starting to build some money now as well, because these last rounds have been very, very clean.
Surprising to not see them go for the hunt here, even with any members, right? Kenzie was aggressive. He wanted to try and take the rifles away, but it feels like the rest of Fours have been leashed in this one. Everybody has a fair amount of residual cash here. They're just trying to play the long game right now, Fours. Bomb will go off. Round win bonus is going to go tidily into those bank accounts. And on the other side of things, Saw, if they keep retaining 3 players like this, they can keep recycling guns across. So Muterus has enough to drop 1. You get enough for Arky to go for a buy as well. So there's plenty of cash to have a full buy again here from Saw. They can remain threatening, but the round count now becoming an issue. However, map number 1, the score was 8-2. I think the half ended 8-7. So there's still a chance for Saw to turn this one around.
It's going to take quite a bit here on the CT side. You see the mood in the camp over there for Force looks much more light and jolly at the moment. Sorte having a good chuckle towards the end of that round, but it's focus up as you move into the next. Sorte, he knows his task comes early in the round. He looks down to the mid doors. Nades go out through tunnels. Kenzie throws it deep. Towards to Dodo. Alerts them to a possible aggressive play through that lower tunnel. And the boost assembled here for Force to clear up short. Now Stododo with Incendiary down. Forces back Jerry. Try to apply some pressure through his mid doors again. Done the hinge smoke, and that allows Kinsey up towards short.
If they go for a short execute right now, this is brilliant from Force. There's no AWP on the other side of things to deal with this whatsoever. Right, if they just go, they drop the avant-garde smokes, the bridge smoke with the elevator smokes, uses the one-way, execute and go. It would be a fantastic call considering the buy on the other side of the server.
It would take a monumental hold out of Stododo and Mutrus. It is going to be good, just onto one player. Kenzie takes the brunt of it. Stododo is preoccupied with mid because they realize that's an opening now, but they have to focus on the short play coming up. Roman's found the first. Just gets traded out elsewhere, and Mutrus is still holding from the site itself. Hasn't been mullied out, hasn't been pressured by utility. There is a B fight going forward, and Northeast won that, so now they can call to go back into the B side of things, and Mutrus was just waiting for the fight to come his way, but Jerry's holding, and the rotation not going to be stopped immediately here, and that bomb hasn't got across to the site, so if Arky can take down Kenzie, there is an opening back here. They haven't checked him, they go unevaded, and Kenzie's got one, he locks them down. Two for Kent, he just doesn't get checked. It's three. Absolutely perfect. Oh, that is heartbreaking there for Saul. There was a chance right up until the final moments.
They just pulled that rotation. That was perfect. And the bomb was even committed behind the one-way smoke at a juncture of that round and then still pivots all the way back. I thought they were fully selling this one here for us, but beautiful stuff from Kenzie, just biding his time. Not ready for this in the third there as he swings out wide onto Muterus. Great stuff from Fours here. Back to that 8-2 type of a lead. And whilst Stododo will bring out the AWP right now, they need that in play. And taking a fight.
Close though.
Yeah, it's going to signal the fact that that buy is back on in here. So even though they obliterated the forces, Source still have something threatening. But if Fours win this one, they're going to run away with this half.
Stododo sends the flash into Xbox so he can reposition and jump across, but still gets tagged on the way over. 8-2. See if that comeback happens here for Sort. Feeling much more unlikely at the moment.
Look how much map control Fours have, and they haven't used a single smoke yet. It's kind of crazy, right? You normally see teams drop a hinge smoke or an Xbox smoke, or they'll throw a lurk smoke B.
They've been getting a lot of control just with straight up fights as well. Like, just shots forcing their back, sheer manipulation of the bullets in the rifles. And they've now got short control. They have all the smokes available to them, Chad, to figure out what they want to do in the late round.
And if they wanted to go for that execute again, sure, Stododo has the AWP out, but that's really about it, right? They've already limped through most of their utility here. They're opting to just walk out middle. The smoke's on the fly and go. Nothing set to telegraph this. Jerry's found Stododo. The orb's gone. The orb is gone.
Forced into the fight. Just one, and it's all cleaned up. Yeah, absolutely done here. 4 is 9 rounds, unless Arky somehow pulls off the miracle. Needed a second. It won't get it. So now just left in a 1 versus 3. 25 seconds. Bomb quickly making its way over towards A.
Fours are really annoying, aren't they? They still have a player in upper dark.
They're irritating, right? You can never rotate. They haven't been able to rotate fully away from that B side. No. There's always a player in the tunnels.
And it shows you just how much of a threat each of these individuals are, right? Because if Fours don't think they have to do it as a pack, that's nice from Justin. You also did a bit of damage onto Jerry, but I think this is about saving. Picking up that AWP and...
Yeah, when you feel that, you know, whoa. Yep.
We'll take the nade.
Just quit now. There we go. He's away. Back into the tunnels.
9-2 though.
Yep. Now it feels
like an inferno.
Yeah, but it's hard. It's hard to see how Saw get into this now because the CT sides were the better sides. No doubt about that, right? On the T side, it felt they were trying to figure out. Okay, we get a few rounds, maybe quick plays, catching them off here. Maybe we claw our way through to a few extra rounds, but the majority of our work will be done on the CT side of things. And you don't have many rounds now available to make a CT half out of this.
It feels very infrequent when Saw have even been in the right place to find impact, though. Like this is the issue. Whereas on Nuke, it felt like they were in the right place all the time. And when they weren't, Arky just killed everybody. So this moment is going to be the third timeout again called in the first half by Saw. Just trying to salvage whatever they can. Look, 6 is still available. 4 consecutive to close out the half would be a dream right now. They would bite off your hand to get that beautiful work, Jerry, there on the one-way. But there's been so much misdirection as well. Like, think about the round where they took long, they smoke CT spawn, and then they just pop and flash long and take, right? Like, you don't know what the smokes mean right now if you saw. You're having a really hard time getting a read on it.
It feels like Jerry's just manipulating them exactly how he wants. He's got, like, the little Saw voodoo dolls, and he's just maneuvering them all over the place.
Well, they will have to start going more aggressive here, right? Maybe some pushes in towards upper tunnels early. They have a lot of MP9s. 4 MP9s and an AWP walk into the next round of play, round number 12.
Sounds like the start of a bad joke, Chad.
Well, into the joke is lower dark, and 2 players pushing. This is what I'm talking about, having to take the game into their hands right now, Saw.
Chalfie's going to hold in the most frustrating position because you want a fight. You want to fight early, and now he's just drawing them in.
If you want to fight, you have to come into a favorable position for Shalfie. And it's wasting time here as well for the CTs.
I just can't believe it again. Long control, not a single smoke.
It's just given to them. Just walk out, take it. And fours haven't had to use the utility, and they know that, so they aren't. They aren't using it. Oh, wow. Slow start now into this round. Fours. Finally, utility will start to be used up. Molly declare out the car. Flash going in. Saw are not even competing for long. They don't have any info as to how many players are here right now. And because of that, Fours can just drop a couple of players back. They look to try and deal with the tunnel setup. Now, there is players here. There is a player here, but dealing with him should be pretty easy. He's got an MP9. Should be traded out after one.
Exactly. Exactly that. So if he gets more than one kill here, there's a chance. But let's see how many he can profit with. They're on the cusp.
It's an angle they're very aware about. Zorte has taken down Muterus through the smoke in the meantime. But this is a battle of patience, a battle of will. And he doesn't even get a single kill. Shalfie ready for the angle. Kenzie fends off the lower tunnel. Excursion and Jerry on the other side of things. But make sure that Fours now have 5 in a row. There's been 2 bunches of 5s here for Fours. On fire once again as Saul invests to the round once more. It's AWP's out for Stododo, but what can you really get done here?
Yeah, this is bleak now. This is bleak. You're feeling Dust 2 going down the gurgler. Chances to compete and get this one done in 2 maps is looking done and dusted. This is an absolute masterclass by Fours. You can only sing the praises of the way that they're approaching this map. Into lower again, knowing they need to bring the fight straight to the AWPs. Already swings on out, knows he has another available here, and here's some aggression from Roman, but he flops his lines. He can't get the kill. Finally, some impact here, but it still doesn't feel like it's going to be anything to write home about.
Yeah, the fact that Shalfie gets that pick that he just takes the sting out of that. Fours start to go back to his long side. It's Norvi, who does actually have an opportunity here onto Muterus. If he catches him, it would be a 1v1 fight. Sododo even taking damage there as well. He's over on B. They're so separated. We're going to need a big step up here from Muterus. He's going to have to multi-kill. Either that or play passive, and then you try and retake. But even then, look at what they've got available. One Sindari, no kit on the back. Fours are making their way back over here. If Muterus can take out Norvi, it would make things a little more uncomfortable.
But look at the angle.
Yeah, you don't expect him to be this far up.
I really like this from Norvi here because he's not overextending, right? He's actually playing an angle that CTs would play to kill players coming up bridge. And he'll take a wider fight, but when his teammates get here, Muterus is hearing this now. If he tries to get in position, he's dead.
Norvi has absolutely got the prime position. He's going to be so fixated on long.
Look.
And so then walks into Norvi. So great play from Norvi. Round done. Fours just getting so much space across the map. It really feels like they can do whatever they want.
You wish there was a concede button right now. I don't know if you want to continue stomaching this punishment because Sora being made to look silly. This is just perfect play from Fours. How else can you say it? And Sora are aware of where they're missing out in the play, right? They're starting to go aggressive. They're starting to take the fight to Fours to hopefully be able to win out in the head-to-head. But even now, in a mid-round, an opportunity where there were trades, they still get made to look silly. So this is just really good stuff.
Yeah, whatever move Saw are making, Fours well, obviously realize what move they're going to make and are always finding the gap, always finding the hole, have always got a player on the other side of the map that is able to set up a plan B. It's great for Fours right now. 11 rounds collected, 2 left in this half. Saw absolutely need these last 2 rounds. If they don't find the second 2 rounds left to play, well, it is already looking done, but surely we can call it done.
I don't even know what you meant to say about this one here, are you? I can only keep saying it's good from Fours so many times before we run out of things to say. So let's see. So 2 rounds, give us something. More aggression.
Well, the AWP goes down into short, waits for the boost, but Fours have not even given the fight early on. Stododo realizes if he stays here too long, he is going to be overcommitted, but reads the boost this time. Opens it up on Zorte.
Yeah, finally something to work with
here.
Too. Molly's even
better.
better.
4 HP. Somehow Kenzie stays up. It's the AWP. Good start here. Stododo at least gives Saul the advantage. If they pick up 4 rounds, still very difficult, of course.
Still extremely difficult, yeah. Like, it has been more than one-way traffic right now. It's been a one-way street, and I think Sora got a ticket for going the wrong way. Stododo has found the opener, but still, look what they have, right? They've actually only taken a half investment here so they can get a full buy into the next round, just to see if they can walk away with at least 3. So the AWP is posted up. We've seen this before. The util limped out in waves. Oh, that one's missed. It's Mark. Hasn't made it over the cusp of the curb.
I think they'll realize that when they go around the corner.
But they are going to do the second wall again, right? We've seen this. This is what they did against the anti-eco, and it's almost a similar buy to that anti-eco. It's just an AWP instead of...
Good flash. It's going to peel away Stododo. They're not going for the smokes instead, and they're just walking up long. Stododo has to drop a smoke, a defensive smoke in front of him, and has to play back further into the site. Stododo would love to get another opportunity here to just take two for Saul in the defense. Jerry now goes swinging in towards CT spawn. Smoke comes in just after, so it severs off any chance for a refrag to come in, and Four is getting the pick. Shalfie locking the headshot in.
Oh, tagged him.
Stododo has tagged him, but he's tagged a couple of times now, and just not getting the follow-up kill. He does so much damage in the round, but not enough done, and now Mutros has to spring into action. The Deagle's found two already. He's doubled up with his teammate at short, and Shalfie begins to look up, trying to figure out if he can find it, and now trying to pull them down with a rifle. Oh, Muterus, his Deagle is mutilating them as they cross on by. Kenzie's on 4 HP. He's trying, he's fighting, but the time it's ticking. And Muterus has got the kit on his back, but has to deal with the AWP now at range. Kenzie's just biding his time, running the clock down. The fuse now short, and the shot from Muterus gets to it. He's going to hold that through here for the defuse, and he'll have it no problem. A round picked up for Saw. There's now 3 on the board. That is a lovely round for Muterus, a 4K.
Yeah, and that's all going to start off with Stododo's opening there towards lower dark. So they actually make that one work. And you can see Shalfie there down towards CT spawn. Didn't know where both of the players were coming from. So that indecision gets him very flustered in the piece. We'll get these Deagle highlights on the way back. And there's the 2. Make that 3. And then here with the scout at range into the head of Kenzie right there. Beautiful shot. Maybe a little bit of overkill with that 4 HP remaining. But all in all, a round back for Saw here. And we said 4 would be something. It would be a start, at least of a conversation. Their time out towards long, smoke and go. They're popping through. Norvi fast. Arky push back. He's in a lot of trouble here.
They're out towards long. Commitment forward. Norvi. Car cleared. Flash gets caught right in his face, and a little boost up to apply more pressure to the site. For Saw. Oh, they're looking the wrong way, and Norvi unleashed, catapulted into the site. Missed shot from Stododo. Very lucky to still be alive, and also his teammates are fragging out. Bomb is loose towards long, but Sorte, Shalfie looking to get 12 rounds here for Four. At this half, and they pulled those kills back. Shalfie with a rifle, Sorte with a piece of utility, and just into the 1v2. His teammate's gone, and he has been pretty quiet so far in this half. 5 kills to his name as he now runs up through middle. Around the backside of long, he might get the wrap on them, but Shalfie not considering that play.
This is a well-timed play here. How long does Shalfie stay in this position?
He seems to be holding it right up until the point where they rounded around the corner and just goes down to the headshot. Shalfie with 12-3 locked in for Fours. You can hear them getting loud. They know this is a different map. It's their comfort ground. They lost Nuke, yes, but Dust 2 is a map they've just manipulated to perfection in that first half.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. Just one more, well, not one more half to get us to the third map, and not a lot of rounds required for that. Inferno is the third if we do need it.
I think that face says it all here for Saw. Just dumbfounded, really. Nothing done in the first half. And you do think about this opportunity. Just realize how much this means. An opportunity to go to the major, and 2 teams in front of you right now that are very comparable in that respect, but Fours are looking to battle back and take a map away. And we would go 1-1 and bring it all down to Inferno to decide who is going to the major.
It's only fitting. I think if the Counter-Strike gods are going to smile down on both of these teams to at least give them this opportunity, let's have it on Inferno. Let's see who can get it done and across the line here. They're pushing. They want to take the fight here. Force, they smell blood.
Saw haven't been able to pick up a pistol. They have to do it now. Sorte dropping back. Some pressure applied here for Saw. Oh, Muterus to the headshot. Now the USB down loose. He can pick that up and add that to his tally as they move forward into the site. Kenzie has to hide from sight. Headshots picked up. Oh, as clean as you like. Decapitation of 2 and out towards long. It's rolling out the guillotine. Arky, a revolution perhaps as he continues to walk his way into the site. Jerry and Shalfie, they are playing with one another. Shalfie will take the initial attention, allow Jerry to swing on up. Like a whack-a-mole that fights back. It's Jerry. He takes the head. Norvi closes out in the flanking. Started strong for Saw. Had a bit of bite to it, but Fours just close it.
Team effort here. They're getting this one done as an absolute unit right now, our Fours, and now they're going to be screaming their way as they just fly towards this finish line. smashing Saw down in this one and setting us up for Inferno. Now all the confidence, the wind beneath the wings for Saw that they managed to scrape through map number 1. One more map, boys, let's do it. Well, now they've had a close affair on their map choice and are being absolutely destroyed here on Forza. So this is not the way you want to go into a third map decider here. A couple of rounds, a couple of shots even. Because right now Forza are looking hot and it's a team effort. You've got multiple members on 12 and 13 kills. It's Zorti, the AWPer, who hasn't had to do a whole lot here. Hasn't needed to have that toe-to-toe with Stododo by any means. They've just been getting it done by fantastic calling, outplaying Saw across the board. The Portuguese side left scratching their head here. And, well, they're taking their time in this one. When they took an eco like this over there on Nuke, Force just pushed them. They just went hyper-aggressive here. Deagles will swing out. Zorti more than happy to take that fight. Muterus is good on the pistols, though. He gets one and done. Kenzie has been looking good. He's going to pick up another multi here.
Kenzie having a good time. Shalfie now running up, let off the leash. 14 now for Force and 2 away from securing a map in the series. So I think will be, I guess, the silver lining, the positive here is they haven't had to expend much energy. So hopefully going into Inferno, lack of rounds played, we'll keep them focused up. But yeah, I think it's going to be frustrating. No matter what, you get battered like this, Chad, you never come out of it feeling amazing, right? So it's just about the experience of the team. Obviously, they've probably been here many, many times.
There's two ways to look at a loss like this. One way is it's quick, so you can conserve energy, right? You're like, okay, we lost 16-2, we got handily beaten, it's all good. Let's now get onto the side of the more of the middle ground. If you lose like a 16-14 and you just put in so much energy, getting fired up, maybe even an overtime game, and then you lose, you're like, man, we could have had that, and those rounds are swirling in your head. Here they haven't even had opportunities. It's not like they've even had chances in a lot of these rounds, so they have just been getting owned. So at least there's a silver lining. At least if you can look at it from that way, if you have the mental fortitude to be able to put it in that framing, that perspective.
I think a team like Saw should, right? They're a team that have played a lot of Counter-Strike for decades. So I've been on the receiving end, I'm sure, of a lot of batterings and heartbreak, and you will know that when the best of 3, it's a long old affair. And, oh, that is frustrating. That's a little facepalm moment there for Rocky. Pulls the nade, gets pushed through the smoke. He just wondered why. Why me?
Yeah, the timing on that. He meets his maker right there. Jerry will just continue to lay down pain. A deep nade. Bang, just to lick damage to Roman here, and being forced everywhere over the map. So you can't pick and choose an easy point, because look at this. Shalfie towards spawn takes one. Stododo does trade back, but they're on to B, and there's 2 residing.
Yeah, that's a car as well. Oh, lovely shot from Roman. Now Zorte at the back of the site. He's under a good bit of pressure. He will not crack, though. Perhaps turn into a diamond as he closes, and the headshot up over the top of the backside and into the tunnel. Oh, Force, this is looking stylish now.
That's what we're talking about, right? It looks like they have an opportunity. Well, maybe that was one of the very few they've had throughout this game. And then Zorti just does that. He's had not a whole lot of need for that impact, but that Scout getting it done. Having some fun.
15-3.
Yeah, they're going to go into this couple minutes break between the maps here with all the confidence in the world. Another shot lands, and crumbling right now with Saw. Get him out of here. This is hell.
Well, they've been indomitable so far here, Force. Just a few moments away from taking map 2 of the series. Shalfie anticipating maybe some pressure on the backside.
Playing casual Dust 2 right now. He's in T-spawned at a minute 30.
Yeah, it's kind of wild, isn't it?
Another great nade. Bit more chip damage done.
Flank around.
Yeah, you're locked in.
Shalfie's in such a good position
How
here.
do you get back?
Goodbye, Just.
Thanks for coming. Yeah, just take the kill, mate. Just take the kill, buddy.
1. So there he goes down.
Yeah, you're locked in here now, aren't you?
Roman's locked in long. Mutual through middle. 1. Can't find the second as he tries. Up to Kenzie.
And now if Roman wants to go and find Shalfie, well, he's completely repositioned. So good luck. Have fun. 50 seconds left on the clock to find 4 more Force members, and that's just to extend play.
Well, the bomb doesn't really have support. Stododo's on the other side. He thinks that long, and the bomb is currently making its way to B. And yes, it is open, but they are just going to watch from the CT cross. So if you go through the tunnels, you have to worry about players being there. And now they've covered off the mid doors. Roman gets one pick. He'll try and cross over CT spawn, but he's down, he's out. 16-3. Force will take Dust 2. They will annihilate their opponents of Saw here in the second. And we're now 1-1. And this will all be decided on Inferno. One of the teams are heading to the major in this matchup. And, well, Inferno decides who it is.
Yeah, well, Nuke was close. Dust 2 was anything but. And Inferno hopefully can deliver a competitive affair between these two because we want them to work hard for this. We want to see them show us what they've got. As to qualify for that major, it's not going to get easier over there. Now, it shouldn't be too frustrated about this, but there does seem to be some conversation going on. It's all good in the hood. You got one more chance here for the Portuguese side of things for Saw to get it across the line.
Yeah, that's giving me a little bit of food for thought, I think, heading into that last map. Seeing the frustration there has affected them. Thought maybe the experience would let it slink on down, but definitely a few issues coming forward. But we have got the desk to break this one down, and it is a bit of an annihilation, so good luck, guys, breaking this one down.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we were looking for some puns in terms of a Saw, Annihilation, Guillotine, whatever, but in any case, it wasn't a good time for Saw, so luckily they have that buffer of the first map that they played, but it was more of the Forza we came to expect, I think, especially because it was our map pick, Maniac, and because of the style of the map, it allowed them to shine, but it was maybe even more convincing than we would have expected.
I was way more convincing.
Okay.
When I sold the story that Dust 2 fits Forza's playstyle, it's a good map for them, we should see a reaction, I had no idea we were going to see this. It's not pretend. I didn't think they would completely outclass Saw in every single department of the game. Skill, strategy, placement, decision, clutches, pistols, every single thing. That was
opening duels as well.
Duels.
Also one. Even though Saw had some of them on the CT side, it didn't really convert any. Practically, the 2 rounds early on, they did the same as on a Nuke. They used 3 timeouts and like 9 rounds. This time didn't really help much.
They needed probably 8 timeouts this time around.
I mean, yeah, maybe that could. Maybe they needed more rounds. Maybe if we played 60 rounds, they could have came back. But it was just a stomp. It was.
I think mathematically they always lose, even if we push that to 100 rounds.
You think so?
They still lose, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I think so. But they're also the older team, so I don't think it suits them to play more rounds.
They get old.
Yeah, we're going to mention it now. Okay, there was an interview that Arki did with HLTV, and he said that they didn't bootcamp because it would make them tired. And of course, we laughed about that because we're old as well. And now they're going to a 3rd map. But hey, it's not true. Of course, they're going to be in top form as well going into Inferno next. But about this one specifically, about their CT side, they couldn't figure it out, it seemed like, because Forza kept hitting that B side, also got openings through mid. Prof, were you disappointed in the fact that Saw couldn't really workshop that CT side?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like some of these B splits as well, just coming in so easily. None of the trades coming in. I don't know. I was kind of look at this round as well. B side was also hit pretty hard. Even the direct hits, the lurkouts on B, everything was kind of falling apart. And I mean, they didn't need to go A that much.
No,
but even when they did, that also worked out well. So it's just one of those games.
That was a dream come true. If you're Jerry and you're at the helm of that performance, suddenly you feel like you can do whatever you want. You can play the B side straight from the get-go. First intention is going to work. You can play a B split, it's going to work again. And then you can just fake it out a little bit, maybe a bit of cat prisons, maybe take long. But you know eventually you're going to have that one duel when you go back to B and you can win it. That's a dream come true for any IGL.
It's weird even like some of the Dust 2s when you see a T-side dominant performance, it's like, oh, you hit the site and then it's a 3v3 and the CT is like, oh, we can't retake this and they save. But this was just like a complete annihilation. The B splits coming in, everyone just dies. Then they push A, they get the lurk, every round everyone was dying. So that also didn't help.
If we had to pick one round to kind of exemplify what we saw in this game, it was round 12. It was kind of a mess, and it was just really an example of nothing really going right necessarily for Saw.
You're correct. I mean, Forza could do no wrong. In that very specific round, just had a beautiful position. He was close by with the MP9 into tunnel. He even had a teammate with him in stairs. This is Saw having exactly the setup they needed. Forza did a little bit of a long pressure, and then they decided to double back into tunnel, but the defense was here. They had the crossfire, they had all they needed, and still it falls down like a house of cards. If you're not winning that round, you're not winning the map. It's as easy as that. They just couldn't do nothing wrong on the side of Forza.
Adaptation from Saw, and then Forza just being completely ready for it. Shelfie didn't go into the tunnels to default. He defaulted outside.
Yeah, I think he heard them step in.
Yeah, didn't fall there, and just it just worked out perfectly.
We're going to go into the third map in just a little bit. I do like following kind of the story of the Forza players, and especially the younger ones. We saw the interview with Jerry also before the last break, where he talked about, okay, I still have a little bit more work to do with these guys because they're learning. And I feel like Shelfie is one of the players in which you've seen that the most. Yesterday versus OG, in some crucial moments, the decision-making wasn't necessarily on point, right? He was a little bit lost, but you see him then in the next round, he picks that up again. And I think that's kind of an exciting thing to look forward to for Force, kind of the ceiling that these players can get. In comparison to Forsaw, you could say, hey, they've been playing for 10 years, right? What else are we going to get out of them?
Yeah, it also does help when you have a game like this where everything's going right and you don't get into that 14-14, 14-13 that we had on a Nuke where the pressure is super high. And then you feel like, oh my God, is this a decision that's going to throw the round and throw the game? When everything's going like super fine, then you just run around and it's Dust 2, you hit some headshots and it's all amazing. You listen to the IGL, you all communicate, you know, there's no stress. That's amazing. So that's maybe an angle to look forward to on Inferno Decider. Do we get a close map? And then in those rounds, how do these young players act?
And we have to keep an eye on the beginning of the map, because it's been twice now that Forza have great starts into games. Very great starts. They hit the ground running, they catch so off guard, they push them in a very economical back foot, if I can say. On Nuke, we saw the resilience coming out of the Portuguese team being able to call it back or put it back together. On Dust 2, they never were activated. So if you're Saw, you cannot afford once again to start in a 2-7, 2-8, 2-9 scoreline using 3 timeouts in the first 9 to 10 rounds. They've done that twice in a row, which is a rare occurrence in Counter-Strike. It also depicts a very dire situation for them.
Yeah, statistically, Forza is the best map. Inferno coming up 85% win rate, but also the teams that they played aren't even like the top 30 teams that you expect them to face most of the time. It's just like the tier 3 of Europe, essentially. And I see Forsaw maybe a higher caliber opposition, playing teams like Skade, who are there, a team that could have potentially be here at the RMR, definitely. So yeah, it's definitely a good map for both sides.
Yeah, and it's also a very different map than Dust 2, right? If we are trying to paint like the DNA of Force's playstyle on Dust 2, it's very fast, it's got a nice pace to it, they surprise people, they take a lot of control early on. If you're Inferno, there's not a lot of possibilities. I mean, you can technically, you know, invest a lot into the banana fight if you want to. There is a little bit of a top mid smoke you could cross, but overall, it's more of a nice and easy map where you counter smokes, you figure out a solution, a bit more in the Nuke vibe than it is Dust 2.
Oh yeah, does that then favor maybe of course the IGLs that will be able to step up? Obviously in that last one, then I'm thinking, hey Jerry, if this is your time, you can really take it for him, going back to a major and taking his youngsters with him.
Yeah, definitely, since this is the opportunity to do it. We said it in the pre-show, saying it again now, like you win this, you're on to the major, everything's done. If you lose, you're still in the tournament, but a lot of good teams are still there. The Navis, the Phases, Vitalities, right? That you want to avoid. If you can, you want to avoid that.
Yeah, absolutely. And just psychologically speaking, if we take a minute, a 2-1 game is very different from a 2-2 game. Right, because if you have to play that horrible, infamous 5th game, you know it's all or nothing. You know, every single mistake you're gonna do might cost you the major. You miss a shot from behind, you miss a clutch, and you will keep that memory forever. In a 2-1, not that there isn't much on the line, that's not what I'm saying, but you have that safety net. It's a 2-1 game. You know, worst case scenario, come on guys, it's okay. This is different in a 2-2 game, and you might have a very, very big shark to fight in that 5th game.
Yeah, we had our predictions before this, right?
Damn it.
Yeah,
Right.
I believe we got 2 Saw predictions. The rooting for the underdog. Are we changing it?
Nah, let's just
it.
take it. No reason to flip flop. I think
Respect it.
Inferno is a map that just looking at the two teams, both kind of relying more on the rifling than the opping, which is interesting. Zorti maybe using the op more, but not finding much more impact than Sadodo did. And Sadodo, we saw on the CT side of Nuke, just practically rifled the whole half, and that's going to be helpful with that like kind of versatility that he has.
I'll stick with Saw as well. The experience, it's a 3rd map, it's Inferno, it's a closed map as well. I'm taking 20 milligram of copium right here.
Yeah.
On air. Here we go.
Mathieu, we know you love a good underdog. You're a Vitality fan after all, so
That
let's
is
see
so
what
mean.
happens.
We'll talk about that in about
We
2
will.
hours.
But for now, we're going to take a look at some fun content before we get into that decider.
We're here at the PGL EU RMR, and I am joined by Tessis and Stown of Heroic. And today we're going to see how well they know each other. Let's get into this. All right, I'll start with Stown. You're going to be answering questions about Tessis. So, first one. What is Tessis's favorite spot to play?
Okay, I need to think a second about this one. A overpass.
A overpass?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, nice. One on the board right there. What is Tessis's favorite weapon?
AK-47.
For sure. Does Tessis believe in ghosts?
Yes, he does. He does believe in ghosts. You can't say no to that.
I don't know about it. I actually don't know. I haven't. I'm really scared about it. I kind of believe it. It's a possibility, yes. Yeah, so I kind of believe it.
Okay. I think, yeah. Then if you're scared of it, you have to believe in it a little bit. Yeah, I think so. All right. Next question. Does he prefer to travel by car, train, or plane the most?
Actually, I think it's plane. I've been hearing him say sometimes after we have been on a plane. Oh man, it was such a nice trip on the plane. I feel so. It's like meditating, and it's just so quiet, and I like the noise in the plane.
Yeah, it's very true, but it's because the noise the plane makes is like kind of a white noise in my ears, and I can fall asleep so easily. It doesn't matter where I'm sitting in the middle or by the window or something.
I felt like you were laughing because he was trolling, but no, it's actually. Oh, it's true. Okay. Next one is what is Testis' favorite buy for a half buy round?
A half buy round?
Half buy. What's his favorite purchase?
I think it must be Deagle, small armor, maybe a little smoke or nade for some utility damage.
I would say like the funniest gun to play with is Deagle, but in the new meta it's 5.7. I must say that. Yeah. It's 5.7 for me.
Really good from you, Stown. And now for Testis, we'll start with the questions for Stown. What is Stown's favorite map?
It's freaking impossible to say. He likes everything. What do you like? It's impossible. Is it Inferno? I'm gonna say Inferno.
I mean, I'm getting asked this question a lot, and I actually feel like it's hard to answer because I won't really say that a favorite one, but like Inferno is one of them. So I would give him at least a half a point, maybe 1 point.
Actually, the fact that he knew that you didn't really have a favorite is pretty good. I think that's the point right there, I'd say. Yeah. Okay. All right. Next question. Does Stown prefer beer or wine or liquor more?
He's a wine guy. Actually, when he goes out to taste wine, he's an expert, or at least trying to be an expert, and he enjoys his good wine. So, yeah.
So it was beer or wine?
Beer wine is one category, and then liquor.
Yeah, for sure, beer and wine. Yeah.
Does he watch anime?
No.
Anime. No, I don't. I don't.
All right. Nice. Does he have a driver's license?
No.
I do not.
Okay, simple. And last one, is Stown a city or a country person?
I think he likes his walks to be out in the forest and some very peaceful things. And also he likes to party a little, hang out with his friends and stuff. So it's like a mix. It's like not a really big town like Copenhagen, for example, but like half big one city. So I wouldn't know what to call it. It's kind of a city.
Like a suburb, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I think he's pretty spot on.
Okay, all right. Then we'll give him it for that one. All right, that is another episode, guys, of Getting to Know Your Teammates with Stown and Testis. You guys both did excellent. Thanks for coming on, guys. Really appreciate it. All right, that's it. That's us here from the PGL EU RMR. Thanks for joining.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
It all comes down to Inferno, a major spot on the line between these two sides who are very, very fortunate to be in this position. Fours versus Saw. We didn't think we would ever be at this point in the competition, Chad. One of these teams is making their way through, but it is now a real difficult uphill battle for Saw mentally as they just got absolutely battered around on Dust 2.
Yeah, the perfect storm of results to see these two teams going toe-to-toe for one of those coveted spots, but you're right. I think this is now going to need to sort of pick themselves up, right? Dust themselves off. Sure, you lost the opponent's map choice here, but it doesn't matter. It's now come down to Inferno. 16 more rounds for either side to pick this one up, and it's going to be a bunch of new faces making their major debuts with a victory here today. Jerry, the only one of this Force team who's been there before, and on the other side of things, wow, the old boys of Saw are hoping after such a long time to be able to pick it up and get themselves to that PGL Antwerp major. But Inferno is where Force gets to start on the CT side. It's going to be difficult to crack this nut.
Yeah, with the odds on your screen, certainly think Fours will be taking this spot. I think I would have to side with them, Chad. I think coming into this, Fours, especially after a map like that, the nerves hopefully have settled in a little bit, but they look better individually speaking. You know, you look at Nuke, it took Arky having some massive standout performances and clutches and big holds towards ramp. It feels like Fours across the board just have a bit more about them.
Yeah, Force didn't look as complete as a team on Nuke as they did on Dust 2, and then I guess you could say the same thing about Saw when they were on the receiving end of that absolute battering. Just the T-side calling from Jerry could get away with quite anything that he wanted to call. He had the Midas touch right there, so beautiful stuff and beautiful calling. But as we move on into this, I was taking a little bit of a look. I think it's a 5-map winning streak on Inferno for Force coming into this. So they're going to have some confidence to try and close things out here. They're ready and raring, and the fist bumps come in. Yeah, it is 5 consecutive wins, and a couple of those wins came as the online qualifiers to be able to get them here to the RMRs. The closest matches they've had in recent history is 16-14 against WinX and Nexus, but the rest of their Inferno streak here of that 5 I was mentioning, well, single-digit batterings. Different level of opponent, but let's see how this one goes.
Look, mid-plate for Zorte. Saw have struggled in the pistol rounds. Zorte hops
They'd love
across.
a pistol, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they need one. They need one. 3 maps in play now. Stododo charging up through mid. If we get off to a pistol start here for Saw, who knows where this one might go. The wrap around long. Zorte realizes that. Oh, straight away to the headshot of one, and Zorte decapitates the second. Finally, Mueller is getting back in here for Saw, but the damage has already been done. Shalfie also following up upon it, and they just all topple. The pistol, it goes like this again. The bomb plant, oh, it does go down. Gets stolen away, so a bomb plant into the next, that's good enough, right? That gets you the force buy. And we know Saw partially a nice little force buy.
You say good enough, yeah, I suppose. If you can't win the pistol, at least you got the bomb down. 1 kill out of all of that. You can tell that Fours definitely do their pistol headshot only DM, right? How crispy are they? They don't spam, they don't panic, they just hit their head time and time again, even plucking them out of the sky. So great stuff there as Fours continue the winning ways as we edge ever closer to one of these teams.
Yeah, getting the CT start, it feels good for Fours, I think, on this last map. You're going to have to deal with this force buy. Now, Saw have shown us before, if you remember back to Nuke, they had a force buy immediately, coming right back into things. So we'll see if they can do that again here. Norvi sending in the deep molly. Follow up from Utility coming in, and he has been spotted. Stododo, oh, he's gone into the smoker cart. Undetected so far. They might be able to rattle away for a couple of kills here. They're spamming down. They're considering it, but now he's nipping at the heels, chasing them back further and further, but able to come away with the opening kill.
Good space. Nothing really going either way here, and both teams will relent, right? So for Fours, I don't think they want to walk back out into the thick of this. So Stododo's aggressive maneuver is going to get them the territory they so desire, and they've been able to retain 2 smokes during all of this. With the banana control, they might just want to set on up and go for an execute in towards B. You got Norway here with a smoke of his own and a flash, and well, just Jerry with the MP9. Smoke's going to land, and that is still above the 1 minute mark. There's no rush. They're going through, though.
They are just charging in. Stododo making his way forward with a MAC-10 on his back. Norby coming back in with a FAMAS, trading out blow for blow. Smoke goes down to CT again and covers them off. Saw put the bomb down. That play forward, though, catches out just. And now the kill back elsewhere. Zorte. And now suddenly it's just Arky left, but he has had a couple of big ones so far in this match. He's got to do it again. They're taking the time for us. Just waiting for the overextension, waiting for Arky to give them a sign of where he is. Now the utility comes in. Arky still stands towards Banana. Yet to peek around the corner. Here's the steps to draw wide. And oh, Sorte and Kenzie turn to work in tandem.
I wasn't even planted for him here. You can see this. Yeah, I think that's why he frustratedly gestured through the wall as well, right? Even if he was able to try and contend, they could have just sat the defuse. I know it was a 10-seconder right there, but Fours, they walk away. They retain those rifles. And a nice little attempt there from Saul. They do get the bomb down again, and surprisingly, buying back in. Look at this. Romans into a Galil, the same for Just. A MAC-10 out here for Stododo, a Deagle for Arky, and Muterus is even going to get the AK through. So still a pretty potent-looking buy, but because 3 rifles were retained there from Fours, they can drop a couple across and they can rock 5 M4s into this next round of play. Looking very strong for both teams into round number 3 here. An early mid-smoke limped on forward. That's going to deny any early vision. You can see that one just scuttling forward to smoke off the top of mid. And Flash Zordy's not going to see anything whatsoever. He's denied that early information. And they're actually going to quickly gear on up. Behind their own smoke here, Dinko, they're going to set up for an A set piece.
Flash is at the ready. Call to go now. Flash goes around. Charging now down to Shelford, who has to try and hold it. He'll get one, but that's not really enough to stop this onslaught of Saw players who continue to barrel their way forward, trundling into the site. Sorte takes up position at the back corner because they know Jerry's quickly on the flank behind. Actually very rapid. He has a second teammate there too, so Saw have no fallback plan. And realize they're committed into this one. Stododo with a MAC-10. Headshot onto Kenzie and Sorte. Well, tasked with dealing with the back of the side play, and Saw finding kills. Norby now the last player left into this. And 1v3 in total as he starts his maneuver via middle and ends it via short. Muterus to the headshot in a round picked up for Saw.
Crazy, right? They continued forward in towards A. If they'd only known there was 2 players on the flank, they could have found the easiest path mid to B, got the bomb down and had an easier go of things there, but it doesn't matter. Saw pick it up. I cannot believe they went in for that buy, but they make it work and they force Fours to stomach a bit of a rougher scenario right here. An AWP out for Zordy. We'll need to find some impact with that. An M4 for Shalfie, and the rest are going to be into lighter purchases, MP9 and pistols alongside of this. Now, when you have an AWP out in a round like this on Inferno, you want to give it an opportunity to find you a pick or two. See how much Zordy can get away with here, and the shot rings past the head. They know now what they're up against, so the Portuguese side, they might react quickly. An AWP towards mid, well, Top Banana control taken and pushed on back. Any of the CTs willing and ready to fight. Smoke immediately dropped towards CT. They're making them expend all this utility very, very early here. Great stuff from Saw applying this pressure. They're just creeping in. There's a gap in the smoke. There's a big gap in the smoke.
They're just going to walk it. They continue to move forward. Jerry sent through. Usually those kind of plays work out for Jerry, but this time Stododo and Just take them out.
Zordy needs to get out, and now.
He just needs to get that AWP away from danger.
Run, Forrest, run.
He's out of that and doesn't stop. Arky's on the other side of the map, but given that he has got one of the premium rifles, don't have a lot of resources here for Saw.
Well, they do know that there's an AWP in play, so it's a question for Saw. Do we want to hunt? Do we want to try and take these away? You wouldn't mind sending Stododo out there to find you some information. He has 14 points of health and only a MAC-10, so if you wanted to send somebody forward for a hunt, he would be the man. You can see Arky now coming up through the boiler position, clearing out close holes, making sure that, well, it's most likely going to be the pit and site save. And tucked in towards the pit would be Kenzie. If Arky actually was to thrust himself forward and die to this, he might throw over a rifle. Thinks better of it, just throws a nade out towards Graveyard to alert them of his presence. And there it is, 2-2. That AWP saved again, so still going to be a threat right now, and Saw know it. Saw know it.
Well, they're competing early on the T side. A problem that they've maybe had a couple of times is the T side starts can be a little bit slow, and see if they can keep this up. They've had slow starts on both maps of play. Never really recovered from the slow start on Dust 2. This is the prime position to be in, really. Man, look at this buy for Fours, right? Yes, you've got the AWP saved over. You have to be aware of that. But still should have the superior weaponry to carry this one over. Stododo sent in towards Banana with a MAC-10 again. Sorte being boosted up, taking a little deep peek down in towards mid. Hasn't been able to find the chance.
And over towards Top Banana here. Norvi needs to be very, very careful about this one. If he goes on down, the bomb site will follow with him. That rotation point of Jerry was flirting with the idea of coming over. But in a situation like this for Fours, when you don't have all the goodies you require, you're going to hedge your bets, right? You're going to take a gamble. You're going to take a stack towards one of the 2 sites. And they've opted to stack over towards A. There's a front site smoke thrown over towards B. They'll deny vision, but there's nobody over towards Coffins or backside to even have to worry about that. And it's just Norvi calling this out. Boys, they're throwing some Mewtwo. I can't tell you what's behind it. And this is where it comes down to Jerry. Does he call the troops off, or do they sit? Do they wait? Do they gamble? Well, Shalfie's been pulled across, so mission accomplished here for Saw. They're able to pull the rotation, even though it's unknowingly.
They still have to deal with the AWP if they go back towards A. The utility is about to be sent out here for Saw. But the bomb is walking its way up Banana. The utility drops on the A site. Zorte's looking for it, and they are going to try and get into the mid to B. Shalfie, 1 for 1. That's perfect here for Saw. You take out the rifle. You figure out where it is as well.
This should be the round, really, shouldn't it? Unless they come back to A. Hold up a second. The bomb's coming back. The bomb's coming back. This is the wrong call. They're coming into the stack. The AWP's still here.
And this could get a little messy. Zorte plays from pit. Jerry's rotated away, but Zorte, he is the player that needs to do everything, a player with him as well. Inside of the pit, Zorte, attention drawn towards his position. Can't do more than one, but Kenzie set up with a distraction play. 9 seconds left. Jerry's back in, and Jerry's got the double. Saw it was looking so good, but Force obliterate them on the backward play.
Doubted themselves. They thought B was going to be the harder of the two to clear on out, but up short they come. There's no time left. The AWP sings out. You committed. You have to fight. Kenzie, a zinger of a shot on the Deagle, and Jerry, the in-game leader, steps up. Fours bounce back. And that's a big round for them to pick up here early. Money goes both ways. Both teams can buy, but that one's going to be salt in the wound for Saw. Around they probably think they should have been converting.
Yeah, you can't afford to drop those in such a decisive match. This is the biggest match of their careers right now. You're one map away from the major, and you're dropping the ball like that. It's going to feel rough, but you can't let those frustrations seep in. We did see a few of them towards the end of Dust 2 from this man on your screen, Muterus. He's going to come through Boiler. AK sent out straight away. Long smoke up, so he's fine to move out.
Yeah, this pressure here early is good. Muterus is going to go through. He's jumping
gone
through.
Oh, he has gone right into Jerry. The battle of the leaders goes the way of Fours. And now Shalfie plays inside of the pit. Boosted up on the balcony, one player there as well. Shalfie will take initial attention, and that sets up Kenzie with the element of surprise again. Great team play here from Fours, and they're taking out everybody on Saw. But that's a frustrated play there as they charge their way through the smoke and try and force the issue.
Yeah, that was good pressure from Saw early, but throwing their bodies on the line, they were hoping to play with the rotation, right? When you have 3 players starting towards B, I think Saw noted that early. That's why Muterus is going for that play, seeing if an isolate a position over towards long, give them something to sink their teeth into as far as some early round control goes, but getting ahead of themselves, and they get absolutely cleaned on out. Beautiful round there from Fours, and now you actually compound that with that lighter buy win, with that saved AWP and M4 win, and what that means is an eco from Saw, and we've seen them in these situations before, just sit back, wait on out. But imagine if Fours keep everybody alive here. You know, if they keep 4, maybe 5 players alive in this situation, the bank will be starting to swell just by virtue of the type of rounds that they've been winning.
And let us just reiterate the point of how much of a great opportunity that was for Saw just mere moments ago. When they were up against the one rifle, the AWP. If they take that round out, yes, you're going to buy probably a little bit later on, but Saw 3 or 4 rounds could be on this board already on the T side, and that can make a big difference. Now they have to play with the 2. Not going to get any closer to making a respectable half out of it in this round. Shalfie throw the incendiary down and forced him further back away from it.
Fight, doesn't he?
The bloodthirsty berserkers on B might just get himself a chance. It is just the one of Norvi.
Mid's clear, and Norvi was flashed back, so hightailing the rotation will be Jerry, understanding that there is pressure applied right now. It's the one flash of Stododo. If they can get in here and plant, they'll be very happy with that, but as they ping-pong back across the map here, trying to reroute now up towards top mid, they've drawn out a little bit more util. They're hoping that they're toying with these rotations. Now, they've tried to come up through this short position a couple of times, and they've been going into the blender. Kenzie up towards the balcony, Shalfie over towards the site position, and long, the AWP of Zordy will miss. Then through mid to B, hold up a second.
Oh, Jerry, he needs to stand strong. They're going to try and fight out long. Arky's hit the shot. Now Kenzie in the back of the pit trying to test with this one. He's taken himself 2 lives. With the distraction set up, Jerry swings out from arches. And recovered, yes, but got a little scary, that.
Yeah, definitely scary. Look at Kenzie, dinked on down at range to 19 points of health. They need to thank their lucky stars that Kenzie stepped up with 2 big kills, because that one really could have gotten out of control, and it was such a light investment there. So Saw almost make a lot with a little. They will be finding themselves into a tactical timeout just to discuss proceedings and how they want to follow forward for the remainder of these next few. Saw like taking a lot of timeouts. We've seen it over all of the maps so far here. Lots of timeouts called within the first half of play. They want to establish themselves up with a good bed of rounds. This buy isn't even great here either. It's not perfect, right? They have to get out of Galil and Muterus so that he can get util. Just only has a smoke and a HE. Arky's lacking a piece of util as well. So they don't have everything they so desire, but it is their best bet in a while. I think that damage they just had with the Deagle and the Glocks right there is actually huge because it's not going to allow Forza's economy to swell. They're not going to be having that cash flush at this moment.
And that was the point you brought up at the start of the round. Imagine if Forwards keep everybody up. So luckily for Saw, they get a few picks on the way out the door of that round. Shalfie crosses into Boiler. Gets up into the apartments. Norby plays the Sandbox. Utility stacks upon him. That's a great way to dump out the first player.
They just want to go for a B-exec here. We've seen them go for this before, right? And oh my god, Shalfie, this aggressive position. Aki's not going to clear. That's a freebie. Drawn back 4v4. Where do they go? They're trying to pipe their way up mid.
Well, they have to take some time thinking about this push forward. And obviously, you think the most likely play is he's dropped back from that. It's exactly what he's done here, but...
They're going to come through this. They have to. They have to come through this. Yeah, they're gambling that it's going to be B. They've gambled incorrectly here.
Oh, it's a big gamble as well. Shalfie's about to peek long and see everybody coming towards him. Oh! It's one, nearly the lineup for two. He's done damage onto them. And now Roman, he's scaling up long quickly. Smoke out to Library. Now they need to clear the site. And they're doing this with some pace behind it. So they should be able to get here before that mid-rotation comes through from Banana.
They're going to be scratching their head. They're going to be worried about another aggressive player. I know that Shalfie was the one who went forward and found that first over towards second mid. But they're going to be expecting players to come from this trajectory, right? How is there only one player on the site? Why? And did they gamble? Well, yes, they did. The bomb yet to get planted here. Look how worried they are. They're so concerned.
Yeah, they've taken a lot of time to finally put that bomb down. And once they do, look how close these Force players are. It gives them extra time for this retake attempt. Utility being set up. They know they're having to deal with him coming from short side in the balcony. But will they be able to eradicate and fend off
what a nade.
this retake in? But Kenzie tucks the nade right in the corner. That is the sweet spot. And now just has to hold. Jerry drops down into the pit to his death, but it's enough of a distraction to allow Kenzie the headshot and a round picked up for Fours on the retake.
I'm sure Jerry would give over his life for the round win there in any scenario. So the sacrificial lamb secures right now the 6 for Fours, and they're starting to pile these rounds on.
Look at the money. Look at the money for Fours right now, Chad. It's growing exponentially.
Yeah, going to have to get the rebuys in, so humbled slightly here, but this is starting to become issues for Saw. The plant is good, but you can see just how worried they were. How is there only one player on the site? Why is nobody else fighting us here at Jerry? A funny one to stomach right there, but not going to be too much of the worry as they will buy back in. Galil's Mac 10 around these AKs. Light on the util again for a few players here for Saw. Not the full buys they'll be looking for here, but they know that they can keep applying this pressure. Util up Banana. Will be holding Norby back. He cannot go for the aggressive maneuver just yet.
Norby blinded. Couple of shots now. Rattler towards his position. Roman's got some apps control very quickly. And Forwards realize that, so they've taken Banana.
It's an execute.
It's going to be a quick hit from Saw. Putting pressure on Zorte from the site. His teammates distracted. Kenzie, he's playing from back pit, but Zorte at the back of the site. Good luck dealing with that with the AWP. Now Kenzie needs to hold its one. Shalfie actually swung out to help him from the long side, but Saw into the site.
Look at this rotation again. Always heavy through Banana. Forza responding so quickly up mid. Another one low. Sudodo's low.
They weren't ready for that, and the damage is done to the pit player. Yes, a strong position, but the amount of damage done. It's going to be difficult here for Saw to hold on to. It's Dodo. Might try and play a little bit more aggressive to kill that kill back. It looked like he wanted to hop up on the bicycle, but making the right call to stay in the pit. He's got his teammate in the side. It's a slip up. They can play together. It's one for Stododo. He's drawing the attention away from Jerry. And now just into the 1v1. Jerry looks to dump him out of the round. He'll butcher him into the ground. It's going to hold for the defuse. And Jerry just throwing bodies at it time and time again with these quick plays up through middle.
No time to reload. Into the Mac 10. Gets the kill. Find himself an upgrade towards the back of the site here. And all in all, Jerry saves the day in this one. Another threatening round for Saw. But think about the pressure. Fours have got the hands around the throat. They're not giving them any space, no room to work with. And when they do have the space, they didn't even know. So this is going to be a timeout call for Fours just to talk things through, maybe just to calm it down, because these last couple have been action-packed. But a buy now and a much better one from Saw. Everybody going to be into an AK at least, an AWP out for Stododo. And when you see the AWP come out on the T side, you expect a pace change, maybe something a little bit slower. Allow the game to come to them because it's been a lot more direct. They've been going for these executes on towards the site. They've been trying to pip the gap and thread the needle. But now they might have to establish themselves into a default. Fours are looking good. Fours have had the leads early in all the maps, right? Dust 2, they carried it through. Nuke, it kind of fell by the wayside. And now here again on Inferno, a 7-2 scoreline. If they get themselves up to 8-2 again, we've been here before.
I remember just mere moments ago talking about the fact that Saw has survived. The fact that Forwards have been taking these early halves. They were 2-2, they were looking good to actually extend their own lead. And now it's fizzling out completely, and they have had opportunities. They've got into post plants, they've got into tight situations. Forwards just winning every one of them. Stododo
Under a lot of pressure with that utility. Forced out of logs and into the wider fight. Oh, good utility to force the fight into Stodota's crossout. Although, look at Norvi. He's staying to his car right now.
Very risky here.
It is risky, but it might be the perfect play. It might work out completely if they run Pi. There's no way, surely, they're anticipating him still being here because they cleared it with utility. And so Norvi has them walking by. They haven't even checked him. Norvi with one. Oh, can't spin for the second. An instantaneous reply from Roman needed, and luckily, it's picked up.
Yuta being dumped here to deny the entrance, but there's a bit of a gap. They can jump on in and over that and completely denied any vision. We shall fear as he comes away on this rotation. Coming in through spawn is Zorti. He can set this up with a flash. It could be the flash and go into pool. There's the pick.
Oh, the flash is go, but the second actually catches Shelfie. And now they know exactly where he is and puts pressure onto his shoulders. He needs it. Oh, crack! He's turned. He's got one. Nearly gets back for the second. Finally removed from the round. And look at that. Rotation hasn't come in for Kenzie.
Hold up. Stodota's going back.
They're going back.
Oh, dear. Kenzie's going to win the round right here, right now. Stodota's on his own. He's completely on his own. That's it. The bomb's down top mid. Thank you very much.
Oh, the decision-making right now for Saw. The pressure getting to them. It's leaking through into their calls, and they're running back into Kenzie. He's given another fight. It's down to Arki. Zorte has been removed, but Kenzie is just holding for the mid walk-up, and Arki's on 15 HP. Kenzie swings. Kenzie has it, and he is just laughing to himself because what the hell? They just run right back into him.
On his own as well. That was madness. There's been 2 rotations from Saw that make absolutely no sense. And look at the frustration. Look at this. Yeah, they're arguing now. This is starting to fall apart now. This is the best opportunity that the Portuguese side have to lock themselves in for the major, and they're making flubs and fumbles like this. But it's great from Fours, because in the other rounds, we were talking about it, how they're suffocating, how they're constricting, they're rotating so quick, they're not letting off the gas as far as the pressure goes. That time, they let Saw play out the round, and they made the wrong decision.
Well, I'm sure they're starting to feel like their opportunity is slipping through their fingers. They've had plenty of chances to stay competitive in this first half, and every one of them have been let slip. The pressure of this moment is massive.
3B setup here, flash and
play.
go.
Yep, flash and go in towards Top Banana.
Called it off.
There's still 3 players here though, so even if they do commit into the site, there's still significant forces to cut them down. It's going to be hard here. Zorte would love to just peel away with one pick. Flash again being set up for Jerry Zorte. He's getting aggressive at the wrong time. He could get in the midst of a battle. Zorte quick to the shot. Flash allows Norvi out for the peak. Uterus at least gets one here for Saw, but they haven't done enough.
Absolutely destroyed right there. The timing looked off. The timing looked awkward, but yet still able to go on the better end of the trades right there. A 2-on-4 situation, and guess what? Tuck and tail again. Rerouting again. Running out of ideas, running out of chances. Fours are looking good for 9.
Uterus and Arki begin their walk A, but really in their head, they don't feel like this should be a round that they find a way into. The pit occupied by Kenzie. Molotov to make his existence uncomfortable and forces him to take up a new abode. Shalfie swings out into short. Arki the victim of his rifle, and Kenzie will also follow up. So 9 rounds confirmed for Fours.
Those 2 right there, the 2 you just mentioned, Kenzie and Shalfie have been fantastic on it.
They've been great,
They've been fantastic, locking down that side of the map, not leaking, not allowing anything to come on through. And you feel like this half is already done, 9-2. A timeout taken, a conversation, sure, but what are you even going to talk about? This one is running away from Saw, and definitely frustrated. They are definitely frustrated here. Right? You have to consider how the last map went. They got blown out, and I'm sitting here going, yeah, sure, it's fine. You get blown out, you go into the third, you can recalibrate. Wasn't a close 16-14 overtime affair where you're questioning every decision? Well, now, in your last chance, you're questioning every decision. And sure, this isn't for elimination, but let's set this up. You go into the 2-2 column, there's going to be some titans of names down there to deal with.
And when you're questioning the decision, you look to Mutrus, the caller of the team, right? And we see Stodoto was looking out to his left, having that conversation. You know, after that Dust 2 performance, you see Mutrus was actually very frustrated, maybe putting the blame on some other. This is a high-pressure situation that is going to bring out that emotion in your players. You just have to find some composure here. It isn't unrecoverable. 4 rounds still loom if you can pick them up. It isn't the best of buys here, though, for Saw.
Yeah, they've finally had to take a knee, right? They've gotten away with a lot of these lower buy situations, but they've been so direct when they've gone for purchases like this. The only real bomb site that they've been able to find traction is this B side of the map here, and Jerry's holding onto his utility, this time being a little bit more stalwart in how he wants to limp this one forward. There's a nade, just a little bit ahead of the pack here, as Saul will not take any damage from that whatsoever. Molotov at the ready, and here comes the Yuto. He's going to dump that and dump it now.
Oh, Jerry sticking around. His teammates playing from the back of Nubox. Norvi is the first play to collect a kill.
Look at the rotation it's here as well. Zorte's joined the party.
This could be absolutely bone-shaking. Zorte and Jerry just shutting it down at the moment. Again, Norvi towards the back of the site. Still a player you have to find. An Archie. Oh, okay, the Deagle spins. I thought maybe on a swivel. Catches the third, but fours, they clean it up.
Yeah, I hate the feeling this one is seeming done and dusted. 10 rounds now secured for fours. Saw need to find something. Still 5 possible, right? But every round we say that, it feels like it's becoming less and less viable. The amount of kills between the bunch, 8 is the high end, and that's Archie, and he gets a couple of kills just there that don't result in a whole lot. Nobody's showing up in a big way right now for Saw. The moment to get some rounds has to be now. It's 5 AK-47s, full bags of U2, everything they need, but it's been so pacey, it's been so direct. I thought that they'd try and play out the map a little bit more like they do on Nuke, where they toy with the rotations, they take some space, but they just take more nade damage, just as dead, and another number advantage here for fours.
Oh, Zorte nearly with a maniacal laugh to take open the round on Banana, but unable to get that shot to land.
It's not like they haven't had opening kills either. I've just taken a quick look at the opening duels. They've been able to find 5 opening kills within this half. It doesn't feel that way. Jerry ahead of the smoke. Jerry ahead of the smoke very much so. Another kill.
Oh.
3 on 5 now. They just continue to peel them off one at a time. No trades available.
Just plunges into mid. Shalfie, easy pick. It's just 1 by 1. It's disjointed. It isn't a team effort right now for Saw. They're on other sides of the map, completely opposite sides, and they're just getting picked apart. I think Saw, I think right now, they're probably thinking in their head this one's done. The way this is playing out, Chad, it's not competitive whatsoever.
Well, let's give everybody at home a bit of an understanding of the teams who are going to find themselves in the 2-2 bucket, right? OG, by picking up their win against Unique, there's the round, have now put themselves in the 2-2 column. Right now, Fnatic versus Eternal Fire. Whoever wins that game will put themselves in the 2-2 column. The loser out. Over there for Na'Vi, Vitality, winner of that will be in the major. Same situation as what you see on your screens right now. Loser will find themselves in the 2-2 column. So that's either Na'Vi or Vitality in a 2-2 game. You got FaZe or Mouse. Loser of that will be in a 2-2 game. Listen to these names. Aren't they scary? And then the winner of Outsiders, Dignitas, will find themselves in that same column. None of those opponents sound anywhere near as easy as what this matchup for both of the teams was meant to be here today. And back to the pistols, back to the drawing board. Maybe back to hell. Could be another absolute blowout. 16-14 first map. Fours could have taken it. They could have taken this series in 2. 16-3 over there on Dust 2. And now an 11-2 scoreline.
And Saw, they have had plenty of opportunities. This half could look entirely different. It absolutely could have. And that's what's going to be most frustrating about this. They know in themselves they had great chances. And this perhaps the greatest of all chances for their careers so far. Flashes go through, Shalfie holds from Cubby. Another one found, and there's double up, and Jerry will help out for the third. Go out for the peak, they're just taking it 1 by 1, easy pickings. 12 rounds now for fours.
In the last 33 rounds of play, Saw have only won 5.
That's not a great stat there, Chad, is it?
No. So you put that one into perspective, right? It really shows you how rough this has been. How rough this has been. Just a completely different dialogue from map number 1. Thought this was going to be a back and forth affair, but you have to just sing the praises again of fours. They're playing some great Counter-Strike, a lot of different looks. Look at the streak of rounds. Look at that streak of rounds. 10 on the trot right here, and one of the only rounds that fours have really lost to was a lie to buy because of the forced scenario. Shalfie, he's going to bring out the AWP. Double AWP set up now. Rains into the server as they look to grab themselves a 13-2 half. 3 towards the B start again. They've just dealt with everything that's come their way. That's an opening. That's a change of the tunes. Stododo going to find Jerry. So the in-game leader has been scalped early here. Muterus is over towards the arch side. Might be looking for a bit of a gap here against Shalfie. He's tried these arch plays before. A re-smoke. Yeah, they'll just deny that pathway. You're not coming on through. And probably questioning himself at every turn now, so
Doesn't seem like they're all on the same page now. Right, with the stat you just highlighted, how could you be? There's so much indecisiveness, perhaps, what we'll see. So this is the best chance they've had in a while.
If they come back to B, it's going to bite them in the ass again. Another gamble.
Another kill there for
Oh,
Norvi.
it's too easy.
Oh,
lines them up. Muturis and just the transfer from left to right. 2 lives claimed in the split second. Kenzie at least hits the dirt.
Look, they're so quick.
Look how quick
All
it is.
3 up banana behind them. They're not going to expect this.
They did this so
Where's
much.
the other A defenders?
They're just wanting... Last time this happened, though, they were dealing with this quick mid-play, so they do turn back to face it. They have got 2 into the pit, 1 from the site. It's a strong enough post plant here for Seoul, but they haven't been able to win retakes. Every time forwards come in with this mid-play, they've been able to get back into the site. Roman, he needs to hold the site strong. He's going to play close to this box, and with a double up in pit, it's looking good now for Seoul. A 3rd round to close at the half. Zorte moves into the site alongside Shelfie. Roman, his head showing, sprays away. Now Zorte left in the clutch. They're both low. He's trying to find him. Oh, the second shot found, and now Zorte can go to the bomb. It's in the back corner. He's seen the last victim, and Stododo luckily pulls away with a mere 3rd round.
Yeah, they don't look happy about that one, do they? They're just content with getting something. A little bit of confidence there. They need to start believing right now because this game isn't done just yet. It's been an absolute masterclass again by Force. They've shown 2 fantastic maps back to back, but it's not done. The nerves can start to get to both teams here. This young, inexperienced side of Force, they can falter. It's the T side of Inferno now. But if they don't get a pistol, if they don't break this bloody streak, if Saw concede another pistol in this best of 3, surely that's the death knock. Surely that's it. Could you imagine playing an entire best of 3 and not winning a single pistol? How are you meant to win?
Personally, yes. I have done that a few times. But you can buy your tickets over on this QR code.
Could you buy a pistol? Because that's what Saw are looking for here, Dinko. That's what Saw need right now.
They absolutely do. We'll see if they can get it. Saw, they've yet to be able to find an opportunity to do so. Roman crosses out. Into the apartments he goes. And forwards now sending players up through middle. Roman comes out from Boiler, flags into the mid-play. Muturis, Zorte will take him away and lock him up. So, pistol looking good for forwards so far.
Oh, nice little nade. Chip damage done here to Shalfie. He's going to body block the smoke. And oh, they can wait this out. They have the number advantage. They've even forced a gap, a huge gap on this one. Linger forward. Arky, I dare you, says Shalfie. He's ready and raring to take you down with the Glock. And oh, just turns away. Arky does snatch one away. Levels things up 4-on-4.
All right, that was a kill back. And for the first time in a while, it's been a bit of breathing room for Saw in these pistols. If you remember, forwards have been just battering them with shot after shot. You let this one slow down a little bit. Perhaps this is where we get into a battlefield where Saw might be able to find it. Smoke goes out towards, or rather decoy, bounces in front of Arky. Now goes swinging in towards top mid.
Norvi does have the utility. He's lining up now. He's just been keeping his head down because he's low, but it's an A hit. Here comes the flash.
Yes. Deployed now for Force. Roman's under pressure towards Pit. Needs to hold strong. Pressure on his shoulders. Stododo is going to help him out and bail him out, but he can't do much about it. Stododo's under pressure in the site. Forced into the wide fight. Sorte collects the second, but it's Arky who hasn't been spotted. And stops him on the crossover, so now they have to alleviate their power positions. And finally, Saw will have a pistol.
Okay, well now they got something to work with here. An opportunity for Fours goes missing, and well, an opportunity now for Saw to get back into this game. What type of a buy do you look for Fours? Right now, you're in a really good position. You have such a commanding lead. Do you force buy? Do you take a save? You can get the AKs out into the next. It's going to be 4 MP9s brought up here by Saw and an M4 for Arky. Really being the shining light for this team in dire situations has been Arky. It's going to be Glocks, 4 of which Zorti into a Deagle. He had a bunch of kills there on the Glock, so a bit more cash than the rest of his teammates to be able to splash. You definitely want to make sure that you milk through all this utility, whereas your Saw, right, you need to keep everybody alive. You need to keep everybody alive because well, once you realize it's Glocks, you know that in the next round of play, the AKs are coming out.
Zorte trying to get a little bit lucky, perhaps, through these smoke spams. And we'll get a little peek up the half wall. Needs to be careful he doesn't commit too wide.
He did a lot of talking there, so...
Still doing a lot of talking.
Yeah, lots of talking. Maybe he's identified there's a player close left, or he wants someone to jump and bait for the shot here. I wouldn't test this kid with the pistols.
No, his aim has been impeccable. Still seeing the jump on the half wall. Now they go forward. They haven't checked the left side, so that lines them up. Stododo with the triple, finally traded out by Kenzie, but the MP9s have found every kill you want. That's a lot of money picked up for Saw, and 5 rounds now put in.
Yeah, so not bad at all. They get a kill, but all in all, Saw, they stand tall, and that's where you say you want to keep everybody alive. Well, everybody, 4 is not too shabby. Stododo getting a bunch of those kills, can invest now into it. Silenced M4 is his own. They have plenty of incendiaries, plenty of smokes, everything they need to deal with this. Need to shut this down now. This is where Fours want to get it done. Before the game starts getting out of control, before the idea of a comeback even starts to creep in. The scoreline now, still a 7-round game in favor of Fours.
Well, Fours will set out with the task of liquidating the defense. Molotov towards top car. That won't stop the full push forward. Look at that. Committing into it. Stododo just getting ground.
I think you're happy to give this up. It is a very standard default coming out from Fours. 3 towards second mid. They even had a player spamming on the bridge of Jerry, who's now come on through the chicken pit to help contend with this banana control. The jump spot from Just is the bait again for Stododo. It's not the MP9 up close and personal. It is going to be that silenced M4. So a big gun is kind of glued to this position. Stododo can't really go anywhere. Just can try to smoke to get him out of dodge. And well, the top mid smoke has just landed. Kenzie is going to use that to line up his porch side Molotov. So mid control should be on the docket here for Fours.
Another smoke comes in. Buy some more time.
I think you're fine with this. They've used all their smokes. So you will have called these out across the map. This is actually really good news if you're Jerry. Really good news. Your little drones going out there to collect information can report back to the boss man that they are completely out of the gray screens. It's a 4-man stack towards A right now.
Flashes up. Stododo forced away. They're committing up this quickly now up Banana. Very fast behind this for Fours, with intentions of setting out and finishing on this B site. Shalfie on the lurk on the other side of things, cuts off a rotation. The support network has to come through. The time is ticking, the swing out. It hasn't worked out. The weaker weapons haven't shut it down, but Just, he gets the opportunity and he does not miss.
Still here.
He is still in the smoke. He can put it all down. He's spraying away, but the commitment to the plan stuck for Fours. And Stododo holds strong still. USP's picked up. Jerry swing into the fight, but Norvi will best him. Roman rattling up Banana, and Shalfie puts him in the ground. Chances all over the show that for Saw, but Fours at every turn take the edge.
Huge stuff from Shalfie there. Great little lurk through the long smoke. Gets the third rotator out of the piece, but those MP9s, they come on through. They put so much pressure. But look what this has done to the finances. Stododo down to 1,700. 3K for Muteris, 3K for Roman. You can only really get a buy on Just here. And feeling like the opportunities now are almost over for Saw. This is great from Fours. They're looking good to pick up this map, 13-5, but it is going to need to be a hero moment. And the AWP has been bought on up. It's been donated on over to Stododo. If there was a time to find their impact, it's now. This is all or nothing. Saw have invested everything into this round. If they lose this one, they basically lose the game. This is such an important round right now for Saw.
So much rides on this round for Saw. So much. The biggest match they've had all event and perhaps even their career, because they are one away from the major and it's slowly slipping through their fingers. I say slowly, but it's rapidly slipping through now. Fours 3 away. Banana Molotov sent up towards top car. It's quick with utility here for Fours. They've gained a lot of control already.
If they just nade him out of the play here.
Look where he's playing. He's on top of the sandbags and Stododo's gone.
That's the AWP. It's out.
Yeah, it's no impact from it. Zero impact. And Jerry, he's just calling quick. Look at the mouth. It's rattling words out at a rapid rate, and now Just, he's going to be under pressure. Gap in the smoke, he's going to hold it. Just in the double, and now they swing. Sorte finally gets rid of the play from first Oranges. Damage has been done, though. We're at a 3v3. Muturis tries to swing out. If he had a better weapon, perhaps he gets the kill, but the MP9, not enough bite to get the pick.
Do they go for this, right? It's a 2-on-3 situation. They are low on the site. They've rotated over on time. More utility right now to hold the wolf at the door. The flash as well. If you want to save, it's a bloody Famis and an MP9. You have to give this one a go, and they might find the window for success.
Well, Roman goes on forward. Oh, spots the back of Sorte. Oh, the follow-up for Roman. Maybe just a chance here for Saw. Kenzie left. 1v2, smoke fades away. Slips on through CT spawn. Kenzie, if he goes through the ruins doorway, it is being held by Arky, so a strong position here on the right side. And Kenzie clears it out. Now just Roman. He knows exactly where his last whereabouts were, so this is a big problem here for Roman. He doesn't have the element of surprise, but he can keep Kenzie guessing, who thinks they could come round the ruins again, and Kenzie doesn't get in his own head. He starts to play for ruins on the backside.
Roman is committed to watching the site, comes back into it, but Kenzie will close with the clutch. The chance again for Saw, slips through their fingers, and Kenzie gets fired up as Force step a step closer to their major.
What a massive round to win, and that hero AWP was the first thing removed. You can see this now. They know that this opportunity is gone. There's no money, there's nothing left. Jerry, what a play right there, does just that. Multiple kills to hold the wolf at the door, but it's just not enough. Kenzie's clutch, beautiful stuff. A couple of hero moments there, but it's just another force buy coming out from Saw here. A scout, some MP9s again, some pistols. It's run away from them. It's gotten away from them. Another single-digit drubbing on the cards.
It's a sickly, brittle buy. And Saw getting bombarded with utility is just... He will maintain his position at sandbags, and the smoke goes out to dispel for just a little while, but Norvi looked like he's about to go through that smoke. Jumps up, trying to glean some info here. Will now back away.
Look at all these problems here. The weapons suck, sure, but the nades are worse. What are you meant to do? You're going to have to get it done by bullets. It's one smoke and a flash. That's all they have remaining right now. Time is Force's best friend.
When it's come down to the bullets, Force have been better at that too. So it is a rough scenario here for Saw. Force just taking their time, taking liberties. They have got top banana. They now smoke out CT, but with no intentions to go B. The bomb is going A right now.
And it's forced the rotation. Mutus is over here again. They bled too many times on this B bomb site not to stack it on over. Arky's been great, but now with this scout, it could be a smoke and done. They're going to walk into it. He gets the tag, but Shalfie, too good. Another body hits the deck, and it's just one man standing, Roman.
Oh, he descends to the balcony to play from pit. This is the weapon that needs to hold the site. This is all he's got. A little pink MP9. He's going to hold. He looks up. Jerry gone. Now holds in the corner. He gets checked. The MAC-10 sweeps upon his position, and Mutuous has been good on pistols, but just the one found here. So cleared up forwards now. They reach 15. 1 round away from that major in Antwerp. Stododo comes out from the balcony. It's being watched right now. It's being accounted for. Just from the long side, shouldn't be able to get much done either. Stododo sent out. Drops down into the pit. Kenzie misses the headshot. Decapitation there. And Kenzie closes. What a fantastic game he's having. And Force, they absolutely deserve this now. If this is the matchup they're putting in to close it.
You live and you die by the Force by Sword. Again, they have to reinvest Saw with everything they have. It's been 3 consecutive absolutely dismal buys. Pistols again. SMGs again. A FAMAS is the best weapon in the hands of Roman right here. And look at this kid on the screen. Kenzie's been fantastic. Great showing from him here. Really good stuff from the young guns of Force, and this is what it's about. They know they're just 5 kills away from qualifying for that PGL major in Antwerp. Just around the corner, and look at this. More utility damage. Stranded, dead. Jerry removes the Dodo. 4 more kills, and it's done.
Jerry wanted to bring these guys to the major. He wanted to do it by beating a solid team. He's taken down OG on the way here and saw the opponent that lay in front of him. Feels like mere moments away before Force begin their celebration.
Yeah, well, back again, rerouting top middle here. Arky going to spam on through, but if anything, that costs him a bit of health. Chip damage down to 67. They're coming. And he's the only one here. He's got a teammate with him on the long side to boost on over. Yeah, what are you going to get away with this?
Boost peers over. Not yet collected a kill. Now, we'll see Kenzie. Kill is drawn back into the 4v4.
But they know there's 2 there. They can just reroute quickly up short if they're fast.
They are quick about this, and North even holds for the potential flank around the backside. So pressure on Arky to hold the site. Deagle for 1. Goes back in, but can't follow up for 2. And now we're just down to Mutrus and Just left to try and keep the dream alive. But Shalfie is putting an end to their sleep. Their slumber will finish, and Just swings into the open. Surely at any moment now will die. The Deagle holds. The AK's ready, and it is done. Force are heading to the PGL Antwerp Major. The youngsters head that way. Jerry returns. This time, I'm sure, wanting to go deeper than that challenger stage and hoping for a better placing. But he's done it with a new roster. He's done it with the youngsters.
Yeah, a completely different team to what he had last time around. All these new faces. The young guns. Shalfie looked great. Kenzie was fantastic too. Zordi had his moments. And you can see how happy they are. The smiles on the faces. This is great stuff from those young guns. Fantastic work from Force.
And you look forward now to seeing what they can do at that major, but you can't help but feeling the other side of the coin. Disappointment absolutely here for Saw. This was the golden ticket. This is the way we called it today, Chad. This is the best opportunity for these two sides.
Yep, only gets harder for these boys here from here on out. Saw will go down to the 2-2. They still have one more opportunity to try and qualify for that major, but it's not looking good.
It's absolutely not looking good, but we have got Odessa. They're looking good over there on that side of things to break down this matchup. It's time to hear their thoughts and wrap up this series.
Thank you so much, and hopefully we'll also get our hands on an interview with someone of Forza who make it to the major for Saw. It was a good start today, but it was not enough, especially not when it came into Forza's map pick on Dust 2, and they just continued it into Inferno. Prof, it really looked like they turned a new page, Forza, coming into this final map.
Yeah, definitely. And another slow start for Saw, a great start for Forza, right? There were a couple of these rounds kind of similar to Nuke, where we felt it was Saw could have maybe won this, could have maybe won this one, and then when a couple of these rounds go in a row, then you don't really have a chance to come back in the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, the scoreline seems very one-sided, but I will argue that there were a lot of very tight situations in this game. But if a mental upper hand, ever had a face, that would be this game.
Oh, yeah.
In this game, Forza had the number of Saw every single tight situations. You could almost feel it for the Portuguese, right? They were doubting in their own hands. They were doubting in their own ability to close out rounds, overthinking, second-guessing, not knowing when to peak. Whereas on the side of Forza, I'll give it to them. They believed in what they had to do. They trusted, they followed the line, followed Jerry blindly, and it worked out perfect.
Yeah, you used the word hive mind yesterday, I believe it was for Heroic, but it did seem a little bit similar here.
Yeah, I mean, Jerry was talking about the mental barrier and all of these mental things that I think like you have to give props to him for putting this team together and having some amazing mental resilience here. The OG game before as well, and here just in these tight situations, never giving it up, never misplaying, and like giving the opponent an easy win.
Yeah, and they threw our narrative out the window.
Yeah.
What was the narrative going into Inferno? Listen, experience gonna kick in.
Land.
Saw they've been around for so long. They're gonna know how to handle these situations. They'll know how to hold their nerves. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It was Forza actually who dictated the pace in these moments.
Yeah, one Jerry stronger than the 5 of the experience.
Yeah, Shalfie was just there. His stats.
Beast
Another great map from him. I don't know what kind of numbers he's putting up for the event, but they're pretty insane.
We touched on it right before this game as well, the fact that in these youngsters, and specifically in Shalfie, because yesterday he had some moments that you thought, oh no, he doesn't know how to make the right decision in this high-pressure situation. Now he does, and he keeps on shining, which I don't think he was one of the usual suspects on our list in terms of who is going to be that big firepower guy.
I think Zorte was the most hyped player on this lineup, especially as an AWPer you usually are. Shalfie coming in, yeah, we didn't know really what to expect of him. I even talked to one of his managers back from Unique. He was like, this was the guy that coming in, like people wanted to kick him. He wasn't that great, but he was the guy that improved the most in the team. And then by the end of the team, he was, obviously amazing and ended up being picked up here.
What a character arc.
Yeah.
We're going to take a look at a couple of rounds, and unfortunately it's a bit of a heartbreak because it was where you said, okay, this is kind of exemplifying of Saw losing the plot, unfortunately.
If you're a Saw fan, just close your eyes. Close your eyes right
now.
here, because this is the turning point of the game. We're talking about bomb plant situations where Forza had their numbers figured out. That was a 3 versus 3 on the A side. We see only 1 kill, courtesy of Jerry in his own Molotov, shall I add as well. So that was a position where Saw should have been closing it. And then we move on to the next round, and it's Abyss Repetita on the side of Saw. They have that clutch situation. They lose a man early on because the quick flank was coming from Banana. Here, Stadodo doing his best effort, but just not going to be enough. He's going to get rushed in, and you have a 1 versus 1 towards the very end.
Yeah.
Here with the Mac-10 as well. We're talking about no doubt. We talk about no doubt. Look at Jerry, the way he's playing that 1v1. He's got a Mac-10. He knows the only way I can win it is if I rush you down with the Mac-10.
Feels like there's so many rounds coming down to these low HP situations. We saw on the flip side, on the CT side as well, 5 HP, 10 HP, and all of these duels just not going through. And when you can get the first one, then everything falls apart. You don't have the setup to play off of. You don't have the crossfire, and yeah, it was unfortunate for Saw, but just amazing for Forza.
And just to break your heart as well, the following round is an actual 3v2 that falls apart like I had never seen it before.
It keeps going.
Yeah.
Right?
That's why sometimes at the desk we talk about the psychological factors and trying to understand the perspective of a team. After these 2 bomb plant situations that Saw could have won arguably, they completely bungled a 3 versus 2. They had the B-bomb side for free, they went back, and I think personally the nerves just broke down at the moment.
It's hard to quantify and really hard to see in specific replays of rounds, but I think you make a good point in that you really kind of saw it crumbling. What does that mean now for Saw? Of course, as we have repeated numerous times, down but not out, but now you're going to have to deal with possibly a whole different caliber of opponents. Does this maybe spell out the end of their run?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can expect them to go through, especially after this performance.
Yes.
Even if this was a closer performance, then we could maybe say, okay, maybe they can bounce back. Who knows who they'll get in the next round? But this was kind of lackluster.
Yeah, it's the way they lost.
Yeah.
That is my issue, right? And it's the regrets. I mean, if you're on the Source side, you're gonna watch back that VOD and you're gonna have nightmares. You're gonna look at each other and think, what the hell did we just do? How did that slip away from us? And the problem is, when you have another game to play, it takes such a great effort to forget it, just for a moment. Even if you might have to talk about it later, for now, just put it in the back of your mind. Do that Freudian thing, just, forget about it. But it's really easier said than done.
Oh, such a heartbreaker with all the background we set up of the years that they've been playing together. But hey, they'll get back up, right, if they deserve that spot at the Major. Let's talk a little bit about Forza as well. Of course, Jerry returning to the Major. He didn't make it last time past the Challenger stage. Now he's a legend with his young crew around him. I mean, in terms of an arc for a career and in terms of kind of, we can ask him maybe later, but about being proud of yourself and what you can do with a young group of players, that's really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, this is him rebuilding the lineup, right? Flit, XE Power, these are the players that were kind of looked at by Navi, but ended up Flit going to Virtus Pro. Some of the players fell off, so there were some changes that had to be done. So essentially, the whole lineup that he was building for 2 years was, torn to the ground, and let's find new players. So the way they built this lineup over the last 6 to 12 months is really impressive, and getting to the Major, that is the biggest achievement, right?
Absolutely.
Of course, winning tournaments and all of these things, but Force are a team that needs to get to that level first.
Yeah, and it's his ability to find interesting players. Right? I think that's a quality that is hard to quantify as an IGL, but just have the eye, right? Have the eye to scout new talents. Personally, Kenzie and Shelfie are very great surprises. We came into this tournament thinking Zord is the man we have to look for. Zord is going to be the MVP. He's actually at the bottom of the stats. He's the lowest rated player. But it's not a dig at him. If anything, it's a praise for the other players that we didn't really give the credit or the respect yet. They've earned it. They've made it to the Major now.
And as usual, when you have the usual suspects that don't perform as good as you would think, of course, he was still doing his job because they won and they got here. It does make you think about what could be, right? And let's do that for a little bit. I know analysts sometimes hate that, but one fact of course is also that they were not in a partnered league or whatnot, so they had trouble consistently having the practice on the higher level. They did grind it out in the online games, but that's not always necessarily these situations you get into here on a LAN situation against these opponents in a high pressure situation. So with that in mind, how far do you think they can evolve still?
That is impressive. It is impressive because one of the issues that some of these teams run into frequently is that once they get to that game that is ever so important, that is life-changing, they actually don't know what it is to be in that position. So they fumble, maybe the communications just drop off a little bit, clutches go left and right, as it happened to Saw in front of our eyes. So the fact that Forza were actually able to seize that opportunity right now, that is a very good sign for the future.
Yeah, it's also one of these things, when you're not playing the big leagues, then you need to qualify for everything. So you play so many of these qualifier lower tier tournaments, and that means your schedule is so tightly packed that you don't have time to practice or anything. And Forza coming into this tournament, I think they didn't play anything for 2 weeks. So that is kind of the smart way of approaching this, just to be prepared and have all of your stuff ready for the biggest tournament of the year.
We actually have one of the young guns joining us, I think. Shelfie, can you hear us?
Yeah, hello. Do you hear me well?
Yes, perfect, dude. Congratulations, unbelievable. What a day for Forza. What does it mean to you to make it to the Major?
Thank you very much. Can you say again, please? I didn't hear it.
Yeah, what does it mean to you to make it to the Major?
It means a lot for me. I'm giving a lot of time for CS. It's a big part of my life, and I'm just breathing nervous even right now.
Of course.
Well, you are nervous, but you looked very calm on Inferno. Can you talk to me a little bit about the last map? Because you guys were one step ahead almost all the time.
Yeah, we won a lot of clutches on Inferno first of all, and after it we played so confident. We had some good reads, what they did, and we won very important rounds. And especially Eco with the OP and M4 on start of city side. It helped us a lot.
Yeah, you talk about the clutches. What do you think was the difference for you guys? Because I agree, I think you winning the clutches was a major part.
Yeah, I think we played clutches with the confident and we was hitting our shots. That's why we win.
That's how it
It's
works.
pretty
then.
important, actually.
Tell me about
Yeah.
your form. You've been insane. You've been pretty good, even online coming up to this tournament. But here, playing against some of the higher caliber opposition on LAN, I feel like everyone's kind of surprised by you. Is this the Schalke we should expect going forward as well?
I think I can do better, but before the first match on Heroic and in this match, I didn't play my CS. I didn't do stuff what I do usually. I didn't call much and didn't communicate well with the team. And after this match, I say to myself like, what the fuck is going on? I have to play like usual. It doesn't matter. They're real people. That's it. And my mom helped me a lot with it.
Okay, shout out to your mom.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Great support.
Great to hear. Yeah, finally, I'd like to ask a little bit about the team cohesion and maybe your IGL as well in Jerry, who obviously put the trust in you, right, to join this team. How do you think as a team you reacted to the stress of the game and like losing that first game and having to get back on top of it?
I think Jerry, first of all, is great IGL. I learned a lot from him. And also we're playing much better now because I think he started to believe just in me, first of all, because I'm talking a lot in game and he's just listening to me. Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Elfie, and congratulations.
Can I say...
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
You can talk.
No, just go ahead. It's your
Okay,
moment.
can I say some words towards some people? Yeah, I will say in Russian to my mom, first of all. Я надеюсь, мам, ты видишь это и смотришь сейчас. Без тебя бы ничего этого не было. Спасибо тебе большое. Я люблю тебя. And I want to say some words to Wu. It's my really good friend. Thank you. Thank you for being with me.
Okay, lovely. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again, and we'll see you at the major.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, awesome. Oh, wow.
It's gonna hit me in the feels right
Oh,
now.
that was great.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
Yeah.
I think usually from Forza we get an interview with Jerry or whatnot,
It's
but
always-
this was so nice just to hear from him and just also hear from, hey, I didn't play my best CS. I didn't feel like I was doing what I was supposed to do, and we called that out yesterday. And now a completely different player.
And I think that's the beauty as well for these RMRs when we discover new players, new teams, that we are used to having players that know that feeling. I mean, you talk to the guys from FaZe or Na'Vi, they know what it is to have to put their best foot forward in a game like this, but he's going through the motions like, oh my god, my first game was horrible, what the hell is going on? I have to recalibrate. That is a great experience as a player, I can tell you that, man.
Yeah, just great vibes, and always nice to kind of meet these new people, new players coming up in the scene. And this is one of the appeals of these tournaments and major qualifiers and the open system, is that we always have some new talents coming up the ranks in a very natural, unlimited way.
Yeah, it was awesome to see, and I'm really excited to see what Forza will be able to do at the major. For us, it's time to take a quick break, a little swapperoni here on the analyst desk, but when we come back, we have two fantastic best of threes coming your way. Seeing if FaZe can make it after all. We'll be right back.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Now we move in for a chance for Na'Vi or Vitality to qualify for the major. Two names you would expect to be sure things for it, but it's still all to play for. We're back on the desk. I've got Blair, Prof still sticking around as well. And guys, this is a matchup that we love to get excited about. This is a matchup that has been very historical across the end of last year, but with different rosters.
Yeah, we haven't seen these two lineups play thus far. I think that's very exciting, obviously. And for Vitality heading into this tournament, we had a lot of question marks about them. We're like, have they found a catalyst? Have they had enough time to gel together and work together? And it looks like the answer is a tentative yes, I might say. A 14-16 loss to the best team in the world in the form of FaZe, beating Eternal Fire and Dignitas in a very convincing fashion. They look good. Na'Vi, yesterday, they were made to bleed, losing out to Heroic for the very first time. So if you look at the way these two teams have kind of had this run in the RMR, Vitality looking actually a little better.
Yeah, the trajectory is for Vitality upwards, for Na'Vi a bit downwards. I still feel like there's a gap between those two things, but maybe it's not as big as we imagine it right now. The talking point, we can't gloss over this. Simple versus ZywOo. I know ZywOo hasn't been super exciting this year, but these are the two best players in the world. We can't disregard that. That's always a holiday. What are you?
I can actually hear Yanko screaming. What about Nico?
What about Nico?
Yeah, probably screaming.
What about Config? Probably as well. That's Kassad.
Okay, that's Kassad. Let's not get there.
Let's focus on the players we got.
Do
you have something against ZywOo? Do you think he's bad? Do you think he's not going to drop like 30 kills per map?
I just don't think currently, within this system, he's working all that good. But I know a man that is, and well, he's on Na'Vi.
Okay. Yeah, we can talk about
We're looking at this anyway, so we're not going to the intro. But we'll look at the results anyway of the last few months.
I wanted to talk about this result, right? This is obviously the roster of Vitality before they added in the Danes. And these are all three on LAN. You're talking about the Blast World Finals, Blast Fall Finals, and the group stage matchup, in which Na'Vi have had Vitality's number every single time. And unfortunately, it did come down to the two people we're talking about, Banks, Simple and ZywOo. And Simple went... For these three series, he won 1.44, 1.49, and a 1.50 rating, in which actually Electronic was even better than Simple. So they've been very dominant.
Yeah, I mean, even if you go like the whole year, 6-0 for Na'Vi in the series, and some of the games were close. You remember the best of 5 final, but that was Na'Vi's time. That was Na'Vi's era, and it should be continuing. But we know that Na'Vi is also going through a rough time, a lot of extenuating circumstances for the team right now, and you can see that it's affecting the team in some way. Like they are not continuing the trajectory they were on late last year, but they're still pretty amazing.
They are still pretty amazing, but this Vitality as well, they did surprise us, right? They put up a bigger performance than what we expected against FaZe overall. What are we making of where they're at right now? They're in the 2-1. This is a chance to do it, and this is a Vitality that we're still learning a lot about.
Yeah, for me, the most worrying thing was when we saw this new team kind of coalesce together, ZywOo really struggling, right? One of the best players in the world, but in this event, yes, it's been a very small sample size of 3 best-of-1s being played there, but he has had a 1.30 rating. But a surprise for me has been Dupree, right? Like, really, really delivering. Can he do that against this Na'Vi team? That is a big question for me.
People have been writing off almost Dupree. I felt like that was always weird. Like when you watch him play and when he is a team that is functional, that isn't Astralis changing 10 people in 3 months.
Yeah,
he is a pretty good player, and he plays some of these opening roles. He plays some anchoring roles, and these are not, he's not playing the star positions on every map.
Yeah.
So I think he has a lot of value still to bring. Do I expect him to drop 1.35 ratings? That's maybe a bit higher than I even expected, but he's definitely a player that we can't write off. The part about ZywOo is very interesting because it has to come back to the communication and to the style of the team. How are we playing? What are we doing? Even Apex in an interview with Fragbite, he said a very short comment, but he said that ZywOo was feeling lost in some of these rounds. He didn't know what his teammates were doing. And not in like, what are you doing? Are you an idiot? But it's like, what is going on in the map, and how do I use this knowledge to win the round, essentially? So yeah, that's a thing to keep an eye out for.
From what we've seen throughout the RMR so far, though, who are you giving an advantage to in just what you've seen in the overall performances? Not just the individual players, but the team right now. Because for me, I'd probably give the edge to Vitality.
I'm actually gonna. I like that. I like that, Banks, considering they're playing against Na'Vi of all teams. But I'm actually gonna stick with Na'Vi. It's a very similar matchup historically, like how we were talking about Heroic yesterday. We're like, this core of Heroic have never beaten Na'Vi until yesterday.
Yeah.
Similarly, this, I mean, not this Vitality, but Vitality as an org haven't been able to take down Na'Vi since they got bit. Not in one single game. So, right, again, if this Vitality team can do that with this current iteration of Na'Vi, it is going to be once more kind of breaking the mold, so to speak. So, if they do it, it's going to be massive for Vitality.
Well, let's take a look at the team that is not Vitality, but Na'Vi instead. Now, one thing we've definitely noticed, right, and no one can ignore it, is the fact that these players are now getting more frustrated at each other because the winning streak has stopped. You know, the dominant performance where everything was going well, when they could even drop maps and then come back and you not have a problem for them, is not quite there. Now, for me, the biggest thing here is how much did that heroic loss sting? Because we know over and over again, Na'Vi felt like they always had the number, even though they're supposed to be the team that could have challenged them.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, take it.
Age before beauty.
Oh, you're too... Look at
All right, fine. All right, jokes aside. I feel like Heroic, that loss was obviously a little bit of a shocker, right, for Na'Vi. And you could see in the body language as well. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, Prof, there are other circumstances surrounding the team and whatnot. But for this Na'Vi heading into 2022, let's talk about how they've kind of had these deep runs, but they're not the Na'Vi from 2021. That is absolutely clear. But they're still the team who's going to make that very, very deep playoff run and still be a favorite no matter what the scenario is. But right now, losing out to Heroic this early on, especially the way they kind of, I have to be honest, it was a convincing loss on both those maps in Inferno and Nuke. There will be some worrying signs, and you can see Blade, this guy on the screen, he is going to be, in my opinion, the guy who has to kind of right the ship for the side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, even watching that game, it felt like, you know, Heroic had their number in terms of it almost felt like they knew everything Na'Vi was doing. And even when they lose a round, it would be like, okay, someone pulled off something incredible. Simple pulled off a 1v3. You know, Bit found an entry, or Electronic had a great round. It seemed like Heroic were a step ahead, and that's not really what we want to see from Na'Vi. Of course, this lineup has so much individual skill, and during their dominant round, that was also a forte of theirs. It wasn't only being, you know, tactically ahead of everyone, but it didn't really feel like they were, you know, trying to play catch-up in these games. So that's an interesting part. It's also nice to see the sheets come out and how much more detail there is on them compared to like the Quasar game early on. Had like 3 paragraphs, just like shoot heads and, you know, don't
There's only
lose.
so much you could do, you know.
But this is there is like a couple of pages here. So
in tiny font as well.
In tiny font. I don't know how you really need to drill on to pick up all of the details here.
Well, let's have a look at their opponent, not from the notes, but this lovely video. Now, this Vitality, right, we're giving them more time. You've got to think of a very different personality and how both teams approach CS. You know, when you put the Danish and the French sides together, then you look at the communication, all moving over to English. But I would say what we've seen from Vitality so far is a better-looking Vitality, which is why Na'Vi should be scared.
Yeah, absolutely. But this will be the real test. Now, they've already had the first test in the form of FaZe, and they were able to really pass it with flying colors, in my opinion. The best team in the world, pushing them all the way to 14-16, despite it being a loss. But against this Na'Vi lineup, here's the thing. Yesterday, we saw the chinks in Na'Vi's armor. We know they have a couple of weaknesses, and I love the fact that the map video is coming out right now, because you can see it come into effect. Na'Vi banning out Nuke, because they know they've been struggling a little bit recently, and they know Heroic figured them out. They've gone for the Mirage pick. It's a comfort pick. Obviously, Vitality go with Inferno. It's a map they love. It's a map Na'Vi lost yesterday as well. So looking at his map video, I kind of feel like the pressure is actually on Na'Vi.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Inferno pick, that's been a map that Na'Vi has been struggling on a bit, maybe not even a bit. And then, yeah, coming on to that, Mirage, Vitality currently have a 0 win percent. Like, they lost 6 games, but their map pool coming into this tournament was looking so bad that you can't really draw anything out of it. They haven't played officials in quite some time. So they're going to be coming out with things from practice that we can't really judge on based on the latest officials.
And you have to touch upon the fact that for Na'Vi, you look at the map pool, right? Inferno, Vitality, as we spoke about, are very comfortable on. Mirage is a map, Vitality, 14-16 to FaZe just a couple of days prior.
Yep.
So both these maps could potentially go the way of Vitality, and then head to the final decider. Na'Vi now, Nuke, this stronghold, one of the best team on Nuke for a long period of time. They're banning it out. They're like, we'd rather play Dust 2 here against Vitality, who also love playing Dust 2. You look at his map pool, I'm going to actually slowly go the way of Vitality now.
Yeah, that was really weird. We need a better bit. We need a better electronic. It can't be just a simple show as was this event. And yeah, and on the other side, ZywOo.
Just ZywOo,
Just
no one
ZywOo.
else. Okay,
Just
so it's ZywOo versus the world. It's ZywOo versus Na'Vi. But will Vitality be able to take Na'Vi down? We'll have to find out with Scrawny and Launders.
Yes, that's right. Scrawny and Launders to bring you guys through this one. It is going to be a banger. Vitality and Na'Vi for a spot at the major. And, of course, this weird old map pool where Nuke is very clearly being conceded. I'm excited.
Yeah, I think I disagree with the desk a little bit. Like, I think I think depending on your lens, you could look at this as like a good veto for Vitality. I'd say Na'Vi here by a pretty significant margin. I probably disagree with the odds a little bit too. I don't think it's like that favored, but I'd still favor Na'Vi a little bit overall. Dust 2, even though it's comfortable for both teams, is more comfortable for Na'Vi. So as much as we could say that Vitality can win the first two maps, I'd say technically you have better odds for Na'Vi on both. So let's see actually what happens. Obviously, like Prof just alluded to, a big problem right now is that outside of Simple, his team is actually playing really poorly, way below average. And that's to talk specifically about Bit and Electronic, who got his act together after the first series at the event, but in his second versus Heroic was not good. Basically performed well while his team lost at the very best, but not the same Electronic we're used to at this point. And Perfecto as well. I mean, yeah, no, needs to be a lot better from his teammates.
And while those woes are going on for Na'Vi, we get the likes of dupreeh standing right next to ZywOo.
Yeah.
That 14-16 loss on Mirage, it was the dupreeh and ZywOo show. So Prof can say only ZywOo, but dupreeh will have other things to say about it. We get this pop out from balcony, two players already down into the pit, and Magisk still lingers just above. Opening kill of this match, and the two that follow suit, but Electronic, he's got this little bit of a pillar. He two kill, oh, a tap into ZywOo, that's a beautiful kill. But it's still the man advantage in the hands of Vitality. Electronic tries to just light some fireworks on the short side of A. A slow crawl from Apex to come and join Magisk, and Boomich is going to need to come in and start this match with the clutch. Now everybody knows where they're at, and a good flash pushes Boomich back.
Making sure they haven't crossed pit. Boomich hoping that they push him. Bomb is tucked in the middle of default. I'm not sure he has enough time to make this play safely, but doesn't feel comfortable wrapping around Arch. Here's the first duel. Oh, Apex. Well, he was in the open, right? He was in a position where Boomich wanted him to be, but he couldn't hit the shot. So Apex will clutch that out. And yeah, Prof at the end said ZywOo, but earlier in the segment did
Also
mention dupreeh.
Yep,
and that is really important because you know, weird thing about 2021. Check out this shot, though.
Yeah,
check out this shot real quick.
Hold it.
1 second. Let's just look at this peak. He's back. Okay, he's back. ZywOo has more help with dupreeh than Simple does with any of his other teammates at the moment.
Sure.
So I think that's one thing to be important. And also, you could say ZywOo has the better stats, but as far as I'm concerned, dupreeh's the guy to watch from these past matches.
Okay. Well, we'll keep eyes on him. dupreeh kicks this off. Long-range AK frag. ZywOo takes that front-running position and just continues this pressure through the boiler, through the apartments, through this buy-up from Na'Vi. Not the way you'd want to start the Force round.
Crazy that these two teams have not gone up against each other yet.
And that's the thing. This Vitality roster, this entire project, right? They were crafted and created to be world beaters, to be tournament champions. And at that time, it was to defeat the likes of Na'Vi. They've had to wait a long time before this project is properly tested for what its, I would say, #1 goal was.
Yeah, something I guess that New York fans don't know is just that, like, whenever there's a team in an era, all other roster changes happen because of that team. You know, when it was Astralis with dupreeh, Magisk, Device, Zip, and Glaive, Every other team that made a roster move was simply to figure out a way to be better than Astralis, and that's what Na'Vi did to everyone else back in 2021. But I say back in 2021 because even just a couple months later, they are not the same anymore. But the roster changes have already happened. So that's what makes it even scarier for Na'Vi. As Vitality find the open site, can comfortably go and get this bomb down. And we can move forward into the next round. Sure, Na'Vi will just hang on to these guns.
Easy does it.
Nice 3K on the pistol from Electronic, though.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
just a really nice, a nice showing very quickly early on to remind us, like, it's not very often we come into series with question marks hanging over Electronic's head.
Yes.
And that is just the nature of the situation right now. He kind of shuts us all up for a moment.
He's perpetually top 5.
And now we have to wait to see what happens. Gun rounds soon to start for Na'Vi, but if they can save these 2 Deagles, Perfecto's got a nice belt of utility. I noticed in the pistol, Boomich, he had a smoke for that retake in the 1v2. He actually threw it down middle. He dropped that smoke just so, accepting his death and not giving it over. So if you're managing utility to that degree, I see you, Boomich.
True, yeah.
No freebies.
Signed up for the save. Okay. There's some calm now as we go into this following round. Bigger investment from Na'Vi. The Banks brought it up, and there's just noticeable tilt on Na'Vi as well. Haven't seen Electronic get this mad ever. I mean, he's just like after their match versus FaZe, I think it was it FaZe? Oh, maybe Heroic. Nice shot, Simple. He just looked incredibly frustrated. The point was just like, what is going on? Even in situations where the map isn't over. Could be because of his individual level, maybe because of team stuff. Bit spotting Arch, and he doesn't die. Now he will. Simple will take the spot. His Deagles are missed. Masuda with the 2 kills on the MAC-10. Rapid Suze. Electronic steps up to the plate.
Ooh. Boomich is not going to be able to get anything. So Electronic hangs on. Frag grenade on his feet, going to make it way harder. But they're taking their time here. Perfecto's just trying to serve up a distraction, but it is still the empty-handed pit play. Look at the damage here. This, considering it was just, those few saved weapons from the previous round, definitely worth hanging on to. Almost enough to stop Vitality in their tracks. But they'll get that 3-0.
Yeah, the Deagle is doing great.
And the frustration from Electronic, it makes sense if it's after that Heroic loss, just because, that was your ticket, guaranteed Legend space.
It was both. It was like both series, every game basically that I saw him play. Besides the one map that he farmed on, it seemed like he was getting just really tilted at both. Maybe himself, maybe his team. It might have been a bit of projection in there just because he was having a rough game. But he's like the guy that looks kind of mad all the time, but never like yells,
3-0 for the T side of Vitality starts.
Yep.
But that last one, little asterisk on it. More damage than they would have liked. So look at this Deag. Down goes Zywoo.
Any of these moments could go south. First rifle, no off and play. We get the late deep smoke here inside of middle, but he knows that ult will be approached upon. And this balcony is getting used more and more these days on the lane setups. Of course, leaving a gap at the end of halls.
Yeah, problem.
But they, it's all about timings, and they're coming back to watch it.
This will be a close one. Still throwing some utility over. Electronic smokes ahead of him. He throws down the incendiary, but that's still 2 players past.
Oh my God.
Great spam damage. Nearly 2 frags as he just sprays into the routing of Vitality. Excellent hold from Bit to lock in 2 kills. These rifles working wonderfully for Na'Vi's first gun round. Just dismantling Vitality. And like you said, it boils down to timing, and that timing came down to a T. ZywOo's still up, fully HP'd. Masuda in pit on 1/5 his health.
That was a demo spray. I don't care. That was nuts how much damage was just dealt, but Electronic gets picked out of the middle of the site, and they still have pick control here for Masuda. Any mistakes could allow Vitality the leverage to actually make this round possible.
ZywOo now knows Perfecto inside that cubby.
One spotted. His gun's definitely sticking out.
That's
but
two.
He finds when he knows one's moto as well.
That's two. He's piecing this together, ZywOo. Flash from short as well. That's confirming numbers, and he uses this chance to get into the bomb site. Now Vitality have the post plant. Masuda can't really stop Simple from creeping his way up short, so ZywOo, he's going to give his back to Simple, and that should be the end of Vitality now. Masuda swings out into the open, and that is the end. But nicely done by ZywOo to just pull off 2 parts of the setup, giving them the bomb plant at the very least. Na'Vi on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they did a great job of not getting overactive there. Masuda getting in the pit, not dying, finding a kill, and getting some info on where a number of those players were. But like that wedge play from Simple to get up into the hay cart and to catch him in the 2v3, him being the loose piece in that situation. And so the bomb is nice here for Vitality, but for Na'Vi, I think this was a demo round. Well, the way that they responded to the hall smoke and the way that their timings looked as they walked back towards pit, you could see they were very prepared for that kind of execute, and this is the first sign of that, right? Normally, you're not going to spam all your bullets into a smoke if you think that players can jump out into lane, because then you might as well have waited for a second, and he uses 90% of his mag, so feeling very confident about that specific pathing, which could get into Vitality's head a little bit. So, okay, they've done their research, and it's paying off. I'm not sure, but I can't help but feel like Vitality not using their Hall's flash at the end of Halls was specifically to catch him off guard.
The mind games begin. Triple grenade into the sandbags. Not going to net them anything as Boomic is leaning a little bit further back, and Simple's already rotating towards B off of that showing of aggression. The utility, a warning of what is to come. All of Vitality to the tip of Banana.
They're risking this. Full utility. Flashes come out, but the mollies do too.
Boomic boosted. Easy vision into the back of Magisk's head. Falls down. Apex pushing that as the flash is committed to from Boomic, trying to get these 2 players inside sight, primed for impact. Apex looking for the evacuation, gets back out through the doorway. Perfecto still has a little bit of smoke, but there's also fire towards his feet. He is locked into this corner, an empty gun, and Dupree's not able to finish it on his own. Now we've just got 2 Vitality players stranded within this pit. Bit rotates. Electronic right beside him, and Simple being a nuisance on Coffins, but there's that trade right back. And ZywOo is working wonderfully so far this series. 5-3. Another moment where he's given a chance, a bit of timing, to pull this one apart, to piece it all together.
Oh my god. I mean,
he has a way to leave.
Yeah, he does have a way to leave, but we're crossing the 20-second mark. And now I don't think he's going to commit out. But he didn't find the 1 kill that he'd like to get. So now he's got to hope that they let him have the plant. And as we cross the 10-second mark, there's very little chance of that. So Electronic will start to walk out and now run.
Done.
And, oh, the bomb gets planted. That's money here for Vitality. Still want to say Na'Vi looked incredibly well prepared. Look how fast that rotation was over to the B site. And they had everything in place ready for an early contact explode. 1 single flash on the play from Vitality. Incendiary comes out, the boost in CT is there, and they have a 3rd guy ready for that. Vitality, once again, are getting red.
That's what 2 pages of notes will do for you. Na'Vi showing us that they've already got answers. And there is a moment in there where if ZywOo's gun doesn't go empty, that maybe that Orange's player dies, and then Dupree doesn't get barrel stuffed up close. That could have been then rolled into a turning point, but it's not the way it unfolds. Na'Vi going to close that gap pretty quickly. First tack pause called of this series. Vitality still leading by 1, but they've got to piece together this purchase.
Even 1 piece of utility can make the difference between a rotation and a team not realizing what's coming. So they probably are taking some time to think about what it is exactly that they should change. And on the fly, of course, you know, you could have the same exact execute, but once you figure out what it is that's giving you away, you change that, and suddenly Na'Vi will look totally unprepared, you know, versus the same exact thing. So they can adjust, of course. Very smart team, tons of veterans on Vitality. And Zonic at the helm, I'm sure they'll be able to figure something out.
Devil's in the details.
Maybe they haven't played against Na'Vi together, but individually, all 5 of these players have so much experience versus this roster.
Which is why they all came together to defeat them. Here today, their very first chance. Vitality, no. Na'Vi recently wounded with that loss versus Heroic. Could have been Na'Vi locking in Legends instead. They'll still have their chance. Ollie top banana, Magis gonna go, pushing with a teammate just behind him around the fire. So definitely looking for a face here on this B site.
Wow, what a great risk here actually with Hall's control as well. So yeah, they haven't taken top bracket control, but they've left things open at a minute.
They leave Magisk in the cubby.
This is when it's easiest to get the CTs to get rid of some grenades early on. Now they'll work on top bracket. Not much damage here versus the T side.
Electronic posted up on balcony, but they're about to challenge Simple. And
Man,
his eyes...
They could split towards B, actually. And it looks like they might.
Would be a wonderful call. See an Incendiary go down on the front of the B site for the moment. 25 seconds.
Simple's half ready for this on that side of Library. And look, he's actually rotating over kind of towards B. The one
just as they come
coming
around.
back, but they're actually...
15 seconds.
Oh my god, they're getting into Arch.
Electronic dives down into the pit. Bit on site, traded out by Zywoo. There's the hit from behind. Simple serving up some damage, but there's no time for the bomb plant, and Vitality play the clock to their own demise.
Wow.
Dude, up until 25 seconds, I still don't know if we're splitting B or A.
Yeah, I didn't either. I mean, clearly, yeah, they were a little confused. They might have changed right at the last moment, but as soon as that one player from mid went back to Banana, it felt surely indicative of a B split through CT spawn, and for whatever reason they got worried about it, but from what we could see, there was not actually a really good sign for why.
Molotov on B site?
It could have been a late molly on B site, but the thing is that your CT players don't really care about that. The real issue maybe is that they ran out of time to actually make it through Speedway, and so could have executed too late. Now that's the one of the very few times. Oh man, another punish. The one gun, I think. Of,
yeah, the only AK is gone already.
Okay. Yeah, so the one thing is that most of the time I always say around the 30-second mark, you need to go for the execute. For the CT split, you need like an extra 5-10 seconds. So maybe they felt insecure coming towards the 30-second mark. If it was going to be just an A hit, they would have been fine. And maybe that's why they changed up, but hard to say for sure.
And I feel like they didn't even have all the pieces they needed to end up A. Like Library wasn't even smoked there.
Yes, yeah, they were improvising.
A real
sure
sense of panic.
Yes, they got a little worried. And hey, after the last 2 rounds, I'd be worried too.
Sure.
Because Na'Vi have been able to tell what they're going to do, and as long as they're confused about that, that's when you're going to make even more mistakes.
Right. Yeah.
So that might be a sign that they haven't figured out why.
They got outplayed on A, they got outplayed on B, and then they outplayed themselves in that third one.
Yes.
So 3 separate issues for Vitality lead to 3 separate round wins on Na'Vi's favor. We're all tied up. Zywoo gets his hands on Magisk's AK, unarmored, as the entirety of Vitality are just looking to face into this B site, and Boomich is going to have a field day with the A1S spray. USP taps, not enough to drop Apex. That's the only success so far, and Dupree will be tagged by Simple as he tries to cross no smoke. It is Na'Vi 4 in a row, and right into the lead.
And there's a rare situation where 2 or more don't die, and Vitality don't get a bomb plant for the last 2, so these 2 last rounds. Okay, the investment will come through. One of the biggest boons to Vitality Seaside is Zywoo's just very comfort with the rifle. He loves rifling, and Inferno T-sides aren't really welcome to oppers as much, so that should help. But right now, this doesn't really feel as much of a problem of entries as it does of game plan. I think that's where we're just loading a ton of points into Na'Vi. And there's no reason they shouldn't keep growing stronger.
Starting to play a bit faster here. 4-man cohort already facing this arch smoke.
Oh, Bomb is back on steps.
Bit locks into Moto. Perfecto's here with the flashbang. Bit's going to be flashed into this peak. Oh, Oh, he doesn't really commit to it. A player gets into the arch side. Dupree finds that quick headshot. And the CT player is not comfortable here. Perfecto knows that he could be under siege. We do have a push down B, however.
Yeah, they have logs. Bomb is going to check it, but the kills are coming for Vitality, and they've opened up a line into B. And look what's going to happen with Boomich. I mean, now he has to worry about CT spawn and this mid push, and more CTs are dying, but the bomb was at the bottom of middle.
He finds the one player.
They've got a lane player. Oh, and Simple goes down.
That's a big one. If ZywOo falls to Simple peeking that properly, suddenly it's a massive issue. Boomich just going to sit atop this bomb. Nice damage, all things considered. Amali's going to force him into this fight, and he's not able to best ZywOo. Vitality tie us back up at 4. Finding Magisk with just that Tech 9 could have been massive, but the ZywOo Simple fight short A, I feel like that's what really decides the outcome of the round.
Damn. Okay, I think the best part right here for Vitality is, like, even when they are getting red, they're at least getting like 1 or 2 kills. Like, they're looking competitive. They're winning a lot of fights, and in this situation, they didn't have the best buy in the world. They go for fast top mid control. That's open to them, and as they spread out, they're just also in such hard to read positions, I guess, that they feel comfortable about taking their next fight, and they just win like 3 in a row. So, you know, as much as Na'Vi could have been prepared for that with a bottom B push and a CT guy that was falling back, with all those guys dying in the middle of the map, really hard to distill that situation and figure out a way back in. So, you know, with that, they'll get a buy out of Na'Vi and basically suck their bank accounts dry as well. There will be an MP9 here on Bit who has no nades to pair with it.
Tight match so far.
It is. It is. Yeah, definitely, you know, this is a really great situation, I think, from the viewer perspective, because, again, great game plan from Na'Vi, but firepower is there for Vitality. It seems like everyone's actually playing a lot better than we've seen so far overall at the event.
This would be the game to do it. No more best of ones, no more need for warm-ups. Possibility of legends on the line. Exchange of incendiaries, frag comes over, and again, Boomich not playing behind sandbags. I feel like he's been there less and less as of late, especially in this one. Apex gonna take the helm of this B play, met by smoke. He'll have to hold on. Oh, Boomich
is one way.
Yep, good gap for that. Magisk dies, and Perfecto finds Apex on the other end of it. They thought they had 2 players locked in, and instead they have 2 players down. Simple hanging up above. Fires some shots at Masuda and gives up the position, falling into the A site instead. No reason to throw away a 5v3.
You know, this is still doable if Na'Vi are scared of middle. We saw that late timing on bracket control, and that's kept 3 CTs on that site. So, hey, you look at this, 3v2 on the B site right now.
Get a clear puncture through this B hold.
Grenades are extremely low for the CT side.
Just hang on. They're smoked back. Boomich trying to prime Perfecto. Flash ahead of him. Boomich's spray's not going to find anything. Finally, Vitality start to round these corners. Perfecto goes for the pit peek. That's that rotator flashbang, and Boomich instead locks in 2. ZywOo sees the player on pillar, but he gets attacked from the back, and Na'Vi have done it. Back into the lead, they'll go.
Damn, well handled. That was definitely the right play there from Vitality at the end of the round, but ultimately Na'Vi winning with their B players, those first 2 kills. That's where their odds drop dramatically. It's this one way from Boomich as well.
2 victims on that one smoke.
Yeah. And they needed that kind of value because they came into the round with 2 players with 1 smoke in total. I mean, they didn't even have enough flashes to let that one go on too long. But also smartly, they kept most of their utility on the B site.
Look at that pile.
Yeah.
Got a treasure trove of utility.
Can really never have too many nades on that B site.
Vitality doing a good job of kind of sprinkling these attacks back and forth between the sites, and it looks like Apartments is their point of contact here in round number 10. Simple on short though. Excellent flash. He doesn't die. He falls into the cover. He's just trying to best that one AK. He dies out to Dupree.
That was a crazy, crazy spray.
AK could be passed to either of the other armored players.
Yeah, Bit wants to grab it, but he also wants to be careful.
Magis takes it over instead. It's his turn at bat. Bit will recover Simple's gun.
Doesn't reload just yet. Have to fall back. They could try to retake middle in this position. Instead, they're gambling. And by gambling, I mean simply not over-rotating towards B. They're just trusting Boomich to go for the hold. And it looks like it's the right call.
Perfecto, easy first one. Bomb thrown open. Oh, just these pistol players dying to Perfecto makes this way too easy. Magist's not able to do anything with the rifle either, so step by step, Perfecto locks this one in. His 3 kills alone brings Boomich over from the B site, and Apex is done for. All things considered, that is an excellent round from Na'Vi.
Yeah, super solid. They were right about that. Good flash timing from Electronic after Perfecto took the first one, flash help for the second, repeak for the third. And now there's a tiny lead here in the first half.
A little bit of comfort here for Na'Vi, settling in.
An adjustment. Zaiwu goes for the op.
Let's see it.
Simple will also have his.
All right, well timed.
Yeah.
The op battle begins.
Oh, this is the Zaiwu pick, actually.
Oh, and Simple's here
This
as
is
well.
the classic, yeah, that's the classic Zaiwu pick.
Finds it immediate. Clash of the Oppers. Edge Vitality. Dupree watching over the fire. Bit will blast him away. And just like that, we're into the 4 versus 4 with a player tagged on each side of this. Boomich versus Apex, and Apex can't hang on. We get the fight between the Oppers, the IGLs, trading blows. And Zaiwu grabs bomb as we do have this leak of Vitality players on both sides of the A site. Magis gonna win his fight on short. That immediately draws Bit back in. And remember, he's low, but he still had, for a moment, a chance. Magis reacts fast enough to slap him down. Musuda gonna lock in CT spawn. Vitality respond with a 5th.
What a big move from Magisk on those 2 frags entering the B site. And I think they might have got info that one had snuck over towards B. That was Perfecto leaving his arch position. That's crazy. It started off with, and now I want to know if well, Zaiwu definitely had a spawn, and that's also maybe why he bought the op, simply to win this one round, which they can of course carry forward. There just aren't that many opening duels that you will have on Inferno for the T side to justify going for it every round. People really aren't swinging car at this level.
And this level has been very high.
Very
this
high.
Is an awesome game of CS.
Yeah, absolutely.
It feels like 11 rounds of chess so far.
You know, it's like the highest level of CS when it's basically mind games every time.
Yep.
Where it's the aim is insane, but it's not always coming down to that. This situation did. Bit could have actually saved it if not for that unbelievable accuracy by Magisk on the spray. Very few saves in this match as well. Everybody's had money for the most part.
Oh, big nade. That's huge, but Magisk, oh, he almost finds Boomich in the corner. Bit comes in and helps.
How does Boomich stay alive after all of that?
That's wild. 4 health as he just holds his arm above his eyes and hangs on for dear life. Regains vision and gets bailed out of that second fight by Bit. Very quick answer. 5v3 right out of the gate, and Simple's gonna rock Masuda's world. We've got this close balcony play from Dupree, perhaps.
They just knew right away, like, okay, all we have to do, we can press up on mid, smoke the end of halls. Everything's desperate at this point for Vitality.
Just as quick as Zaiwu found Simple in the last round, they get 2 kills on the top of Banana here, Na'Vi. That nade?
Yeah.
Perfectly placed. Zaiwu gonna walk contact B site. He will find Simple holding this angle. 2 individual prongs on both sides of the map. Electronic thinking about going for this peak, but doesn't want to give it away. Zaiwu will walk into his death, offering over the bomb as well. So that is a save for Dupree and a 7th for Na'Vi.
Yeah, all Dupree does there is try to draw attention for Zaiwu so
He's
he
dead.
Can find some space. Well, you're right.
Eventually.
Someone died, yeah.
He's dead. Bit is going to finish it off. That's the old AK versus M4 situation for Dupree.
That's pretty solid. You know, a situation like that, you don't want to be like, oh, Navi are geniuses because they needed down banana. That's just going to happen sometimes.
Yep.
Vitality just wanted to call out a situation where they might play a little slower, and they were kind of wrong about it, but they still got Boomich blind.
Yep.
On the half wall, who actually, I think he did he get hit by Bit's flash? That could be slightly incorrect. It could have been 2 flashes. He could have turned from Bit's flash, but the kill feed says it's Bit. But they obviously also flashed while they were rushing. Talking about rushing, here we are running up the ults.
Should be a moment for Navi to gain some breathing room, but a great flash is going to push Simple all the way into the arches. Quick move from Electronic, and his spray nearly chops down a second. Magisk axed down by Simple. The fight towards Banana also goes the way of Navi, and this is going swimmingly. There's tons of damage being done to Vitality, but not one kill here in the 14th round. Means Navi extend this lead to 3 for the first time in this half.
Both these teams have a chip on their shoulder, I think, from the RMR so far, and having to play against each other. I think it's providing the best entertainment, probably the highest amount of emotions, and just the maximum level of preparation, right? I mean, I don't think either one feel comfortable and secure in who they are at the moment. You know, Vitality's recent form, of course, hasn't been good as well. You know, RMR is actually kind of an exception, I should say, because they've lost a lot of matches. And as much as we talk about Navi being off, for the most part, they're still winning the majority of their games.
Oh, Dupree gives it back to Electronic. Again, opening kills slipping the way of Navi round after round. Oh, Boomich, solid. I feel like we haven't seen him on the sandbags all half.
That's crazy.
Sits on top of it, gets the double.
That's, yeah, what the hell?
Right? He's been dodging and so much utility. I mean, they even did triple nades once sandbags and did 0 damage on Boomich.
He hasn't been on sandbags every round. That's how you know we got a new Navi.
Felt maybe like he was going to be prepared for and overly zoned. So he changes up the game. And what a change it is. 16-6.
Yeah, he's had a bonkers half.
Boomich be bonkers. Smokes come over.
They're getting worked in their defaults over and over again.
Oh, Perfecto finds Masuda sleeping. And Zywoo in a 1v5 has to stare at the wall, a bullet to the back of the head as Perfecto continues to succeed alongside Navi. 9 rounds now on this CT half.
Full credit for the B holds. Honestly, a lot of cameos, right? With Bit, with Simple. A tactful use of the sandbags, but not an overuse like we've seen in the past. And like you mentioned, those targeted grenades, we saw them very early on. Boomich was nowhere to be found. And I think that's such a salient thing to bring up because that's where he's had his trademark on the map, and he's saving it for the end of the half when they're last, or at least expecting it. Another 3-player setup. Potential for a Coffin's flash here with Boomich peeking. And it looks like he's being the right amount of aggressive now. Oh, okay. And just as I say that, they boost up over the half wall, catch him out of position a little bit. Switch to the AK. And it's sort of a half buy, even though it's the last round of the half.
Oh.
Whoa, what cover.
I need to know who got that.
That was, well, Magisk, but insane cover.
He's got a barrel pressed against his head. Hostage saved. And right now, bombs planted. Simple, going to be ended as Vitality will at least nab a 6th, a much quicker tempo. Straight pack mentality from Vitality as they just run into that B site and find at least a 6th.
No Boomich, no B-hold?
No Boomich, no B-hold.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely one of the better halves that we've seen out of him. Really, really strong performance, and between him and Perfecto and the little bit of help they got throughout those rounds sprinkled in, you could see why Vitality had so much trouble.
Perfecto ending the half with an 87% KAST, so just all over everything.
For the layman, he was always doing something important.
Yes, kills, assists, saves, or trades. And I like the way you put that, cameos from Navi, right? A lot of moving pieces. Everybody kind of getting a...
Sometimes Bit starting B, sometimes Simple, but not all the time.
Everybody in flux for Navi. 3-round lead as they kick off this T side. Dupree's Berettas at the top of oranges. ZywOo's Berettas in apartments. 5 players, 7 guns on the French side.
They've got halls pretty well guarded. They're still chilling, though. They're not setting up to fully exec right now. Simple would be on the other side of mid. They're just going to wait. I don't know if he's lurking on this, but...
Now, we had clear indicators on Navi's CT side that they were prepped for the Vitality offense. I'm really curious if we're going to get that same thing from the French.
Are they going CT?
Yeah, they're running, jumping, just hopping all over the
They
place.
might go back to A, though, yeah.
Oh, Magis can't manage to get that second one. Bomb confirmed inside CT spawn. ZywOo's going to think about going aggressive, but Boomich is locking him in. And now ZywOo's a little bit distracted, but luckily he has Pit still being held, so good coverage here from Apex. You'd assume the big Boom gets around the hay cart. He's kind of being given a chance to work this. Apex is not going to get anything, and the A site falls with 0 frags.
That is sick.
They just squeezed it.
That was such a sick pistol. Oh my god. You know it's good when you're looking at the map and you can see all 10 players and you still can't tell what's coming. They had Simple waiting at the steps for a lurk. That pistol round had so many things in place to follow frags that they kept their options open to both split CT through B if the B push came down towards Simple, or continue with the wrap split to A if they had seen nothing in CT spawn.
That was no coverage, bro.
Oh my god, he flicked.
That's why I was frazzled. Look at that. Thank you, replay.
Jesus Christ. What the hell?
I got my own back.
Anyways, ZywOo was pushing mid, and ZywOo was actually really smart to walk because there was a player right around the corner. And when he fell back to the site, that wrap came, and they basically were able to change that in the middle of the round, and it would have still been a really, really strong adjustment. But it's there's no telling what they call that a spawn. I think with a play like that, that just covered so many things.
Bison? I thought we got past this. Simple looking for the unarmored targets, but Dupree could actually serve up an issue. He can just get here fast enough. Smoke grenade's gonna buy a good bit of time. Dupree now on CT cross. Smoke soon to fade. They're just gonna try to flash pop it. Magisk actually kills Simple. ZywOo also offers us a dig, and now these Ts were supposed to be sent reeling backwards. Instead, Perfecto gonna hold that ground and deal with the rifleman. Then they double back.
Yeah. Oh, and it's a boost on quad, so I mean they could hear him running 100%. Apex only has a scout inside of the pit. He gets a tag off. Boomich
That'll
down
help.
low.
Oh, finishes Perfecto, but the pistol's not quite enough. 30 HP for Boomich's 1v3. The top fragger of the server. Looking to add a clutch to the repertoire.
Magisk is extremely low here.
Only 9 bullets in the magazine, though. That could serve up an awkward situation in the middle of it. But
Are we
like you
looking
said,
at no armor?
Magisk low.
Or they have Magisk on half armor.
Yeah, and ZywOo has nothing. So, I mean, he could get shredded by this SMG.
Timing.
It's going to have to be that perfect pinch. The gun's empty. Glock is out. Magisk's at risk, but holds on. And Vitality's force will work. Not off of the back of that FAMAS. Not really off of the back of the Scout, although some impact there to set up that final kill. It's really those 2 deagles on B site.
Yeah, it all helped for sure. We saw
Pounded
how
Navi
close
back.
Boomich got right there, yeah. Damn. Okay, well that at least makes the game competitive now. We'll see what the CT side is all about.
Definitely a sigh of relief for Vitality to get that one.
The clear best decision here for Navi is just to even out the money. No reason to... I mean, actually, if the money was a little different, they might think about forcing into it just because of the amounts that Vitality are going to have to buy up. So I think it's Navi's best interest to play a very slow round if they're going to go deagles, because every single kill can be huge. Each of the Vitality players down to 0 except for Apex. Just a little extra money in the pocket. Not much, though. Logically, even if you put the minimal amount of pressure in a round like this, the later into the round, the easier it's going to be for you to find dry duels. One-on-one with the Eagles. A little bit of pressure, and they'll draw out more utility, but even if Vitality don't see anything, they'll start using some, at least.
Steps out mid. Oh, Zywoo well timed, but Electronic did just kill Magisk on Arch, so that pulls one of the 2 A players back over. And then they make short, I was going to say the intended target. Show some nades. Masuda, he's pushing up close, and that's going to put him within that lethal range of the pistols. Perfecto's Deagle. Oh, it looked like that was going to crack open the B site. Instead, it's Apex with the 3K A1S spray down to keep 3 up for Vitality and to close that lead to a measly 2 rounds.
He totally saves it. He totally saves it with that one spray.
And of course, he had like Masuda in front of him as well, so it's like, oh, I don't want to shoot you in the back, bro, but get out of my way. This is a tough spot, and Apex stands up. Vitality's defense surviving the test so far. All the CT frag grenades thrown, and it's only the one towards Banana that does a bit.
Oh, they're aggroing. Oh, and they get punished. That's Masuda going down.
Simple so ready. Just walks around the corner dry. Apex throws a smoke up as the second CT gets in. We do also have Magisk coming over through CT spawn.
This banana smoke with a gap on the right side is so key. Every time you try to cross to the right and get in the cubby, you can't do that safely now. So CT's little bit on the right there, just to make sure.
Oh, they're gonna aggress this with 3 players.
Gonna go clear this up. Perfecto's waiting. I mean, they have 2 on the corner.
Oh.
That's 3 spotted, however. So they turn back towards A.
Yeah, they're gonna run right into Dupree, and he's playing ahead of the smoke. Cuts off Bit. Isn't able to double down onto Boomich. Very nice trade with the Galil to give us this 2v2. And Vitality wasted no time rotating over. Electronic inside sight. Boomich trying to clamber up into the apartments, and he will be able to get there.
Uh-oh.
Electronic pressed so close to the smoke. Molotov down, but this spot... Oh, no, it spreads, and that's going to be the end of him. Zywoo finds enough fire to Electronic's feet to push Boomich into the 1v2 clutch, looking for his 20th and 21st kill, and he gets that first one, knows he's under pressure, falls all the way back, and he's going to play that time to a T. Boomich is a beast tonight.
Wow, he's on one. Finally grabs that 1v2 as well, and the first move is the most important, taking the risk of getting up into halls, knowing that the last 2 rotators were spotted at the top of Banana. Took a small risk in knowing that they probably won't push through the Moto smoke. He has time to get up there, but that's, of course, the best spot to play a 1v2 from if the bomb is down in that regular position, and they don't know it. So, Boomich, he's aiming today. He's playing smart and cerebral, and it's paying off.
The real payoff is we've got Vitality back in just to the USPs. 1 P250 for Apex, and a real open door for Na'Vi to run away. Huge clutch.
Yeah, he was so in tune with that. He could have actually also run towards lane, and it would have been right. I think he would have made it, no problem. All's pop now.
That's a good dink. Ooh. Zywoo USP frag. Okay. Goes back towards mid, softens up Simple. Considering USPs in a P250, Boomich and Electronic are low, but Simple's had enough of this. All right, he's not playing any games. Na'Vi going to secure that 12th round win, a 4-round lead back in their pocket.
Oh man, feels like they're not going to waste this Boomich carry.
No, you don't. It happens every once in a while.
Yeah, it's not the, of course, moving up players like you do on Na'Vi. It's not going to happen every day.
But obviously,
and when we talked about the core, didn't even mention Boomich because you know he's not one of the guys who is supposed to do a lot of the fragging compared to players like Bit and Electronic. But when he does, it certainly helps.
Yeah, you welcome it with open arms.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you know, talk about CT side Inferno, like sorry, Banana. That's like where a lot of kills are going to come. If you're part of the B hold, a lot of Navi's Inferno success will come down to Boomich and Perfecto, even though they might not be regarded as core.
ZywOo on the CT side at op. Utility's a little bit light here for Vitality. Oh, this is quick pressure. Oh, Masuda. Oh, no.
Apex's nade. Wait, how did that happen? I mean, they must have known that Masuda was going to wrap in front of the half wall on that exact tactic. Unless the nade hit him in the back, that's a huge mistake, man.
Oh.
That arch is totally open here. They know it's a 3B setup. Electronic knows this immediately. I don't even know how much he wants to rush this, but look at the timing that he has.
Magic's
there's
head,
one,
it's right
yeah,
there.
There's one in the graveyard.
Electronic
he
doesn't see it.
He doesn't see it, but you know what? It might not even matter. He still knows there's two on the A site. That's just actually crazy. I mean, it was just floating there the entire time.
Magic's little round head.
Okay, I think he might now have seen. Maybe he didn't. The thing is, they could go back to look at Arch, so that's the risk for Electronic, and he has a full minute to wait. So it looks like they're going to try some Halls pressure. I think that makes more sense than lane. They still don't know Arch is wide open. This is a very blind round from Vitality.
Oh, this is weird. If ZywOo can land this shot, then it's
think
Boiler that becomes the problem, but nobody's going to be exposed to Electronic. ZywOo does land the first one, but as he retreats into the site, he's caught by Electronic. Magisk will take that fight,
really.
perfectly timed by Bit. Na'Vi takes it. Hook, line, and sinker. They slice right through that A site. What a weird little situation
that was so crazy.
was,
His
man.
head just floating inside of the graveyard. But he didn't. That's why sometimes important just to not move at all. I mean, it really is like in nature, right? Where you don't want to give your opponent. I mean, if you're standing beside something still and you're moving, well, that's all they need to see. But
Electronic like a T-Rex, man. If it's not moving, then it's not there. Too funny. No laughing matter for Vitality, of course. Playing that round without much information. And then their heart just sinks as suddenly Na'Vi swarm them on that A site.
The strange part is
Apex is.
Oh my God!
What? He's gonna. What is that?
Was he just carving his name into the wall? Excuse me.
Simple's just dumbfounded, like.
Look at him. Oh my God! I would be so tilted. I don't know exactly what happened. He might have just been talking, thinking he had the save locked up. It just gets knifed.
He's checking his phone, you know.
I mean, that's $1,500 for Na'Vi. That's $1,500. You can't deny that cash.
A quick stiletto to the throat.
He was actually just taking a stress break, it looked like. Oh.
Yeah.
You're about to go take a vacation, you just stub your toe in the door, you know?
All right, guys, these are all the things I'm going to do with this saved gun next round.
It's the face you make when you get 4 red lights in a row.
Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, that one's going to sting.
Oh, man. 13-8. Knife kill on that last round. So 1 dies in the save. Only 1 gun for this one. Defending against 14.
What felt like a very close game at the start of this has suddenly started to turn into some real Na'Vi dominance. Only 5 rounds out of the last 18 for Vitality. And only 2 of those won consecutively, so it's a very rare occurrence that Na'Vi have had to play with pistols in their hands. Right now, it's just Dupree with the rifle, but oh, he was in a great spot to find that. Bit as sharp as ever. Not able to punish for that second CT that they knew was inside of Boiler. That at the very least is ZywOo to grab the A1S and get back into this bomb site. But at that point, Na'Vi, they don't need to take some overzealous risk. They'll group back up. Bomb still on the bottom of ramp. just pressing up close for a little more pressure, a little more information.
They're faking the B split. It attracts attention of both CTs here. I don't know. Are they boosting over this? Yeah, they are. Interesting. With the gun. Maybe this works.
A little jiggle from Electronic, but yeah, didn't take that warning sign to heart. Goes right back and falls for it. We have this A1S still in a prime spot.
Yes, we do.
Pistols could still distract. 25 seconds left. The clock will serve as a pressure situation. Apex, he runs outwards. He's a one and done in this moment.
They can't go back to B now.
Na'Vi, they're still just looking to hang on. ZywOo takes another duel, loses it to Boomich. Good deagle shot from Magis. Then the next player's low. Can't finish Boom just yet. Bit comes in from balcony, and that pushes Masuda to the 1v2 with a picked up AK from Electronic's corpse. But he doesn't have armor.
Not only do they need this, but it's possible. Yeah, they don't have armor. Oh, there was an opportunity. No bullet shot back from Bit. He doesn't want to risk it whatsoever. He doesn't care if he doesn't get the kill as long as he stays alive. That's some good prioritization from Bit. Na'Vi gave Masuda some tracers to shoot back at. Man, if Magis gets one more, we have a game on our hands.
Could have shot Boomich anywhere in the body.
They actually got really scared. That one tactic to go up on the boost behind Moto was almost the one that won the round. And I was actually going to call attention to the fact that we haven't seen that much ingenuity from Vitality here on the CT side.
Yeah.
Na'Vi have been controlling the flow of all of these rounds. And to be fair, they've been doing an admirable job of just putting pressure on both sides of the map. It doesn't really feel like there are that many gaps, but Vitality have a lot of tactics. I think that's actually the thing about them that I normally would talk about the most. But they haven't really used their deep mid smoke to put pressure down. We've seen dupreeh make plays in alt, and Money hasn't been incredible, but it doesn't seem like the mood is either. I think that's when things can get a bit stale. Na'Vi know they're in a power position. Really excellent game plan coming into this match so far. And not just a game plan, executed extremely well too. Everything from that second half pistol to some of those very early CT setups. I think Vitality have been outclassed today in that way. Still only map one, but a statement.
Rebounding very well from that loss versus Heroic so far. Boomich at the top of that list. 134 ADR coming into round 23. Huge numbers for the IGL. Perfecto going to be pressured by utility here. This is Vitality still trying to hang on to this close press on bottom ramp.
God damn. ZywOo eats that entire molly. He's down to 14 health on Banana.
They're so low.
It looks like they know it's a 3B setup again. dupreeh have one escape past him.
Easy first pickup. Oh, a triple from dupreeh as he lines up Bit and Boomich. Perfecto, remember, 18 health because of that smoke spam, comes at that fight and dies, and we have Simple in a 1v4 versus all wounded members. dupreeh gonna just stamp his name on this round and give Vitality more chances.
What a hold. I mean, a tiny change in elevation is all he needed there. Jumped up on top of the balcony, and that's it. Lined up the 3K spray down.
All right, Simple. Smooth moves. dupreeh, man. Always good for a pit hold.
Yeah.
Always good for that A-site multi-kill. Not that either him or ZywOo, those two heaviest hitters of Vitality, have kind of given us this standout performance. Not the likes of Boomich.
Yeah, I mean, they might be great players, but they're on the worst team right now.
Yep. Well put. Still, that little bit of extra margin of error for Vitality coming out of round 23. Still trailing Na'Vi by 5. But at least they're not playing against map point. Not yet. dupreeh, man of the round. 3 kills from the balcony. First one made easy by the fact that he's jumping, and then that quick little lineup.
And this one was as simple as
elevation change. So smooth.
That was sick. Yeah, that was as simple as for Na'Vi in seeing that as a 3B setup, immediately busting for top mid and wasting no time transposing into the lane hit. So there was tons of pressure on the 2 players alive. And we saw some heroics out of Dupree.
Oh, another fast fight. Magisk almost snipping Perfecto's wings.
This counters out the fake pressure they put at the bottom of B, which will change Navi's situation slightly. At least maybe add some time to the clock. Tech 9 on for Boomich.
There's a save round on the line with this one too, so Vitality, they're not lost just yet.
Man, I can't believe Vitality are playing 3B this many times. They're leaving Arch open again to be spotted. And I feel like Na'Vi don't want to believe it either. It seems like they might be trying to end in this way, which this could be really smart from Vitality. Uh-oh, knocked to the Tech 9. Opshot gets missed. Masuda, he gets 2 and he lives. And now, once again, 2 players spotted on Banana. But this is a situation where they've already got 2 kills, so it's a 3v4.
Separate 1v1s.
Yeah, they're coming in.
Apex, okay, big pick up there.
Oh, they get the pit player. Yep. Dupree goes down, bomb wrapping around through halls, and Apex doesn't know that Electronic has already snuck onto the site.
Oh, he didn't see that. Comes at it. Electronic's going to give us a second here for Na'Vi. And while they may have lost that Arch fight, Electronic saves the chances of winning this round. It's ZywOo and Masuda versus Electronic and Perfecto. And the CT side still has a smoke on Masuda. That could be used to cut off Electronic, who just looks to lock this in from pit. Perfecto's going to go all the way back into the site. Bomb is planted on the short side of the tall box, and that is big. ZywOo with a little bit of magic, but they need to figure out where Perfecto is at. It's Masuda currently holding a kit. Perfecto, oh, ZywOo, he can smell them as he gets that wallbang into pit and hunts him down backside.
He's on the spice. ZywOo is on the spice.
Cerebral.
Oh, it's a beautiful frag into the graveyard, or into the big pit. I'm glad Vitality won this because they won Banana. Their setup was correct. They read that Na'Vi would come back into it, and it's obviously a really big risk for that late into the round to keep 3 Banana. But then when Boomich got his Tech 9 frag, things almost fell apart, and ZywOo missed his first duel as well. And Dupree dies over towards the pit.
This could be a fast one. They don't have that third player here. Masuda, he's stuck inside of the incendiary. They know about him.
Oh my god. They pressed up. I mean, Apex is here all alone. He's going to throw maybe a great grenade, but now he gets
so
blind. Can't even fall back.
Tech 9 spams the smoke. Apex is able to answer, but there's no damage here. Not enough, no kill. And all of a sudden, the T's, they just swarm this B bomb site. Apex, he's going to find Electronic right after that plant. We've got Boomich on top of boxes, and 2 T's setting the crossfire between Banana and Little Pit.
Wow, the second Oranges plant, what a risk. Coffin's wide open, but they block the cover.
Huge amounts of utility for the retake, so that smoke grenade's going to cut off half of what's left of Navi's post plant. Simple's on half health. No, he's not. Full HP with that AK. Pushes past the Molotov. Bit gets the headshot. ZywOo and Dupree somehow able to answer, but now Dupree, he's got 2 players splitting him down the middle, and he throws a smoke not atop the bomb. It is Na'Vi with 5 map points.
God damn, they pulled that off.
They just cranked the dial, run down Banana, smash the pit player out, and they take this one by storm.
Man, the counter utility was so good, and Perfecto won his duel with the Tech 9 taking over CT control, and that bomb going down on the other side of Fountain wasn't even corroborated to Dupree. He runs into the site. That's just the last place it gets planted, and the only reason they pulled that off is because they were totally aware of the Fountain covering Coffins, leaving it wide open. An interesting idea for Na'Vi. Once again, really well executed. Well, that's how they're going to scoop it up, huh? And the last round, it was two alive for Vitality with ZywOo and I think Masuda rotating over from the B site to win versus Perfecto and Electronic. So it was already very expensive. But now to lose to just pistols.
Dire situation. That's Na'Vi for you. Just a quick uppercut, sucker punch. Now they've got 5 map points. Gonna be a very tough recovery. Dude, we just talked about this, insistence from Vitality to play 3 on Banana. They move that piece back, and that's when the rush comes through. But that's really been the tail of the tape. Na'Vi just kind of outplaying Vitality, right? If any moment we get like the right call for the right situation, it's been Na'Vi's way. Vitality hanging on, but Na'Vi a step ahead. 5 steps ahead at the moment. Nice peek from Apex. Sees that flood of utility coming over the top, and if the MP9 can kick this off, then maybe ZywOo's op can lock it in. Oh, and Masuda gets the back of Bit's head. A 5 versus 2 situation. This one not looking done just yet. A half health Simple, 3/4 HP for Perfecto. And they've got bodies to deal with here on this B site, but that could help. The first pull on the string, but Apex just jumping drive-by MP9. That's going to be Simple taken out of this one. Perfecto looking for the clutch, and as many clutches as he may have, this is not his. Vitality, 4 more chances.
Yeah, 4 to get to OT. Why don't we live in a world where that's entirely possible? I mean, yeah, they're fighting. They did that with a pistol. I mean, it was a great setup. They caught one in mid. They caught one on B. They used that up, and they kept their B players safe for the early round, which I think is the huge thing. I believe there are no money here for Na'Vi. No money. Bit has some, but he's just going to hang on to it.
Magisk looking to just bully these unarmed opponents. 4 immediate kills in alt mid. I like it. Let's get it over with. Let's get this game back underway. ZywOo trades out Magisk, the only casualty here for the defense.
Yeah, we've got a real match now.
Rinse and repeat, let's get it.
Listen, it's one of 2 stories right now. If Vitality get to OT, then yeah, they were kind of every bit as good as Na'Vi. But if that's not the situation, then you can't say that this was really close. It felt like Na'Vi were in control basically every step of the game. So Vitality, their only kind of respectable result at this point is to cross this line and get to overtime and equalize with Na'Vi. Come back on this T side versus this T side.
Vitality not looking too passive. Magisk thinking proactive, moves close to the apartment's entrance. Na'Vi for the time being. Oh, I was gonna say just lean back.
Damn.
But Perfecto leans too far, slips. And a broken back. Oh, but there's still a chance at a recovery. Bit, that is so clean.
Man, that's both players on the hall set.
What?
You see them, running at this. But ZywOo hits a blinder.
God.
Beautiful shot on Electronics. So fast with it. And they shut down this hall's attack.
The goal to just run into Boiler, goes combat opping.
Bomb is left back in spawn. They're walking up to the top of Banana. Do they realize how fast they are? Simple kills Apex.
That's gonna help.
1 of 2 players dying on the B site early.
Still 50 seconds to squeeze the 3v3.
Vitality pause. They have not rotated off of the A site. Na'Vi, how scared do they think they are? That's the question. This is a brave call for Vitality to make, but it looks like it might pay off.
1 smoke to the B site for Coffins.
1 in the graveyard right now.
Masuda just alone on B.
Dupree is hoping, crossing his fingers and toes, that they come out of halls in that situation. Op is here to protect him. 20 seconds. And if ZywOo makes first contact, you better believe Dupree is going to be forgotten about.
Just comes down to the crunch. Dupree doesn't kill the one in the air. Now they know about him, goes back at it, gets the bomb, stopped on top of balcony. There's just no time for Simple. And the setup, the 2A play works out.
Whew. What a call to make, man. That was brave. That was brave. They lost Apex on the B site. 3 players there at the top of Banana. That smoke goes down. And Vitality assume it will be respected.
And the target selection from Dupree. Tags up the guy flying down, comes back at it with the lower peak, ends Boomich on top of balcony. Vitality with some fight left in them. That fight from ZywOo.
So fast. So fast.
And an instant after Dupree drops that bomb, Simple's able to kill him. If that shot comes in half a second sooner, we're talking 3 players on site versus ZywOo with a bomb plant in Na'Vi's back pocket and a highly probable 16th round win. Instead, they are sent back down into the problematic pistols. Simple, solo AK.
Yeah, it's feeling like a round 30 finish on map 1. Rotating over slowly. Hey, listen, Apex and Masuda have take turns dying here on the B site versus Pistols as well. They're taking a risk just by playing back right now. Smoke comes down, but you can tell Navi's intentions are quite clear. They're going to commit through this, and the rotations could not be farther away. They could not be farther away.
This is it. It's got to be Apex. He wipes the sweat off of his hands, throws the smoke forward. Masuda will be locked out of this, and Apex is about to be tested. Boomich jumps into his death. Oh, Apex able to at least shave off that second, but Masuda is going to be on his own for a little bit longer.
Man, bomb goes down instantly. They're so incredibly slow right now. Masuda holding on to construction control, and all the Ts are in typical positions.
A boatload of utility for the retake.
But only one molly.
A banana flank added in. Simple, that front-running AK shaves off Masuda. He goes down with nothing, and Simple immediately turns his attention back to Banana. He's getting attacked, and Magisk finds that headshot.
They molly the wrong position. Quad is still alive.
They need to somehow unroot both these players. Zywoo looking for the target. Bit swings out. We've got a Magisk on the bomb. The stabs are there, and Navi's 16-13 with a solo rifle buy and another B-site burst.
Yeah, that's a map locked up. A couple of pistoling rounds here, one from Na'Vi, and they do it in such a chill way. They're not even too excited. They were looking for round 30 to make it happen. And for Vitality, almost everything was really good. They were fighting like animals to get to this point. But the problem was their B-site holds.
Yes.
Masuda and Apex made this too precarious. Either of them dying in almost every situation. And in that spot, you could see from how passive it was. They put tons of stock into themselves to make those kills come. And while Masuda stayed alive and Apex got 2, that wasn't enough.
Nope. Masuda instantly killed by Simple. That one AK pressing close coffins. That's the way she writes it, this one. B-site just not enough from Vitality, and now they have to take it to Mirage, a map that they have a 0% win rate on, but showed good things versus FaZe in that 14-16 loss. We'll see that one soon enough.
Thank you very much, Scrawny and Launders. You'd have to really point out the B site and poor Masuda and Apex. Sometimes it's also...
Launders was reaming them out there on the B side, and it wasn't just Launders, it was also Na'Vi. So I guess that's kind of the day that we're having today.
I'm liking this Prof. Prof's, being a little bit more spicy. Maybe my bit of Vietnamese foe just had like half an hour back. But jokes aside, yeah, unfortunately for Vitality, the mapping... Look, I don't think anyone will fault them for picking this map against Na'Vi, right? It's a map that they have struggled on historically recently, and then you talk about Vitality, they're very comfortable on it. A very, very close affair, but I feel like both Connor and Launders just kind of hit the nail on the head when they said that B defense, it was getting exploited time and time again. And again, for Na'Vi CD side, I think they got 10 rounds in the first half over there. Yesterday, where they struggled was on that CD side against Heroic, so they've been able to fix a few of the problems they had.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say that Vitality City side is looking good because I feel like they have a lot of openings, especially on the A side, kind of different looks, re-aggressions, all of these things. But then the most basic rounds that Na'Vi throw at them, these two B rounds that they threw, like it can't fall apart this easily. This is just like giving the game away. Like you put in all of this effort to have this like very cool, smart things, finding ways of like getting entries, setting up like trades and whatever, and then B Rush loses you the game.
All hail Lord Boomich, who we wouldn't have expected him. We also didn't talk about during the pre-match. Out of nowhere comes into this game and literally manhandles Vitality.
All hail the Boom, right? Boomich really stepping it up as an IGL as well, and I felt like he had some pretty good calls coming in individually as well. Obviously, when you have bloody Simple bit of electronic on that team, you're not going to be looking as Boomich to be the hard carry. Wasn't really a hard carry, had a really impactful first half as well. He wasn't like he really stepped up in the latter half of that game. But I love the point he made right there. The final 2 rounds Na'Vi won when they were 14, I think 14-6 or 14-8 or something. The last 2 rounds they won was that fast B hit. One of those rounds being only the pistols, the other one being one AK-47 and hands off. Well, it was simple, but still, right? So some flaws there for Vitality, but credit to Na'Vi for exploiting that.
Now, Blair, you wanted to take a look at round 19, right? And for many good reasons within this one.
Yeah, this is such a great round coming in from both the sides. You can take a look over here. We see Simple getting the opening towards Masuda and finding Vitality and finding that kill. And Vitality, they aggress towards Banana. They try to get back some map control. The trades are good, and now immediately Na'Vi know there's only one defender on the A bomb side, and they smoke off the Molotov. They get the bomb planted. Now it's a 2v2, and then of course Boomich coming up clutch in the end.
Yeah, and there you can see like a lot of these cool things that Vitality is also trying to pull off. The Dupree, as the B aggression is coming out from the B defenders, Dupree is using utility in mid to push up a potential push there, and he pulls it off quite well. Goes for the reposition and leaves a smoke on site to kind of trick the opposing team. If they're coming in, he's going to probably be in sight, but the timing just isn't there. Na'Vi extinguished his molly, come in and just trade out and win the round. That's why I'm saying, like, this looks good. Looks really good from Vitality.
Yeah, like some great dynamic CD side. They weren't just content just sitting back at the bomb side. If you lose a player, they're looking to group up, reclaim a little bit of real estate, get that trade going. But also for Na'Vi, right, they're able to immediately pivot back. They're just playing their fundamentals soundly. So overall, a great map of Counter-Strike on that particular map of Inferno. But as we said earlier, Vitality, the B defense was a bit of a problem.
Yeah, but you know what? There is something we can have some fun with here, right? Magisk was full swinging it with this little flick we have to show again, because it was something very impressive from the man. Now this, right? Sometimes you just get it, you just hit the ball. Just what on earth?
That's actually such bullshit.
This is a backhand right there from Magisk. Oh,
what is this?
He
wasn't even looking at him, dude.
That's just pure instinct. Beautiful. I mean,
well, I think he was even aiming for
I don't think even you got the kill.
I don't know, but we were watching it and we were like, was that Magisk? Was that really
someone
him?
else?
Yeah, had to be someone else. Yeah, 9-6 half in the end. Vitality started strong, got a decent half, but yeah, the CT side can't be that easy. Just can't be that easy to hit the B bomb site and win rounds.
And especially now heading into Mirage for me, Banks. Like, look, I know, you know, we have seen Vitality have that very close series against FaZe, right? FaZe, best team in the world, one of the best teams in Mirage as well, 16-14 loss. But Na'Vi, despite their trials and tribulations they've suffered thus far recently, Mirage is still their stronghold. It's the one map where they know they can flex on.
Yeah.
So for Vitality, I feel like even though initially I said all these three maps look pretty good for Vitality, I felt like Inferno had to be in their pocket.
Yeah. Especially, like, that is kind of a lackmus test for how good this team is. If they can win Inferno, how are they going to just be in these, like, 3v3s, 4v4s? And that's a part of this Mirage where I feel they're going to have a lot of trouble. Like, even Heroic yesterday, it seemed like they had the reads on Na'Vi, but they still lost the rounds. And if Vitality is playing like this, like they can't close out a 4v3 retake with all of the utility and weaponry advantage, I feel like they're not going to be able to handle Na'Vi on Mirage.
Absolutely. And for Na'Vi, I just about trying to figure out where this holds their potential weaknesses, like we saw the B bombs on an Inferno, and trust me, Na'Vi, they will exploit it.
They will exploit any opportunities they can get, right? Because right now this is a Na'Vi which is going back to the old way of doing things, right? It's not the same Na'Vi where it was the full team performance in there. We are relying on just individuals to step up at times as they seem disjointed. I'm going to bring up those map win rates, right, and just see where we're at with this sort of road. Because when you're talking about Vitality, we're talking about we're seeing improvements from the team overall, but there is worrying signs now they aren't able to take down Na'Vi on this Inferno. But I will also give Vitality a bit of a caveat. They've not had easy opponents.
Absolutely, and you also got to bear in mind, if you look at these numbers as well, you're talking about the last 6 months, these are 2 iterations of Vitality, right? This new, like for Mirage, I mean, all these stats for Na'Vi make sense. These are all big events in the past 6 months for Na'Vi. These numbers make sense. For Vitality, as we said, they have had some pretty rough opposition. They've had some rough times of late. Honestly, for me, Vitality in this event is still a question mark. Which Vitality are we going to be seeing? The Vitality who dominated in the best of ones, who almost took down FaZe and Mirage? Or is it going to be the Vitality where we start to see the cracks appear where the pressure is on?
Yeah, definitely. The communication differences, the individuals maybe not showing up as much as they usually do. ZywOo, we saw, had a good game, but wasn't anything mind-blowing, right, from the young prodigy. Still the young prodigy. Dupree and all of that, but it's about the team and the chemistry in these situations where it's not pre-planned. Which this is the thing that I have a feeling now with Vitality. They have these good openings and things that they can set up in advance, but then when it comes into the hectic kind of mid-rounding position, then that's where they kind of stumble.
I also kind of have to mention one last point would be for Vitality, and I don't like really pointing fingers at any individual. You're talking about a team where you
you are going to do that, right?
But I'm going to do that. I am going to do that, though. You have the Danes coming in, obviously language barrier and everything to kind of rebuild this entire lineup, make it work. Misuta, at the end of that, kind of like, the dead team run Vitality had when it still had Shox and Kyojin, he was looking fantastic. He was looking incredible. And right now, alongside, I wouldn't say alongside, everyone has had their moments. Apex, we've had Magisk really step up as well. Dupree has been the best player in this tournament thus far, and ZywOo as well, ZywOo. But Misuta has been very, very quiet. And I don't know if it's about his individual performance or maybe his new role in the team, but some question marks for me for that young French lad.
Well, let's see if we can step it up going into map 2, right? Because that's what it's all important. But do we think there is a chance with Vitality? Are we basing all off that phase game or what you've seen here? Does this show that Na'Vi's just going to be the better team again?
I kind of feel I was still going to be favoring Na'Vi, but I thought it was going to be a close series. Of Vitality took Inferno, but Mirage, Na'Vi, they've shown that they have no weakness there.
Yeah, I'll definitely lean towards Na'Vi. I mean, we're leaning towards Na'Vi since the start. As always, we kind of try to set it up. How can the underdog win, right? But after the Inferno game, leaning even more towards the Na'Vi side.
Well, let's see if Na'Vi will grab that 2-0 or if Vitality can push us to a third map. It will take all of their strength and maybe a better performance than we've seen ever from Vitality so far. We'll be finding out how it all goes down after the break.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Na'Vi's recovery in full effect. This series moves to Mirage, and Vitality seem to certainly have their hands full today. It's not an elimination game if Vitality lose this, but of course that would be Na'Vi locking in a spot at the Major as one of the highest seeds, which means probably a legend spot. A lot for them going into Mirage, and all they need to do is take what they did on this first map, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, and it's not an elimination game, but you know, every match can be. It can feel like that. You know, that Force Saw game, for example, I'm sure they both felt like it was an elimination game because it's not easy right now. The bracket has gone kind of crazy since Big beat FaZe yesterday, so you can't take anything for granted. This could be your opportunity, and or it could be the opportunity for the other team. You never know which will be the case. Now, we are looking at Vitality losing 6 Mirage games in a row, close losses. And the one upside for them, besides the close losses, is that they have played very good teams. Only. I think the worst team that they lost to on Mirage was ENCE, and they're obviously still very good, but we're talking FaZe twice, G2, Heroic, and Gambit, I think, were the others. So they basically have had a very hard go of it. But that doesn't recuse some of their players from their Mirage performances. And right now, ZywOo is the only one who's been good. Everybody else has struggled. And we know, of course, that from the Astralis core, all of them are playing Mirage now, but most of them are still struggling on it. And that means dupreeh and specifically Magisk need to find better form on this map. The very few successes that Vitality have had recently have come with at least dupreeh and ZywOo playing well. But yeah, also Masuda hasn't really fragged well on this map. even Apex, who is actually going to be able to find like openings on maps like Nuke and be an important fragger on the map, doesn't do much on Mirage either. So they've got to break new ground here, because for basically out of the last 12 months, I think Na'Vi have been the best Mirage team in the world.
And for somebody who hasn't been playing up to, you know, that necessary caliber to win maps on Mirage, Apex is playing a really crucial role. You're going to see him constantly trying to challenge bottom connector, looking to be that mid guy to set up things, to stun and stunt on any type of plays from Na'Vi. But I mean, if Na'Vi are coming in on an individual level that Apex can't hang on to, that's just going to be, I think, at that point, a weakness within mid, and a weakness that Na'Vi will certainly exploit.
We saw how they dealt with that specific pressure. Maybe we'll talk about it more in the match. But Na'Vi knew how to shut down any mid plays. Electronic will jump into underpass sometimes, so will bit sometimes, depending on who has the better spawn. And that's become one of the best ways to counter any fast connector control. But we're going to have to see a layered attack. We're going to have to see some variety in the attacks. And yeah, I mean, they're going to have to play basically the game of their lives, I think, to be able to win this one. It's going to be tough. Any jitters that Na'Vi had coming into this official, I think, are probably off with that result on Inferno. So pressure is on Vitality now.
Dupree did have a standout game versus FaZe. We saw that as their one match. The shining moment for Vitality was nearly taking FaZe down on Mirage, but a 14-16 loss, gut-wrenching at the end. And that's where we had this contest, this head-to-head between ZywOo and Dupree, who was going to finish with the most amount of frags. I think we need both of them to really come online in this one. Both of them going to be a quintessential piece of any potential Vitality success. And if that success doesn't come here with a victory over Na'Vi, then we're looking at Vitality on the brink of elimination, missing out on the major, when this team was created and composed and formed for the sake of winning events. It was a huge undertaking. Never before seen a French and Danish fusion. And this wouldn't be a good example of it if they can't even make it to Antwerp.
Yeah, and it's possible. You know, Vitality have won 4 out of their last 12 series at this point. 2 of them being at the RMR, and that's why they are at this this match so far. But yeah, that's also, there's 2 best of ones out of those. Yeah, so it's dire, man. It's dire. It's weird. I think it's hard to reconcile a Vitality that you know has these players and also has these results, because they are not meeting themselves where they're supposed to.
This man on your screen was one of the key reasons that Inferno slipped the way of Na'Vi. Big performance from Boomich.
Yeah, I mean, that actually has to be noted. You're not going to get Boomich carries every map or even every week. You know, that's not even a thing. So that was very lucky for Na'Vi that he played that well, because that was a game that almost went full 30 rounds. But it is something you have to be prepared for. Apex is on the other side of that coin. And he will once in a while have a really heavy carry. And it probably happens more often than Boomich does.
Let's see what they can offer us here. Vitality looking to hang on in this series, looking to take it to Dust 2. Na'Vi looking for a spot at the major after losing a confirmed Legends placing versus Heroic yesterday. A loss that stung so much, they vetoed Nuke and brought Dust 2 into this series. Will we get there? Time to find out. Vitality to the defense, and the ramp play comes through immediately. Electronic going to be passive as he waits. Smoke over the top, but the CTs see that this is pretty much dark. And even though Electronic gets surprised by that one, the fallback is still there. Bit looking to pressure up connector. Nothing happens just yet.
So yeah, window gets taken over from the T side, and you can see the CT reaction is to go back into a passive setup. They're still leaning towards A. I think this is the appropriate reaction, but Dupree is well damaged.
Apex trying to get by that murder hole without being a problem.
It's ending A here. One coming out of the halls, looking for a timing. Electronic may have made noise. Is his time limited? Electronic gets traded.
Yeah, Magisk, clean kill on that one as he comes over top at the ticket booth. Bomb still at the base of connector, now going underpass.
They lost such a key player there. Electronic out of the halls was their only way to divide the attention on the CG side, so they're adjusting accordingly. Now this kind of turns into a lurk, and the bomb is a little bit slow, but also the first person showing it B. They're relying on this entry. If he doesn't get out of the halls, they're not even going to be able to plant. Yeah.
Simple, he has to come up from catwalk, but there's such little health for dupreeh. I mean, if he could just stop the bomb, then that's one thing. Boomic, with his back turned, a 180 into the bench. dupreeh just buying good time. The plant has to come through now. Great coverage. dupreeh is now all that's left over, and I mean, he just feels doomed with such little health.
Oh, he had to get that.
That was a tough one.
Oh, dupreeh had to get that. Oh,
they're able to fight their way out of a very sticky situation.
Oh, that was kind of free. That was kind of free. That was the crossfire on the site. Boomic got one half of it, but he had to spin around to get that.
Boomic had his back turned for a solid 3 seconds.
Yeah, that would have been hard to get that bomb down again. So Boomic count as lucky stars. Na'Vi as a whole, I think, made an adjustment that didn't look that sexy. When they had lost Electronic up in halls, they clearly got very uncomfortable. I mean, they smartly made an adjustment to go to the other side. They still could have hit A, but sending the bomb alone through halls, the rest of Boomic's teammates kind of really taking their time. There was a number of ways that could have gone wrong.
dupreeh, a deagle kill. ZywOo burned into the open. And Simple, with open arms, accepts that push. Perfecto gonna peel another off of this A site, so maybe Magis can offer us something, but the scout player in Apex is dead. It's really just jungle. And it seems problematic for Vitality at this point. Simple, gonna keep it clean. Double headshot into the ticket players, and that is Na'Vi with the 2-0.
Yeah. They wanted to think about that anymore, how awkward that first round was. They got a clean second once for the most part. No money here for Vitality. They can even go into Mac 10s off this, knowing that Vitality have no money. Just instantly win mid with a fast window smoke, some pressure towards connector. Bomb left back, but they've already made progress and they know that no one's jumped out.
We'll get dupreeh onto the boxes. No, not able to hold on to that position. Simple very quickly, just gonna move in. Clears out a bunch of corners. Squats the ladder room. Makes contact with that far pistol player. I like the re-aggression there from Masuda, trying to catch Simple while he is rotating all around. I mean, he is such a pain point for Vitality on this one. Magisk, Mac 10 to the chest, and the dead body. ZywOo, nothing. 5 up here for Na'Vi. That is an excellent 3-0.
Yeah, that's a money maker. They can even keep the Mac 10s completely viable depending on the tactic. This could obviously lead into a B-site hit if they want to, but there's a number of fast tactics on Mirage where you could have a Mac 10 and be good. Whether it's fast connector pressure, fast cat splits, or just ladder room control, or some kind of halls pop. But they don't even keep it. Oh, actually, they buy into the op. They get the Mac 10 out for an AK, and they go right into a default. And are looking to play it so Simple with a spawn.
Ooh.
Oh my god, right into the brains of Masuda.
Later.
Damn.
B-site left with a hollow head.
That was an insane shot.
And if you thought guns were just going to, be a way to alleviate the pressure.
Bit has no one here at the top of middle. They're flashing. Oh, they flashed.
No!
Oh, they flashed their teammate.
Apex lends Bit a helping hand.
Man.
Betrays Magisk with a flash.
You don't know who to blame, though. He might not have turned properly. Shot gets missed. Okay, and the CTs hit one back.
That's a door left ajar, but Boomic will still punish Apex, who just runs right out through the smoke. I didn't even see a flash with that.
I'm actually not sure why he just ran through that. There was Hall's pressure and A-ramp pressure, and this was a 3v3 for a second.
And your CTs were both rotating around a jungle. You would have been 3 players behind the smoke, ready to just push in and trade frag. dupreeh does still have his smoke, so
Boomic is out in the open.
Yeah, this is, and it continues to be.
One smoke for the Halls.
ZywOo and Simple both scoped up.
Simple went under Balk. Still worried about CT. ZywOo might clear him, but the position of Apex will be the one to counter the CTs and dupreeh. I think he just wants to try to grab this op if he can. We'll see if he can even save.
He lines him up, but Simple with another clean op headshot locks in a 4th consecutive for Na'Vi. T-side starting well. A drop kick to start that off. Poor Masuda sent back to the
Yeah.
Stone Age.
So a beautiful shot, and they found a timing to push into underpass, and Bit was incredibly vulnerable in that position in underpass, and they tried to flash him. But not only does he dodge the flash, Magis, who's supposed to peek, eats it. That's just not the way you want to see that round go down. But even from there, Apex running through the jungle smoke with no flash. You know, that's a play where he felt like he was losing, but from our perspective, they didn't lose yet. Yikes.
Shots into the legs of Masuda, and look how stranded they are. Boomich doesn't want to offer them the kill, but I mean, these two CTs, they still just have to fight this. They're stuck. Dupree's trying to push upwards, and he actually gets away with this.
Yeah, he actually played that pretty scared.
Electronic falls down into the B site, dies to the Deagle of Zywoo, who then quickly repositions and has Dupree help in from Cat. That one M4 pushing top mid, finding a kill, falling back Cat, getting another, and then Masuda still losing out to Bit. A recoverable situation here from Na'Vi as Bit doubles into that Cat setup, and all of a sudden, we have Na'Vi alive and kicking.
Yeah, now they know there's actually 1B. Everyone in a rotator spot. This would be an incredible mid-round to win. And it feels like they've done the hard part. One player left here on Zywoo, and he has 30 HP. They clear get right. He's obviously dead meat, and they do go for it. Instant headshot, of course.
A jump. Oh.
2 on 5 from Na'Vi. Shout out to Bit for taking care of himself in mid. 2 on Cat, 1 in connector, and he walks up onto the steps and separates all those fights perfectly.
Does whatever he damn well wants.
Mollied Cat and then watched his molly.
Magisk, has to just grab that AK and let this slip.
What a
Na'Vi's 5th by way of 2v5.
What a beautiful round from Bit.
Oh, and Dupree was trying his damnedest. That was such a nice play.
Yeah.
Gets so quickly up Cat to come try and help out Zywoo, who is obviously calling that he's under pressure but doesn't really have anybody nearby. The top mid player had to come all the way reeling through Catwalk, and it looked good. It looked good, but Bit looks that much better.
Yeah. Honestly, you know, shocked at how kind of careful he was about watching his molly. You'd think that would be respected. But such a good read on this play. And look at this. I mean, yeah, so scared of connector, but immediately just handles everything. Oh, that was a bit of a freebie, man. Na'Vi did not look good there. Boomich had 2 players running up mid towards him. They did not have an advantage to kill him, but he was terrified.
Oh,
Jesus.
Oh, and with that shot, simple 11-1. Apex jumps down bottom middle, trying to maybe join Dupree, but instead, I mean, he was about to get hit from underpass if it wasn't top mid.
Wow.
Bro, Apex kind of throwing himself into some sticky situations.
Yeah.
And I tried to highlight it coming into the game. Like, he's in a very compromised spot when it comes to mid. He's going to be a key piece to a lot of these rounds, and he's running through smoke. He's being found in the middle of the open.
He's just such a crazy, crazy man.
He is who he is. And sometimes it works. Right now, it hurts. Na'Vi, gonna find their way easily into this A site. Magisk has been found while this B apartments push nets vitality. Nothing. 6 in a row.
And Bit's frying too. Wasn't really even stand out on Inferno. Oh, they're gonna kill him in the exits too? Can't even let him save? No, okay.
They'll try.
They'll at least survive here.
Na'Vi with a ferocious start to Mirage.
The other day we saw 3 Mirage games in a row, and then Stown had the 1.99 rating versus Heroic, and then Simple came through in the next map and had like a 2.27 rating on Mirage right after him.
You think you're good?
Yeah.
Let me show you great.
Right now, Simple is 0.10 or more ahead of any other player at the event, with also the tied for the most maps played.
You don't sound surprised.
It's a good combo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy when that is just his average. Look at this shot, bro. Blows
So
him
sick.
away.
That's so sick.
Zywoo has no chance.
I mean, could he even really see him? Was it just timing? Like, that was disgusting.
I think I just watched Zywoo's soul evaporate.
It's made of water.
I don't know.
I think he would pick Squirtle as his starting Pokemon. I can see it.
Zywoo?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think he's a Bulbasaur kind of guy.
A Bulbasaur?
Yeah, you can see that too, right?
Yeah, I guess I could see that because he lives on a farm.
He has chickens.
Yep.
He does indeed.
And probably some plants. 4-map win streak versus solid teams on Mirage for Na'Vi. 16-5 versus OG and Heroic on Mirage. 16-11 versus Heroic most recently. Last loss to G2 at Kato.
Somebody's got to send Simple the memo, dude. CZ? So outdated.
Dude, I just switched off the CZ. Maybe I should switch back.
Smoke to mid window.
I just switched to 1280 by 960 as well. The GOAT res.
Whoa. This guy. Oh. Oh, Apex. Okay, that's, you know what? That's a little, just a little sigh of relief.
All of France needed that kill right
Yes.
there. They needed it.
A lot of things have not been going Apex's way, so for that smoke spam to come through, hang on to the 5v4. That's how Vitality feel right now.
Is he
Looking for their
walking into
first
this?
round
Apex
win.
walking through the middle of the site. Oh my god.
A double up from Perfecto. They're really putting the pressure onto the shoulders of Zywoo, and with that flash comes a Molotov. He's
No
going to be
smoke.
burned into the open, takes Electronic down, and jumps over to the garbage can. 35 seconds for Na'Vi to still get this bomb planted. If they can just lock in jungle, they'd be good, but Dupree does still hold this line. Simple quickly punches in those digits. Masuda finds Perfecto, so it's a simple clutch and a no-scope first. A second shot right there, and versus Zywoo, he goes over top. He holds, and he hopes. He falls back down. His 14th kill in 7 rounds. If he can just kill Zywoo. A battle of the
oh!
and he does it every time. World class. An absolute phenom. He takes those shots with confidence.
Wow. What a way to go 7-0. And yeah, right, all right, okay.
How is that what happens next?
All of France needed that.
Apex. I'm so sick of this guy.
God damn. Was it two no scopes or one
Two
quick
no-scopes,
scope?
dude.
Yeah.
And you saw when he jumped on the triple box, he even, like when he had that one shot as Zywoo was on top of Ticket,
Yeah,
that was also an attempted no-scope.
He did, yeah.
He
gave
just
it a shot.
attempted 3 no-scopes
He did.
and landed 2 of them.
And still won the round. When's it going to get boring? You know?
Never.
When's it going to get boring?
Never.
That's what I want to know.
As long as Simple plays Counter-Strike, this game will never die. I mean, he just pushes what's possible. Apex looking for another scout kill.
He could do it.
Missed shot. Good damage on the follow-up. Great grenade as well. So this one looking winnable. Magus, he's going to use the assists from Zywoo and Apex, but Boomich
Both
on
spotted.
the recovery. He's going to fall back into Apex's pistol. Fire at the feet of Electronic. And 100 health on Apex as he stands up. A 3K from Apex. Puts his team on his shoulders this. That was a solo scout buy that worked for Vitality. Not the way you'd expect them to break through this spree of Na'Vi victories.
Yeah, it's a really nice. I mean, such an insane shot from Apex as well to kick it off. But we'll say there's a few of these rounds, man, where Apex is the one who is allowing Na'Vi to get back into it, and he needs to be a bit more careful. I hate to like say, you know, Apex, here's how risky you can be because you kind of take the good with the bad with a player like him. Definitely, there's spots where I feel like it's like a clear mistake with the kind of aggression that he's partaking in. That last round, he was just like walking through the middle of the site with the A attack coming through, and I guess he didn't know it. But where was he going to end up exactly is the question. The B site is about to come under fire.
Well-timed nade at the least.
Yeah, that's solid. Oh, Masuda playing fence. He has no nades. He doesn't even have a smoke for himself here.
Bree gonna be able to help out. Oh, 2 kills for, no, excuse me, that's Masuda into the mix.
Oh.
He's the one with the double. Bit hits the headshot, jumps immediately outwards. Boomich holds off on the bomb plant. Thinks about instead dropping it for Cat, but Bit just sits inside that smoke. Zaiwu, he's stuck inside of the market. Bit's gonna hear that movement. Oh, and another one. Bit is looking to add his name to the highlight reel, but he can't spray down Magisk. Boomich comes out, dropped to 23 health, gets the kill versus Magisk. Apex right there on top of him, an escape around the corner. Apex gives chase. Boomich looks to lock in the headshot, but it's Apex with the kill, the clutch, and a second for Vitality.
Yeah, he's just holding down. He's holding down the mouse 1, pressing on the pedal.
There's a piece of utility in that play that I'm a little curious about.
I actually don't know why they
in the
smoked
apartments,
inside
right?
the market. Yeah, because it smoked too high up, so I'm not exactly sure. The only thing it would cover is the bricks boost.
Yeah.
It would only cover the bricks boost to the window. Yeah, so I guess there is that for sure. Maybe they thought it was a cat setup, and in that case, that would help.
Seems like a read. We have seen that boost at times.
Yeah, it can be annoying. Especially if the rotators come off mid, for example. In a mid setup, they'll bricks boost first, and then they can try to see into the window. So that could have been a counter. It would have been cool to see that come into play.
Very niche.
It is all about small advantages. That situation could have got really ugly. I wonder why Masuda was out of nades completely in that spot. You know, usually only play fence if it's a really bad situation. Oh, almost never. All
right, critical situation for Vitality. They pick up that second consecutive. Then immediately just apply the pressure to Palace in round 10. Electronic dead. Masuda takes over. Na'Vi trying to figure out how to pull this off with just 3 Deegs and a Glock. Apex, a bit of a lifeline right now for Vitality, right? We come into this game praising Boomich for his performance on Inferno. Apex was looking a little squirrely in a couple of these rounds.
Oh, man.
But he did also get that scout impact followed by the 1vx clutch. Simple.
That's a M4 they can take back if they'd like.
Yeah, with the smoke, they'll get it. Deagle thrown to Boomich, so that's everybody with something to work with for Na'Vi.
They would have heard him running back, but do they know how many other Ts are in place right now?
Apex trying to make a move.
They've got the underpass walk up. Apex is going to take this hard angle. He immediately goes down to the M4 of dupreeh.
On 65 health, he walks up there.
They probably won't expect Magisk to refresh their spot, but he misses a few bullets. Oh my god. Oh no.
Man advantage. Now Masuda, he could just still sit inside A site.
Yeah, they used the smoke. Oh, they took over
Boost.
window.
Zaiwu's going to get blindsided. Simple instead doesn't get the kill. They're going to come running up connector. Masuda behind boxes.
Oh, he's missing everybody by accident. This
There's
is
the
so
jump.
close. No way.
Oh, he gets Simple over the back. Perfecto finds the bang. 10 seconds left. It's Zaiwu versus Perfecto. Perfecto doesn't even have armor, so as he goes for this bomb plant, Zaiwu ends it, and what could have been fizzles out, but
Jesus.
Na'Vi makes Vitality sweat.
That's crazy. The amount of awkward moments there, the amount of timings, the amount of good kills too, I mean, from Na'Vi, but they just, yeah, too many of those first attempts. Bullets missed. Very scary. And they get that third round, but it's so pricey.
Yeah, huge cost. And with that cost, I feel like Na'Vi, they can smell the blood in the water.
Two push under right now, and Electronic, I think, is going to have it called, so let's see if he watches this properly.
He keeps thinking about looking away. Look at that, caught with nades. If only he had kept his head on a swivel. dupreeh comes back up from underpass.
Oh, what?
Another turn of affairs. Bit and Perfecto both low, but from 3v5 to 3v3, you know they're going to take this. And they still have somebody kind of locked into the apartments. Both teams aware of it. Masuda just wants to get away.
The thing is, Bit doesn't have the HP to chase down Masuda, and he's actually just going to try to evacuate over to the A site while they still have this lurk-in window. And we've talked about this before, but having ladder room control can still be very helpful towards an A split. Simple if he peeks off Cat into connector, for example, he can help them if any CT forgets. Oh, timing. Shadow. Oh, okay, Masuda wins that. His gun swinging around. But this can also feel like the B split is coming. So Masuda's looking up in the halls. They're still tuck connector.
Saiwu just needs to land this one. Easy does it versus Perfecto. Bit in an unlikely situation as Apex comes over top of the stairs, grabs an AK for Vitality's 4th round win.
Yeah, close call. They almost make it work. I can't believe Bit wins that duel versus Underpass. That was just disgusting. He's in that zone right now. I mean, like, you know, all of last year it was like every game Bit was winning duels like that, but he's not been in super incredible form recently.
It's 4 in a row. It's recovery mode for Vitality.
Yeah.
They took their beating in the first 7. They've gotten up, dust themselves off. They've had to claw their way back into this. 17 and 5. Simple.
Damn. Another 4 rounds to go as well.
Then you've got to deal with the Na'Vi CT half.
I feel like Zaiwu's been pretty careful, pretty reliable so far. He'll miss one, but he'll spot one.
It's information gained. Electronic already exiting ramp. Tucking into this spot. Smoke will go past him.
Oh.
Could be the Deagle.
Yeah.
Quick crack of the whip from Electronic, and
Man, if they throw one flash, he's already got a lead. I don't think they have any utility, though. Yeah, they won't even be able to help him. Oh, 2 spotted, 1 CT, 1 under balcony. Electronic misses his first shot.
And everybody's already tagged. Look at this. Kill
Nicely
feed
done.
flooded full of Na'Vi deaths. Tons of assists on that one as well, so just well timed for Vitality. The grenades land on the money. Perfecto playing dodgeball with frag grenades. Oh, Dupree
What?
just kills Magisk. Okay.
I think
Was he
it was
falling?
when he was falling.
It was when he was falling, right?
He literally just got unlucky and a bullet hit Magic. The magic bullet.
No such thing as friendly fire.
Yeah.
Poor Magisk. But that bullet's got to go somewhere.
Yeah. No way. Ever since Magisk left Astralis, Dupree hates him, you know?
Oh, man.
It's kind of a $5,000 death. but-
Yeah, that's like, it's funny for, I think it's funny. They
It
don't.
is, yeah.
It's funny.
No, it is, you're right.
I'm just like, what did I do wrong? Wrong place, wrong time. Saiwu, he's got a handful of Bit underneath him, but Apex helps out. That top mid contest goes very nicely for Vitality. This is the heads-up gun round, a big one for Vitality as they continue to try and get a lead at the end of this CT half. They're looking to one-up Na'Vi with 8 rounds in a row. And this one is flawless.
Wow.
Not a single point of damage to Na'Vi's name.
Hell yeah, that was a sick setup. You know, top mid control, they deal with underpass, and then everyone coming up. Hey, yeah, there's only one player on the site, but he's sitting under balcony, and they don't molly him. They don't molly him. They molly top balcony, and he stays alive. Rotation comes in.
Please, Saiwu. Please save us.
Oh, is this the point of the major where Apex says we need you? Or
Yeah.
We can't win, and then they win.
Yeah, he's going to try to do it. Back-to-back majors.
Get to top 8. Uh-oh.
Missed smoke.
Could be on purpose. Sometimes you miss a smoke to keep the CTs in window while you rush B.
That's what I say when I miss smokes.
Fallen actually did this a long time ago.
Apex going to take out Bit's legs. Shoots him in the knees. They're going to do it again. Look at this. This is the smoke we were talking about, if you guys didn't catch it. a few rounds prior. We say it only blocks
we
off
could look
the bricks.
from Dupree's position, but yeah, it'll pretty much only block bricks.
If he plays ahead of it, it's not a problem. Masuda knows that one's gone by, but Dupree very quickly, very swiftly sweeps it away. Simple response. And ZywOo into position fast enough to just push all of this onto the shoulders of Boomich. He gets swarmed, and Vitality, what hell of a resurgence.
Sometimes, because of B-exec nades, sometimes they take a long time to land. Like, for example, the market window. So you kind of have excess smokes if you're going to hit the site. Sometimes you don't even need one. So you might throw the market window smoke to land after, but you still might get opt on your way in, because you can't wait for that thing to land first. So that might be a reason they're just saying, okay, well, we have 300 extra bucks on this attack. Let's use it just for this one position to help us get out of the window.
Sure.
And if it's 1 of 2 spots they're in, I mean, that could be the difference between that and a plant.
They almost saw the man in underpass. Oh, but Magus comes away with 2 health and a kill.
Electronic's mad. That's his play.
Yeah, Perfecto's going to come get him. No reason for Magus to survive this. He has 2 HP, and he is locked in underpass. But you know what? Now he's actually got teammates trying to fight tooth and nail. There it is, the rescue mission to get Magisk.
Yeah, they supported it. I mean, they had the smoke in middle. They had a teammate in connector. VIP treatment for Magisk.
And suddenly, I'm impressed. Vitality, they're shooting for the 8 rounds in a row. Like, I thought this was going to be a domination. Now they go into Palace. Simple, lies in wait, changes position. You want some? Come get some. Apex on the closest of corners. Simple doing the dance of death. And this time the no-scope is not there for him. Here comes ZywOo. Locking it in from triple with a double off shot. Make it a trio of kills on the top of connector as Vitality go from 0-7 to 8 rounds straight.
8 rounds straight. Look good doing it. A lot of mid-control in there. Got to be feeling pretty good because it started out like another Mirage loss for them. Again, they're fighting back against an 0-6 loss streak on this map versus their best opponent so far. But then to come back 8 rounds at the end, it's Na'Vi who are going to be feeling bad now.
Sort of, scratching their heads like, what happened?
Yeah, it is kind of the...
All kicked off by Apex with the 3K scout round.
3K scout, and they never looked back.
Dumpstered Simple top mid, and from that point forward, Vitality knew we can do this.
Yeah, and not just that, but he just didn't die in like these silly ways.
He did
for the rest of the half.
Yeah.
Because he was just kind of giving away strong positions a number of times.
If Apex could go back, I'm sure there's a few decisions in the first 7 rounds that he just decides not to make. But losing rounds isn't as bad as losing your character. Simple double Berettas. About to rock Vitality if they try to come out from Palace. Bid shaves Apex off of the underground.
You don't want to go there when you know there's a connector player in the first place, but now there's Simple too.
Oh, way too easy. 2 guns, 3 kills. Palace belongs to the king.
They were kind of waiting for that, weren't they? Hunted down underpass. Simple literally face turned towards Palace and nobody exposed to it.
And with that 3K, he is 22-9.
Yeah, I'm going to look at his past Mirage performances alone. Let's just see.
The Woo can offer us nothing.
I swear, Simple is almost as good as Brokey these days.
Simple, not going to be able to get any others. It's Boomich to end it, but a pistol comfortably in the back pocket of Na'Vi to restart the war machine that we saw take that 7 rounds straight. It's been a little while since they were able to win one. Pistol's the great equalizer. Now Vitality going to have to get through what is a 3 A1S buy from the side of Na'Vi.
Simple 4 maps ago got 65 kills on Mirage.
In what? How many OTs?
Okay, it was 37-34. Remember that AGO game?
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm like, why are we not talking about that then? What is this?
In regulation. What?
What is this?
Electronic going 3 and 14?
No, this thing.
I just noticed that. Yikes. Oh, the cheerleader stack.
V-I-T-O-L-I-T-Y. Vitalité. Vitalité.
How's it go?
La 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 vitalité.
That is burned into my head ever since we had a crazy little pack of Vitality fans swarm a hotel in Copenhagen.
You give Apex half an ounce and the chance start.
I don't know what that was.
That was
cursive.
Some kind of code.
Runes. And ruins for Vitality because, yeah, that's money. Perfecto ace.
I'll let that sizzle. Nicely done with the MP9. How much money was that? So much. 2,400, 2,700 with the pistol kill. No deaths.
Money.
Money.
That's a set of 7s on the slots. Jackpot. Na'Vi to the lead.
Oh, 33 actually. 4 kills. Damn.
That's why I don't do math. The numbers go up and the numbers go down. Right now the numbers lean the way of Na'Vi on the scoreboard. A missed shot from Simple. Believe it or not.
Oh no, I had it right the first time. Sorry for taking time out of your day to correct myself.
You sure? Final answer?
Locking it in.
Odd from Simple, looking for targets. He knows they're behind those boxes, just can't do anything about it. They'll throw a grenade all the way in. That's a quarter of ZywOo's health. A little dunk on Apex for 4. Trying to get this 3-man core pushed up catwalk. Bit's about to have his hands full. Oh my god, and his head full as well, full of lead. Masuda, insta headshot. Perfecto can't get anything else, and this op of Simple is now dropping more than one shot, but he drops the bomb, and that could be huge. But he gets swept away by Dupree, and the B site belongs to Vitality. Fire on the feet of Magisk, but he'll still commit to that plant, no problem. The T side take their 9th. We are tied yet again.
That was really painful to watch. After one guy goes down on Cat, the way that they turn the corner so quickly. Okay, if Simple picks one off, Perfecto's probably a little bit more comfortable. If Simple gets 2, of course, that's a total release of pressure on the site. So those op shots draws just allowed Vitality to scale faster and faster. But credit to them for continuing to go forward as quick as they did. But Perfecto's spot ended up looking really, really bad. And then Simple just ran out of space within a few seconds. And, yeah, I mean, Vitality won. They don't have all the money in the world, but they might be able to kill Boomich. Maybe not. That's an interesting call.
There were chances, man. Simple had chances, and he had that back sight.
Yeah.
But a few dropped op shots. Vitality happy to swarm him.
Yeah, Perfecto's really relying on him there. Because he doesn't want to have to peek around the corner. They're already at get, right? But he also has to deal with the hall split. So his position was just not good to be in. But he didn't have time to be somewhere else because his teammate just died at the corner of Cat. After the turn off on the bricks.
Simply too much to handle.
He was in a really good spot to catch a lurk out of halls.
Blade thinking hard.
Stares pensively. The stoic.
Time to recover, Na'Vi. Boomich going to be the key piece, the kingpin of round 19. And they're going to try to set him up with Electronic. Magisk going to have to take both these players, but an insta headshot gives Electronic a gun. Oh, they could quickly just work their way up Cat if they really want to scramble here, but Boomich just got Dupree through the connector smoke.
Oh, yeah, they're already kind of stacked over towards the B site. Okay, ZywOo's in the window, and I think they they kind of half want to pause. There's a chance to kill Simple. Coming up the steps right now, he gets a shot off on Masuda, but it's through the floor. Doesn't do that much damage. 2-2 to sights. I'd still rather be Na'Vi in this position, but at least Vitality have killed one of the lurkers. Now, this is one position where this spot in the site, you know, could be the one to win, especially if the time goes low enough. And look at Boomich.
He's getting to the right position.
Starting to mosey on over to the B site. This one from Bit. It's really not fun to play, but on low time, teams make mistakes. That AK crossing the window now.
Boomich still hasn't reloaded.
He's gotten to the doorway. Oh,
my
he
God.
goes down instantly.
Now all of a sudden they get out from the B apartments. Bit in position. He is stuck in this spot and not able to get anything else. Masuda turning this on its head. 3 kills for him. Great recovery. He kills Simple down in the underground. And then clears this B bomb site. Electronic with the retrieved AK. But he's 3 and 15. Oh, and Masuda is gonna give us his 4th to give Vitality that 10th. A damn nice try from Boomich.
Yeah.
So clean to kill Magix. The spray on the cat player through smoke.
Masuda has recovered his scoreline heavily, and on this T side was also the one to get that lightning fast entry, turning the corner on Cat as well. Saving Vitality in a couple of spots now.
Yep. Showing his value here. His Vitality pull back ahead, 10 rounds to 9. And Na'Vi finding themselves on a full buy. We got Dupree trying to get around that cat smoke. Electronic within connector. He's not alone. No, Simple right there with him.
Yeah.
And shots in both directions. These CTs with bullets whizzing by them. Walking around the danger zone. Little gap for Electronic. He's looking to catch Apex and will do so wonderfully. Turns it around towards Palace. And doesn't get that second just yet. ZywOo scoped up now on that very same gap. So if Electronic comes in for second servings, he may be given his just desserts.
I was going to say, man, Electronic, he's a connector specialist, and he should be able to get a lot of easy kills, actually, because he's so smart about the way that he plays connector. But right now, he's not himself. Running really low on confidence. You just don't see him at these score lines, you know, 2 maps in 1 tournament. It's not been a good run from him so far. But there is a key frag. I mean, that shuts down all the pressure towards the A site. Look how much time it bleeds off the clock. We're crossing 40 seconds now.
Dupree's still just locked into ladder.
He just has such an enormous amount of responsibility. As we can see from the minimap, you know, Electronic, he is not going to have support if they come out of halls, into window, from ladder room, in connector as well. He just has to win his duels.
ZywOo post.
They're gonna try to catch him lurking here.
Oh my God!
What?
Boomich through the ticket, gets blasted away. Dupree falls out of ladder. Electronic will bring one down. That's Magisk taken out of it. ZywOo, his 6th sense tingling, 6 seconds on the clock. Dupree's looking to strike this down. Oh, but the bomb plant, it's been denied. The bomb plant gets denied, and Na'Vi will tie at 10.
Yeah, no time to actually pull that off. I mean, they didn't have significant control there. That's a bit of a flub from Vitality. Yes, there are some nice kills from Na'Vi, but really, the only thing that they had to do on that round was Electronic kills 1 at the bottom of connector, and everything slows down. They literally hit the most ridiculous frag in the world just to get in the site. And then they missed they didn't have a ticket smoke, I'm assuming. I don't know what that ticket smoke was. That could have been from the CT side for a one-way, but, you know, that's not doing anything for the T side.
No.
Potentially got interrupted by a molly. Maybe that's the case. That would be actually sick.
Masuda and Dupree, the only AKs here for Vitality. Looking to recover this. If not, they're offering momentum to Na'Vi. This is going to be a key round as we are in the final 10 of regulation. And Simple is just going to stay posted on this. He dares you to peek. Oh, he misses. And that's 2 AKs now getting into Tetris. Boomich is going to smoke himself off. He's surviving, but barely.
What?
And he gets the headshot to Masuda. He is just dodging danger. Still alive in this. He's got a player also just on the edge of smoke. Electronic and Simple come swinging outwards, and Boomich, he is just invincible. Magisk, the only player to do anything in this one for Vitality. Na'Vi owned this A site.
No way, man. Boomich, buy a lotto ticket. That is so ridiculous, dude. He had no play he could have made, and the smoke area was so small. That was the easiest spam ever. Bullets go outside of his head like a chalk outline on a dead body. But it shoots back.
I don't understand how not even one of those rounds hits him.
I don't know. And he just aimed straight.
Just shoot back.
Literally off audio. I mean, full credit for that. He lined that up well.
And the support system there for Boomich after as well, right? Electronic and Simple both just simultaneous swings.
Okay, they didn't take it for granted. But Vitality quickly organize on this B lean. Okay, deep Molly comes through. They really don't have much to work with here. Are we even talking about a single flash?
Nope.
No one's got anything.
We got a Deagle and a P250.
It's hard to justify no flashes at all, but if they want to grab an op again, I guess dupreeh doesn't want to invest. This could just be a thinking round for Vitality as they creep towards the B site. You know, this looks like one where you just want to skip forward, but from Vitality's perspective, they want to get kills, any kills that they can get before inevitably losing. So they should take it seriously.
Perfecto's playing with nades. Gonna track Masuda as he jumps out the window first. First to exit, first to fall. And this test passed with flying colors. Apex will get one frag. That's the only thing Vitality are able to nab here in this one as Na'Vi reestablish a lead.
Yeah, they at least take him out. I think a timeout is going to be called. Maybe they can talk about some stuff. Now, Vitality definitely still have odds in this game. We've seen some really good mid attacks as well. I think they're on level with what we're seeing from Na'Vi. They clearly know how to come for the CT side. On the other side of things, Electronic still has a chance to redeem himself. He's at such an important spot here on CT where there's, even in this match, a ton of mid pressure. So he's going to see a lot of action. So you're almost always going to see rounds come down to his opening engagements.
And he is the last player that just kind of needs to get into the game, right? Everybody on Vitality's side offering something.
Yeah.
And for the moment, Simple has been picking up the slack that Electronic's score leaves to grab.
But he can't replace where he is on the map.
Exactly.
So that's what's really important. And we see the game plan is leaning into him as well. I mean, I would definitely look at the scoreboard and say, yeah, let's keep putting pressure on mid.
Time to turn it up. Simple will be boosted into ladder. We saw that reservoir of smoke grenades left in the Vitality T-spawn.
I think they're constantly going underpass to make sure that Simple hasn't, Electronic hasn't dropped out of the window in the beginning of the round. The boost will offer up no engagement here. Apex coming out from underpass. Yeah, Electronic again. We see his first pressure point. They walk out middle, and Electronic finds a creative way to approach that, actually.
Wow, Apex picks up the kill.
On Bit.
I'm surprised.
Yeah. I think he's going to go try to cover his teammate. Well, this early portion of the round has been won from Vitality. That's all they'll have to think about.
Immediate rollback, grabs bomb. Looks like mid's still the intended target. Apex not going to be able to help ZywOo try to pinch down into connector, and then it's given up. Electronic decides to skate back into safety of jungle.
Yeah, can't do too much more.
He has no incendiary, no smoke, just that one flash for him to work with. Perfecto's utility on Catwalk, a frag. So really just open lines of sight, which could still play into their hand if they're able to pinch it, but Perfecto goes all the way back into the B site. Apex, oh, he takes a chance. And Electronic's gonna take some spam damage. dupreeh's able to end him. Boomich takes his helm here inside of jungle. dupreeh locked into the corner, and the bomb given to what is 3 CTs stacked atop it. ZywOo looking to recover. 3 immediate kills back the other way, and Vitality stay within striking distance, trailing Na'Vi by 1.
Wow, we were watching ZywOo, and what a shot by Masuda. 2 instant headshots in that 2-on-3 situation. Those rotations looked like it was going to be too much to deal with. Look at that.
Bam, bam, thank you, ma'am.
Insane adjustment onto Simple. What a way to earn that. Damn. You know, one thing I'll say is, you know, even though he's having such a bad game. He's not playing like it. He's still playing confidently, which is really important. I mean, his job description doesn't change just because he's having an off day. No one's going to take his spot. And Na'Vi are also keying into the fact that Vitality are leaning in his direction. So I think that's what we saw a lot of these rotations, this late connector control and the hit towards the A site. They're calculating that. But it's aim that wins the rounds with Masuda and his 2 beautiful headshots.
It just looked like they had so much control, but crisp kills at the end of the day make a world of difference. Na'Vi back under question here. They bottom out the banks. Looking for that quick mid clash, but Vitality posturing more so towards A out of the gate. See if Boomage can get away with another highway robbery.
Yeah, you see he dumps his whole kit because he's worried about this when they go for squeeze for mid control after seeing the smokes that they will hit A site, and now the CTs are starting to come back. And this is also the added value of taking over mid. You've got fast rotations to both sides.
Na'Vi trying to get ahead of this.
ZywOo has been finding these jackknife op frags out of A ramp.
Unlikely they get caught off guard.
Pick the wrong spot for Boomage.
High alert here from Na'Vi. ZywOo walks out.
Could still get mollied on default, and they're worried about it. Yeah, it's coming now, and he used his smoke earlier, so he can't smoke himself out.
Oh, it's desperate, but he's found a little bit of a pocket, and he even dinks ZywOo down to 10. Smoke grenades come up in front of jungle. Bit offers some fire through. Electronic on stairs drops bomb. And this could be a world of hurt for Vitality. Masuda trying to fight for it. Gets the bomb back at least. 45 seconds. CT swarming. Here comes the push above Ticket. Perfecto resides in smoke. And now we get the mid lurk. dupreeh, he's gonna shoot Electronic in the back of the head, sprays into the smoke. Perfecto, there's one, but Magisk with the double, and Bit goes down. Vitality tie at 12.
God damn, let's go, Magisk. Oh, Apex is out of the seat now. That's hype. What a way to win. Off the lurk from dupreeh, tagging 1, but seeing 2 more. And that's all the info he needed to get dupreeh, his Danish brother, on the same page. Man, almost a sick hold there from Na'Vi. Very fine margins. And we saw Perfecto actually used a creative piece of cover there for Electronic. Right-clicked a nade in front of the stairs as Electronic was sitting there fighting. Nearly got him out of that position. But then dupreeh came in for the counter. That was a hard one to read. I don't even think he started out mid on that default. Full A attack almost goes wrong. Look who's fragging.
Critical time to offer us a 3-piece. And again, you know, the bottom of Vitality's scoreboard, nearly as high as its top.
They're repeating the exact same rounds. Top mid smoke, window
Close
smoke.
pistol.
Yeah. Oh.
3 players though. Boomage never really had a chance in hell.
Yeah.
Felt good about the likelihood of maybe catching 1, but he falls into the snake pit of Vitality's A setup. Simple looking to make that Deeg sing. Incendiary's destined for the site, and that's Electronic's head popped. Push out to triple. Perfecto killed towards mid, so the pitch is definitely on. Simple now taken down. Bit, he somehow gets 2 kills with just that 1 USP. Hey, you take what you can get, but Vitality, they'll take the lead.
Yes, they will. Yes, they will. They are so close to doing this, winning Mirage.
Breaking the curse.
Breaking the curse. 0-6. They would go 1-6 with this win. But more importantly than anything else, apart from a map streak, is just getting to map 3. They win. They qualify to the major. That's what's on the line. We've got a jovial ZywOo.
Job's not done just yet.
Squad that looks more like themselves, a hyped up Apex.
Light utility for Na'Vi's 26th. Simple to the top of stairs. Smoke on Palace, ramp peeks his, sees the nades, blinded, finds Masuda. And Vitality are looking to just charge headstrong into this A site.
Whoa.
Simple! Wow. Finds dupreeh. Apex, he tries to prioritize plant, but Bit comes in with a crucial kill. And suddenly, Vitality left grasping at air. Oh, they try to stop the hemorrhaging. And a kill versus Simple could certainly help. You've got the X factor, the Z factor of ZywOo alive and kicking. And he just found a little bit of a timing.
Yeah, he's thinking. And Magix is clearing over top of the balk.
Oh,
ZywOo gets shot in the side. Oh my god.
Just
Man, this is brutal because, dude, I mean, the attack was just fine. Simple gets literally a kill half flashed over top of the stairs. That one was definitely skill, though. He saw a nade coming over. He was crouched, waiting for that opportunity, and lined up a beautiful shot. The second one just threw the smoke on the cross. That's lucky. That's fortunate. And then Bit actually peeks over top of the stairs. Apex goes for the wrong plant. He doesn't think anyone else is, I guess, by connector or hoping they'll get some space. But, of course, that's going to be in full view off the corner of the stairs, no matter what smokes you have.
Whoa, Magis tries to get out.
Man, they actually have no money.
Faster than ever before.
2 AKs. Man, this is a big investment.
Yep. Bro, this could be 14 and 15 in the bag for Na'Vi, but Boomich, he doesn't survive this time.
What in the hell?
Just tries to throw the smoke down, caught off guard by the tenacity of Vitality, electricity, as they come out of that A ramp and instantly disappear.
Jesus, it's a reset.
It's a recovery.
Can they keep up with the nades, though? We've got 2 full kits on Perfecto and Simple. So Vitality using what they have left, I mean, that is their last smoke at a minute 5. Could they afford to pull back off of that A attack is the question. They have to keep it extremely simple right now. And I think Na'Vi know that they're broke. The best resource they have is the number of bodies on this attack.
An eventual A split, and we start to see the CTs peel back a little. Bit crosses to the right side of window. ZywOo just takes his head clean off Electronic, staring at his shoes, gets at least 2, and now turns his attention back to the fight. It's flawless from Electronic. 3 kills as he stands up in a critical moment.
Damn, that's the mark of a great player right there. Such a terrible first half. Key position in the second half and plays it like he's been playing well the whole time.
You mentioned it, even when his score was still in the bottom, he wasn't playing well, but he was playing as if he was. Making the decisions he needs to dominate, and Na'Vi have found 14, and the 15th should slide right through with it.
And Simple touches 30 off of that 1 kill as well.
He picked up the slack just long enough for Electronic to get his game underway. Vitality gonna need a miracle or overtime. Just when you thought they lift that curse, Mirage continues to be their burden.
We've seen this mid setup a number of times. Comes down to Simple hitting his first shot. If his teammate gets shot in the back.
Both players in mid, good to go. It's a double from each of them. Simple. Not gonna fall. Masuda tagged down to 4, and that is an easy sweep for Na'Vi's 15th.
Wow, is it gonna be another close loss for Vitality? That's the question. But again, they don't care about the fact that it's Mirage or that it's a loss streak. They're just trying to get to map 3. There's a major spot on the line, and Na'Vi are as close as ever to getting it.
And a lot of eager teams looking to take a chunk out of Vitality if they do get sent down to the next round.
What will the call be for Vitality is the question. We haven't seen defaults, really. We've seen setups out of the spawn, whether it's fake mid control or some delayed A attacks, but clearly it seems like Vitality are calling all the way to the end of the round right out of spawn with some thought in mind. Will they want to follow frags? Do they want ladder room? Are they going to go back to B where they were successful on the entries? I think there is a lot of things to work through if you're Na'Vi and figuring out what the best option for them is. And there is no better time to think about it than right now.
Crunch time.
Oh, and this is the play that Electronic didn't make all half.
Let's see if it's time.
He gets spotted. He has utility to use.
It's Apex's challenge. Oh, and it's Electronics kill.
Oh, that's that confidence right there. And it's a deep smoke. He can walk to the back of it.
A lot of players trying to chase him from the top of mid. Smoke soon to fade.
Man, if he phases this smoke, there's one coming towards him via underpass, but he's got support to escape out of connector. They won't let him go. ZywOo will go at the cost of his life.
Three kills back for Vitality off the top of mid. 2 cat players, and the underpass cleared. Man advantage established by Vitality. They caught them on the fallback. The cat players, they just wanted to punish that fight. They wanted to just end it then and there. And instead, a wounded ZywOo, Magisk, and Masuda will just pause and calmly try to piece this picture together. A B split looking likely. And because these CT players are currently in rotation, there is nothing to stop them in window. There is nothing to poke them from con.
They're actually hoping that it's going to be late B. They're gambling towards this side of the map. I don't think Boomich is going to peek into the window. He's just looking for lurkers. So the fight is going to come right towards Perfecto. He's going to hear this molly.
Narrow angle, gets that first one. That's an excellent start for Perfecto. Dives back into the cover. We've got 20 seconds and 2 kills either way. Boomich with the headshot, and Na'Vi finds 16. They survive the test of Vitality and will be going to the Antwerp Major.
They've qualified 2-0. 0-7 on Mirage or Vitality. And they'll have to continue to fight. And just because it's these two juggernauts going head-to-head in this situation, and Vitality have another chance to qualify to the Major, it doesn't mean they will. This is a scary spot for Vitality, and to come so close is not going to feel good.
Man, the fact that they brought back that first half with 8 consecutive CT round wins, if they were just able to puncture through Na'Vi's T side sooner, maybe, just maybe, we see this go the distance. A tough loss.
Oof.
A tough loss indeed for Vitality. Their future is 100% uncertain.
Yes.
And meanwhile, absolute respect to Na'Vi. Sure, you lose to Heroic yesterday, but that is your only defeat here at the RMR. You go into this Major having a high seed, which means probability of a legend spot. All things considered, this team in their situation to still be able to compete at the highest level of Counter-Strike is nothing but impressive.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Solid stuff. So with that, Na'Vi lock it in for Antwerp. We hand this one over to James Banks in the desk to unpack this awesome best of 3.
It certainly was an awesome best of 3 and a good fight from Vitality through and through. But the previous Major champions do make it back towards the Major. And Na'Vi, they do stand strong in the end, but it's still not the cleanest of games coming out there.
I'm just going to say it's just not fair when you have to go up against Simple. Because I feel like Vitality really had a pretty solid game plan. Look, they were trailing 0-7 with Simple just going nuclear at the beginning. They were able to grind it back, make things competitive in the first half. Heading into the second half, I think on his T side, we had so many cool moments, some great timing being found. We saw some hero moments as well from ZywOo waking up, Dupree as well with some great finds. I mean, just look at some of the shots he's hitting, man. It's unreasonable. And at the very end, when it looks like we might be seeing Vitality running away with Mirage, Na'Vi just step up. Individually, Electronics suddenly starts hitting some crazy shots, and Simple with over 30 kills, 2 KD, a casual MVP of the map.
Yeah, for me, I have to touch on what Launders was saying as well. Electronic, first half, I think like 8 frags maybe, something like that, even going into the second half. And then he's playing Connector on Mirage. We know this is a high fragging position, a key position on the map, a lot of activity. And then he gets that triple or quad, here it is, 13-13, breaks the money, and just brings Vitality's dreams to an end.
Dreams, they come to die in the realm of Na'Vi, Banks. It's kind of sad.
Well, sad for Vitality for sure, you know.
At Maniac, maybe. Today.
Manny's not had a good day.
He's had good times, and today I'm assuming Maniac's just going to be going back to his Swiss citizenship. He'll be French the next day.
We have to just talking about Na'Vi. This is the big storyline coming into the RMR and coming into the whole like revamped qualification system. Is that even the winner of the previous major needs to qualify for the next one.
Yep.
And we got that. They're going through, and they're going to be there to try to defend their title.
We're going to take a look at some of these simple highlights, though, and rightly so. You mentioned it, Blair. Not only is he putting up these mad numbers across the board, but, well, many moments, the no-scoping coming out, you know, he really does try and do it all for his team. But I would say, like, okay, it's great to watch Simple, it's great to see these highlights go down, but it is also a sign of the old Na'Vi, which was also one you could not rely on.
Yeah, the fashion they won this series. Now, look, nothing against Vitality. I think they've really improved over since what we saw in the beginning of the year. You know, they seem to have kind of found a stride. But yeah, you're still going up against a Na'Vi who, when the going gets tough, this guy just elevates the level of play. Some of this clutch was actual BS, like actual BS coming from Simple. And I just actually want to go back to what you mentioned at the beginning of the, before the series started out, and how Simple has this track record against Vitality, right? So the last 3 times they faced off, I'm going to make sure, check the numbers again. It was a 1.44 rating with Simple, it was a 1.49, and it was a 1.50. And today's series, again, not just top fragging, but getting rated a 1.42. Something about Vitality seems to bring out the beast in this man.
Yeah, I mean, just talking about this rivalry, Simple against ZywOo, there's a different way. I feel like both of these players look at each other. Simple is a guy that wants to just put his foot down and be like, I'm the best, right? And on the other side, ZywOo is like, he even said it in an interview. He says, there's no rivalry. I'm just like playing my game. And I feel like this extra motivation comes to show in these matchups.
Prof, isn't that just a master when you say there isn't a rivalry? It's just like an excuse to get yourself out of it.
Yo, I hate it. I hate it. I think it's complete bullshit. But I believe actually that he believes that. He's one of these rare human beings, which I actually believe that he just sees it as another game.
I think there was one interview that Apex gave where he was like, ZywOo, like, stop trying to go in first. Let us bait for you. Let me die for you, so you can at least get the kill. And I was like, no, there's nothing wrong with me going in. And I believe you, Prof, when you say that he genuinely believes in that, right? But he's got to start playing like. I mean, he's still a fantastic player. We saw the way he stepped up here, absolutely. But he needs to start being more like, kind of understanding that he is the best player in his team. He is one of the absolute best on the planet.
We didn't see any of these bullshit Simple moments that we saw from ZywOo. We didn't see a magical 1v3. We didn't see a double kill entry, defending the A-bomb site, 1 flash, 1 through a smoke. We didn't see any of these like super magical moments, right? Which is, I want to say not enough, but it isn't. It's not enough for Vitality
It's not
right
fair,
now.
though. It's not fair. You're literally saying, like, oh, we didn't see him do a Simple. Like, who else can do a Simple?
ZywOo can do it.
I don't think ZywOo can do a Simple in all honesty.
Okay,
I don't think he can hit.
Okay, 3 years of professional play. 3 years of professional play. Top 2 player in all of those 3 years.
Okay.
No one else did it. Just saying.
Okay, fair enough. But he can't do the BS Simple plays. I feel like ZywOo will thrive in the style that he plays, and that's what he needs to do right.
Well, you've mentioned his name enough. You know what? When you say his name enough, he does appear. We've got Simple for the interview, as Na'Vi have qualified here for the major. Sasha, you've made it to the major once again. You had to re-qualify despite having won. How does it feel this time around? Do you feel like you guys just played well enough to deserve it from the beginning, or are you a little bit upset after the heroic loss yesterday?
I think it's not enough. We need legend spot, but probably we maybe don't deserve it because we had no preparation at all after we lost ESL Pro League because of different things. So yeah, we're trying to get some form and hopefully we'll make legend spot, so we'll have even more time to just prepare.
And in terms of that form you're talking about, we were touching on the desk. It feels a little bit like we've gone back to kind of the old Na'Vi where we require you to always be pulling the big weight or individual pop-offs. The team synergy is not quite there right now. You come more prepared with the notes. We saw that today. Is this down to maybe you guys not feeling so ready? Do you guys feel like you've lost the motivation? Where are you at right now?
Just the whole situation in the world don't let us play consistent how we played. It's easily like last year we had always practice and scrims and all of this. Right now we just playing individually, and yeah, hopefully we'll make legend, and as I said, we'll get much better form.
All right, Simple. Firstly, congratulations for making your way through, right? My question would be pretty simple. Yesterday against Heroic, obviously, as you mentioned, there are other factors as well at play for you guys. But do you feel like how much of that was a factor in that loss yesterday, or do you think Heroic really did kind of surprise you?
I think Heroic surprised me with how they scream after the end. It feels like they won major, but in terms of game, yeah, they definitely played really good on Nuke, on T side, and it was hard. Like we knew what they're gonna do, but we lost in our rotation when they went to secret or jump dump vent. Sometimes we just were more focused on door or outside, and they just went ramp, and it was a bit unlucky game for a bit. So yeah.
Okay.
But overall, they played much better, definitely.
All right.
Simple, tell me, despite all of these circumstances that you mentioned, like your individual form is still insane, 1.45 rating for the event or 7 maps. Are you individually like still super motivated? How's it working for you as a player?
It's 30 hours per 2 weeks in Steam, so
okay,
it just start, you know.
Okay, we can't imagine what's going to happen with like 90 hours then. Congratulations on making it through and getting a chance to
thank you guys.
To fight against all of them for another major title.
And Simple, one last question from me. When it comes to, obviously, we saw you play FaZe before at EPL. You end up losing out to them right now. When you look at you guys and comparing yourself to FaZe, would you have liked to have faced FaZe again here?
Is it possible?
No, not now, but I mean, would you have? So if you'd had the opportunity, would it have been something you personally would have liked to have done, like to go up against FaZe?
Yeah, of course. I mean, they beat us last time, same as Heroic, of course. Definitely we want to get revenge, and we know how to beat them, but yeah, it was just unlucky games. Hopefully we'll prepare for them much better next time and play more better individually, because on Katowice they played much better, like as a players, first of all.
Well, hopefully we get to see it. Sasha, thank you very much for your time, man, and we'll see you at the major.
Thank you for inviting. Thank you. See you guys.
And the thing is there, right? That's what we love about him. We're talking about that thing between him and saying he's got the rivalry against Zairu, but if you do beat him, he wants to come back stronger every single time and put that work in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's as simple as a guy who not only is just gifted, but he's got a work ethic, right? One thing I really love about this guy is how real he is.
Yeah.
How absolutely real he is. He's going to be like, yeah, we didn't play good at all. Like, they were the better team, right? Jokes aside, like I was talking about Heroic celebrating that win. Of course, for Heroic, it's the first time they beat Na'Vi, so I can get the emotions. But
yeah, that's going to come back to haunt them, I feel like, the next time they play.
This always happens, though, right?
Don't give Simple extra motivation.
If you remember in Katowice, when they almost lost to ENCE, they got 16 forward on Nuke, and they almost lost an overpass map. The next few games, they literally were almost unplayable, just pissed off Na'Vi, right? So maybe that's awoken that fire in them. I want to see it, though.
And it is a big contrast, right? You see Na'Vi, they obviously were expected to be at the major, they win. Fecto's happy, we're seeing some smiles on Electronics' face and stuff. Cool, we've done our job.
Yeah.
When it comes to Heroic, very different. Not only did you beat Na'Vi, but you made it to the major, and you feel like you've just won the world.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things that Simple said. No preparation since EPL. I wouldn't take that literally. Like, I haven't played a single game, but probably the preparation for this compared to preparation for the last major was probably a big difference, right? And then he also says, like, 30 hours past 2 weeks. That is probably something like Blaze
I have more
averaging
hours.
right now.
I actually have more hours right now, playing matchmaking every night.
There you go.
But I'm not Simple.
So that also just shows where Na'Vi are as a team. Like, we've been... It's hard for us to quantify these things, but I think when he comes out and says this, then the viewer at home can understand what kind of a situation Na'Vi is in right now.
And I have to just say, like, even for Na'Vi, even though they won this game, right, it came down to, once again, Simple dropping a 34 bomb, Electronic waking up, the individuals we talk about. It's still not the well-oiled killing machine that Na'Vi was at the way they won the major, the way they were just getting titles at will last year. And I feel like we need to see that Na'Vi at this major, because again, bear in mind, at the end of last year, we have so many teams who were kind of playing the final few games or tournaments. Now they've kind of consolidated themselves, right? We're looking at Vitality looking good. You're looking at FaZe the way they're playing. You have so many dangerous teams, and I don't think this current Na'Vi with like having to rely on one or two individuals to really deliver is going to be a major favorite Na'Vi, despite being the defending champ. So I really hope that clicks, because when Na'Vi play at the level they can, Counter-Strike just gets so much more exciting for everyone.
Now, the last thing I have to, away from the Na'Vi side of things, I want to just touch on this Vitality, right? Okay, again, some close games here against Na'Vi. How are we putting them? Are you still thinking that you've seen enough improvements here, or are we still worried for this Vitality of making it to the major?
I think they've shown enough, but they need to win, right? they need to win. Like they beat OG, great stuff. Sorry, not OG. They beat Dignitas and they beat Eternal Fire. Yeah. It's Dignitas and Eternal Fire, all right? Let's keep that aside. Vitality is supposed to be level above them. Close loss against FaZe. Great job, great showing, right? Close loss against Na'Vi, great showing. When are you going to win?
Yeah, they definitely need to win. Otherwise, they're going to be eliminated. That's how this works. Also very interesting. I mean, even at the end of this game, there's a 3v2, great advantage, a lot of time to kind of manipulate rotations, figure out a way to get in the bomb site. They hit the bomb site, Perfecto gets the first kill, Boomich is already rotating in. These kind of rounds, a team like them, if you look at the players, you'd say, they close it out easily. But obviously, the different ways that they look at the game haven't fully meshed, and these are the rounds that are costing them. They're going to cost them against the worst team, the Na'Vi, as well.
They certainly will. Well, guys, it's time for us to head to a break. It's time for us to go into our final game of the day. It's going to be FaZe taking on MOUZ for a spot at the Major.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Another spot is up for grabs, and this time we get to see FaZe take on MOUZ. Karrigan going against his old team, and obviously the team that he kind of broke apart with this one. We've changed up the desk a little bit. Blair's already smiling away. We've brought Pimp into the mix, and well, Pimp, on this one, you know, it is a little bit of a grudge match, but it should be, at least on how I look at it, a very easy matchup for FaZe.
We also said that yesterday when FaZe went out against Big, right? And we all were teach a bit of a lesson right there. I think you cannot discredit the fact that, of course, FaZe are the favorites, right? They're the best team in the world, despite of what happened yesterday. But I think MOUZ is being slightly underrated. I think the addition of JDC has made them even better. I think they're looking good. They're looking poised. And it's a team that I'm having a hard time saying that they can make this game competitive at the very least.
Yeah, like this MOUZ lineup coming in, right? This is the new lineup after they removed NBK kind of unceremoniously. And there were a lot of questions on what went wrong. And I can argue JDC is definitely an upgrade firepower-wise for the side of this team. I still feel there are a few question marks to be asked, of which a couple of them were answered, because the win they had yesterday against Outsiders was a bit of a surprise. I think for all of us, it's one of the biggest upsets we've seen thus far. Beating Quasar pretty convincingly, no surprises there. And then they lost to OG. So like when they compare you lost to OG, you beat Outsiders, what are you? And I feel we're going to be finding out that answer today against FaZe Clan.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, right? Finding out those answers when it comes down to all of it. But that answer that I want to look at first, right, is, okay, FaZe, we're putting them as #1. They can have some of these crazy games overall. But when it comes to actually what mousesports have to offer, right, we're still asking ourselves the questions right now. But the question I have is, what does this FaZe look like? Now this FaZe looks completely together, and Blair, I know you for one don't like to really look at one player individually on this, right, and point anyone out, but Pimp is a man that does like to do this, and one player we're looking at for sure is Twists right now, because yesterday he wasn't able to deliver the big numbers, and he is one of the key pieces, one of the star players of this roster.
He had a rough run yesterday, and it's not to point any fingers and say, haha, you're bad, more so to make the point that when he's playing bad, FaZe is showing a bit of weakness, because Twist is normally always good for a couple of kills. He's very impactful, a player that he's not a player that, you know, poses 30 frags every single game, but he will always have moments in the game where he's winning a massive clutch, or he's turning around a 4v3 situation into your own favor, or something like that. But that didn't happen yesterday. So I want to see Twist play better today. I want to see the guy on the screen right here show up to, I guess, the promises that we all had. When he was in Liquid, we spoke about him being one of the best, if not the best rifler in the entire world. He has that potential. It's not that we haven't seen it in FaZe. I just, you know, I feel there's more to come from Twist. And what we saw yesterday, well, that was a bit of weakness from Twist, and hopefully he can turn that around today.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think it's a bit of a hiccup there. I don't expect him to consistently underdeliver. Like, when we're looking at this FaZe Clan, it's these three musketeers, as you like to call them, right? We have Robs, we have Brokey, and we have Twist. The 3 stars of this team. And Rain, again, everyone's like, Rain, does he belong in this team? He showed up in Pro League, man. He was fantastic. You know, he's not going to be as consistently high level as opposed to these other 3 members in his team. But when he pops off, he can be really, really almost unplayable. And he always has, like, he will always do his job in the lineup, so to speak. So that's a good thing about his team. Even if 1 or 2 players don't quite show up in a day, you have more than enough stars to really raise that level.
And when it comes to Mouse, right, we've got Daddy Dexter and the rest of the young guns delivering over and over again, but is it enough to take on FaZe? Now, when it comes to this mousesports roster, yes, okay, Dexter right now, I just referred to him as Daddy Dexter, the older one on the squad, but he right now is the one topping the charts, Pim.
Yeah, he's showing up as a daddy on the server as well, to be completely honest. You look at the lineup, right, and you look at the players, and Dexter would, in 9 out of 10 tournaments, probably be the guy in the lower end of the spectrum, right? Whereas this guy on your screen, Bimas, will be the one topping the charts. He has, in fact, the last 3 months been by far the best rated player, by far the most, I guess, fracking player out there, despite missing a couple of tournaments and being out. Bimas is a guy that has a lot of firepower on the server. In this tournament, he's the lowest rated player for Mouse, and Dexter is, in fact, as you said, the highest rated player. People may say, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? I think it's a fantastic thing, because Bimas, he will play well at some point. It's just a question of time before he gets going. But Dexter, to be performing at a 1.17 HLTV rating, given it's a small sample size, that's a very good thing for mousesports, because you have 3 players in between, in Torsi and the rest of the boys. They're all delivering, they're all playing well. So it's a very well-rounded and very sound mouse we're looking at right now.
Yeah, it's also... Okay, I hate to be kind of like the Debbie Downer here, but it's also, I don't think it's sustainable, right? Dexter is not going to be, he's not going to be consistently delivering at, I mean, nothing against him, but his IGL is not really known as being the fragging IGL like how he was back when he was playing in Renegades Down Under. It's a whole different ball game here altogether. And, you know, listen, going up against FaZe, as you said earlier, Banks, they are definitely going to be the underdogs right now. again, the question, which mouse are we going to be seeing? Is Dexter going to be delivering the server like he's done thus far? I don't know. Looking at the map, Vito, though, the nuke pick from here from Mouse, it makes sense. It's a map that they're very comfortable on. It's one I do believe they've beaten FaZe on as well in Katowice.
They sure did. 16-7. You know, it was a blowout.
Very convincing, yeah.
Very convincing. They have some confidence there. The Inferno pick coming out
It's
of
the
FaZe.
same map as last time.
It is. I will say, though, that Mouse, we've seen them on Inferno so far in the tournament. They played against Outsiders, where they also won the game, especially provided by a 6 CT half. So, map pool-wise, yes, it could be better for Mouse, but I think they have two good chances right here on both Nuke and Inferno for making the games competitive. As you said, good experiences on Nuke and Inferno. Given FaZe may be the best team in the entire world on this exact map, maybe it's not even a conversation. I think Mouse is also a top-tier opposition on the map, so it should make for a close game. I hope so, at least.
But my question is, guys, right? You mentioned it the last time they played. Okay, yes, Mouse were able to win Nuke, but that was like 2 months ago. This is now a FaZe clan who not only have kicked everyone else down to the curb and won the whole event, right? But they just seem to be on a tear. And if we, say, yes, they lost against Big Taps and said, yes, the game plan, he had a good read on what was going on there. This should be, right, in my eyes, just FaZe rolling over Mouse.
It should be. It should be. You got to remember as well in Katowice, at least in the playing stage.
BK.
NBK was playing back then, right? And we don't know how much of a factor that was. And he was actually delivering pretty decently numbers-wise as well. He wasn't at the bottom of the scoreboard. Also got to remember, FaZe, they had lots of trials and tribulations. We had the entire thing with JKS coming in.
Yeah.
He was playing with that game. There you go. So they had all those trials and tribulations. So that has to be kept in context. And as you said, right now, FaZe Clan, they're looking to maybe win another big event. So
maybe win another big event, but they have to qualify for that big event. And they can do it right here, right now, if they take down Mouse. But will it be as easy as these guys, and maybe I think as well? Or maybe Scrawny Launders think that Mouse will take the win as well. Let's ask them.
Don't sleep on the Academy, James.
You asking me, James?
You never know.
You asking me?
Yeah.
I think Mouse are going to give a good fight.
Yeah.
I think the FaZe are definitely the favorites. I think they're looking to rebound from that big upset. You can't sleep on this Mouse. And I think Pimp bringing up those statistics that Dexter is here to play on an individual level, that bodes well for Mouse. This is a well-formed Mouse.
No, I think
a good showing. A good showing guaranteed, I think.
I think for once, Pimp had a really good segment, actually. I really liked everything he said.
Yeah, the real underdog of the situation.
I'm totally on board. I actually loved his hot take analysis about Dexter versus BMAS. Is like, you typically want to have BMAS playing well, but like you said, if Dexter can play well, BMAS will eventually play well because he's been more consistent lately. I love that. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, Nuke's a strong map for both teams. This is going to be a great series for both teams. You better believe it.
Let's get it on. That was an awkward start. Forget about it. What's happening now is a 3v2 for the CT side inside the A site. Ooh, Frozen's got a little more fight left in him. But that's all she wrote, folks. Pistol, the way of FaZe.
Yeah, they shut it down on the hold. The flash is so good, it blinds everybody on both sides. I mean...
we call that the Swiss flash.
That's a neutral flash.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. An indiscriminate flashbang there to enter into the site. FaZe won the round on the hold. Yeah, this series... the maps that you hoped or thought that it would be either Dust 2 or Ancient were totally possible.
Definitely.
And with both these teams, there is so much overlap with their great maps that it's hard to see exactly where they wanted to go. But it also makes sense that Mouse maybe didn't want to take FaZe to Ancient, even though they can play it, just because FaZe are just destroying on Ancient right now.
I see that as well. If you really want to test the individual levels of Mouse on a map like Dust 2, probably not. So with both of those permabans open,
eventually, I mean, he has to get the kill.
Brokey trying his damnedest, man. MP9 still all over this kill feed. VMAS with the Glock as he falls to the hands of the Canadian killer, Twists.
I think there is a weird world where this is a stomp in favor of FaZe.
Yeah.
Maps are strong, and a lot of people are wondering, like, how did FaZe lose to Big? But actually, after they beat
one word,
Big,
Crimbo,
baby, Crimbo Slice. After they played their first match that we casted, the Dust 2 game.
You saw it.
I actually said to Hugo, he was like, what do you think about Big? I was like, I think they could beat FaZe. It was like that convincing. And then they actually do it too. I didn't think it'd be 2-0, but that's how good they were. So that's all to say that even though FaZe lost that game, I don't think it's just because they were playing badly. I think Big were playing incredibly well. And here's a good start for Mouse.
But
Nade in response, look how much damage that one HE does.
Oh, it's so thick, man. They're laying it on this hut play. Rain and Brokey able to recover.
Oh, that
Man
twist.
advantage off of Rain's play too. Catching JDC, you just see these assists flooding that kill feed. We get this trophy room push, but no hyper extension from Rops. He's just going to lock into the trophy room, comfortably holds off, sits right here in the waiting room, we'll call it. Torzy and Frozen looking to piece together the clutch. If only they had the bomb, they could easily drop down vents. B site so clear for the taking.
Yeah, partly though, that's why we've got double up in heaven. They know they have control of the situation, so Robs can flank whenever he'd like to, but he can also just sit here and wait for them to fall back if they'd like.
Still
a minute up, and there is a chance that they could grab the bomb and walk back. It'd be kind of risky, but they also want to take one.
They've done it.
Yeah, they have opened up the vent rotate down, and it's a scary peek for heaven. They've been testing it, so they'll find the opening, and they'll get down quietly. And at a certain point, FaZe will check. But it'll be a bit slow.
Yeah, they still haven't even looked.
They haven't looked. They don't think Torzy or Frozen would have had the gall to check it out, but they have gotten down.
Of course, Mouse is still so scared that something is down here on the B site.
Right.
Torzy's going to be backside planting, so Frozen kind of left on an island at the moment.
In solid positions now. What can Frozen and Torzy do together? Oh, maybe doubling up in Dark, or Frozen actually taking control side and finding a kill, plus one player spotted. Frozen 1-on-2.
But the bomb's not for Frozen, so if we get Robs doubling back to decon and then just sprinting onto it, sticking that defuse, Frozen's going to be in a spot where he has to be pulled out and into the open of Rain, but...
Oh my god, they smoke it.
Woo!
That's ridiculous.
Call them out.
Like you mentioned, they planted back sight, so that's actually a real good call-out.
Still, I'm going to say, a lot of respect given from FaZe to Mouse in that 3v2.
Yeah, they didn't want to drop. They could have dropped like another paint can smoke and pushed and checked out of heaven. And oh my god, Fnatic got eliminated. Fnatic are out. Fnatic are out. Woxic versus Alex. And Woxic wins.
Holy moly. Red beans and ravioli.
And that's a 2-1. That was 3 maps.
Damn, the Turkish CS dream is alive.
Man, I think Fnatic were up 13, like 10, 9 in
know,
that
man.
last map. Oh my god, I don't even know.
That was such shocking news, we had to take a pause.
Yes.
Match pause. Everybody process that information. Fnatic go down. Wow. They will not be represented at the Antwerp Major.
Wow. Smooya died for this. I wonder if he was co-streaming.
I was gonna say I can literally hear him laughing in the back of my head.
Oh man. Oh, I'm sure he doesn't wish ill on his
Of course not.
former teammates.
He's no longer toxic. This is new Smooth.
Yeah. All right. Damn. Well.
Smooya.
Well. What other surprising results will we see today? That is the question. Such heavy leans from FaZe to double up in heaven, play one on the floor, backside as well, reading into some of these heavy upper execs.
Yeah, he sees it. Oh, tries to track it, but all those shots end up missing. Wrap push, and it's a BMAS trade.
Yeah, that HE somehow barely does anything as well. I can't believe Rain didn't get more damage off of that spray and HE. Kerrigan's going to spot one. He knows the crunch is coming now towards lower. He's got the info he needs. Vent rotates are here. Man, the T's are actually quite surrounded already.
Yeah, they're definitely boxed in. Frag right ahead of Brokey on the peak. BMAS just locked by Dark.
It's going to be hard to plant. They don't have control. They need to kill Kerrigan first. That's what they're looking for. But they can't get to the window.
Ooh, but JDC backside. Oh, they line up, and Rain's not able to get more than just one. Twists a second headshot. This is a 1v3, but as he tries to pull that AK back out, Torzy takes it to him. And Mouse break through.
Damn, they pulled out those trades. That's actually extraordinary. Complicated position with all the different kinds of pressure going on. They were one in the site, but teammates could not meet up. They knew Kerrigan was in control, but they couldn't get to control. They had a full split ready as soon as that smoke came up. They just trusted it, and the spacing was fantastic. So, had to fight hard, but they come out on top.
It was there. It was there.
Money's gone for FaZe.
Yeah, really good situation for Mouse here. 1 round win, boom, busted Academy. You got a chance to break into this T side early. Just got to get past that whippersnapper of a 5-7. It's in the hands of Rops. Deagle from Rain as well, quickly repositioned. He does get spotted as the smoke pops, but takes negligible damage. He's able to run away at least.
I think he deserves that after the last round.
Yeah, you know, his bullets don't hit, and he can't be hit by bullets.
Uh-oh.
But Dexter is dead.
Yeah. Now this is the extra A player, so he's actually going to fall back out of ramp, maybe to get into heaven just in case. And yeah, they're starting to peel back themselves to the upper side. Twist, oh, wrapping around outside. This could be the play they need. Someone's going to walk by him.
Oh, Twists!
Holy, that's a heater.
2 for 2 on them Deegs. Torzy will catch Brokey at least. Twist looking to get back into the mix, but down he goes at the hands of BMass. Kerrigan with just the USP. Then BMass and Torzy will alleviate all of the pressure. But for a moment, they got swarmed.
Nice round from Twist.
Yeah, he's sharp tonight.
Yeah, he is. Those are some great shots. And yeah, okay, the one thing that I thought everything Pimp said was awesome for once, but the one thing that I felt like was a little off was I feel like Twist got super unlucky yesterday.
Yeah, you were telling me about
with the
this.
kills that went down. I mean, he basically, it felt like he, I don't know about robbed because obviously he still died, but he was doing like 99. I think he did 99 damage to 3 people that game. You know what I mean? Like it was a big difference in his KPR just off those frags alone. So I might have been feeling it, but CS gods weren't with him.
Luck is about 1% of CS, if not more.
Yeah, if not more.
At least 1%.
This is gonna
Good
hurt.
shot,
Oh,
Brokey.
Nice move out of the ramp.
And
into
you know
safety.
he's got the procedures, you know? The fallback angles.
Yeah.
Not the kind of guy that you can just lose 1 player to and then force the trade frag.
I love how quickly Mouse get control on all parts of the map. Like minute 13, we're sitting in secret while we're pressing up to ramp again. They've got the CTs guessing, but they've stayed vigilant. Kind of rotating around freely. We can see Rops sitting back in spawn. This is just to catch a late heaven wrap if it's going to come. Of course, it doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. Not many gaps here. Kerrigan's having his attention split, but he's got someone watching the hut for him. And decisions will be made.
Twist, 2 kills backside A.
Trades goes down, Kerrigan goes down top hut, and Twist is still alive. And now the fight actually comes towards Rain. He's been chilling here. Back of clock. No door open, no window broken.
Very comfortable position for FaZe in the final 15 seconds.
They're just saving in front of him. Running back to spawn already.
So this one's going to be conceded by Mouse. 2 FaZe, 2 survive.
Solid upstairs. Most of the time here from FaZe.
Twists, man. Off to a flying start. Now 7-4 as he locks in the 2K back A site. Seemingly keeping it clean.
Wow, they're really spending their money here. It's a pretty rickety buy. This one seems weird because there were still 4 alive from FaZe, so it's not like they're going to go up against weaker guns or it was a close round. Which is usually one of the main criteria you'd want for forcing back, but of course they don't think they can buy next round.
Shots exchanged. Variation of the wall smoke. Garage could be compromised, and Rain knows it. Frozen looking to walk inwards.
Timing?
Everybody else goes secret. They're just going to leave Frozen inside of Garage on his own.
The credit card lurk kind of subverts this, but they don't use it. They leave Frozen inside of the big garage. Again, options open for Mousesport's been doing a great job of taking over secret.
BMS could eventually find some impact through Squeaky, but I believe he was just smoked off. But nobody dropped vent just yet. Yeah, he's stuck inside the doorway, B-Mess. There's nobody on B.
Yeah, that's actually nuts because, yeah, they put themselves in a position specifically to catch rotators.
Robs finally comes down as the smoke pops inside sight. He knows that this is occupied. JDC runs out of it. Torzi planting. Oh, he got the plant off, but dies. Just a second later, B-Mass strikes Kerrigan down from inside vent, and Dexter dives behind those double doors. No, Kerrigan's still up. It was somebody else on A site that dies. Brokey's going to tap that bomb, trying to cause a little chaos, a little bit of carnage, and then Kerrigan comes in with the kill versus B-Mass. Dexter's position now known. Bomb beyond that halfway point.
Oh, he gets
and
out.
Dexter, he escapes the death. Brokey drops down and Kerrigan catches him, but time is of the essence. And he's going to jump on top of this with the kit. Defuse in the nick of time.
Wow, just barely locks it down. That retake was tenuous. I mean, yeah, the open B site in its totality, I wonder, I mean, there must have been a timing call down outside because the cross smokes came down, and you saw Rob did intend to rotate in, but he barely made it in time.
Almost denied the bomb plan.
Yeah, very close to it.
Do you think the player backside could have peeked sooner?
I thought that JDC running forward through the smoke is to literally put pressure on the guy who's shooting at the bomb plant. Then you could have had the other guy swing out wide and peek at the same time. Maybe they just weren't on the same page about that.
Little disjointedness here for Mouse, but look, this could be also another quick pressure. They've got 3 players just bombarding their way out from Hut. Twists, blind as a bat, still hanging from the ceiling. Can't manage an additional kill. Brokey combat off. No, not able to get the next one. A 2v2 yet again. Dexter, hands on an AK and an open route to the B site. They both drop vent and they're going to throw a wrench into the works of FaZe's CT side again.
Yeah, they made a lot of noise, but the rotation is still slow. There's nothing they can do about it. Robs gets down the vent right behind them. Actually, a call out here.
Chaos all over. But with Rain and Rops still alive, they recover. 2 survive for FaZe. 6 rounds on their defense already.
Very quick to the jump. CTs have been everywhere. I love the way that Mouse are spreading the map, but FaZe have been just like kind of equally as quick. I wonder if they're going to try to start Secret again, or if they're comfortable just making those rotations and just always responding to what Mouse want to do. Like, contrast this to the Vitality game where clearly a lot of rounds, again, are called out of spawn all the way to their final moment, whether it's going to be lower or upper. In this match, you can already see that with Mouse, they're calling defaults, and then they're trying to follow frags based on those defaults. They have an intention of where they want to go, but they're ready to partake in a number of other options. I just think that's a really great way to play CS. Both can work, of course. Depends what kind of team you're playing, but that's definitely their style. I know there have been some doubts about Dexter, even as an IGL. I personally really like the way that he calls. I think it doesn't always work out, but I think that's also a mixture of just maybe a little inexperience and also some individual inconsistency, which is less of a problem these days. Overall, Mouse has been doing quite well. Still, their gap between themselves and FaZe is just widening. Lesser played spot here from Rain. Wonder if this even gets mollied. Support from Brokey as well.
Yeah, they get out though.
Yeah, they get ramp, but I don't know if they're going to expect Rain. Oh, they've tucked into this box on the left.
Oh, nice nade, trying to sell it, but Dexter comes out. Oh, warning shot through the wall of Dexter. How dare you take my Rain? Frozen and gets the better of the Rops lurk. And that will be man advantage in the hands of Mouse. But Brokey's right back at it, dude. He is all over the place from ramp to outer. And I feel like Dexter now reads that situation as an open invitation to go back into ramp and head towards B. But while he goes downstairs, his 2 teammates, Bomb included, chilling inside of Hut.
Yeah, they're actually just going through the regular protocols, and they have Brokey sitting
arm
inside of Squeaky, so now he can wrap and catch them if they fall back to ramp. And I mean, he can go as far as he wants. They don't realize that they've been spotted. Oh my God, Brokey.
Just goes full Cyclops. The one-eyed giant walks around the Hut. And Torzy sent scrambling back at it. Brokey is the better offer tonight.
Yeah.
So far, so good. Him and Twist, 10 kills each.
It looks like he's teleporting around the map. Kill in ramp, kill from big garage, not just on outside from the cross. Then a kill flanking hut. And then a kill upper. Standing in squeaky. That's ridiculous.
Brokey, man, cool as ice.
Can be good, but you got to be great to beat FaZe these days. Idea of leaning towards the upstairs site. Will there be a vent drop? No, it looks like not. I think the flash was good, but they were just lined up perfectly with Kerrigan's spray.
Hefty nade damage. Frag grenades like homing missiles. Lobby players left in tattered clothing.
And this is Mouse to pick nuke, right? Mouse to pick nuke.
Robs, what you gonna do about it? Okay, he gets JEC, Dexter next. Bomb given over, and poor Torzy tasked with a clutch.
Hell of an off angle there. Torzy, will he be the next victim? Or will he find a little bit of leverage? That's the question. Well, he gets spotted. Exchanging glances here with Robs. And eventually it looks like he'll be cleared.
Clean as can be.
Robs the assassin.
Throwing his name into the ring alongside Twists and Brokey. And if Robs, Twists, and Brokey are all having good days, FaZe wins.
That's when FaZe are the best team in the world. Yeah, that's it. That's it. They're the pretty much the sickest trio right now.
Very cool, very modern. The next gen. Six rounds the lead for FaZe on the CT side. On fire with momentum. Desert Eagles purchased for the entirety of Mouse. They've got a couple pieces of utility. 3 smokes, they could put up another wall outside. You try to challenge Secret, or just look to face these rifles with the hand cannons. Either way, there's this emphasis on outer at the start of the round for Mouse, but now they start to walk back somewhat. Time to throw those smokes. Get this cross going. Counter utility, though, could serve as an issue. Frozen, he's going to sprint through it. That's fine. Quarter of his health gone, no big deal. But Rain catches Torzy at that bottom of Mini. There's a player on top as well in JDC. Ugh.
One thing I like about the Mouse game plan, I mean, actually the FaZe game plan in response to all the outer control is, like, they haven't really started Secret that often, maybe once or twice, but they're basically ready for everything else. And we've also seen that Mouse don't just go lower every time they take Secret, so that ends up working out for them. But wait, actually, we were 3-on-4 situation with Twist insanely low, 30 HP. They're going to take over Heaven and hear this.
Bro, Fraser scrambling.
Oh my god, they're so lost.
Trading guns inside of Mini, getting caught off like that. Rob's making a ton of sound upside in Heaven.
But yeah, they're going to end upstairs now. Twist goes down. All right, well, the lurks pay off. And this is one of the values, again, of Mouse and the way they spread the map. And how they, again, take outside, but keep options open inside of lobby all the time. Looks like they're pretty much playing like a 1-3-1 on their T side. Very powerful at confusing and collapsing the CTs, especially if they're in a stringent setup that they're all relying on each other to make connections and keep them.
Bunch of weapons picked up too, man. If you could squeeze out a round win like this, then you take it happily. Drops will hang on. So I guess it was Rain to die towards CT spawn to that Deagle pressure, and then that kind of opened up the close push underneath Heaven.
Then they got tagged up and tried to bog down the op inside of Mini. Died for that.
Yeah, tried to bog down. Ah, damn it. I messed that up.
Damn.
I was going to say tried to bog down and got bogged down, but I messed it up, so I don't get any points.
You get 0 points.
Maybe next time. Good time for a pause, Mouse. Suddenly, all of us, you know, a bunch of cash in their back pockets, freebies in terms of weaponry.
Yep. think production needs a pause too, so we can figure out who we're spectating.
We call this the minimal major experience.
Yeah.
Imagine if CS had a realism mode. No HUD. No HUD, no crosshair. That'd be cool.
I mean, you can do it if you want. There's console commands.
Well, yeah, but I don't want to be playing at a disadvantage.
That's smart.
I want everybody to have to play like this.
Oh yeah, we're in movie mode. Okay. Okay. Well, you know the skin, so who are we spectating?
I actually don't know. I can't flex. No clue. Kerrigan.
Cheater.
This is kind of fun, man. Listen, it makes my job a little harder, but we'll take it. It's a one-off, you know? I just feel like we need action movie.
That was terrible. That was like a Western
Yeah,
and like
man.
space.
I tried to go Halo.
Okay. Oh, that would make sense then.
Right.
Okay. I just don't know the Halo music. People are places and...
People are places and there are guns.
Yes.
There should be grenades.
Things are being watched.
And hopefully the bomb spawned. All right. Hard mode over.
No, not yet. We still don't know who we're spectating.
At least we know who's alive and what they got.
Let's... Okay.
Kerrigan's dead.
It's BMAS. BMAS, baby.
Now we're on board with Brokey.
Lurks coming into play. Pressure upstairs. This comes down to target selection. Brokey's usually great in these positions. Oh, but he actually doesn't read that. Maybe he goes to check Mini. JDC takes him out. It's a clean execution. They can't rotate it easily, but there is a smoke on top of Mini.
Oh, the play out for Mini. That's big.
Jesus, Rain.
Rain with the 2K. Chased down by the Tech-9. Rain delivers the multi-frag.
Wow.
1, 2, 3. I said Twists, Brokey, and then Rops, but now Rain's coming up as well. 4 players within only 1 kill the difference. And that is the near entirety of FaZe. That is their formula for success, and you see it work wonderfully. 6 rounds over Mouse.
Yeah, as was pointed out, he had a great pro league. Damn. Well, you see how these lurks are working? Yeah, they are kind of staying coordinated and making really complicated positions quickly on the T side. Sure, it makes their nuke good, but then we look up at the score and you're like, well, they only have 3 rounds.
Right? Yeah, and one of those is by way of like just little half by burst.
Yeah.
So Mouse's job not nearly done. But props to Pimp. Mentioned BMAS would eventually come online. Currently top fragging.
Yeah, for what it's worth. That is good. He's been kind of like hut lurking or squeaky lurking in a lot of these T rounds. And they've foregone the upper execs out of spawn that they didn't really have a good time with early on. Went right into their game plan outside. Three rounds left in this first half. Even though FaZe feel comfortable, I think Mouse still have some stuff to prove here. They could shake FaZe up a little bit if they find any success. Once again, consistently cross smokes outside.
Those shots close.
They actually have squeezed for ramp control so many times. They're just trying the exact same thing again. But I think they've kind of calcified the defense now. FaZe are very comfortable with seeing this after outside. And look how Brokey puts himself in a position to frag, you know, not halfway in or out.
He's certain what he wants. And that is to deny any wiggle room.
Yeah, not seeing any counter utility. Maybe worried about that.
Now sent back into the lobby. Twists. He'll be posted up. Jumps to Hut. Dexter easily taken down just as that smoke pops. Twist even gets a second through the door, but he loses his teammate, and Brokey very quickly rotating in from heaven. There's a late lurk outside, but unfortunately, Frozen, he's got nothing else to work with. It is all him all day. 40 seconds, 1v4.
Yeah, that was maybe one of the more disappointing rounds from Mouse. Okay, we've seen basically a third of the time or half the time that they've taken outside control, they've just gone for ramp right after that or at the exact same time. And here, they kind of attempt it, but maybe because they don't see counter utility, they second guess their game plan, go back upstairs. But that's also become quite legible, I feel like, for FaZe, who are comfortable on the upper hits specifically. So it's a total shutdown, and I think this is one where it just looks so telegraphed. You can't really give much credit to Mouse here. And this half is just suddenly starting to feel not close at all, even though Mouse have shown a good effort early on.
Sort of fizzling out at this point.
And one of the 3 rounds they've won was an eco, or half by. Shout out to Brokey. His rotations have been incredible.
Yeah, he's everywhere.
Yeah.
I feel like he was just in ramp, and then a second later teleporting out from heaven.
And there's a difference between going to the right place and also playing a very committed angle. And we've seen him both, like, you know, rotate to big garage to kill the guy outside, not just sit outside hell, or get into hut from the inside of Squeaky, or get into ramp really wedged in. I think that's why we're seeing Brokey play, you know, best player in the world type of form right now. These are the rotations that Simple makes.
Yep. Brokey not playing anything half-ass.
Yeah.
Guns up for Mouse, looking for a 4th and potential 5th on this T side. Twist blind, and that's going to be the cross from Dexter. Even though there's a gap here, oh man, he almost came right back into the Twist's AK. Still have 2 players red. Rain gives himself a smoke so that he can wiggle around in garage. That's his escape plan. But it's still just Dexter downstairs.
Yeah. Well, they're not so worried about ramp control now. And this is an opportunity for both Rops and Brokey to rotate down if they're worried about that. And for now, they're not going to get overzealous. Oh man, Rops already made it to control stairs. Brokey was already in ramp. Man, they're so fast.
Yeah, I mean, Rob's mirroring that same commitment levels as Brokey, right? Everybody's playing all in. And the confidence is just there. Twists. Oh!
Okay.
Nice shot, but Brokey, or excuse me, BMAS one-ups him. Brokey's going to start flanking into the lobby with his op. Twists still serving as an issue for BMAS and the Mouse crew as they can't get him out of mini. Him and Kerrigan with headshots each, and Frozen's 11 health 1v4 will never be enough. It's an 11th from the CT side.
Damn. They're making Mouse feel one-dimensional at this point. They are reading everything they do with outside control. They're not over-rotating, and now they're just tuned into basically every single lurk timing to top it off.
FaZe looking like the best in the world.
Yeah. Besides Big Clan.
Of course. That's a given.
The best team in the world.
Ooh, Rain gonna get aggressive. Sign me up. Frozen's right behind red. Rain!
Damn,
I can't believe.
He goes up so early, too.
Nobody saw him. 3 players then able to cross beyond red. So Secret under question. Brokey already down because Brokey is everywhere.
That was kind of like the 2020 style. They use him so even if it goes 1 for 1, there's like 3 players that shot at him crossing red, so.
Big information gained. Brokey finds Dexter instantly. And that Squeaky player attack from the back, but BMAS turns it on its head. Rob's denied. Brokey with the no-scope. See you later, JDC. And as Brokey tries to come back up, Twists sends Mouse packing. Their CT side begins with only 3 rounds in their pocket.
Yeah. That was rough. That was rough. Yeah, at first, I was convinced that Mouse were going to get 6 rounds. And then, yeah, by like, that 10-3 score line, I was like, oof. Now they're kind of out of ideas, I think.
Brokey can do no wrong. Look at that, dude.
Yeah, he's on form. Oh, he got the second one there first. Wow. That's like the exact kind of limitation that makes him play his best. When he has no room at all.
Yeah. He really embodies the whole caged animal thing. He's like a Wolverine.
A caged Latvian.
Or a Tasmanian devil.
Yes. A honey badger.
A honey badger.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. That's the one. He's in the front of this push. Brokey, he knows no fear. VMAS in the back sights, good for one headshot. Looking for another, but Rain's gonna get the better of it. And now Torzy's just desperate to shoot through smoke. Here comes Dexter, out of heaven. Denies the bomb plant at the very least, and that actually gives Frozen a chance. That's a double up from heaven, with Torzy trying to come out through Mini. This is a Mao's recovery.
Yeah, that's kind of like what FaZe did to them in the first pistol round.
What goes around can come around.
It was the upstairs hit, and FaZe just swarmed him.
What goes up must come down.
Sometimes it's better not to let him plant, you know? Just get in there.
From downtown to all around.
What?
Mao's win the pistol round.
Okay. Welcome to Pound Town.
Okay. Nice nade here. Torzy, 59 health. Yeah, all of a sudden that wall of smoke seems a little more intimidating when you're on half health. He'll lean it back.
They're not spamming the cross. No more nades are coming out. The T's are getting a lot of space here. BMS is a little offy.
And when he gets.
Uh-oh.
Rain's still alive.
Uh-oh.
And there's so many bodies that they just put the fully HP'd players in the front of it.
Yeah, they're going to break the... Oh, man, Dexter, he could get caught up here. He doesn't know how close they are.
They actually stopped, man. There's still a minute.
Yeah, they didn't open the door. They've got everything locked up. I think they're just worried about that vent rotation. Dexter could make a play.
JDC now, he's stuck. He's scared, man. He can't get anything.
Yeah, they covered both sides of the vent. And I think they're kind of leaving upstairs possible, you know, to go back and do, oh my God, Torzy, that's when CSGO is a horror game. That's that was so scary, I think.
He gets a face full of ROPS.
I swear, it's like playing Outlast sometimes. And now they can just take upstairs, right? Oh, they can take downstairs too.
Dexter's getting hit.
Man, they're getting hit from 4 different choke points.
This is crazy. Look at the health that gets left over on Rain and Brokey as well. Mao's, they win the pistol only to get force spot upon.
Force spot upon.
For thou shalt force upon thee. The buy of Deegs succeeds.
Yes. They needed BMAS to do more. They were just so annoying about the way that they peeked him. But you could kind of feel it coming.
Yep. I think Dexter got shot through the ground.
It's just so important to like get utility damage and spam damage off on the cross, even though it's almost completely luck.
Yep.
If that's the one thing you're worried about, use some extra grenades and don't be shy with your ammo. Because if you get those players to 50, you know, maybe Rain dies. And we've seen both kinds of rounds where the MP9 gets 4 kills and the one where they get 0. And sometimes it's that little bit of unconfirmed damage on the cross that will be the difference between that 4K or nothing. So, yeah, it gets very sketchy here. And from there, I mean, FaZe play it so damn well.
Yes.
Surrounding both sides of the vents.
Oh, dude.
Covering all the rotations in. And, of course, Maus are going to be worried. And we'll try to get down vents fast.
Pressuring like every possible direction into that bomb site, but doing it all at different times. Going from 100 to 0 and then 0 to 100 on the other end.
Yeah.
I don't blame Maus for getting kind of lost in that one. But now FaZe with a very comfortable position. 13-4. Weapons advantage. And smashing Maus on their map pick. Maybe Frozen's A1S can be the difference.
It's in a good spot. I mean, they threw the wrap smokes, they're taking big garage control. And they might end upstairs as well, so Frozen doesn't know it, but there's an opportunity for him to shine.
JDC can't get anything just yet. 2 kills come through for Maus, though. Good enough. BMAS even finding another one. Still fighting, but the A1S goes down. Twists with an electric peek. Gets wallbanged out from Hut. Here comes Kerrigan. Oh! 2 kills from Kerrigan. Only the scout.
It must have been called that he was back sight. Oh, now he's spotted.
It's not like Kerrigan to always add those kills to the highlight reel. He swings out, can't snap it into Dexter, who just hugs that wall.
Oh. Smartly played.
A battle of the bulbous brains. Dexter takes Kerrigan out of this one, and Maus will force buy back.
Oh man, what a sweaty moment. Beautiful wall bang from Kerrigan. Thought I was watching Simple there for a second.
He almost had me fooled.
Yeah, that was a pretty good spot to stop the upstairs hold. I mean, they put, even though I think Frozen had limited impact, he was still adding to the confusion in a really good way. And the Deagles were in all these up-close positions as well. And BMA's been pretty consistent with his impact overall, yeah.
And this is no longer, you know, the two-shot Deegan HUD.
No, yeah, it's a...
That position, I feel like, is like the reason we had to nerf it.
Yeah.
Was because of Deagles and HUD.
Definitely one of them, yeah. I feel like it was that one, and it's when you're, you know, your top connector on Mirage and looking in the mid, and then they just keep swinging and shooting.
2 Deagles, 1 on each side.
It was too strong.
So Maus with a little life left in him. But of course, still a decent enough situation here for FaZe. Kerrigan.
Very tricky, actually.
Look at him go. Knife out walks. Thought he had it.
We try to make him sound so cool, and then he bumps into the wall. Wow, Kerrigan. Mega brain. Look at him go.
He looked like a wind-up toy.
You know, the funniest part is he would have been walking for like 3 more seconds, you know? Because he just got stopped by the wall. All right.
Gonna try to play ramp maybe instead.
It's one of 3 guns. Kind of stuck outside. Ramp is the least important to hold on to. But Dexter will fall a little bit down. What? Yeah, frag now. He'll get traded out.
9.
Yeah, an upgrade here.
That's now Rob's on an AK. Brokey with one his still. JDC just looking to spot those heads on the close cross.
Is the window broken or not?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Oh, Brokey wins the fight. That's B-site compromised.
Yeah, they're going to wrap control side first.
Nice, nice.
He gets so much damage on that spam.
Good intuition. Brokey now going for that plant. Can't be stopped by BMAS. We'll get this eventual ramp play coming through from Torzy. Oh, but the duel from Brokey gets picked back up. And the double doors could serve as his evacuation route.
Oh, he's so smart. He goes in front of control. Brokey can open this and double up with his teammate. Yeah, that's the play. 2 in control. Bomb planted wide open for them.
Still, though, smoke at the double doors. That could make things a little bit awkward. Rops, he could just jump up and try to deny this, but he's worried about the ramp play. Now he needs to stop the defuse, and that's a Rops 1v2 for FaZe's 14.
That was clean. I love the decision-making from Brokey in that position. Man, this guy has really blossomed, you know, in the past 2 years. Getting better and better.
Oh, that 9 tap. Oh, my God.
Yeah, and look, it's actually the trio once again. Twist, Rops, and Brokey working together to score this win. That was Twist planting the bomb open for control.
Yep.
Brokey changing from going to dark into control room. And Rops being there from the beginning.
Deagle on ramp. Oh, flying Mac-10s. Torzy scout, clean headshot. Poor Kerrigan not going to be able to offer us too much in these 2 rounds, but listen, he'll just send his flying monkeys to do the work. FaZe already taking over this B site. Quick check of the doors. 2 Deagles and a scout here for Maus to deny FaZe a 15th. Odds so unlikely.
Yeah, they're so locked in now. Great post plant.
It's going to be 10 map points on Maus's map pick.
I think that's probably the one thing about FaZe that separates them from like basically anybody, is that basically always have the best post plants, I think, possible. Really creative, really stable. I mean, of course, some great fraggers behind it, but kind of always love the positions they find themselves in.
Oh, there's a freebie. Ah, ooh, ee. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah.
Okay. You're having a moment.
Rob's not getting that one. Don't worry about it, folks.
Had too many Fruit Loops this morning.
That's what they call me. All right.
Because you're gay and you repeat yourself?
Yeah, exactly. Guilty as charged. 10 map points. Let's go, FaZe. Really nice to see. Honestly, like, listen, I'm all for supporting Mouse, and they're in a form that I think could still get them to the major, but we were expecting FaZe to just be the shoo-ins for a Legend spot. And based on their seeding, if they win this game, they are the Legends. They take that, and it will force Na'Vi to play 4s in a 4th place decider, which could get real spicy. But for now, we just have to watch FaZe finish this off. Can they do it from a man disadvantage?
They did it last round. They did do it last round. Slightly 4v5, but 3v4, and look who it is again. It's Robs, Twist, and Brokey.
Man, if I was in this server and I had to see those 3 names, I'd be horrified.
It's really not even coincidence. It really, there is something to it. These guys have insane mid-round potential. Let's see how they think about it. I mean, they're taking all the right space right now. Heaven is the best place to attack. As lobby gets looked into, they're not going to see anything. And Mouse with these guns, you know, don't really have a way to fight back into Heaven, so I guess Frozen is the one guy here with the AK. Keeping eyes on it. Rob's coming back to the lobby. Oh my god, I think this is the move. Of course, this comes down to Frozen a little bit, but they're either going to forget about Rops or Heaven. Oh my god, if they win this, that would be so insane.
Can't you? You can feel it.
Yeah.
Everyone can feel it. BMAS gets deleted. Rob starts to activate, clears both players out of hut. And now JDC, I mean, he's in such a tough position. Maybe Robs gets caught off, that's something. AK swap, tries to challenge Heaven, but now Brokey falls down, and we've got him and Twists locked to the back of this site. Half health on what's left of Mouse. They dodge that frag grenade. Brokey's in with a headshot. Dexter's chance at a clutch to keep Mouse's hopes alive, but instead Twists denies, and FaZe win nuke.
That's disgusting. 3-on-4. Man, these guys are seriously
best in the world.
Easily. Yeah, that's quite a combo between
After
the
Big.
3 of them. After Big, yeah.
Sick.
Well.
Sick recovery from FaZe. Again, I'm sure they're just as shocked that they lost to Big as the rest of us. So for them to just rebound this quickly and to show that there is still a very evident and clear gap between themselves and the rest of the pack, that right there, folks, is a masterclass on Nuke. And remember, Mouse, they wanted to take that series to Nuke. So tough pill to swallow. They've got a tough job ahead. But for now, we look at FaZe, and I think we're all comforted by the fact that they are here to rebound and lock in as Legends. We've got map 2 after a quick break. See you guys soon.
Well, they do get a step closer to locking it in as Legends, but they've still got one more map to go. Ultimately, though, you guys set this up very nicely because Twist was not there as much, right? When we look at the big game, this time around, he was not letting off the gas, but to be fair, neither was any of FaZe. They just rolled over Mouse this time.
It felt like he had to prove a point here, right? He had a rough showing yesterday. He wasn't playing too well against Big. Not that it was only his fault they weren't able to beat them, but it was atypical for Trist to be so silent yesterday.
Yep.
On Nuke, you know, as we expect him, you know, a difference maker on the server. Him and Robs again. Just when you look at their body language, you look at them moving around in the game, you can just see that their aim is something special, right? They're just better. It's hard to describe exactly what they're doing better than everyone else, but you can just, you know, watch it and you can think to yourself, well, yeah, they're just better.
They're just better. I think that is pretty succinctly put, and I don't think I can really argue with that. And we said, like you said, you know, Twist really stepping up, but again, we talk about the trifecta of death on the side of FaZe. We're talking about Robs, we're talking about, of course, Brokey, and then, of course, we have Twist, and again, they deliver. Look at the final round. Robs, man, such a nerd, clears every single angle, insta headshots coming in, and even, you know, even Carrigan and Rain having a pretty decent time, but you look at the kill spread between the 3 Musketeers. You have 22 on Twist, 20 on Robs, and 18 for Brokey. And look, I know the scoreline doesn't quite paint a pretty picture for the side of Mouse, but I felt like they did do a decent. T-side had a lot of ideas. They, you know, they were getting a lot of map control and whatnot towards outside. But when it came to really trying those mid rounds, trying to close stuff out and winning those duels, unfortunately, they just could not hit their shots against the side of FaZe.
Now, Pim, you were looking at round 17. I'm actually surprised you even found a round in this because it was so fast, but you still managed to find something for us here.
I tried to find something, you know, that would showcase you guys at home one of the problems Mouse was having in this game. Because, as you said, you know, the T side was a bit bleak, only got away with 3 rounds. But then they won the second pistol round, and you think to yourself, they have to win round 17, right? You win the pistol, you convert that, and then you're in the game again. You're CT side on Nuke. But as you can see in this round, every single duel going the way of FaZe. with the Deagles, with the firepower, and it's just a shame for Mouse because it's one of those rounds that if you're a Mouse player, at this point you just know game over, right? We had one chance of coming back into the game, that was winning the pistol. We did that. We can get a bit hyped about that. The second round, the force buy against FaZe Clan, they know that if they win that, they're back in the game, they can build some economy, and then they instantly get punished for it, and it's such a bleak feeling to have.
And it's kind of the way they won that force buy as well. It wasn't them just bursting out towards towards Ram.
Calculated,
Yeah,
right?
so yeah. They took their time. They get the first kill. All right, let's let them panic a little bit. Let's catch them rotating. They catch a player towards Ven, and then you have Torres. He's like, I need to do something right. It was a 3v5. He walks up towards Ram. Boom. He gets a jump scare with drops to the bullet on the side of his head. Dexter has been waiting a lower bomb side, waiting for them to open the doors and come in. And what happens when they make their way into the lower bomb side? It's 5 players almost peeking him simultaneously. So FaZe, not only do they have the aim, they have the composure, they have the star power as well, and overall, if you look at every facet of Counter-Strike, of a good Counter-Strike team, they showed everything on that new game.
And what is it about FaZe and Deagles, man? It seems like to get on this roster, you must have like a sick Deagle. It's constantly we're seeing clips like this from these guys.
They must be the best team in the world with that specific gun, right? Rubs is a great Deagle player. Twist, we know, and Brokey as well. Brokey is a menace with the Deagle. One of the things that is very typical when you watch Brokey play, he sort of had the same tendency as Device, right? In situations where you feel like, nah, stick to the op, Brokey has so much confidence in his Deagle that he's just going to pull that out and then rip a couple of heads off. So yeah, it's always tough when you're playing against FaZe. You always know that even in a situation where there's not a lot of money on the board for the FaZe guys, as long as they can afford a Deagle, it could potentially be a dangerous round.
It certainly could be. We're going to take a look at some of the win rates for the maps these guys have played over the last 6 months. We're moving on to Inferno, being our second map into this one. And all things being shown, it's been a very confident map for FaZe since they started out on this. I remember that crazy Blast event where it was like constantly playing Inferno. They got enough warm up on it for sure. But in general, right, you just look at the maps here that we have for FaZe, everything looks good right now considering where they are.
Yeah, heading into this matchup, if you were ever, a real believer in the Mouse team and hoping maybe there might be another upset, because we've seen a few upsets here, this nuke win was a prerequisite, which didn't really transpire. And I love the fact that we brought up, I know we're praising ourselves here, Pim, but I love the fact we brought up that when they beat Karrigan and his men back in IM Katowice, it was FaZe struggling a little bit. They had the COVID issues, we had JKS coming in, all of that. They had NBK back then, and could so see now FaZe in the full with that full lineup, full power, they're way more dominant. And Inferno, we've said it time and time again, FaZe right now, I guess we could be forgiven for saying, are the best team on this map. This is going to require a miracle for Mouse to turn around.
Listen, there's not a single way we can argue that Mouse are coming into Inferno being the favorites. There's just not a single aspect of the game. There's not a single statistic. There's not a single thing we can, hold our hands to. No, not at all. And I don't want to lie, right? And even the most hardcore Mouse fans out there may be thinking, nah, we're good. We won against outsiders. We can definitely play Inferno. And yes, you can, but you're going up against the best team in the world on Inferno. So I'm almost willing to say that unless FaZe Clan is bottling it right here, unless FaZe Clan is showing up and, not focused or make too many mistakes, that could be a way in for the game for Mouse. That may not be enough for them to win it, but at least that becomes a competitive game then. And if Mouse somehow, some way is able to elevate themselves to a level where they can compete against a well-playing FaZe on Inferno, that would be tremendous. That would be a massive, massive surprise. So let's appreciate the fact that if that is the case, then we have a Mouse that is playing way, way better than we expected. But if everything goes according to what we think and what we have seen so far, not only based on this tournament, but also a couple of months ago and leading into it at Pro League as an example, there should be no competition here. It should be FaZe taking this 1-2.
But shouldn't there be some fight, especially in the younger members of Mouse and Lodgers, just go, let's get some confidence. Let's do something like Grimbo does, where he was just going out and challenging and taking the fight to him. I don't want to see him turtle up and just get rolled over again.
That's a problem with this Mouse line. Not a problem per se, but if you look at the individuals here, they're so very young. Are they promising players? Absolutely. I feel like players like Torch has already shown that he's the real deal, right? But it's going to take a little bit of time before he's going to reach the level of how Brokey is playing right now. And you got to remember how long it took Brokey to be the star that he is for this FaZe team, right? Time is the problem for Mouse, and unfortunately, they don't have it yet.
I think that is one of the few positive things I want to highlight here. Is that it feels like Mouse, and especially JDC and Torsi, went into Mouse, and they haven't been impressed, right? They're coming from Tier 2, Tier 3, playing the Academy League, coming straight into Tier 1, and they feel unimpressed in a way, right? They play their own game, and they do well on the server. So, yes, of course, the players within Mouse, they have to believe they can win here, James, right? It's just us, us negative guys on the desk who try to paint a bleak picture. But I do this to appreciate that if Mouse were to make a comeback now, if they were to win Inferno, that would be a massive performance, and then we can talk about how impressive that is, because it's against all odds, and that's what Mouse is going up against right now. The best team in the world on Inferno in the form of FaZe.
Well, let's find out what Mouse can do against them, and let's also find out how much the Mouse team know about each other.
We're here at the PGL EU RMR, and I am joined by two MOUZ players, both actually former MOUZ NXT Academy players. We've got Torzy and JDC. Welcome, guys, to Bucharest. How are you feeling?
Hello. It's really amazing. The hotel is insane.
Yeah. What are your thoughts?
I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very excited for the upcoming matches.
Okay, all right. So what we're going to do today, guys, is we're going to see how well these guys know their teammates. So we're going to see who gets more and how well, if you actually know your teammate or if you just play with them in the server. All right. So, Torzy, first question. Is JDC a city person or a country person?
He's a country person.
Yeah?
I would consider myself like that. I mean, I live in a country and like not a city, so I would say
it's a village. It's a village.
Village?
Maybe village, country, not city.
Okay. All right. Nice. One on the board right there. What is one of his hobbies outside of Counter-Strike?
Playing pool. He's insane at pool, actually, and he's really good. Yeah.
Is that accurate?
It is true. It is true. I play a lot of pool at home and like in general. Yeah.
All right. Next question. On a half buy round, so he has like $1,500 he can spend in it. What does he want to buy the most?
The Kevlar for sure. 100%.
Yeah.
No doubt.
No. Yeah, it is the Kevlar. It's the Kevlar. Most likely the Kevlar. But I'm starting to change to 5.7 actually, but it's the Kevlar.
All right. Next question. What is his spirit animal?
Ooh. I don't know. Eagle?
Oh. Eagle? Well, how does that resonate with you?
I don't think it resonates with me. I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe wolf, no?
Wolf?
Wolf? Yeah, maybe.
I would have said wolf.
Oh.
Actually, I would have said wolf maybe.
Okay, so kind of got on the second guess right there. All right, not bad. Does he prefer deathmatching, retake servers, or execute servers?
Not execute servers for sure. Maybe deathmatch or retake. And if I have to choose, recently he plays much more retakes than deathmatch, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah, I normally prefer deathmatch, but right now I'm playing a lot of retake. It's like a really lot of retake.
Last one. What is his favorite type of food?
Oof. Burgers.
100% accurate, yeah.
That was pretty good. All right, good job. So what music is Torzy deathmatching to right now?
What the? That's unfair. That's tough. I mean, just like hip hop in, I don't know, XX, for example. Is that right? What? XX? XX? Yeah. Or like X.
XX Tentacion.
Yeah, exactly. Just X, the rapper.
More like hip hop. Yeah.
More hip hop?
Yeah.
Hip hop is fine?
Yeah, hip hop is fine. Yeah, I give that.
We'll take it for now. We'll take it for now. Yeah, we'll take it for now.
I need those points.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You get that one. What is his favorite movie?
Bro.
These are tougher.
What is that? What is that?
I had so easy question.
I don't know your favorite movie. I don't know it. I don't know. Maybe like. I don't know. I actually don't know. What's your favorite movie?
Yeah, let's just hear. What is it?
Interstellar.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good
I
one.
saw it like 10 times already.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
still amazing.
Oh, the soundtrack is god tier.
Yeah, it's really good.
I knew it. Yeah. I didn't think though.
Does he watch anime?
I mean, yeah. Like not active, but he watched it already.
Okay. Yeah, you watch anime?
I watched in the past, and recently I watched a little bit. So yeah.
Does he sing in the shower?
I mean, we never shower together or anything.
That's okay.
But I assume he does. Yeah, I assume he does. I would think he would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit.
You sing in the shower. You sing in the shower.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, nice. Okay, does he believe in ghosts?
That's a weird question, actually. I don't think he does, no. But, nah, I don't think so.
Nothing goes, no.
Does he prefer beer or wine or liquors?
Liquors. 100% liquors. 100% liquors.
Yeah, liquors.
Okay, that's not bad. All right. Well, you missed one, but I mean, other than that, I think that was pretty good. You guys know each other pretty well. I mean, that makes sense. You guys came up together on the Academy League teams, and I could tell you guys loved each other. You guys, that MOUZ NXT team was so tight. You guys were so close, man. Well, thanks a lot, guys, for playing. Really appreciate it. Thanks for taking the time.
succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Welcome back to the RMR Europe A. We are one map away from congratulating FaZe for locking in a legend spot in Antwerp.
And it feels like that's going to happen.
Feels like it's going to happen. Honestly, that was just a masterclass versus Maus on Nuke. Absolutely showing the gap between #1 in the world and Maus.
Yes. If FaZe do win this, it's not a... listen, this veto is fine for both teams, so it's not that this is a given, but just because of the level of difference we saw, that was Maus's map pick, so we'll just point that out. If FaZe win this, Sponge just tweeted that. I mean, that would mean that only one of two teams, Melz or Vitality, will be at the major. Of course, last time we had both. And I mean, this is just... It already feels kind of like the major, but this is just qualifying to get to the major.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So that is pretty rough.
Yep.
And right now, Maus are going up against, you know, their former IGL and their former star player in Kerrigan and Rops. But as we can see, they're off the greener pastures. This team is so insane right now, and that performance was incredible. Rops, Twist, Brokey, putting together all those mid-round situations like consistently. I mean, they consistently could win disadvantaged as long as the three of them were alive. Brops, Roysty.
Roysty? Oh, no, that sounds like an oyster. I don't know.
Damn it, that's the one I wanted.
A plate full of broisters?
Okay, Brops.
Brops? That's pretty alpha.
Yeah, that's good. Brops.
Yeah, I could see a Brops.
Brokey, Rops, Twist, Brops. They need branding. I mean, they got
a
to
little
sell.
sprinkle of rain, too, man. I'm going to give him some respect. On Nuke, dude, yeah, he put himself in
No,
there.
he was good.
He was
it's
in
not
the
to
ring.
say anyone's bad on FaZe right now. It's just that...
it's just hard to compete with those three.
Those are the three. Those are the three. I mean, those are the three players that could all be top 10. They were outside the top 10 on their respective teams last year, but that was while they were not playing together, and while Brokey's playing the absolute best year, the start to a year of CS of his life, and the whole team having more success. So him and Twist are getting elevated, and Rops is top 5 on a good team. You know what I mean? Rops will be top 5 on a good team just with the results. Yeah.
The best 3-player core in CSGO at the moment.
At the moment, yeah. You know, probably the best core since the, you know, Magisk Dupree device.
And additionally,
situation on Astralis.
One of the youngest. So, you know, longevity here for these 3 players. Coach Eddie having a good time.
Some great duos out there. Yeah.
Coach Eddie.
Yeah. Officially manager Eddie.
Yeah.
So I just don't know much about him, but
me neither.
He's probably having a great time.
Just to be in front of the camera. He's got a great smile.
It does, yeah.
That right there, you know, that's branding.
Yep.
That's all you need. Maus, they're going to need to step it up a notch.
You just started selling shirts. You've seen me at the major.
Get your merch. Eddie shirts. Get your merch.
BMAS was great on Nuke for what it's worth.
Got a step up compared to some of his previous performances here at the RMR. Dexter kind of took a bit of a step downwards in comparison, but that would then put him equal for, let's say, his averages and
But
expectations.
fragging aside, I think he was definitely the worst IGL, unfortunately. At first, I was like, oh, some cool stuff here. And then it was the same stuff over and over and over again. So, need a deeper playbook out of him.
On their map pick, may we add one more time? Now,
Yeah.
transitioning into Inferno. FaZe and Inferno, does that just get your synapses firing?
I feel like they're going to melt Mouse. I feel
Melt
like they're going to melt them. Yeah.
And if anything, dude, this to me just makes it all the more exciting for a team like Big to have actually caused that upset. In a 2-0.
No, I mean, they were great. I mean, literally, Crimbo is a top 5 player of this event. What the hell? He's a top 5 player of this event, and he had 2 1v3s, 2 1v2s, and then
Crazy
2
stuff.
1v1s or something. I mean, yeah.
Just nutty
That
clutches.
was
out of
not
the
luck.
Crimbo.
People thought that was luck. That was not luck.
Nope. That's next generation
Yeah,
German
Big are
CS.
going to be a force at the major. They will be a force.
So, and we're going to have to wait to see them, man. We're going to have to wait to the second stage.
Yeah, we got to see who joins them. That's why we're figuring out who is going to win these games right now.
Frozen goes for the peek down B. Rob's tucked behind logs. Good flash.
Good
Better
flash.
flash.
The flashes are great from both
Yeah,
sides.
yeah.
Oh,
Now the headshots start. We're out of utility, so the guns must sing. BMAS gonna tuck here versus Brokey. Oh, lordy. Oh, lordy B.
he found him. That's
Poor
the site.
guy.
That's the site.
Just gets iced out with that one tap from the Glock.
And they drew out the only utility they had over on the B site. No kills means no retake.
And with that headshot, it's all she wrote.
Yeah, FaZe with a pistol round real quick. So it's not to say that Mauser just guaranteed the loss on Inferno. So they'll have a good Inferno, sure of it. Everyone's good at this map here on the server. It's just kind of about, feels like it's kind of about current form, that's all. I don't want to be a presumptuous Preston.
Don't be.
Yeah.
Presumptuous Preston. Ah! Brokey makes the jump over, comes at it from the other way. Frozen was so ready to kill him if he came around that corner, but then he came around the other corner. Down he goes. It really does feel like FaZe cannot lose this.
It's got to be scary. All the young players in Mouse.
Only one team between Maus and Vitality can make it if Maus
Yeah.
don't win now. That is,
Yeah.
damn man, that's really kind of sinking in.
Yeah.
Torzy sniping chickens. Smoke grenades down for Banana. JDC will throw some luck through, but comes up empty.
B site is correct. Early smoke down. One thing we'll notice about FaZe is they are extremely good about getting the B players to use their utility, which is something everyone knows coming into Inferno, but much easier said than done. Oh, JDC
Okay.
will find Twist at the top of Banana.
Sure.
But that's it for smokes for the CT side. They'll start to lean, but the exec comes out.
JDC
Oh,
getting
he's
burned
dead.
down. Yeah.
So that molly lands on the top of second oranges, and it mollies both first and second, all in one.
Double whammy. Rain holding off for the potential boost, but it's not there. And honestly, Mouse, just cut your losses. Head to the other side of the map, give away the second, and hope that you can upset in the third.
Yeah. They hoped to kind of scare FaZe into rotating out towards A, but you could see FaZe just had no intent. They didn't care. They lost Twist. They still felt fine, and of course that comes down to how many smokes Mouse had to stop them before they actually came through into the site.
If Mouse do lose this game, and let's just say they have to play Vitality directly tomorrow, who do you think wins that? Just curious to assess your belief in
I
Mouse.
feel like the odds will say Vitality, and I think I would agree with the odds. Like this last map is not really indicative of how well Mouse are playing, actually, because the other maps they played were a lot stronger than this.
Agreed entirely.
So where do you stand? Do you think? I'm not totally sure.
Yeah, I'm kind of right there in the middle as well.
Yeah.
Like, but it's just crazy to me that we are on the brink of I don't want to say writing off Vitality, but that we all have to recognize that there are some issues.
Yeah, they're a little bit weaker than they're supposed to be. That's 100%. They're not as good as they were in 2021. That's true.
And Mouse genuinely turned heads in Katowice, proving to us what they can do.
Only facts.
If the only Mouse game that you watch is this one versus FaZe, you're going to think that this team is much weaker than they really are. And that's, of course, assuming that FaZe continue to plow right through them. But here in round 3, making quick work of what was saved in the previous round, Mouse are wasting no time. But they are also taking a ton of damage. So they could set themselves up for a bit of a fumble. They could trip as this scout is working out. Oh my god, Dorsey almost kills everybody. Brokey's here, pressed up close smoke, him and Twists, but of course, Lady Luck blessing the Galil of Brokey. JDC trying to find a little bit of gap to work with here, man. There's something for him to shoot through. But it's a P250 versus a Scout and a Galil. And it feels like these two players can do no wrong, Brokey and Twists. JDC going to start to creep inwards, and that is where Brokey ends him. Brokey is the solution to Torzy, who just gave us some pretty sweet scout shots.
Yeah, that was cool. He hit everybody, as you mentioned, that was low. Took them all out one by one. Knocked him down like bowling pins. Almost got that last kill, too. If not for the molly, probably would have hit it. He was having a moment there. Rough one. That was a very strong anti eco. I mean, all the right nades. And again, staying very comfortable. Love this gap play. Actually, the perfectly timed flash from FaZe. They're not worried about it. Oh my god. Real risk here from Frozen, but it's the correct one. Twist is out. Full vision of Banana on top of it.
Right into the rifle round success. It's a good look for Mouse. And they fall back.
Molly to deny the lane reaggression as they squeeze for it. But Mouse hadn't even considered it yet. Torzy, my gun a bit better than a scout now. But they're threatening the B split to cause a distraction. They actually are leaning lane.
Yeah, tough fight here for FaZe, but see if the individuals can still just claw them out of a sticky spot. Torzy.
Oh, Torzy's shooting. This is scary for him. And oh my god, Rops.
What a kill.
Oh my god, Rain.
In with the headshots. All the pressure gets alleviated. It felt like Mouse had the spots they needed, but then it just comes down to the individual crispness of a guy like Rops.
Yeah, Dexter had a good fight. Kerrigan destroyed him. I mean, Dexter gets that kill, and then Torzy has a much easier time on the site, but he suddenly feels like he has to shoot more because they're going to start scaling after that first kill. And that was the very CT advantage situation for Dexter, but there was also the flank coming in from Rain to try to, to make sure that even if Kerrigan died, he'd get traded. So it's a good call. And they had him nervous about the idea of going CT potentially as well.
It definitely kept a little bit of ambiguity in it, right?
Just a tiny bit.
Mouse's A players looked like they were locked in and ready to hit it, but then at the same time, it was the other guys that still weren't, all in with them. So
yeah, you have to call it timing there because you're not watching spawn, just in case. But we know that FaZe and lane a ton. It's one of their, I think, strongest aspects of their team on this map. On T side, they've got very fearsome short takes, and they do it on half buys, and it looks equally as powerful. So better believe on full strength they're going to win a round or two like that. And the reason I point that out is because that's definitely one of the hardest things to pull off on T side Inferno.
Quick banana contest here for FaZe.
Yeah. Mouse won't really fight this time.
Ooh, that going. Ooh, that could be good.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Oof, that's
Yeah.
money. That's money.
Real
51,
And
51 damage and an extra player.
yeah, Kerrigan tries to swing out in front. That'll be the end of him. Twists has to just concede on 50 HP. Still has a smokes to throw while Rops has been locked into the apartments. Minute on the clock here for FaZe. Man disadvantage. Smoke pick back up. Yoink.
We haven't seen Mouse gamble too often. They seem to always kind of revert to the mean in terms of standard setups, and in this situation they're leading off, so they're kind of hoping it's going to be B. Torzy chilling in the speedway, spotting Arch.
35.
And it seems like that's, you know, the right thing to do. Fake pressure here on the A site. See how well this boost works out.
Tons of utility here. JDC staring at his feet. Rain able to cross into the pit. Twists will be finished off. That's enough wiggle room. Shots come through. That's Rain now tagged up as well. So very uncomfortable amounts of health here for FaZe in the 3v5 post plant.
Yeah, okay, there's an HE, and a couple of these players could die to a single well-placed one.
Yep. Drops in the pit. He's going to be the fully healthed player. We've got Brokey in the backside looking to just lock in coffins, but there's so many bullets flying by. Him and Robs with kill each. Now it needs to be Robs, and it's just the sheer numbers of Maus enabling the retake. They've got the utility for it too. Just clean kills to start. Leads them to their first CT round win.
I'm like almost annoyed at myself that I thought they could win that. Like Brokey, it was like 2v4. It's like no shot, but
yeah, I feel you.
With these guys, it felt like maybe there was a chance. They'll take a timeout, talk about things. It's quite stressful, but they don't know how much damage they did off that half-wall nade. That was huge. Plus, they were correct about it ending B. And Torzy not going too far away in this situation.
Kerrigan dying for free there.
And their boost player, of course, getting a kill. That's enormous. So things went well. But FaZe still. 4-1 money. Got a kind of middling spawn here for Torzy. He can start anywhere. He's looking B for the moment. And they'll start with 3. Can't help but feel like FaZe might try to explode on mid again. I think Mao's being very careful about how they space out their grenades here so they don't give away how many players have started at the top of Banana on this round.
Oh, there you go, bud. Little bonus flash for Brokey.
But yeah, they are taking over Hall's control with the bomb. And they're about to send it.
Yeah, this is going to be a stream of flashbangs into this A site. 3 flashes thrown out by Brokey. Oh, the only person blind is Twists.
Oh.
BMAS, perfect delivery. 3 kills from the top of balcony. All of that, all of those nades. And it didn't feel like Maus were uncomfortable in the least bit.
Yeah, BMAS flash dodged perfect, and he is such a solid anchor, man. Like, I mean, that's his one of 2 jobs. Dodge the flashes,
get the kills,
have a good spray, you know. And he's been very consistent.
Lo and behold, he delivers here in round 6. Man, I was so ready for all those grenades to just go perfectly. CT's blind, cookie cutter entries. Nope. Mouse have got an answer. It's a second round win. FaZe gonna have their work cut out for them.
Okay.
As suddenly their bank accounts seem bottomed out, and Mouse will be given some breathing room.
Yeah, they're drained. Idea made sense. They did have 3B for a second. Torzy was on that side of the map, so they almost avoided it. But one man, B-Mass, stood in their way. And you see how he even assisted on that other player, just continuing his spray. The way to beat B-Mass is turn his AC off.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Then he overheats?
And because his forearm gets sweaty. He's tweeted about this.
Frozen. Oh! Sixth Sense! And Rops will answer with a kill on Torzy in mid. Maybe he just wants to... Nope. I was going to say pop open. One player on A. This could be a really great timing for FaZe. If they could just get B-Mass without letting him get another multi-kill like last round, 2 players jump, easy pickups. Rops, though, hands on and off. Molotov lands ahead of him. Oh, Rain dies as Dexter now confirms his position, and Rops will be attacked from the side. Still, a little bit of Rops sprinkled into that round, but it is Mau's third CT win.
Yeah, this one criteria that you just bring up, it's just, it's kind of hard to fulfill, you know? Just don't let B-Mass spray you down.
Sounds so easy.
It sounds so easy.
And then reality sinks in. Buyback for FaZe. Doesn't feel like Inferno is going to be as easy as Nuke was, but as I say that, Twist's quick entry.
That totem, instant to the top of logs. Frozen had no idea that could come that fast. Actually perfect for the way that the round is started out by Mouse. And now it looks like they'll just transpose into top banana control in the 5v4. I'd honestly be really worried. Yeah, but honestly playing within the site might be too scary, but oh, he moved out just to get this extra one.
Yeah,
and now they might come through.
Man's got a stockpile. JDC, though, can't get back all the nades in the world. What he needed was more health. Man advantage in from FaZe. We already get the wrap back around from Construction. Torzy, you know that save is tantalizing, and he calls it quits. 1 kill versus JDC, and it serves as the trigger for FaZe's 5th.
Yeah, because I got that opening on Frozen earlier on.
Yep.
And then, yeah, just early 5v4, top B stolen. Some really strong B execs coming out of FaZe. JDC nearly gets a second frag. If he does that, I'm not sure if they still go for it if he dies as well. Maybe if he stays alive.
Just feels like the smokes aren't enough to keep FaZe at bay.
Yeah.
You know, they're not too intimidated by it.
I think definitely we don't see Maus, you know, almost ever gambling, and I think because FaZe aren't scared of that, it makes the situation a bit transparent for them as to what site they think they should go to. Most of the time, Maus are just playing the most optimal setup, which sounds good on paper, but again, that can make you predictable sometimes. And they don't like overreacting. Whereas we'll look at FaZe, and I mean, they will play a varied style. Sometimes they will gamble, sometimes they will push, sometimes they will play vanilla, but a lot harder to read, if you ask me. And oh my god, on the B stream, Dignitas are 15-10 versus Outsiders. I don't even know, they might have won already.
God.
Unbelievable.
It's their map pick of Mirage, but still, Outsiders in a very difficult position.
Oh my god, look at this attack.
Dexter can't see a thing, but Kerrigan hits him like a truck.
And this is the call out the 3B attack. That exploded mid, and the nades are still going.
He's in such a tough position here. Kerrigan goes over Graveyard. It's Kerrigan with the double entry.
Wow.
And if Kerrigan's popping off with kills, then FaZe are in a very good place.
And we see in almost every round, Maus have started out 3B, nades, Torzy there to support with the op.
Kerrigan gets wind of it, calls the counterplay.
Instant call out right there, instant call out.
The strat book goes deep. That's a 6th on the T side of Inferno.
Sometimes it's more sound to start out 2 pit. Don't want to leave Arch open. Obviously, if they knew that was coming, they wouldn't have started out like that at all. But that's pretty beastly.
Kerrigan knows what he wanted, calls it, and then he puts himself at the helm and delivers the double kill.
Now, I mean, they still save 3 on these 2 rounds, so they can continue to buy. And in fact, they won't even spend that much money, so even if they lose this next round, they'll probably have a full buy. So that's still good for Mouse. Sucks to lose the round, of course. FaZe at this point, 10 rounds, they're at the major. That's it. So it's just that at least Mouse have more chances to try.
You know, they're trying to get their hands on the hottest team in Counter-Strike at the moment.
Wow. Big clan.
That does make like all of these like conversations so difficult. Because how do I sit here and be like, FaZe, best in the world, rank #1? And then we all have to remember that, well, big are kind of sick.
Yeah, FaZe are best, but bigger are better.
Yeah. They gotta disrupt the narrative like that. Still, sick outcome. And now FaZe taking the quickest second route to the legend spot. Leaning on their seed to get that legendary spot locked in with this victory. 10 rounds away.
Ugh, this one feels a bit laggy. The setup from Mouseport, it's like they have the lane thing, so they're gonna can deny some lane pressure, but there's 2 on B, and when you have a setup like this, it's great, but your rotations are super slow, so you're specifically risking B on this kind of attack. Oh man, Twist gets that close, people will start overreacting.
Lesser CTs would, but Mouse, they're just still gonna lean on what they're using. BMAS playing the counter flash.
Dexter's in a position to get mollied, and his BMAS doesn't have a smoke either. Or he does have a smoke. Okay, maybe he'll use it.
He's up above.
Oh, he's up above, yeah.
It's a weird one. Kerrigan going back to that B site. Dexter, he's going to activate. Nice spray down for the double. Does Rops anticipate the upper player? Yes. But what about Torzy's off? Quick shot into Rops. A 2v2. JDC inside of the B site. But all of a sudden, we've got Kerrigan in the CT spot. And JDC,
oh my God,
he just jumps into Brokey.
Oh, he thought it was going to be A because Twist was running through CT.
Right?
That
would've
is
made
such a bait by Twist. Holy crap, he's running towards the A site through the CT smoke. How are you supposed to read that?
Brokey and Kerrigan looking to lock it in.
Oh, he's so confused.
Torzy just doesn't know what has happened. He's trying to figure this out. It's going to need a quick flick, but no. Kerrigan just confusing the entirety of Mouse. And phases 7 come off the back of that.
Wow, and they went light on the mid control too, and Dexter was in the right spot. It was actually a good call in the setup. They got 2 on the spray down. Robs gets this though. Look at that.
Yep. Torzy comes at it. Brokey finds JDC. JDC was so confused by Kerrigan.
Dude, that was very smart by Twist.
Kerrigan.
Oh, sorry, it was Kerrigan and CT spawn?
Yeah.
Oh,
it was
sorry.
Twist originally, and then they switched out.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Kerrigan's like, no, this is my time to shine.
Damn.
Dexter right there, though. Oh, quick casualty. Kerrigan's not going to give them any room to wiggle.
Damn, he's fragging too.
Not a chance to breathe.
Already had a 2-8 entry round.
Yep. He's doing numbers.
And he's already stolen space. The last time we saw Dexter in mid, the rotation was slow, and Torzy's coming in late once again. Ooh, this is legible as well.
Oh, Kerrigan is just reading them. And instead of sending in his pawns, he's the one making moves. Brokey finds BMAS as he burns blind. And that is FaZe with an 8th on this T side.
Oh, man. Once again, they look one-dimensional. Literally the same thing again, where they're light on mid, and they have 3B with the op from Torzy, either starting there or A every single time. And then Torzy just walks into position. Kerrigan's literally waiting for him. I wouldn't be surprised if Kerrigan was literally waiting for Torzy to walk in at that moment with that gun right after he killed Dexter. That's not good. In fact, that's bad.
Not unlucky?
Not unlucky. No, I don't think this is luck.
Just bad.
Yeah, this is actually just bad.
You know, it's really cool when you're watching a FaZe game, and you can see that Kerrigan's brain is really kind of like piecing together everything.
Pulsing.
Right? He looks like the smartest player in the server because you know he's the one that's orchestrating, decision making and pulling all the strings. But then when he's the one pulling the strings and pushing the buttons,
yeah.
you know, that's when I'm like, damn, this guy is actually world class, dude. And he's he's outsurvived a lot of the players that he came up with.
Yes.
He's a legend. If they win this game and they lock in as legends for Antwerp, he is so deserving of that label.
I mean, you're right.
A legend.
Yes. Maybe they could even make a major final. You know, you never know.
And you just know everybody on his team respects him.
Yeah, they buy into the system 100%.
You have to. You just have to. He's earned it. Here we go. Peek towards Arch. See if he can keep up the form. He sees the hands of the back player. Can't get that double mow down.
He saw the flash.
Torzy looking for the follow-up. But this is still lane pretty much open. We've got a pit player. The Arch peek gets punished by Twists. Crisp as can be. BMAS peeks out. Shapes one off and a second. His multi-kill potential is big. His third right there. And here comes the fourth. BMAS doing a little bit of damage. Rops looking for his entry. Falls down into the pit. Clears that first one. JDC tries to challenge the Moto. And Rops still without bomb. Smokes off short. Doubles back for it. Both the counter-terrorists looking to peek. And that is where they end him. Mouse, fine 4.
BMAS is an actual demigod. I mean, you give him a rifle. He's not even relying on utility here. That was just perfect positioning. He dodges the incendiary. He also doesn't swing until he waits for the right time as that flash pops on lane. And then peeks out for his third kill. He's already done enough with these two for us to praise him. And look at that.
Yeah.
So confident, so composed.
Nice flash from Frozen.
It was, you know. And in a moment like that, it can be hard to hear the calm. And you'd be worried about getting swung on, but he just trusted it.
Shot spammed down through smoke. But JDC takes over logs.
But honestly, he's like the only compelling part about the team at the moment.
And we came into this series with a question mark hanging over his head.
Yeah.
Pimp was right.
Yeah, hate to say it, man. Just kidding, we love Pimp.
Like really, really love him.
Yeah.
JDC still just jump spotting here. Utility going to be a good sign of the pressure that's to come. And that'll draw Frozen back from his little expedition to the A site.
Dodge that nade this time.
Yep.
I mean, this is an invitation, right? Like, okay. Okay, I mean, they could lose. This comes down to Frozen. He has a good opportunity to get this spam off. I don't know if they're going to wait out the entire smoke. We'll see. Oh, they're leading so heavily right now. And Frozen just kind of playing back.
Well timed.
Oh, not bad.
Great spam damage, but JDC still out of the sight. Frozen can't take that risk of spraying more.
Oh, man.
He's about to be flashed. He gets flashed right in, stops bomb, and a second. Frozen with tons of damage. All on his own. Everything you see. But here comes Rain with a response. 2v2, and the time runs out.
Wow, there's no bomb. It's actually just Frozen that makes everything happen. With the flash coming in from CT spawn, I didn't think that'd be enough.
One-man army.
That's crazy. I mean, his spam timing was beautiful, obviously. The extra damage was also great. This flash was fantastic.
Stops the bomb with 8 seconds left.
Okay, they pull it off. I really didn't have a lot of stock in that, especially after JDC died in the back of the site and Frozen was playing back in spawn.
Yeah.
There just was not much special going on. That kind of felt like that Vitality B-site hold that we saw. versus Na'Vi just a moment ago. Oh my god.
Twists finds JDC just hopping around haphazardly.
Twist
Dexter
does-
gonna lay the smoke in mid. 4v4 straight out the gate. FaZe still gunning for them coveted double digits.
And they just burst up and take top mid as well.
Feels like if anybody's running risks, it's FaZe. But calculated risks.
Yes, absolutely.
You know,
they
and-
kamikaze twist sometimes, depending on his spawn. They've definitely done that before.
Deep smokes into the A site. Torzy's going to kill Kerrigan on Arch, so it is nothing but the lane play. 3 players up. Dexter, with the element of surprise, jumps in from sight. Rob's dead after 1, and it's Brokey's chance to clutch. Shots going through. Torzy to a quarter, but Brokey even lower than that. He's outnumbered. Decides not to go for the bomb plant, instead pressuring closer towards Arch. And that's going to be the peak. That's the confirmation. 2 CTs coming right at him, and they end him inside sight. A 6th to the CT side.
Yeah, they're clawing back rounds. That's well done. That's well done. They stopped that mid pressure. Now, Twist going out for that kill, it's still a success. Even if he only gets 1 kill at the top of B, that still rocks the CTs up a lot, and some plays can still be built around that. So it's absolutely not a failure. In fact, he knows he's likely to die. But making a 4v4 can just create a new situation, so it's at least easier to get a grasp on, you know, how to scare your opponent. Right now, I think, again, with the way Maus are rotating, FaZe will take any early advantage like that they can find.
Final round of the half. Maus hanging on. Question marks around what they can offer us on the offense, but at least on an individual level, competing with that of FaZe. Not something we saw on Nuke.
Yeah, actually way respectable in this first half.
Stepping it up. Still, definitely a challenge every step of the way. Rain with the slide by into BMAS, and then catching Torzy on the short side. FaZe just encapsulate this A site. And an encouraging end to their T side. Down goes JDC, and this one near flawless. Kerrigan feeling fired up as he gets a headshot to end it. And believe your eyes, folk, Kerrigan, the top fragger of this T side.
Yeah, and also playing high-risk CS. I mean, he's the guy getting entries on top of top fragging, controlling the map, really, with almost all of his plays. And he's entering without dying, too. He's not just going out 1 for 1. Get you a man like Kerrigan. It could do it all. This
Brain, dude.
Man,
He didn't stop. He was literally crouch walking sideways.
yeah, my favorite part about this half was just the amount of looks that we saw from FaZe.
Sure, yeah.
In terms of variations, like they were ending up looking like a similar strat that they used earlier, but the execution of it was always so different.
Little tiny changes.
Yeah, and
really kept Maus guessing.
And to contrast with Maus, I feel like that's something that they were missing on their T side attacks on Nuke.
See if Inferno's a whole different ball game, or more of the same from Maus. Aye, aye.
Shot.
Rob's benched for round 16. Nades over the top, flash for mid.
I think it's supposed to be their Hall's flash, but they can just run out onto this. Oh my god, Twist.
He's going to turn it back towards Pit. He's got good cover. Kerrigan comes out from his sight position, and this overstacked A site.
Well. Okay, yeah, there was supposed to be a Hall's flash that came from mid, but they flashed mid as soon as they saw something. That player stayed alive, but they locked him into place.
When does Kerrigan just runs through the smoke and slides into the bomb site?
Yeah, dude. They just all fragged.
Bro, that is what a sick little slice through the smoke.
Yeah.
All right.
Damn.
With
it
that,
was actually a good call too.
A 10-6 versus Glocks in round 17. Again, if that's a sign of things to come, then it's just FaZe not able to make mistakes. Maus are going to have to accept that they're about to get bullied in this one. And then our T side begins. Kerrigan wants that money. A couple kills will give him the moolah. Bemis, not yet found, hides in the underground with some kind of goblin. Twists, pops his noggin, and FaZe lead by 5.
Yeah. Even though it comes just off a pistol, it's kind of meaningful at this point. With how much of an advantage they've already gotten. The full AK buy here of Mouse. They really kind of just fight for their existence. Again, a situation where it's not a loser's match. Like they still have a chance to qualify after this, but you just don't want to give up any series right now because it could be the one that was even easier to get you to the major. FaZe kind of immediately gambling on A, holding back. Rain with a full belt here in CT spawn, so he can delay. Mao's not putting on any pressure early, but they're making a good tempo here. There's even a chance they kill him if he's not careful. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that chance was right there.
Yeah, and honestly, that swing that baits out the incendiary and the smoke at the same time. They'll be forced to respond to this, and they put themselves in a position to get the Halls lurk. Oh my god, Rain over the top of his own smoke. Jimmy rigs away to find a kill.
He's not giving them an inch. Nothing for free at B. That's going to send them all back.
Oh my god, and he also used his teammate to bait as his teammate falls back, and they're going to clear out top banana.
What about balcony, though? Could Bemis unravel this from
They know it's mid.
Oh, Twist nades Frozen out of the equation. Good flashbang. Twist comes out. It's only the balcony player, and Twist locks it in. 4 kills, assaulted from both directions.
Oh, that was sick.
A one-man meat grinder.
Yeah, that was sick. I mean, it comes off of Rain. All right, Rain makes the play. Not only does he not die at the top of B, he gets his smoking molly off. He gets a kill at the top of banana. He gets his teammate to bait for him as he pushes banana. He sees that they fell back. They smoke mid, and then Twist knows that the fights are coming.
Come on. That's a famous highlight.
Yeah, I know.
That's a commercial and a half. Stonks on the rise. FaZe 12-6.
They lost that round before they even knew it.
Before poor Maus are going to have to go back into the pistol realm. At the end of the day, man, FaZe ranked #1 in the world.
Besides Big.
Sick stuff across this series. Dexter looking to send this Deeg downtown. Kerrigan already on the log ride. Rob's finding JDC as well, so they're not even wasting any time. I mean, you can just feel this electricity from FaZe. You can feel the confidence boiling over. And it's going to cost Brokey and Robs. Desert Eagle answering. Empty A1S. Twist gets back because of that. And here comes Kerrigan looking to finish off what is 2 of 3 incredibly tagged up players.
Keep telling the story. Things are going exactly as we anticipated.
Yes. Yes, that's called suppressive fire. It's not meant to hit anything. Kerrigan was just serving up a distraction. Because when he misses, it draws the Maus players back to banana, which takes pressure off of A site, which is what FaZe wanted.
Oh.
You get it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's working. I think something's happening on the B stream.
Yeah, I can hear Harry.
Yeah.
And oh my, the world comes crumbling down around us. But honestly, Dignitas are winning maps, so lose your damn mind.
Yeah, seriously.
Kerrigan?
Whoa!
That's awesome.
Whoa! Oh my god, the collat. Oh my god, that actually allows FaZe back in. I mean, this is like he got one. Ooh.
Spray's not there.
Frozen is so close to dying.
He is locked in, dude. Nowhere to run.
Okay, they've planted. I think, obviously, it makes sense to try to take over Con, knowing one was spotted and one's on site. But they're double up here. There's no HE to work with, so they could frag out of this. They're going to spot one.
That's huge.
Nice peek from Frozen.
The fact that Frozen's able to get 2 kills with such little health. Twist's worried about what other position is occupied, but Twist knows. Twist knows, but he still goes to the graveyard. 5 rounds the lead for FaZe, but Mouse are clawing back.
They are. They're fighting. They actually, yeah, they won that. I mean, you made it seem like they were going to lose this round.
Well, you know, maybe 12 health on 2 players. Get out of my way. You know, if you're going to kill your teammate, you might as well kill an enemy with the same bullet.
Sure.
It cancels each other out. And luckily for Mouse, it doesn't cost them the round in the end of it. Good rock back. Gave him a lot of room, Kerrigan, going all the way back into the B site. Remember, he was so flashed as well. Without that flash, his MP9 just chews through those players. No contest.
Yeah.
Utility, folks, makes a difference.
Bit disappointing for Mouse that they, you know, that's the way they win a round.
See if they can somehow make it a consecutive. Torsi hoping for the aggression, but doesn't look like Kerrigan or Rain want to get too frisky on B.
Oh, fast step from Brokey, but he still wins the first duel and gets a dink off on Dexter.
That's crazy. Just that much more damage with the 1 extra bullet he gets to shoot.
Now, yeah, pit site set up here on the A site as the T start to work back towards it, and Rops is staying on top of the balcony, knowing there's an Arch player alive. So this is pretty risky, but at the same time, this is the guy that Brokey hit low.
Easy pickup versus Dexter.
Oh, the rotation is fast, and they're too slow to even take advantage of Rops, who just dropped into Big Pit. They didn't spot the cross.
So many players locked in. BMAS has to fly out through the smoke. That's not comfortable whatsoever. Torsi still also no vision. And this eventuality of Rain's flank through mid. 1 and 2.
Oh, man.
Easy does it. They fall right back into their own demise and FaZe 13.
They really fumbled the timings there.
Yes, sir.
They had an opportunity. They lost it. Brokey helped out with the damage that he got, you know, allowing Rops to play in such a strong spot, but they let Rops go from his position after he showed himself. You know, even crossing over to Big Pit, and that was the time to strike on the site. And if they had gone earlier as well, you wouldn't have even seen Kerrigan flank the guy who was rapping in the final moments. So just a bit sluggish here from Mouse. Can't give FaZe an inch right now. They're so comfortable, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, strat book's deep, talent's deep.
I mean, I guarantee if they just did their mid play again, they'd win. You know, it's just, even though they lost that last one.
Odds just seem so stacked against Mavs, but that's why we wait to see if they can give us anything else.
Yeah.
Never too late to change the narrative, but with a buy like this, you'd assume 14-7.
They're going to need that BMAS Deagle to pop off.
Or a JDC Tech 9 drive-by.
Oh, okay, yeah, maybe.
Oh, he got the dink. Kerrigan left with 3 HP, but they don't really follow up on that banana pressure. And the apartments play here from Rops will net them something. Brokey's op dropped in mid. Torsi's going to try to overtake it. They think that Rops is going to come in from the balk, but it's Frozen with the smoke spam. Torsi's op connects to Twist.
Okay.
And Mouse with nothing wins something.
Yeah, all right, okay. Well, I take it all back. I'm sorry. Mouse on pistols then.
Like we all expected.
Yeah, like we all expected. Rops thought he could get free damage just spamming the boiler. All right, yeah, a second T round here from Mouse, just kind of running at it.
To be honest, man, if I'm in a point-blank smoke spam battle, AK versus Deagle,
I'm putting all my money on Robs.
Yeah, exactly.
And in this round, I'm going home broke.
Yes. But all the other times you brought home a steak for dinner.
That's a little bit of a lifeline. Okay, the cash is not there for FaZe.
That's true.
That is definitely, you know, that's a round we're gonna have to just sit here and remember.
Well, tell us how. I mean, first of all, the best fragger in the server has an AK, so don't forget that.
Are you talking about Kerrigan?
Yeah.
Okay. They gave Torzi a free op. Attack pause here from FaZe. First one of Inferno.
Oh, they're investing. Oh, they're slamming this round.
Oh, it's gonna have. I mean,
You know what? It's got 3 rifles.
Yeah, yeah.
What's Rain working with? Let's see if they can muster up the utility required. Now, the one main disadvantage here is just that Mousesports know if they're going to buy, it's going to be a real force. So they're not going to treat it like anything else.
What shortcomings does this buy from FaZe have in the end? Rain with the Deagle.
Yeah. Deagle, and you just get some extra utility.
Yeah. Not the best nades, but Kerrigan going to juggle some smokes. He's not very good at juggling. He kept dropping them. Little stockpile of grenades there. I saw an extra incendiary and 2 additional smokes, but that frag, those frags, as if Rain wasn't already playing on hard mode. 36 health with his Deagle.
They're calling him out quickly. Fast banana pressure. Those 3 nades at Hobbit.
Just keep dropping them.
Yeah, if they had taken out Rain there, they could have talked, but FaZe being forced to use these smokes early. They really wanted to end A. How many is Rain sitting on now?
Kerrigan still has another smoke and molly.
Oh, it's Kerrigan. Oh, okay. Rain's the one who's rotated over. Yeah, good thing for Mouse that they came here early. They could still get away with this ending B, and it feels like they are going to commit to it. But, you know, this one's going to last until the 15-second mark. Then this molly comes down. Man, if Kerrigan pulls this off.
Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, that would be kind of special.
But they could also disrespect it.
Rotation's starting to come over. It's actually Brokey with one of the good guns.
Kerrigan just standing in the open pit. Tag down to 70. Trying to find Sanctuary somewhere on site. 20 seconds left over.
Oh my god, he got the kill. They haven't traded it. Guys, they need to get in there.
Look at all that damage. I mean, this could be huge for Brokey. He shaves Torzi off the play. JDC comes in. You know he wants to plant. He's got 10 seconds to get that bomb in and no support on the site. Rain's going to run right in, but Frozen gives cover. And Brokey doesn't strike him down when he had the chance. So JDC is able to recover it all. And now Bemis is about to a hit. Twist never sees this coming.
Okay, that's, wow, they saved that. Holy.
I really thought Brokey would have challenged that bomb plant.
Yeah, he just couldn't see it.
Didn't go for it. Instead, I guess Rain was communicating that he was the one that wanted to stop it, but then
No, he couldn't see it. There was like nade smoke on it. He's the guy who pushed CT, right?
No, that was Rain. Brokey was the one sitting behind Coffin the whole time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, why didn't swing out wider?
Yeah, I thought maybe he tried, but I guess because Rain took up the mantle, and then Rain can't see it because of cover.
Well, yeah, you also, you know, sometimes someone's going to be watching it, so I just think, yeah, Rain could have probably pre-fired. That's one thing from CT.
Just really, you know, JDC, I feel like on the brink of death in that bomb
That
plant.
was so close. Everything was so close right there. I mean, they just kind of messed. Like, Kerrigan was able to stand out in the open with no nades, no smokes left to stop any of the mollies, just between the pillar and quad with an MP9 and get a kill and almost get 2 without anyone swinging on him because the spacing was that poor. And I'm not sure if there was counter flashes that slowed him down, but whatever it was, FaZe nearly won that round with the 3 rifles. What a nasty shot from Brokey.
Well, what if they win it with 1 op?
Yeah, can't help but feel like it's possible.
Rob's with that infamous 5-7. BMS has such a huge advantage, but he doesn't come around the corner. He may never realize how close he just was.
Yeah.
3 players pressuring towards the top of Banana. Get this mid-peek from Brokey. That's 2 now on the op.
And now Robs can actually flank and get that gun, and they're forced to come forward.
And Brokey has enough time to run over towards B. Kerrigan and Rain, though, they get instantly caught by these AKs. Utility here for the CT. Torsi catching Robs on the flank, so it really does fall onto Brokey and Brokey alone.
Okay.
Should be good. Should be.
FaZe wishing they invested again in this
Right?
round.
You never know when it's going to actually hit, but nice attempt here from Brokey to make the magic happen. Robs drops the weapon down at the bottom of Banana. There is still a weapon to recover here from Twists over deep on alt mid. So he'll run for that one. And that should help FaZe by, but that's Mouse within 3 of FaZe.
Yeah, well, okay, credit to Mouse. They are getting themselves out of some pretty nasty positions in each of these rounds, and it feels like they're going to lose, they're going to lose, they're going to lose, and they win. But yeah, the one thing that's consistent is they're winning. They're figuring it out. So at least they get to double digits in a game that just felt like it was going to be over. They've got the op, they've got some money. I think they've got FaZe's attention now. Laser focus here from Frozen.
Mouse hanging on, man.
They are.
And for that, I have respect for them.
You gotta peel their fingers off that cliff, one finger at a time.
Stomp on their hands. Poke them in the eyes.
Oh my god. Illegal eye pokes?
You don't fight to make friends.
It's true.
Frozen falling away from the fire. Gets back into the safety of ramp. Very pleased to see Mouse, kind of exceeding our expectations, especially after that blowout on Nuke. In hindsight, I wonder if they regret that map pick. Here on Inferno, they're doing some genuine damage.
I'll start believing if they win this round, I will say. I mean, we do have, three weirder ones. Rain peeking this by himself, but could be enough to go behind it. Wow, just open spot, and I think a window flash comes down, and Rain will be out here posted. They're worried about Torsi, so this might be an opportunity. Let's see if they clear Rain or if he gets away with one.
Hell, if they line up, he could even get the 2.
Oh my God,
3!
Jesus!
He loses Brokey over his shoulder, but Rain delivers a damning 3K. And JDC puts his head on a silver platter. Rain trying to get it. It's down to the wire. 1 health. He gives JDC a warning. Don't you dare try me.
Man, no matter what.
He has 7 bullets left in his gun in total.
That's crazy. That was some sharpshooting, man. That was.
There's a new one for him. Rain set up wonderfully.
Yeah, he took control of that.
And
man, how can you expect the kind of aggression right there, right? Because he snips in front of the half wall with an op behind him. They don't even have bottom B smoked. So they're relying on the fact that Mouse simply aren't posted on top of Banana. Otherwise, they lose just because of that. And that's kind of the scariest part about FaZe is that they're even willing to take a risk. They just lost 3 rounds in a row. Maybe this game gets at hand. But they're still willing to pay the same style of risky CS and commit to it. And you can't blame Mouse for getting caught off guard by that. Because, at what point is your opponent going to back down? And start to play a little safer. Just can't get it out of FaZe.
Hanging on to that identity. FaZe's formula finds 14. Ferocious 4-piece from Rain. Now Mouse want to take that challenge to top Banana, but Dexter, he loses 30 of his health and jumps right over top of the car. Kerrigan tries to come out, gets that one trade, falls back, will be chased. Frozen just can't get him. Each team concedes a kill and falls back. Brokey's going to stay posted on the op.
Torsi waiting. 3 CTs moving into position. Or no, it's 1 going back towards Speedway. They left 1 at Sandbags. Are they going to stay here? No, that's a risk. Yeah, Kerrigan, I feel like he almost regretted that and then came back to it. but the op goes into place. Oh, and Frozen goes just wide enough.
Very nice. Just getting past that op.
A CT is just thinking about saving already. Rob's going to take a peek into mid. BMAS is here waiting for him. Will this be red? Look how low BMAS is holding this just in case that someone crouch peeks him.
And with that, it's just Twist left over. Mouse, they lose to the rain risk of the previous round, but then they're able to get past Brokey's op.
Yeah. Yeah, that was one moment where they didn't look ultra confident. They were kind of half in and out of that late top banana setup. And if Kerrigan had stayed at Sandbags, then they could have just fought top banana. But instead, he just walked into Sandbags and then got killed walking out. So he saw that smoke as an opportunity to play there, but he realized he didn't want it. So that's a moment where even if you're making, I guess, the incorrect play in your own mind, better to commit to it than get caught rotating.
So does this mean you believe?
I personally still don't.
Okay, that's fair.
I mean, I don't know what you think.
No, I mean, the rain risk leads me to believe that Kerrigan's not done calling strats. I am very impressed by the fact that Frozen just taps right into Brokey on the CT cross. You know, somebody wants to go ham, stand up, carry, let's see it. But it does just feel like we are, you know, getting closer to that inevitable phase 2-0. Buys decent. Nades limited. This is all their bank accounts can afford, FaZe. Sometimes you're not going to be inspired by map wins. Sometimes you're just going to be, you know, convinced by the grind. And I feel like that is what Maus are doing, grinding these.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oops. That's a whiff smoke.
It's ugly.
Yeah, they're going to hang on to this info, but there's still 3B here.
Dexter looking to weaponize it. Rain's holding a nade just on oranges. CT smoke goes down. Dexter's looking to just maybe run right in, and Rain ends him. Quick MP9 head smash.
Oh, they're delaying now. The Molly is going to expire the smoke. Rain
still
stays
boosted.
at oranges.
He strikes JDC down. Kerrigan comes over Coffin, so disrespecting both of those smokes. And then Twist's going to go for a follow-up boost. So they had already cleared it once Twist gets his first kill. BMAS going to have to give us an incredible 1v4 or phase to 15. Lots of bodies stacking up on the CT cross, half health, and he is down. Twists puts his name on this one with a 3K from CT cross, 4 map and match points.
It's not super likely, but what if they missed the smoke on purpose? Spade him forward. I mean, Dexter tried to use him against them, but they had 3 there, so, you know, they could smoke it and just wait for that exec. Either way, I think Maus were going to commit to the site. But, yeah, they let the Molly go down, separated Dexter from his next closest teammate, and he had to get that instant trade. But he was standing in a Molly, going up against that close-range MP9, couldn't put it together. And FaZe just had too many members, too close by to overcome. They wanted to NB, they got it. Oh, now a little bit more risky.
Yeah, let's see
Torzy's, yeah, barreling up mid.
Come on,
with
man.
the flash.
Oh,
they eat it.
Money on that utility from FaZe. I love the fact that Maus were trying to run something risky, but FaZe just call it out. Perfectly timed countered utility. Leaves Dexter battered, bruised, and barely alive on 1 HP. Flash in front of the boiler for BMAS. He comes out, kills Rops. That's something of a response. But a 3v5 between them and FaZe as legends in Antwerp.
Taking their time in mid. Twist was all alone just for a second. And now they've got full eyes on both the choke points on A, looking to reclaim Arch as well. I think as soon as they feel like it could be Banana again, they're just going to walk and peek it. Yeah, they do. And they see nothing here in mid. Oh, man, they let Rain get as far as to get into Cubby. He's going to peek into mid, and that's just into the op of Dexter.
1 health.
Another chance.
Kerrigan's going to press up next to the arch wall. BMAS getting dangerously close here to Twists. Twists Gonna let him drop down onto the hay cart. Kerrigan comes running outwards now. Twist is gonna execute. 1, 2, 3. And FaZe take that legend spot. A well-deserved label.
Yeah, they made it happen. They lost to Big yesterday, but today is a new day. That is, they put Mouse down and in 2 maps, without making it seem like they ever really lost control. Nuke was something special.
Yes.
And I'm sure they're feeling very good about how they look now going into the major. Of course, people had questions after Big, but some of us who have been watching Big have pretty high respect for them just at the moment. This is not an easy game, and I think it kind of just went according to expectations, unfortunately for Mouse. But it doesn't mean that they're eliminated.
No.
This is just to congratulate FaZe for moving forward.
Exactly, man. We're working with minimal spots left, right? That is the kind of nervousness that'll sink into the back of Mouse's minds. But if they were able to push FaZe, I would not say to the limit, but still to some very awkward moments within Inferno, that's something. It's that blowout on Nuke that I think Mouse are going to be truly disappointed with. Unfortunately as well, that kind of like outlier of a performance from Dexter coming into this best of 3 has now come to an end. Wasn't able to frag out.
Yeah,
wasn't able to hang on.
Yeah, he had some trouble, especially on the A-holds in the first half, where Kerrigan was sussing him out over and over again, whether it was like on the left side of mid or the right side, sneaking a boy at one time, and then constantly taking advantage of Torzy, making that predictable rotation in through spawn, just always ahead of that. Kerrigan played as well as he called, I think, throughout the series, and I think, unfortunately, the opposite can be said for Dexter. So,
was very cool to see Kerrigan giving us kills and those highlight moments. Rain as well, dude, that was so clean. And then Twist just ends it with like this clinical execution. So Kerrigan will end at the top of the scoreboard for FaZe in this 2-over.
I mean, it's impressive. It's
very sick.
Yeah.
You know, just a reminder, like it's not every day that Kerrigan goes hard on the frag department.
But lately, he's had a lot of above 1.0 ratings, and that's just not something you see consistently out of him. But yeah, when the team's doing well, he is playing well.
A well-earned man of the match from Finn Anderson. 70% success rate in opening kills.
Yeah, it's a stark contrast to kind of his overall ratings, but as long as it trends upwards, for the recency, it explains why FaZe can be #1. Again, I've said this before, but Kerrigan, even though he's not that Rops core, Brokey Twist Rops core, he is a guy who is entering 8-ton, and so snowballs for FaZe come with entries from Kerrigan.
With this victory, of course, FaZe confirmed as legends in Antwerp. So for the RMR Europe...
Are they confirmed as legends?
Yeah, because they have the higher seed over Na'Vi.
Oh, right, okay. So this was the one that decides Na'Vi's place.
So now with that, it's going to be, of course, Heroic and Big and FaZe, confirmed legends. Na'Vi versus Fours for that 4th legend spot. Fours confirmed no matter what. Assuming, obviously, they are the underdog versus Na'Vi.
Yeah.
And then that 6th, 7th, 8th spot, dude, we've still got games lined up, okay? This is us done on the A stream, but of course, there is still a very interesting game between Dignitas and Outsiders over on the B stream. So we're going to throw this to a break. You're going to sit right there. You're not going to go anywhere, and you're going to come back to a little bit of action. This is us done for the day. Enjoy the next match.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
dies immediately, but Jane firing a shot, Flick getting spotted. That seemed enough for Dig to activate a flank. And Outsiders, they bring it down to the last few seconds of the round where they do their best work. Nice round out of Jamin Buster with the entries into B. And it's left saving in the pit for Forest and Freiburg. Very awkward for Lekro. Caught jumping. If he wasn't in the air, maybe he even gets one. And then Halzuk, you know, he set up with a 1v1 on B. Or they have to wait for James to get all the way back from that mid position. Getting a bit stressful these rounds. As Outsiders keep Dig guessing, and we said 6 might do. They're on the border of it. No warp here for Halzuk. Money is kaput. If Outsiders win this round, they're even set up for 7. Buy one, get one free. Oh, flash peek. Everyone's blind. But Jane won't get that opener this time.
Oh, just wait and Buster will deliver you openers. A rough spot to be in now for Dignitas, right? Man down, gonna force them to kind of spread their resources pretty thin on this one. Gonna divvy it up 2-2 between either bomb site. Maybe even taking a bit of a gamble. You know, Lekro never want to resist calling these.
Oh, they're ready. There's more often than not gambles on A. So this is a very ballsy call to make, and they're actually going to start to regret it now. Moving Lekro back to that A site. Will he get set up inside in time? Forest is blind. They're going to run him down on long. He can go library, but there's no option back in for Forest. He's cut out of this round for the time being, unless he wants to dive through a smoke like a madman. Just trying to clear it. That's the bomb. That's confirmation. Now they can start running rotates. Freiburg can even push Banana. He again is a long way away. Forest has gone through the smoke. Lekro is cleared out. That gives a plant. Surely they can get a smoke in, but Forest is very fast on the flank, and Flit is ready for it, hearing every single step. Halzuk in the open might want to wait for Freiburg, who's late, and James still sits in with an orb, ready with Flit to peek off his contact. That's a beautiful shot. Freiburg can't do it today, and Outsiders not only win the round, but break the money at the end of the half.
Yeah, man, that's a bit of a shame, right? Like, you're in such a good position. I think sometimes, you know, it's just a matter of kind of knowing when to slow it down. Forest, obviously, you know, he's already kind of netted a frag on the back of his aggression. He's trying to be this, like, savior of the round, but takes a big risk running it down short like he does. And it leaves his teammates, you know, split apart in a 2v2 in an even odds bout where Halzuk was just out on an island. Ooh. Very awkward. This round starts much the same as the last you have. Hidden in this smoke, there is Halzuk waiting. Oh, he's retrieved an M4. Now he's coming in. It's a chance at something. No scope misses. But luckily enough, Buster's there to lend a helping hand again. In these B plays, him and Kicker instrumental as Outsiders chomp down on the B site. It's just Forest and Lekro.
An orchestra of death up in Banana. Almost a chance for that hidden smoke play for Halzuk. Lekro can lob in mollies, but that part's already been allowed, and all he's done is slow down his retake. And I say that like there's a chance. A 2-on-4 for the half. Forest, that's a long-range CZ shot, but quickly replenished with a smoke. More util to buy more time, and well, that's the name of the game for James. Hits a shot through the smoke from quad and closes the half. Looking better towards the end for James. Some faster rounds, some fake outs. Banana control 1 out by Outsiders, and now they end with 7. That's more than okay. That's perfect. In fact, on this T side, Dig are not out of the woods yet. They have not shut down this series, nor eliminated Outsiders. Oh, if that first kill for Halzuk is a little cleaner, he's given more time to post up for another kill, and who knows what that could have looked like. So rough. Yeah, he feels it. But that back turn on the first player kind of put him off. It seems like Outsiders are only now just getting started, getting warmed up, getting louder. We saw Yakinda's hype. 5 and 12, but this is a guy who can activate late. And those odds right down the middle. Anyone's game here as we swap sides.
Look at the aggro. Halzerk has actually missed these timings, doesn't know the full extent. Now here's the footsteps, but that's the only warning Dignitas got. Forest going down. Going down through the tunnel. Going to try and bop his way up, but he's just cancelled out right away. Lekro was going to do the same thing, and it didn't go so well for the last guy, so he's going to elect to get the hell out of there. Woo! Turning quickly. Buster's come alive in these last few rounds.
That's one hell of a pistol. Full disrespect, not outside his S, running down middle. It's like Pug strats, play super safe on T, play super aggressive CT, just catching Dignitas by surprise. They can't get anything, any footing in that round, any control in mid. And Dig have insta-forced. They've done well at this in the series already in losing pistol, but picking up second round. Hey, they did it even in this first half. And that really put Outsiders on the back burner. Jame on an ump. Saving that $50 between buying an MP9 makes every difference as an AWP.
I mean, if there's one thing he's good at, it is money management, right?
He's probably a sick poker player. You can't. His bluffing face is just, it never changes. You don't know.
So you're calling him a liar?
I'm saying he'd be damn good at it.
Okay. Well, here we are. A little apartments take out of Dignitas.
Nice try, officer.
Yeah, I'll get you next time. 2 on the short side for Outsiders. And long smokes in. Oh, it's a little awkward, man.
Yum, yum, yum.
Trying to get out into the double porch. Set up. Hang on a moment. Let's pump the brakes, because Forest and Halzerk have both come in with a killer piece. Flit tries his hands at the smoke spam. Don't know how he dealt with Lekro so easily. Plant now in. About to come in. Molly
running
drops
through.
it. Oh my goodness, they're running at the Forest. Miss spray. Well, course correct. Bringing it back to the 1v2. However, up, over, and in his face. It's Yakindar there to get the better of him.
Oh, he was so ready to swap sides, wasn't he? 5 kills at halftime, already up to 8 now in just 2 rounds. And that is so aggressive for Outsiders. They know they're men up. And while Dig are just trying to get set up, try and plant the bomb, try and pick spots, they're getting chased through a smoke with a flash. I love that call for Outsiders. Something's changed, right? They've suddenly come in with a lot more hype, a lot faster pace near the end of that T side, and that has dragged over into the second half. They don't let Dig relax. Jame even going apps with the MP9 should be spotted on that cross. So realization is there. Watch out for that alt mid play. It's only pistols here. Dig hoping Outsiders go one step too far.
Bro, where's the Lekro deagle? That's what I want to know.
That's true.
But it's a pretty quiet day in the office for his deagle.
He didn't pop off against Gamer Legion with it either. In that Turn of Fire game, man, he was one deagging AWPers, winning rounds with triple taps. I think it's about time for Lekro to whip out the old hand cannon.
He's up at the front of the pack. Yakindar's taking control of Banana. This is heard by the guys in middle, but there isn't really a lot they can do about it. Lekro would have loved that opener. They're going to go back. They're trying to chase Yakindar, who's in their spawn. Oh, it's so awkward. Halzerk dead. Lekro falls, and the man that went back hunting in Freiburg is cut down.
Yeah, James also got out his money printing machine. These 2 rounds, he's got a double kill with SMGs, paying for themselves. Or themselves. And now he's got an AWP in the first gunny. So don't tell the SEC about Jame. Don't tell the IRS. No one needs to know. Big Green is out.
Yeah, these T-side rounds out of Dig have been very, very slow to, get going. Not the case for the other side. Outsiders more than willing to fight over at Banana.
God, they have really been throwing themselves at Dig
It's
all
kind
half.
of sickening, right? Because
Yeah.
it's not really the style you're too used to seeing out of Outsiders. Like, yeah, they might throw in like 1 or 2 aggressive, more aggressive rounds in a game, but oftentimes it is this like slower, more methodical style, and it feels like their commitment to that started to hinder them, and then they went, okay, you know what? They want us to play a little faster. They want us to play, a little more loose. Fine, we'll do that. We'll meet them in the middle.
That's like a halftime call, guys. We're just better than them. Let's prove it. Let's show that we're better. And Yakinda's like double his score in 4 rounds, so he's been at the forefront of it. He was the one running through the moto smoke in that retake. Dig have long down, but that smoke is not good, and it's fading anyway. Soon enough. Ooh. Oh, I don't know. It doesn't matter. He still wins the fight. He pushes another smoke. Buster, 1 for 1 is fine. He gets the forewarning that this is indeed an A play. Bomb dropped. Kicker goes up and over and puts Heap down. It's 11 to Outsiders. This CT side has been phenomenal.
Aggression all across the board, man, and it's just netting success after success for the Outsiders. Pressure's on now for the Dig boys. Feels like, it's really started to slow. That pendulum of momentum very much going back the other way. Something needs to change soon, or else it might never change at all, and then we're destined to go the distance in this matchup. Of course, that third and final map waiting in the wings. Bit of overpass. Should Outsiders send us there?
Still a big question. Got to see a couple more gun rounds out of Dig, but right now they've just not had their foot in the door, and definitely got to get ahead of this aggressive CT side start for Outsiders. They really set the precedent with that 5-man mid push in the pistol, and they never really stopped. Focus faces. And hopefully getting back in now as we have yet another AWP for Jame, but more pistols to run him down. Triple B start, Dig, they're avoiding it, they're going alt mid. If they go quick, they could completely bypass this setup.
Yeah, but that's the problem, man. Like, they haven't really gone fast at all on this T side. Like, so many of these rounds, even the low economy ones, have had the same kind of slow rambling around the map vibe to them. Outsiders, one of the things that we kind of have to give them credit for is on their T side, when the going did get tough, they weren't afraid to, especially in rounds like this one, take them a little more loose, a little more explosive.
And it was all the better for it.
Yeah, right? Dignitas have gotten themselves into the apartments. They silent boost to get there. Now they lob all this util over, trying to close the gap there. Molly, they're just going to go running through it. Smoke on top of it now, but the util continues to rain in. Flitz able to corral them back under control on the short side, and Outsiders, that is a flawless round, putting a stop to the A-rush. Sending themselves up on a 12. They're the ones. Now streaking rounds together.
That's rough for Dig. They double nade Pit and they put Kicker on 4 health, but he just doesn't re-peek and he never dies. Meanwhile, Jame is Graveyard, and well, he makes a special tombstone just for Dig there. 3 kills with the AWP and Deagle. Jame loves the Deagle with the AWP. Meanwhile, FaZe, you can see in the top right, have 2-0 their series against Mouse, managing to go through to the major as legends. Getting that 3rd legend spot. There's still a 4th up for grabs. It's going to be the 4th place decider match for 3-1 teams.
And if you want to attend the major, you have a slightly easier route than the guys in the server. You can just scan that QR code.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I don't have to play through an open qualifier?
No, it's super easy for you, man.
Pay to win.
Right, Outsiders on fire, a hot streak. Nades down Banana to put a stop to Dig's aggression here. Nothing has been working on this T side. Freiburg getting burnt alive, has to smoke the molly. Oh, okay. Heap through the smoke. And will they look to do something on the back of that kill?
They've seen enough Yakinda demos to know where exactly to shoot right up Banana. Finally, the aggression on the CT side is punished. This is the first round where Dig have done that and gotten out scot-free. And look at the panic that it's caused. Outsiders, they could just get walked on mid. Luckily, they're getting respect, but they're trying to figure out who goes where, who takes what nades, how hard do we stack. This is a very Outsiders call, right? Just leaning, going for a full gamble. They still have Flit on A, but he's on 20 health. He can't really offer up much. And if Dig goes short, this round is just over before it's even begun. They are going to walk into him. Flit hits a headshot. Forrest just creeps into the angle. Freiburg's going to follow up on the trade. That's the off angle that Freiburg was even playing on that CT side at times. Oh no, sorry, it was Forrest. So surprising to see him, not ready for that position. Even so, that was the kill they needed. Outsiders made their classic economy-based call. They lent Triple B. They hope for the best. Without that commit for Dig, it is going to have to be a save. Inferno's a map that really leans into those kind of plays, those kind of setups. And so even though Outsiders have money for days off of their 5-round streak, nothing wrong with making that decision. We'll offer up Dig around, though. We'll break them into the T side as they try and pull this back on Outsiders map pick now.
Yeah, that's one step in the right direction, right? But you finally break this streak, and I mean, there was a point in time where this was an 8-3 scoreline, right? So, Outsiders had similar kind of odds stacked against them when they got there first, on their way to streaking together all these rounds on the board. Journey has to start somewhere, and Dignitas are hoping it starts now. There's a little bit of chance helping propel them to that point. The smoke shot from Heap. Rest of the gang following suit. That save means this is a cheaper reinvestment for Outsiders. This is how they have so much staying power in these games.
I like that. Sometimes you see players use smokes when they don't have to, and I think it's better to be safe than sorry, but he doesn't panic, and now he still has his utility and full health. Orp fires off a B off the flash, and so now they know where Jame is, but the question is where... Oh, sorry, the question is it Jame? It's not. Buster's here. It's a second AWP. They've got one per bomb site, no panic rotate needed, but Dig might go, the Orp's B, let's go A. The AWP is also A. Outsiders having their cake and eating it. Flit's even cheating back over, but only to re-smoke top B. And Dig, while they walk away, they waltz right back in, hoping that Outsiders have gained that information, or misinformation. Stalemate at 40 seconds. And Dig, it's not clear where they want to end. The bomb's on A, but they're still putting a lot of onus on this B bomb site right now. And they don't really have the util to fake anything out. It's just 2 smokes on B. That won't do much. It's not going to shift Outsiders. They're still incorrectly gambling, and they don't even have a flash. Yakinda's just going to make that hero play. And what a play it is. Look at him knife out. This is Yakinda all over, and he might just win the round off this.
This is insane. They're setting up util. Oh! Heap turns on a dime. Has dealt with it, but now there's so little time left to make the play into a stacked A bomb site. There shouldn't be anything that Dignitas can do. They burn out the man in the pit, but that's the end of the line, and Outsiders win the round.
Forrest is waiting so long for Kicker to peek there in pit, but he just sat in the molly and dies in it just to buy a few seconds. He even took a kill with him. Forrest may have hit the jumping AK spray on Flip, but I love that play for Yakinda. And the reason it's so good is because, yes, there's no flash there. It's very risky. If Dig are all there and he dies, he's still got 2 teammates in B, but also with no flash, Dig can't hear hear it and go, oh, they've cleared banana. They know we're coming. They're going to be stacked. They're going to be flanking. Yikinda just runs, knife out down banana, and shoots Dig in the back. Only one kill, but the dink on the follow-up and all the info in the world. That's such a sick play. Yikinda had 5 kills at halftime. He's definitely come in with some paramount impact in this second half. James is 20 and 9. It felt like Outsiders could do no right on the T side, but it was those couple of sped rounds with Tech 9s that they picked up that reinvigorated Outsiders, and now have us here. Dig may break the streak, but they won't hold on for long. Jamin will, in fact, give exactly that up. But rotating back into this apps angle for Lekro. Almost caught. Look at Dig. They've walked all the way into A. Right now, it's only Kicker. He has no idea how close they are.
Oh, this is so weird for Kicker. Oh, swinging out. He will get the info, but he's quickly dealt with.
No.
Oh, that's a little awkward for Forest.
James hit it.
Uh-oh. James also dealt with Freiburg over at long. Outsiders might have lent into a save on numbers alone, and you wouldn't have blamed them. But now in a 4-on-3, you can more than justify attempting this one.
2 mollies.
Plenty of util to make it happen. Hits as well. They've got time. They've got utility. They've got players moving around. Flitz traded out onto the AK. They want to give this a go. They want to give it a try. Up through the short side. Yikinda lobbing a smoke over. That's one to block off Pit. It's going to try and deny some of these angles. Oh, they've burnt out the man in Graveyard. Lekro's blinded and cleared. Outsiders times running away from them. The bomb's planted super safe. Forest has left the apartments, but there isn't time anyway. Good for the double. Outsiders might get a bunch of kills. Dignitas are lucky to have won that round.
I think there was time. I mean, the bar is misleading. You can't always tell, but that was damn close. It just took them too long to figure out what the plant spot was. And Forest is living. It put the fear in them. They didn't even want to try and gamble it, but they may as well put a player on that bomb.
Dude, there's some like mental aspect of these guys clutching versus Forest though, like, cause it feels fairly consistent that they like get in their own head a bit in those moments.
Yeah. Is that a 1v4 or 1v3 out of Forest just by living and staying alive late in Boiler? I don't know. I think Outsiders, damn, that's a robbed round. That should be theirs all over. I guess I trust their timekeeping, but would have been nice to see someone just jump on that bomb there and give it a go. Very, very scary round. They took too long, right? I think it was Yikinda running all the way back down mid to throw that pit smoke. It was good. They had the right utility. They burnt out the players in the site, but they spent far too long setting up, and it will cost them. This time, Dig will not wait for anyone, especially not these CTs running in. Heap with a double. Freiburg helps Halzuk on top. Kicker, he's got 1 kill, but he needs to buy more. There's a second hiding out in the pit. They run him down. Great trade for Halzuk, leaving Buster's second AWP in a clutch. A 1v2. He is just going to walk right through, but then the second smoke comes in. He doubts it. They stick the plant. Halzuk gets it. Both players in the bomb site. They don't know Buster's here. There's no confirmation. And if Buster isn't fed, maybe he's the one who stays hungry. Maybe he goes back to save, but that's not going to happen if Halzuk is here.
This is huge, man. That's a freebie for Halzuk. Oh, my word. Dig. This is them starting to build back in. I mean, it felt like Outsiders were just going to kind of right their wrongs. We all forget about how close Inferno was in the beginning, how one-sided it was looking. They went on this huge streak, right? This huge streak of rounds. I think it was 10 in a row.
9. Yeah.
And man, like, now Dignitas right at the finish line, breaking the money of Outsiders. Realizing that they don't have to play this super slow style. They can throw a faster round in here and there. Sometimes it's ideal, especially with Outsiders taking these triple B-lean gambles a lot of the time.
Dear, oh dear. This is a Furia buy. This wasn't a saved AWP. This is a... Oh my god, the nade is perfect. Jane bought this AWP into a full eco. No Kevlar anywhere else. He's been dunked. And that's just a random nade from Forest, but again, the experience play has shown through today for this man. Winning all those clutches on Mirage, multiple 1v1s, winning one here now on Inferno. Now they are going B into the stack, but again, this is only pistols. Dark Molly's ready. It's going to really limit the positions available for outsiders. A smoke spam. With one down, they have to go through. Yukinda's playing for a knife kill in the smoke. This might be his best bet. He is hiding out. Pistol now, looking for one free kill, and he's got it. Forest, easy frag. Gets the AK, but they're smoked off, and they shoot him right through it.
They are looking for the gun, but they're quick to respond. They know your game plan here, James.
Time.
Just looking to get away with the AWP. And so Dignitas are up onto 12. They are trying to launch a comeback here versus one of the best comeback teams in Counter-Strike. Said that one weirdly, didn't I? Outsiders. Oh, the pressure is really on. This is their map pick. They had a huge turnaround here. They battled back against the Dignitas that looked so strong early on, to the point where, you know, it became such a recovery for outsiders that you thought Dignitas were just getting beaten into the ground after a while. But they've still got fight left in them. They're still giving it all they've got. They've closed this gap up. This is where the pressure starts to get applied to outsiders. They are the ones staring elimination in the face. If Dig lose this, there's still a third map waiting in the wings. There's still a chance for them. But if this is stolen away from outsiders right at the end, something that they've dealt to countless teams over the years, it's them who have the major dreams stolen away.
Fast up B, Dig, the pace change off the back of their pauses has been the way in, right? They've been just pummeling A-site executes with long wraps, with apps pops. They wanted a quick B, they don't commit to it. Going back for utility is Freiburg. Worth every penny. And what a win this would be again. You know, the talking point of the time is age in Counter-Strike is how old can you go? How old can you be when you're still peaking? Oh, a 30-year-old may as well retire. And, you know, rightly shot down by many of the Tier 1 players that we still have in the scene. Still winning trophies. Carrigan's the best talking point. But Forest, a year older, must be considered as well. This guy is sickeningly good still. Back to Banana take. Buster throws that smoke. That will force Dig's hand out. They're going to boost over the logs, so if anyone does re-aggress, they get that information. Don't need to worry yet with Heap over the top. Dig, they just want to do a flat B execute in this round. They're playing for nothing else. Flit has read it well. He's rotated. And there's enough util to stall this play. Dig could throw 2XX if they want, but there's only 20 seconds, so they've got to commit off the first.
Oh yeah, this is actually kind of awkward with the triple setup here. Dig, this isn't as easy as you might think. The Molly's burning them as they come through. They've got to go in. They've got to get this bomb down now. They're giving a bit of room. The spam could win it. Yukinda, oh, it's just a little off the mark, and they're going to find him through the smoke. Outsiders 3 on 4. You know what they would normally do here. You know what they would normally call, and that's the save. Will they do it with the threat of Dignitas tying this game up at 13? Oh yeah, they're out of there. They cannot justify giving this one a go. And so Dig, they do to outsiders what outsiders do best. One of these final second pushes, you know, really like the 10-second mark as they're coming through that smoke into a Molotov at Banana. And they manage to win the round. Now to tie it up at 13 all. They didn't just fight back against this slow style from the outsiders, this methodical play in the first half. Now they're trying to do it back to them on their T side.
Unbelievable. I mean, Heap as well. He is popping off right now. That's a double entry into B with 10 seconds. The smoke spam, the second clear. And we mentioned this earlier, but for Heap and Hauser, still really young players playing with the legends of Freiburg and Forest. Like these guys, they've never been to a major. This would be their first. Not off this game. Still got a 2-2 game to play for the winner of this matchup. But Dignitas, they have drawn this all the way back. They are favorites right now as far as I'm concerned. And winning one round right now, and a clean one at that, one where outsiders can't save, would put their money in the dirt at 14-13. These saves are paramount. They were a necessity for outsiders. But you can't save forever. Eventually, you've got to convert around. And that's 4 in a row, 5 out of 6 for Dig. After that 9-round streak you mentioned, Outsiders have gone silent. It was aggression that was getting them there, Harry. It was Yikinda running down Banana with his knife out. It was Jane pushing down mid. No longer. Outsiders have been tapered, neutered, rather. Timid. And at this point in the game, who isn't? No one wants to make that mistake. No one wants to be 4v5 in the first 20 seconds. Dig included. Trading utility from the safest of places. And Dig pop moves. Even a T-Orp. Halzerk's working for a mid pick. And again, Dig, they keep doing this. They haven't really been faking today. Most of these rounds, whether they're fast or slow, they are just 5-man executes into a site, and this is no exception.
Yeah, this blanket of utility goes down over A, right? Locking off all these angles at long, giving you the prime area to take and go for this A-Wrap. They're going to go through that Moto smoke. They've got no qualms about doing that with attention being pulled towards short. It's only going to make him stronger. Kicker, this is his time to shine. Bit of support, Kicker with a double. He loses his teammate in the pit, and Freiburg with the transfer brings it back to a 1v2. Yikinda fast through Banana. And Buster on the long side. Freiburg might just get shot in the side of the head here. Needs to go a little bit deeper, needs to play within the confines of this bomb site. He's going to go hunting for Buster. Oh, just off the mark. And Buster will pick it up. 14 now for the Outsiders. They don't give the lead over just yet. You can meet us. You can tie the game up. But we will not give that lead. Say the Outsiders.
Yeah, this is where they do their best work, right? One ahead, right there, 28 rounds deep. Just when you think you've broken their morale, their spirit, you've gotten comfortable, you can never let your guard down against this roster. Flit and Kicker, beautiful hold from them, 4 between the two, shutting down that short hit for Dig. Those flashes did nothing to get Kicker off balcony. And Dig call out their final tack timeout. Boy, oh boy. You just don't know who to bet on at this point. You don't know who to lean on. James had a really good map here as well. It felt like he definitely dropped the ball, not only for kills on Mirage, but also just the leading on that T side. There was nothing that was cracking in. They had a couple of nice con splits. They barely even went B. They couldn't get through Letcro when they did. Felt like it wasn't there. They've had the depth on this map. A solid 7-round T side, a massive comeback on the second half, and the lead now all to play for.
Oh, that one little hiccup get to Dignitas. Well, this all gets settled on overpass as the decider. Do they still have fight left in them? Bombs dropped back at T-Ramp. The rounds have gone back to this slower style of play. Kicker and Forest. Great deal of mutual respect between the two. They give each other a little wave in the boiler, and then both go their separate ways.
No one wants that fight, right? No one wants that opening duel. Rather wait for the execute, and Dig have been, as said, full of them on the T side, lining up more of these blanket bomb site attacks. Smokes, flashes, mollies. How announced is this one? That's a good smoke timing. Letcro, he might just have to dive out into the unknown. He does have a cart smoke as well. Smoked out at long, though. Dig. They've got to wait longer and longer. 30 seconds now. It's all coming together. It's all appearing clear for Outsiders, and Kicker, now he wants to force the fight.
They're peeking out, swinging this one. Forest on the receiving end. Can't quite get back into the site in time. This time there also isn't a pit component. Flit's in the site, and so he's run down. Jane can't help. He's trapped on the other side of the Moto smoke. Oh, if he fired, that would have been dead on. That would have been dead on. Instead, Outsiders are running this one away. They're saving. They're giving over 14.
They have to. They have to. This is not the wrong call. This is the right call. This is the worst call to make. And it's so decisive. It's instant. But a bit of you asks, what if James clicked?
I can't believe the balls of Dignitas to go back to the exact same call that just failed and that just gave over 14 to the opponent. And they go, no, this time we do it right. This time we make it work. Of that belief that even if they know what you're doing, if you all do your job well, you can still get through regardless.
Yeah, and not a great setup either this time, right? Whether it was kicker, like the push-up was nice, but they were so fast at trading that kill. And when you get that entry on Inferno, as you know, you just steamroll if you've got the chance, especially when that execute was primed and ready to go. James smoked off at Moto, and Flit, not even in pick, couldn't even get a single kill from the boost box in the site. Did go 2 for 1 on an entry, and that may be as good as done for 14. Here it is. Outsiders. They fought long and hard to bring this game back, but is it all in vain? Is it elimination now? Triple B. Lobbing nades. Freiburg responds with a smoke just to keep Outsiders attentive. And Kinder, more than that, pushed all the way down. As is tradition, they spam him! They spam him! And Freiburg, the king of banana, makes his mark.
No, as if it can't be this poetic. He's won the first. James is about to re-swing him. Oh, the flash gets him off the angle, but he wants to go back in. He knows that risks have got to be taken. Tucked in the corner. Freiburg still waits. Up and past the smoke. If he rolls back the years now, if he double entries B, I'll be lost for words. It's damage to James. He's got to run. He's got to get out of there. And Freiburg's giving chase. Halzerk's on the angle. This fight matters so much. And James going to hold on. Managing to retreat back into the B site, now calling for rotations. There were definitely chances there for Dig, but James threads the needle, toes that thin line between life and death, and has managed to make this a 4-on-4. 35 seconds. Dignitas, time is not their friend right now.
Oh my god, it's a gamble. They're leaving James alone on B. Buster's even rotated off. They're so convinced because of all these A plays that Dig have done. Those have been the best bets. Those have been the best T rounds. Full executes, and they're going back for it. Harry, there's no time. 20 seconds, and look at what's been made for Outsiders. They've got this double pit back setup. This has been perfection when they've done it before. 15 on the clock. Kicker runs at them, and he doubles up. Heap trades, all on Flit in the pit. He's going to get one, and there simply is no chance for Heap. They are running him down, and Outsiders find 15 first. B was free, but they will never know. And that is map point over past the end. And a timeout before we get there.
Oh my God. There is just a part of you that man, I find myself asking, like, what if Freiburg did just commit to that fight to James? What if he just ran at him? Because I've kind of given him this moniker throughout this event, Freiburg the Fearless. Throughout all of these games, the one thing that he's never really done is show any sort of fear, any sort of hesitancy in terms of just taking fights. And it doesn't always work. This comes with the territory. It comes with the pressure. He was so focused on not being a liability that you're just left wondering, oh, it could have been so much more. Instead, a beautiful gamble out of the Outsiders, that decision to leave James, who at that point in the round was like 10 points of health, to solo anchor the B bomb site. It's a hell of a read. You've got to respect it. And it might have saved Outsiders in this one. We're going the full 30. Let's see if Dignitas can manage to send us into bonus play.
Yeah, bonus play or a bonus map. One that we didn't think we were going to get at some point in this game. But Outsiders through thick and thin. They held on. Not done, though. James back on B. Back on his BS. Looking for the kill through the gap in the smoke. Freiburg is here. Oh, I don't trust him. Very close on this spam again. And Yakinda's nowhere near it. Last two times. Yeah, this is so Outsiders, man. This is all they do. And why wouldn't they? It's all Dig have done. A executes, and it's an early one as well. 5-on-5 in a bomb site. Dig are walking to their death, their demise.
They've lobbed all the util in. This time they're trying to give themselves time, but it's the sheer number. Freiburg running in, doesn't know about Buster, who will deal with the first. Doubles down, it's all on James. 1v2.
Can't save now.
Freiburg was out for revenge. He's teed up Dignitas. It's Heap and Lekro left versus the AWP, versus the IGL. He would love to save here, but there physically isn't enough rounds. James wrapping the short side. This guy often looks so lethal when he's forced to play a clutch, when he has to attempt it. He's taking so much time walking through the apartments. He's got to have a trick up his sleeve. James, the wizard. Oh! Nails the shot. One man still to find. Drops into the site. He. Oh, no! It's go down. And James, it's so close. Outsiders, it's all on this. And the time, it just eludes them. We're going to overtime.
Oh my goodness. James in his TARDIS sending us back to more rounds. I cannot believe it. The accountant, the Time Lord, but he didn't account for that. A millisecond away from a third map in the series, but now Dignitas fight on. They're going to throw more and more ace smokes, Harry, even if all of Outsiders are there. That one is unbelievable. They did not expect the AWP to go from long to apps. What a no-scope, what an attempt, what a try, but not today.
Like, yeah, you couldn't have asked for more out of James there. You couldn't. He just gave that everything he had, all he got.
They thought it was done.
They thought it was over. Dignitas were convinced, and then the realization dawns on them.
Oh.
Calculated, they had it the whole damn time.
A roller coaster of emotions. What's that got to feel like? Thinking you're going again, but now you get more rounds. Now you get another chance. Anyone's game. Any expectation out of the window. Forget it all. James started. Couldn't finish it, but he's begun. Peeking deep alt mid late as well. Not a spawn play. Not a flash in sight. Just robs Letcro of his round. Back to B.
Yekindar, that's a lovely opener. Makes it a double. Halzak will be there to trade, but still, Yekindar's done his job here. Gone above and beyond. Into the overtime and Outsiders. You know, I've always said this is very much a team. They age like a fine wine. The longer you keep them in the server, the more deadly they become. The better they look, the better they taste. Here's James on the short side, holding it down with the AWP. You don't often miss these. Gonna have a rough time if you're Dignitas getting past it. Oh, that decision to back up! Left him off the angle for just a moment. And Halzak was quick to move in. Squatters' rights for this guy as now he's up the short side. Kicker here, always with this aggression, always down to fight his kicker. And even though he's got to reload, Forest, oh my God, he's pulling a Molotov. Ooh! Burns him alive, burns him at the stake.
Not a Forest clutch, surely.
And now finds himself in a 1v2, Forest with the AWP.
What is this? Not sure. Maybe try to do that silent drop off. It is possible. But at this point, there's no time to dilly-dally or mess around. Either save the AWP or stick the plant. If he does, he's dead. Buster's here. This one is over. Nothing Forest can physically do. And Outsiders take that first of overtime. What a ridiculous round. Kicker even buys just enough of the clock. But his short aggression has been so powerful. Right when Dig get comfortable in mid, Kicker is peeking porch. And we go on. First round for Outsiders, what they would have loved in Reg, but they're not going to get the chance to do. Yekindar also double at B, right? Often he's either been left back as a rotator, or he's been the guy pushing down Banana and often dying. He stopped doing it. Dig started spamming him through smokes. James back on his mid angle. He's got a wide smoke to work with. Gets to fight alt mid. Stalemate again.
Yeah, easy does it heading into this one, man. I mean...
It feels scary for Dig because they're all they've really gotten away with these. Oh, these AXX. Forest earlier in the half was actually looking for that play from James. He was trying to do the balk to window jump so he could completely avoid that angle. This time James there, finally, as Forest lets his guard down. James picks it up with another opening kill. Yekindar won his B fight back-to-back rounds. It's like deja vu with these two.
And I mean, the two veterans are gone right now. We're looking Letcro, Heap, Halzak, 3 versus 5. And they're getting pushed down through Banana. The aggression's coming out from Outsiders. We've gotten into OT, and they're trying to look better than ever. James with the AWP in top mid, nails 3, and Letcro can't get it done in the clutch. Outsiders up onto 17.
Yeah, it just feels hard for Dig, because think about Rek, think about all they've gotten away with. It's AXX, their B plays haven't looked good, the util's been held really well by Outsiders, and whenever Dig have gone B, they've just got kind of melted by Yekindar. Now they're not even running these AXX because they feel too predictable, too one-dimensional, and as a result, they're freestyling and freeballing it, and Outsiders just winning all their fights on both sides of the map.
If there ever was a time to go back to it, I guess it's now, right? Even though it feels so obvious, it's like it is the only thing that's really been working. I feel like one T-side round could even be enough to set up Dignitas still, right? If they go flawless on the side of Outsiders here, I think it's over. I think we're going to Overpass as the third map as the decider. This fight between Freiburg and Yekindar, the king of banana. That's what they used to say. Now he needs to show why he had that title, why that's how they referred to him. If he could deal with Yekindar here, that would cause a world of problems for Outsiders. Instead, he shows him respect, he backs off and looks to rejoin the rest of the squad. This is going to give Yekindar that timing again where he could look to flank. At a bare minimum, he's getting a boatload of info. Fade brings Freiburg down low. And this time, Outsiders, they start to pull a fourth man around so early. They've got the read.
Just whited chain, careful there. Heap in the corner, jumping as Flit is spraying and praying he's going to get back with a Molotov. Needs a reload as well. This is awkward timings, re-aggression. This time not from Kicker, it's Jame. Posted on Boiler. Does he go one step further? Lekro's up in apps. He's going to have to come out on the balcony instead of Boiler in this one. Could throw in his cart smoke if he wants. Jame catches a corner and catches a kill. Forest trying to hunt it, does trade with a CZ, and now he's got an AK for this long swing for Buster. Has dropped the bomb at a paramount point, 20 seconds. Lekro needs a kill and hiding down the pit, willing to give away nothing is Kicker. Buster comes running and gunning through the smoke, and there simply might not be enough time for this clutch round from Forest and Freiburg. 10 on the clock. They still can't find Kicker. He won't peek. He finds one, and Forest is lost to the time itself. It's Flit through a smoke and 3 on CT side. You said that might be as good as GG.
Yeah, it starts to get super awkward now, man. Dignitas, they kind of run out of steam on that T side. The playbook not going deep enough. Trying to go back to this execute, even then, you know, it's a very different vibe about it. They didn't have too much in the way of weapons moving into that round there. Couple of players on pistols, and so they will fall short. Outsiders, gotta give them credit where credit is due. A phenomenal, flawless CT side out of them.
Yeah. After losing that 1-on-2 as well, would have been easy to just get kind of, you know, crunched mentally, but hey, they're still here in a big way. Good to have Halzuk back on the AWP, right? Didn't have it in that last round. Him and Jame are both 5-1 in opening duels right now. It has been these AWPs deciding a lot, especially once we hit OT for Jame when he was just peeking out mid, constantly finding these early kills while Yekindar won his B fights. It's been a long time since Outsiders were on the T side. What shade of Outsiders do we get? Triple B beginning. It was faster near the end of regulation. That's what was able to put this big 4-round streak on the end of Outsiders T side. Flit, he doesn't seem too hesitant either. They're both blind. Keep somehow wins that. Banana is taken back. That keeps a assured AAA hold right now. Halzuk's AWP on long will see nothing but Jame on a late mid fight because he's flashing his team out Balk.
Yeah, lobbing it over. Lekro here. Needs a couple, right? He does have support down in the pit. First for Lekro. Damage done. Forest not swinging out yet. Tries to bide his time and now drops the bomb out in the open. Halzuk is suddenly, though, the only guy left standing here. Ooh! Sees the elbow. Can't win the fight. Jame with a missed shot as well, and Halzuk's good the second time around.
Wow.
Nails both. And so Dignitas, they do take the first when we get into the second half of OT. Their CT side, 1 out of 3 needed to send us to a double overtime.
This is unbelievable. Dig, who thought the game was already lost in that clutch, are now still here. 2 more for 2 OTs. Outsiders experiencing the same problem that Dig just had. Not knowing where the solution is found. Think about B, Harry. We haven't seen B in like 10 rounds. No one's even gone near there. Yekindar was shutting it down CT. Now we have that opener for Heap as well. Halzuk throws himself down into old mid. There's not even a mid Molotov. He just assumes the respect, and it is given to him. No one swings mid. But He also misses the timing to Flit, who gets up in apps. This is the default that Outsiders were putting together on their T side. The 4B take with Flit lurking A, it caused such late rotations out of Dignitas that they had to save in so many winnable 3v3s. Oh, that flash misses.
Team flash. Luckily enough, not punished for it. Freiburg trying to trade that. It's an important 4v4, right? It denies Outsiders just spilling into a B play, just overrunning the bomb site. That fight from Halzerk is ballsy. And he's taken the advantage back for Dignitas now. Outsiders are getting desperate. They're going to start to look towards B.
There's a gap.
Oh, trying to wrap. Halzerk out through middle, shoots him in the back. Yakindar's dead on his attempt to find timings. And so now Jame and Buster need to dig deep. A 2 versus 4. Rough spot to be in, no denying it. And they could have, to them, what happened to Dignitas in that first half. The money ran dry, if you remember. They brought some pistols into the final round of OT. Outsiders might face that same fate. They don't get a bomb plant here. Jame up the short side, trying to entry with this AWP. Is he prepared? Halzerk inside, Forest down in the pit. It's a terrifying crossfire to get past. Very little time, he's going to drop that smoke up and over, looking for Forest, but it's Halzerk to nail the shot. This AWP's come alive once we've hit OT, and there he is with a 4th. Phenomenal shots out of Halzerk. 2 out of 3 rounds needed for another overtime, and now we head into the final round of this first half of OT.
Every time one AWPer has picked it up and set the bar, the other has exceeded it. It was Jame dominating CT. Now Halzerk's just styling, re-aggro mid, anchoring A, pushing apps. This guy's all over the place. Where does he begin his last round? It's B, off of a spawn, might take a deep peek. Outsiders, do they want to go back to it? The same problem that Dig just had. They've got no money. Buster and Jame are on pistols, for crying out loud. They can't even compete. Halzerk won't give them the AWP. He's going to rotate back out after firing just a single shot. Outsiders think they know where the AWP is. They haven't even begun to understand. Necro holding anti-flash in case they pop in through this mid-smoke. Halzerk, he's toeing the line. He can't make up his mind. And how can you? What is the right call? What is the right spot? Where will Outsiders go? Unbeknownst to them still.
Nades into top banana this time, not doing as much damage as last. And I mean, sorry, Dignitas have tried to read this. They've gone, okay, they've tried A so many times and to such bad results. Ooh. Surely this is the B play. A third man inside of B, but the bomb on the back of Outsiders is ready to head in towards A. Right now, only 2 players here to defend it. Dignitas with a double setup at B, getting pulled away now. Freiburg shouldn't get here in time. If Outsiders are quick, they've got a 4-on-2 inside of this A site. They're trying to get double pit so they can play off of one another. Lekro and Forest here. Freiburg making noise in the library. Bit of a tag to Yakindar. Bomb coming up short. Very little time. Freiburg runs at them. And now Lekro down here in the pit. Flicks up. Can't find it. Forest has got to be the man to deliver. Down in pit, a Tech 9 up close him. It's the pistols left standing for Outsiders. James going up into the graveyard. Forest's got no idea. Jame finds him, and it ends AWP versus AWPer. Halzerk versus Jame. He's come alive once we've hit this OT, but he needs this one now. The bomb out in the open. Jame can play around that. Jame can play around that all day long. Halzerk's feeling the pressure. Tap on it. Oh, the peek bait. James sees him, knows he's not on the bomb. Little jump peek up and over. Halzerk, you are running out of time. He's going to go to him. He's going to look for the fight. It's only the tag. And that there means that James done it. There's no time for Dignitas. He wins the 1v1, but he doesn't get the round. Outsiders lock in a third map.
Jame couldn't close it in reg, man, but he gets it in OT. That is an unbelievable game. AWPer v AWPer to close, and no better battle given the game we just got. Dig tried their heart out, and still Outsiders shut it out in 2 maps. What a series. And we're not even done, Harry. There's still more Counter-Strike to be played.
I don't think anyone expected it to be this good. It is ridiculous. Heartbreaking for Halzerk, man. It has to be said. Once we got into the overtimes, once we got deep into that, he came alive with the AWP. Yeah. And it ends in such a poetic fashion. You know, Jame versus Halzerk. Perfect, timing play from Jame down in the pit.
The 2 pistols as well to do it, right? No money in the 3rd round of OT, and they have a Tech 9 and a Deagle, and they get it over the line. What a ridiculous round for Outsiders to win. It's so them, it's so Outsiders, it's so unexpected at the same time. And I can't even imagine what Overpassing has in store for the end of this series. This is still only for elimination. Neither of these teams guaranteed a spot at the major, but they are fighting like it's a goddamn final.
Yeah, I mean, you know, everyone wants the chance, right? No one wants to know they're not going to the major. Dude, Halzerg, yeah, he definitely had some moments of frustration there. Let's kind of talk through this one a little bit. I mean, Outsiders, you've got to give them credit because twice over they were able to kind of double down and raise the bar, raise the level, right? Dignitas, I think it kind of dawned on them at one of these moments towards the end, actually, you know, we don't have to lean into these slow rounds. These A plays are working, and even though they know what we're doing on the side of Outsiders, we know what we're doing in these well-drilled A executes. They are able to power through this Outsiders squad into an OT.
Yeah.
And now we run it back. Now we go to a third map. I think exhaustion's surely got to be setting in. This has been a long old series, and it's still going. There's still so much more to give.
Yeah, but this is how Outsiders love to win, right? They love to wear down their opponents, be that through overtimes, be that through 30-rounders, be that through 3 maps with all of the above. It's definitely where Outsiders are used to playing. And we often talk about, oh, the more experienced team comes out on top in overtime. And you look at players like Forrest and Freiburg and you say, well, they've been here a million times. Well, Outsiders have been here 1,000,001, Harry. This is nothing new to these boys. So we're going to see who holds their nerve and holds their steel for the 3rd map, and elimination on the line between Outsiders and Dignitas. If that map was anything to go by, you don't want to miss it. So make sure you tune in for the last.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
PGL EU RMR. I'm Maui Snake, joined by Yakinder. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a complete the phrase sort of segment. So I'm going to start the sentence and you finish it with whatever your answer is, okay? You ready?
Yeah, I'm always ready.
All right, of course. My favorite map is?
Inferno.
I started playing CS in...
Do you want me a year? I can say I can say my age. When I started playing CS, I was 6.
Oh, wow.
And it's 2006 then, probably. But I played 1.6.
My biggest rival is?
Maybe my inner self is my biggest rival about motivation and pushing yourself to the limits more and more.
What I like about Kickert most is?
He's a big game guy. If you remember the Stockholm Major, he was winning insane rounds against FaZe. He's always there when he's needed the most.
I spend my prize winnings on?
I bought an apartment.
Okay, nice. My favorite position on any map is?
probably say like Mirage Con and Short are like fun.
The proudest moment in my career was?
I think maybe walking out on stage on the major with the Latvian flag. Maybe that was the proudest, but I'm not sure. Mixed emotions, so.
Okay. If I could delete one map from CSGO, it would be?
I hate Vertigo, I hate Mirage. And not in a way that I don't like to play them, it's just out of all these 7 maps, I hate them the most. I don't count Nuke because I don't play Nuke, but out of those 6 maps, Mirage and Vertigo I hate the most.
When I'm not playing CS, I love to?
I'm an outgoing guy, extrovert, so I like to hang out with my friends. I like clubbing, I like partying, so that's my go-to.
YouTube loves showing me videos about?
Dota 2. I play sometimes Dota 2, that's why maybe it's showing me, but I usually watch them when I eat, so it's pretty cool.
Well, thanks a lot for joining me. Really appreciate it. Good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you for the rest of one match. joke, guys.
well, this Dignitas taking on Outsiders series is proving to be a mental one.
Yeah.
We so nearly entered double OT on Inferno. In the end, though, Outsiders are able to long it out, and long it out they do, right? Now we get ready to overpass the decider, the third map that's been waiting in the wings for a long old time now. Hugo, I'm going to come over to you. You know, like, can you help me make sense of Inferno? Maybe like prelude a bit of overpass
Not
for
really.
me?
I can't make much sense of Inferno. We all saw it. We all know the madness that went on. I mean, at one point, Dig even thought it was done when they lost a 1v2 to Jame on kills, but not time. And then it's time itself that wins it to Jame, not kills, to close that entire map. Overpass, yeah, a less frequented map in recent times for Outsiders, but one that they've always been a fan of. I don't really know what to expect for Dig. I haven't seen them a lot of times on this map, but similar to some of the other lower tier teams we've had in this event, they've been grinding online. They've played plenty of series on this one as well. So I think at this point you're not worried about experience, not worried about depth. One thing that's clear for Dig is they really have spent a lot of time in the private server dry running these strats. The one thing that worked on Inferno T side were just these back-to-back A executes where they were throwing like 2 or 3 smokes, 2 or 3 mollies, combo flashes for Lekro coming out of halls. Like they'd really done the homework there. And now we go to a map where that also is going to work on like a B site of Overpass if you want to be running really well studied, well prepped executes. So we'll see if much of that applies for Outsiders. They are the equivalent to the physical form of it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. They are not going to be running out of energy. They are only getting started. I just hope the same of Dig. I want another competitive map. Jame and Halzerk, the top 2 performers of the series right now, plus 20 on Jane, or plus 13 on Jane, plus 20 on Halzerk. So eyes up on the AWPers on Overpass. Here's that BX sector we're talking about. It's quick, it's in the face, and it's Buster on short getting left on the sidelines. Ooh. Nice kill for Halzerk, almost looked like a pre-fire, and a 4v3. Dig just need to plant.
Yeah. Bomb now going down, right? Kicker. The rest of the gang trying to swing the CT angle. They're actually tiptoeing away. Are they leaving this one?
Are they going heaven? They're going heaven.
James going heaven.
They're saving.
They're saving. Okay, sometimes it's hard to tell with this Outsiders squad, but yeah, it is just the save call.
They're saving 1 smoke and 2 bits of armor. Kicker is dinked, so I imagine he's still 100 on the Kev, so he can upgrade it. Half the time we see these saves, they don't even upgrade it because like Jane buys a scout round 2 or something, and so the armor, you have the armor, but it doesn't really matter that it's 100. Yeah, I mean it was unwinnable. Safe bet, no kit. Smoke was there, but it's not really the end of the world. It's not anything to be surprised about when you have Outsiders here. But that's Dig getting their fist bumps in as they feel good to start. I like a B play because too often in pistols you'll see just maybe a smoke on default and 1 flash. Dig have a double smoke, they have a double flash. They really have everything prepped for that rush, and Outsiders get left lacking. Jane doesn't upgrade the helmet, neither does Kicker. They drop over some this and that. Ikinda even gets given a FAMAS, I imagine, by Kicker. And the Deagle back with the armor. So it's a pretty good second round for Outsiders, right? They're playing to win the Force instead. Dig have full Galils, and they're running it long. FAMAS beats 1, but not 2, and it's James Scout that bites Halzerk back, the head-to-head that we've all been waiting for. James, if that was 1 more, then that's as good as a 1-round setup. Forest wants a second chance. Ooh, James, a very rare miss shot again. This guy's usually super accurate. Not quite the Lao Scout, but it will do. 4 on 3, and they back to the bomb sites. 2-2 split.
Yeah, this is actually like a really scary spot for Dig to find themselves in, especially with, Lekro kind of being apart from the pack, holding for any sort of B play out of Outsiders. If they do just group, they can maybe trade their way into a bomb site, but it's like if you trade evenly, you're still in a 1v2. It's still really rough. You kind of need like a clean opener, and that kill, that's going to help you so much on your way. The fact that Flit just throws himself at you over towards long, you're rubbing your hands together. Now, he does get info, right? He does get the info that the bomb was here. And so we have players starting to rotate up now for Outsiders.
This could be a lost with 20 seconds.
They're going to have to go through that. It's re-smoked by Buster. Forrest walks it, and he just turns. Oh my god, he's out of ammo. Having to tap in with the P250. Jane finishes him with the scout. Uh-oh, they haven't planted. Oh my god, they run Jane down and they get it back under control.
Nice call there. Whoever makes that, just rush him at that point. Don't fiddle around with hoping that you don't get one shot on a bomb plant. Thank God it's Heap sticking that bomb on full health. He goes down to 30. Oh, that was very, very scary there indeed. Bus not looking at the ground, right? Trying to dodge a flashbang when Forrest walks through. That's an outsider's force by victory. NT for James Scout. Not today, though. Nades out. Maybe a mid-lob here for outsiders or playing to deny a bomb plant. Set up in Monster. They're expecting the B-rush, and they're damn right.
Yeah, those nades are in the right place at the right time. A good bit of damage done. The USPs start to farm up the weakened dig players. Nade in response, but USPs still killing, still headshotted, and now Yakinda trying his best down in water to regain control. Taps out another, and can't quite get it over the line. That is so close, but the ace from Halzerk has saved the day.
Halzerk, the hero right now. I cannot believe he double nades them as much as they double nade Monster. Those were some crispy USP shots, some very close kills, but Halzerk rises above it all. That is beautiful. Yakinda almost converted it, man. No health left. I can't believe that. The 5B stack is perfection for outsiders, but still Dig win it. But it's all about softening up the money. It's all about the long game, as we've already said with outsiders. And that is one step on a long road. Talking along, it's where Dig end up. Yakinda, no flash. Oh, there was one in front of him from Dig. Luckily, we'll just avoid it. Spotted and runs away with that toilet smoke down. He trades with Jame. This is not a pixel peek for Jame. He can nail this shot. There it is. Easy does it. Nothing new. I love that trade of players. They see the rifle, they want to run it down, and instead they find the scope.
Yeah, Jame is hitting right now, right? You put that AWP in his hands and suddenly he becomes so threatening. Scoped up on the short side now, just begging Dignitas to test the waters, to give this A site a look in. Re-smoke Monster from Flit all the way up here on A. Just going to give that double B hold a little bit more of a secure feeling about it. We'll start to rotate down on the back of how quiet Dignitas have been. They haven't really minded taking what I would consider like not even that much map control here, and then like just kind of waiting to explode into a site here with 4. You know, they don't really have anyone keeping an eye on the B info. For all they know, outsiders could be right behind them up through Con or T-spawn, and yet they're more than content working within these margins. Jane nails the second shot of the round and is going to get helped out by his 2 teammates inside the site. Heat might tap one of them off the board, but it's still an outsider's round, whether you like it or not. Forrest going to be left saving a Galil, and that's assuming they let him.
If Kicker held that 1 second, he would have killed him after time.
That's actually, you know, very respectful from Kicker, you could say, although not a good time to have respect for the opposition in the server.
No, I mean, Kicker's just getting the kill when he sees it, but Forrest was not ready for that fight either. He was pretty knife out, so maybe, but not today. Still, nice A-hold for outsiders. Lots of numbers up there. Beautiful tap for Heap, but it means nothing in the long run. And already, because of that USP round, Harry, we've got Dig on Eco. This is a T side, and they're broken in round 5 off a 3-1 streak. It's all those USP kills coming back to bite. And I mean, Dig is so broken they could justify forcing. That's probably what this tack is about. If they want to force, let's B-rush. Let's figure out who's throwing the heaven smoke on the fly. Heap's already gone for an AK, but that will be the only one.
Yeah, now other than the USP stack down there in round 3, outsiders haven't had to really contest with too much going on down towards this B bomb site. So might be a time for Dignitas to test the waters. Instead, though, just going to go back into middle, smoking that deep molly. And really, once you've done that, you don't even have to keep committing to this. Just the fear of the smoke being on the Molotov can be enough to keep players leaning towards A. They want to fight. Halzerk had an angle onto Yakindar there if he hung around. Just leaving it, and Yakindar, oh my goodness.
He never quits here.
I saw them, but having a drop on down. They are a little closer than I think he was ready for. Still gets back into the long toilet in time and re-emerges on the angle. There's the Lecro Dig. Been a while since we've seen that come through, and honestly, going 1-for-1 there is pretty good for Dignitas.
Yeah.
There's a gun to be retrieved. They arm themselves. They get a little more scary, a little more threatening. Now outsiders know that middle belongs to the Swedes.
Yeah, 2 AKs now, we just need to grab it. That's the fear. Forest is going to clear long toilets first before they go in for that AK-47. Lecro's even checking spawn, but outsiders aren't too aggressive. They just reset up on this long side. Halzerk. How does he want to do this? James AWPing A site. Oh, he baits the shot out close. Now they know James not helping. James not peeking. He will catch Halzerk on the retreat. That's something at least, but scary for a second. Flip was probably calling for help, begging. Nice Molly at the backside, forces James back. Oh, could have been a shot off. Instead, Buster goes through the smoke. They called it, but everyone's blind. No one knows where anyone is except Buster peeks out and finds that double. Nice shooting. James low, 10 seconds. Forrest needs to hunt this kill, but he can't get it in time. It's Buster on the top, and outsiders take 2 to tango. Trying to level this one out. But Dig, full eco, should be simple.
Yeah, a little pause called in now. This one looking like it's of a technical nature. It's got a replay of the Lecro Deagle. Definitely adds some legs on that round there, but James come into this one, looking for revenge, looking to keep that level up he was showing towards the end of Inferno. And I think, having it come full circle for his clutch failing in round 30, try as he might, it was phenomenal. Milliseconds being the difference there between that being a 16-14 and going to overtime. But then winning it in very similar circumstances on the opposite side, right, in a clutch to close it out, that's pumped him up. Buster's delivering as well now. You're starting to have this real supporting cast appear. James peeking mid, taking fights here early, and working connector is Yakindar. Heap with a Glock. Should not win this fight.
Yakindar just doesn't want to get baited into some double setup, far away. Now he knows Heap's escaped. Oh, he just gets out of the ladder, but I mean, this is of little value. Oh, James holding for the jump. Yakindar trying to walk close middle, and they get mauled. Mop mode. 2 kills. James going to back up. He wants a distance between the AWP and pistols, and Buster will secure the round. Only this con player, this toilets player, and he's no problem. 3-3 always was meant to be. Dig coming back with a rifle round. Definitely need to see something leaning B right for Dig out of the gate, even if it's not an execute, just getting that short water control, having a bit more real estate in the early round. Right now we've seen whoever has that mid spawn for outsiders take it, whether it's Yakindar pushing party or James taking up shots. Right now, it's the former. Yakindar's going back for it. Solo A to start. Lean 4B. They're expecting the execute for Dig. Dig are trying to feign it, trying to fake it, throwing in all this util. A pre-molly and smoke to take short for Lecro. There's a boost up, it's delayed. How long does he hold? Oh, he got it.
Oh, he did just get it. Just nabbed that one, and at the same time, Freiburg spammed out a short player.
Sick.
That is beautiful, right? A 4-man B stack reduced down to 2 in the opening seconds of the round starting. Rewarded for holding the boost. And a spam from Freiburg going a very long way. They start to lean out long now. Yakindar blinded by the flash. However, Forest can't convert the kill. Dignitas still need to be careful, especially now that they've given up that 5-on-3. 4-on-3 doesn't quite feel the same. They're going to go looking for Yakindar. They're going to look to try and flush him out. They know that there was at least one more player on B, right? Because you spotted the one getting assembled. And with Yakindar dead, this round looks teed up for Dignitas. Lecro can hear one of these B players leaving.
Nice reset. This is really good. Yeah, they know they got them split. At worst, it's 1-1. Obviously, outsiders love a gamble. They love to stack together, but as you said, that audio cue was enough for Dig to reset, and Yekina just saw the bomb along with numbers. So here they come, full BXEC again, 20 seconds. There is a Heaven player already here. Flit, he can provide Overwatch with that AWP in the pit, and he couldn't pick a target. Too many at the same time. With that Heaven smoke, Flit might just have to save this AWP for James. Being commanded of him. But that's fine. However, already Lekro dispatched to hunt this kill. And when Dig have 4 alive, definitely worth losing 1 man to hunt this kill. And Flit is playing right up in CT. Common save spot is long. That's where Lekro is probably going to look to clear. But the rest of Dig are coming into CT, so this save is not guaranteed. Lekro is in no hurry. And they're walking as well, so Flit won't even hear this. They'll start running when the bomb goes off in those final few seconds. This could be problematic for Flit.
Oh, they're running at him, but he holds on.
shots.
Flit. Lovely AWP save.
Oh, another?
Lovely. Just gets out of there with it. And, I mean, Jane will really appreciate you for that one.
Yeah.
I love how mobile Dignitas were there. You know, like they get the double opener down B, they lose Forest over at Long. What do? They completely leave B apart from Lekro. Everyone else goes towards Long. Is able to like 3v1 Yekindar there. Then they go back to Joy and Lekro at B. It's just, it's so all over the place, and you keep seeing the majority of players wherever you're fighting them. That
I think that's the
exactly
commit.
right. Like, and that's exactly what it was like on the other map of Inferno just moments ago. You know, it was like, oh, they're fighting us at A. They're probably coming A. And so Dig, you know, kind of using that conditioning to their advantage, always just roaming as a pack. That is so awkward in middle.
Dear.
I don't know how much time James thought he had, or if Yekindar was still watching. Oh, that's awkward. It's one awkward thing after another. Yekindar seemingly at the center of it all, good for that double. They didn't look at him. Just assumed the close corner was clear.
Buster on crouches, he has great timing, and there it is. Wow, couldn't have been better. Catches Heap walking up the stairs. That's why you knock the door off. He saw him, but Buster's so fast. And yeah, the value of that door getting blown off, we've been seeing more and more as of late. We've been seeing, you know, these double setups where you can boost in con for B water, you can boost on B for con. Really supporting each other. I'm sure outsiders will pull that out later. Just the kind of team that would do it. Freiburg fakes that death cam, but he comes back down con. Doesn't matter, outsiders are here, 2 of them at the top. Freiburg spotted from Monster, and it's a 4-4 score. It's even odds. No one's running away. James waits for his disciples to double fist bump, and so they shall.
Yeah, it was Yekindar dealing out double fistings though in the toilets, wasn't it? That is just wild. Like, he was side by side with Forest for the longest time there. Might have been a nice opener, but it turned sour very, very quickly. Freiburg literally doesn't have a scared bone in his body. He runs through the double molly setup in mid, admittedly to his demise.
The AUG push on Long. Not every day you see this gun, but it's always a welcome sight. Talking sights, James. Right down the scope picks Forest, and there's more where that came from. Got to care the con smoke. Trying to cover his Flit. Yekinda's still in the same position, and still re-aggressing even now. No getting out mid. Well, this is scary scope up. Blocking your vision of middle. Flit will take more and more heads, though, and this eco has no hope for Heap.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, but that's the end of the line,
Little
right?
concerning.
So Outsider's going to grab the lead. Going to go up 5-4. I want to see more from Dig over towards B again. You know, I really think like that round where they went there, dude, just had nothing but successes come rolling through.
They've been waiting for a gun round.
Yeah, I know. I hope they go back now that the guns are in play. Because also, I think when you go B, if you do find any successes, it normally triggers a bit of a response from someone like Yekindar over here on A. And that's pretty, you know, lovely pick for Jade. Like, that's a pretty safe bet, so it's a nice way. Jeez, he went back in for more.
This guy double dipping every damn time.
felt like even Super Jame, how he went about that there. You know, normally would have just been content, 5-on-4, cool, get out, fall back.
Mean, we saw that first shot. He's feeling it right now. That much is clear, especially after, you know, those shots on Inferno, even the lost clutch. But just in general, some of the openers he was able to give us on those CT side OT rounds, Jame was just not waiting. And this is a Jame to be terrified of. Even when we had Slacks from Sprout on our Pro League cast, we asked him who was the hardest AWPer to face, and you know, not necessarily in head-to-head, but just in terms of AWPer beating his team, he was like, yeah, Jame was the most annoying player. He was the most annoying AWPer, and that's what many say. Can be such a frustrating guy. Kindo's coming back through Recon, but he's so deep this won't be expected if he stays here. Freiburg walking down, and it's Kindo to force it. Heap now. Good luck. With an AWP in the tunnel, and he stepped. Sharks will come in, and they found blood. Yakinda 3 in the round, he's at 13-6. And this isn't like Inferno where he was 5-12 in the first half, having a really rough time of things. He pulled it back, he got confident, he got some aggressive CT rounds, he knifed out down Banana, he was forcing fights with MP9s, and he came back into the game in a big way. No, this is Yakinda starting strong, and that's a whole new beast. That's even more scary for Dignitas.
Yeah, dude, I mean, it's kind of wild, right? Because first map Mirage, which feels like an eternity ago now, was a really good start from Yakinda, but there just wasn't anyone there around him. Then Inferno, it's like the polar opposite of that. It felt like everyone else was kind of looking good, but Yakinda was falling a little bit quiet. Now I think we've hit this like golden streak where, you know, you're getting these phenomenal moments out of Jame. Yakinda's been fantastic. Buster has been such a safe pair of hands if they end up coming his way, right? If those first two players go out and don't find success, don't find riches, well then you've had Buster to fall back on. So yeah, Outsiders, I think this is them like really bringing their A game. For Dignitas, what was needed to try and cancel out Yakinda back on Mirage was a very, very strong game from Forest, and it was helped out by Hauser looking impeccable. And right now, they're both struggling a little. We need that to change. Those Outsiders could run away with this. He's going to open up, runs Jame down. Yakinda trying to fill this void, but he's overwhelmed as well. The Heap Tech 9 onto a double. Flick gives up the site, tries to play retake, tries to lean into this one, but a util getting locked in. It's a good nade, and Halzerk's removed.
Bomb loose.
The hands of Heap. Bomb out in the open. Lekro's got a plant. Freiburg close to the smoke, but they've come through. He flicks back around, and in the meantime, Lekro's Deagle deals with the bank rotate for Buster. Just Kicker left standing.
No way he saves this.
It looks like it.
I mean, they got money. This is winnable. This is worth Kicker to try and at least get these guns out of their hand and give it a go. Freiburg keeps missing these timings, and Kicker gives it up. I'm a bit surprised by that one. Knowing that their eco should be temptation to even just get damage. But Outsiders playing for the late game, as is often the case. Their money's not a worry yet, but it could be. And Kicker's trying to stop that from ever happening. 6 shots for Heap, right, running down the first guy. I think the reason Yakinda doesn't just take one and done and just commits to that spray there is because he doesn't want to give up the site and therefore give them the AWP, right? That's the danger. You get an AWP and an eco and a post plant on this A site, you go back toilet, you play the bomb, you win the round just by being a little rat and not re-peeking or scoping up from far. So yeah, that's awkward for Yakinda. I really tried to die on that hill, but it's Dignitas who get armed as a result and shut out the round. Nice nade to stop Planter, but it won't save Outsiders. Jane got run boosted, he's got great spawn, and he knows it. Peeking deep to Heat, hits the shot. No kill, but every little helps. Outsiders will just go back to long.
Oh, look at this double long setup, man. Like, you just saw Jame in con. You just saw him there. And now he's up on the boost on the long side. Yekindar playing close. This is a horrible setup to run into. This is like the two guys who have been tearing through your A plays, now doubled up in the same spot. There's a chance that Dig can bypass this entirely, making noise in middle.
Oh, what a fake.
Outsiders might get a little bit nervous, might start to freak out
Yeah.
here. They're going to pull Flit up because they're saying, we don't know what's happening on short, bud. You've got to keep an eye on it. And so this is going to leave just two players down in B, doubled up at Monster, tucked into this corner. Buster playing anti-flash. They're going to need to step up.
This is a terrifying setup, but Yekinda's just got the info. He's just pushed long. He's cleared all of middle. It's a ballsy call, but the flashes off B have at least confirmed his suspicions. Flit's come back in. He's on heaven. He sees to jump up as they throw in Molotovs for the barrels. The train box, a flash. They go through. Kicker and Buster combine for 2. And Howzuk with York and the bomb at Monster. This is not the spot you want to be. Forest tagged up
as well.
And even Yekinda in the T-spawn flank. He's finally here to put a knife in the back. 1, 2, and a third. Yekinda shuts out Dig. Now they know the Outsiders have that info. Now they know just what's going on this top site. Yekinda has switched on this series, especially in the third map. 17-7, and no better time to activate on that flank.
Yeah, mate, no, that is brutal for Dignitas. You know, it was such a well put together fake. It worked in terms of bringing everyone from Outsiders over towards that A site, or at least 3 of the 5 players. Then that re-smoke at Monster giving a little bit of pause. That was where Yekindar found his gap. That was where he comes in on this big wraparound, gets the early info that it's the B play. And so just a great bit of maneuvering from the front man of Outsiders.
Yeah, he's doing more than shaking maracas right now. He is not Bez. Trapped in toilets by that smoke, Yekinda's got to pick a side, and he's so often just committed, lived and died on these long toilets. This round again, Dig are going to try and crunch him. They're coming up long, they're loud. Not just a flash, but running. James can flash for Yekinda, he's offering it. Yekinda says, no, I'm fine. And a man made to multi-kill in this position, but even so, flash finally hits, and Yekinda gets 2. More than that, he sees almost everyone in middle. That can scramble rotations. Outsiders push up on B, they take more space.
Yeah, B hold's getting locked in. A hold is reinforced. Too strong here with the third man rotating up.
That gap looks almost purpose. They've thrown that before. Just trying to give Howzuk an option to AWP into A.
James aggroing over on the short side. Lekro's here, but that flash kind of gives away that info. Peeking with it.
Hello.
Can't find the kill. He's deep out long. Flit with the turn. And Howzuk never even knew about the dice player.
How did Flit hit that?
Insanity. Outsiders have arrived. This is the team that we were hoping to see, right? In all their glory. It feels like everything's just clicked into place. For Dig, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, this is a team that can take down anyone, right? They can take down the best in the world. If they're on one, wow, that's a headshot. If they're having a good day, if they've longed it out to a BO3 and they're warm. And yeah, just one of the most threatening rosters in Counter-Strike. Through thick and thin. Oh, Lekro Dig, baby, it's back. James, say goodbye to your AWP off the boost. Lekro!
Oh, what a shot! Double opener. And I mean, that might be the red carpet rolled out into a B play. Still, they're not rushing it. They're not getting ahead of themselves. Now they show their head down here at Monster. Flash sends Yekinda out through Con. Tries to get stuck in, but instead he's been dealt with. Nade stack down into water, and it's only Flit left. 1v4. Dignitas are still committing. They're still moving in. He's not without hope. They're going to start to go back now. Dignitas, they don't want to outbrain themselves. They group up over on the short side. Going to send Lekro in. He pushes, he prods, he probes, and he spots Flit at the barrels. The rest of the gang now going to double time it up through connector into the A bomb site. Flit worlds apart has also got his running shoes on. Up he comes, running the entire way. They know about him. The nade does good damage. Flit with a peek. And he will get silenced by Freiburg. Dignitas onto a 6th on the back of that partial investment.
That's 5 HE grenades and every single one of them lands. Every single one of them does damage. What an artillery strike into water from Monster off the back of the double D entry from Lekro. These are phenomenal. Flit eats 2 nades here at Dumpster. He does not get given the respect. And that is a sick round out of Dignitas. We have been waiting all damn series for the Lekro D to make an appearance, and now it's a full stack. It's a 5-man boost. They're going over the tippity top. This one's a bit late, though. They got to hold for the boost. Oh, almost! So close, but it won't cut.
Can't cut mustard, it can't break skin. Down through the short side now with this AWP is Halzerk. Oftentimes they call these boosting players. It's so close to being another one of these openers.
Flit still jumps that, knowing they just employed the 5-man boost. Mad.
I do like Yakindar's response though, right? He's a slippery fish, is this guy.
Yeah.
And on the back of seeing that boost getting employed, he's taken all this room down long. At a bare minimum, he's an early warning sign, but he could be so much more than that in this round. This one's free.
He's seen it.
Next one might cost him, but that one's free. Forest on the receiving end of that aggro. Short's also been stolen away. Even though they're mollying Con, like, you know, they don't have a man already in this position. They've got Buster posted. Yakindar and James falling back into this A side setup. Dignitas grouping for what looks like a B hit. And as mentioned, Buster still waiting outside of Con. Kicker winning the monster fights. He was effectively in the site all alone, and well, Heap is shut out. There's the late realization that Buster's been here behind enemy lines the whole damn time.
What a beautiful CT site. What a great game we're getting out of Outsiders, right? You go top, you run into James, who is hitting pixel shots every round, and Yukinda, who just won't stop with his mid and long aggression. Then you go B into some of the best anchors that CIS region has to offer. Buster has just been nailing folks to the wall, and Kicker has not let people through Monster yet either. Just an excellent game. Flit floating between the 2 sites too. That's a 9-round CT side. Nothing to turn your nose at. Smells fantastic. Put it in a candle. Bath bomb, maybe. And Dignitas, they now need to turn it all around against the best 3-map team that we've ever seen. All right, what have we got? Outsiders, a pistol would push them well and truly up in control of this game. Heap's got the Julies. All right, that's a pick. Oh, that's a pick. James just jiggles and doubles. Sickening.
That is disgusting, James. Oh my goodness. They never even saw him. Look at him go. 2 to the good already and wanting even more. There is a bounty of kills on the other side of Connector. Lekro takes that first fight. Door swings open and here they are. Buster and James side by side fighting for the short control. It's so clean. Only Freiburg left. And he's so far removed from this B play, he won't even have a chance in the 1v5. Outsiders are winning this T-pistol in incredibly clean fashion. 10 on the board, and there's nothing that Freiburg can do.
But die, and Yakinda will give him that at least. And yeah, James, that's just insanity. That is something else. Those taps are so... From Heap's perspective, you don't even see James. He just peeks, and you're dead before you've even gotten away with it. That's a land peek, somehow, some way. Wow, this follow-up even better. And he found a 3rd with the USP too. Why would he even trade pistols after that double kill? Yakinda also 6-0 in opening duels right now. Closes this round, but he was just all over CT side with that aggression, with those party and long plays. Outsiders just got to convert it now, step by step, round by round. They are locking it down. Deep long push. And it's being held by the man himself.
Missed shot for Halzerk. Not going to get given many more of those. I'll lean away from long now. Only one man down here towards B for Dignitas. Everyone else set up on long. With Halzerk making contact so early Outsiders, they do want to try and clear this. They've lobbed the deep flash, and that's not going to save Heap. We'll trade it down here at B. Buster's holding on. And Freiburg getting aggressive there. That is a bit of a problem area. He's the only man on that B hold, and so him falling rolls out the red carpet.
Oh, the running. They're going for the bomb.
Oh my
god. Forest can win this round right now off this kill. Flit jumps it. What an escape. And now Flit has support. Flash to try and hunt this down, but there's a double peek not needed. Flit gets his kill, and Kicker gets his bomb. First class delivery to the B bomb site, and Forest tried, but Flit's too fly.
Now the rest of the round just a formality. Halzerg wants to go get that AK, probably to save it. Outsiders finding this conversion. Making quick work of the force bite out of Dignitas. And this will be them up onto 11 now. This is, oh, we're hitting such a pivotal time frame within this game if Dignitas do want to turn it around, right? This will otherwise be remembered as the game, the series in which they almost eliminated Outsiders. They almost brought them to their knees 2-0. But in the end, Outsiders did what they do best. They longed it out. They made it a competitive, OT affair, going the distance, going 3. But by the time you arrived at that third map, you were battered, you were bruised, you were exhausted. You couldn't keep it up anymore.
Yeah, it's really, if it's not that story, Harry, it has to be picked up in the first gun round at this point for Dignitas. They got one more eco, then that exact attempt, and without it, it just feels too much of a comeback, too much of a task on this CT side. This is the first time in the series where one team has stepped above and just looked better and just looked like they were more in control of this entire map. Nice deke for Lekro. They've at least come through at map 3. But is this going to be another almost round? Can Dig win a very difficult eco? They don't have a lot behind that Dig. Not even Kevlar. Con is cleared after that kill. Monster naded. And Outsiders set up outside of B, but that bomb's still milling around in Con. And there's no one here right now. They're going for a boost. They're already walking out Monster. Outsiders are going to catch Dig setting up. They've got to be super careful, but that's a bomb. Heap hits a Dig now, inspired by the eco.
Oh
not again.
God.
Not like this. Dig are doing it somehow.
A 5v2, and they've only got pistols. There was a team flash in that round. There was a team flash on the guy walking up through Monster. He would have uncovered the boost. That kill would have never happened. But instead, the delayed peak has only dug this hole deeper. Yekindar going to clear him, going to flush Forest out, trying to carve a path for Kicker with the bomb. The Deagle Electro. Going to tuck himself in behind Dice, getting run down. Shots are missing. They're getting closer. You need to hold on, Electro, and he will get overwhelmed. Heaps Deagles here to try and fill the void. Bombs dropped on the wrong side of Dice, the wrong side of a dice roll. Snake Eyes on Yekindar, and he's finished off. Dignitas with just vanilla pistols, a handful of Deegs. They're able to win that out.
This series is not done yet, Harry. We're counting it out. We're talking about the first gun round. Dig don't wait. They don't have time to wait. Business first. And an eco win. Double D from Heat, and Lekro helps out too. That is excellent. I can't believe it. They even triple chase Yekindar, not giving this guy room to get weird, get that bomb, get a couple of crispy headshots. Now it's served cold for Outsiders. A reality check, and now an AWP. Nades up for the boost, Lekro. Ooh. Jumping at the other side, he's okay. Suddenly everything changes.
Yeah, this confidence, this swagger, this bravado that you've had if you're Outsiders, you need to taper it off for a little bit now. You're saying to yourselves, okay, we lost that one. Let's not let it go any further than that. You might not have a say in the matter. Dignitas win this round. They go 8-11. They break the money of Outsiders, and at that point, the gap is starting to get closed. It's starting to shrink on down.
cold pool. Who's going to drown first, though? Freiburg. Dodging the flash as a monster. Outsiders are grouping up for B as we speak. This AWP of Halzak is getting very curious. But there's nothing you can do about this. It is going to be relying on the triple B hold. Heap is also committed to long. Outsiders have done nothing to signal this play, but it's about to be all too obvious, all too assaulting at the same time. Letgrow, pinpoint headshot, sprays down two. The flashes do nothing, and he's in the middle of the bomb site. Outsiders, 2 on 4, and there's no getting in.
Yeah, trap. Iced out on short. Forest, so much damage. Flip peaked at the very end. It's Freiburg and Forest to find 8 for Dignitas. Oh my goodness, they are trying to grind their way back in again. And hell, I mean, dude, if this series is anything to go by, the usual tricks of Outsiders, their ability to long out these games. You thought it was coming through, right? You thought it was like a return to the norm. But there's just something about this Dig squad that seems to get under the skin of James, of the Outsiders. Nades over into middle.
Yeah, it's attack timeout essentially this round, right? 4 Glocks, nothing to do but chat it out. Waste their time. Buster's having a drink, mate. Round's live, doesn't even matter. No stress here. Get some nades out of Dignitas, waste a few pennies. It all adds up in the long run. And absolutely no one with focused faces, just chatting it away. Meanwhile, Dignitas have to pretend that this could be a hit at any time, any second. Kicker gets mollied out of his spot. Outsiders, they've taken a lot of space considering nothing has been done all the way up on toilets, but that's by design. We still have this heavy setup, 2 jumping players on the bomb site trying to get this early warning. They see a long player, a bit of info that will keep Letcrow up on rotation. He's in heaven, ready to move at a moment's notice. And eventually, Outsiders will just run it. 20 seconds, don't want to die off the time, you better go now. May as well run into the molly.
They're going to try and go. Lecro moving up for the rotate. Probably isn't even needed. He just holding the line. And one kill out of Flit. You know, just Glocks invested. Need to go grab the big green, and they will get it.
Phew.
But, you know, go getting one out of a round like that is all well and good. Outsiders, 2 rounds. All that separates them and Dignitas. Dig. They've still got a lot of fight left in them after all.
This is not one-sided. This really isn't. Like, it felt like it with that dominant CT side with a converted pistol. Or rather, you know, a rifle round off the back of, you know, Dig. Yeah, converted pistol, then Dig with an eco. It should have been up to first rifle. It should have been like 12-6. Never got there. Now 2 rounds of difference. Now essentially a gun round in between these 2 teams. Someone's going home. Who's it going to be? Everyone's antsy to play at this point, but we got to hold on. We got tech problems.
Yeah, these are never ideal.
Looking good
Just
to
having
go.
a log back in.
Yeah, get the Steam code.
Never ideal to have something like that happen now, right? This moment of pause. Maybe, though, Outsiders having to just sit there and stew in this situation. The fact that it is coming down to the wire, you know, will that get to them? Oftentimes, this team is one that gets better. The longer they're in the server, the longer they're under the pressure. Dignitas all kick-started with that eco win in the 3rd round of this second half. Now believing again, and I mean, there really is like no equating how a round like that can pump you up. You know, what it can do to the mental game when you squeak one of those past the opponents.
We're back live. Guns getting swapped over. Orb on Halzerk. And James has his 2. It's been a long day here, otherwise known as a quick match for Outsiders. Or maybe I jumped the gun here. No, I didn't. Yeah, Yakinda's still freakishly good right now. 23 and 13, still flawless on his opening fight. 6 multi-kills. No clutches yet for Outsiders, but once we hit crunch time, maybe.
What?
Wait.
Halzerk hit that, runs through short, fires a blind shot through the smoke and brings Kickert down so low. Now he's going to start rotating, just shifting his position up with this AWP. They just saw it at B. Outsiders respond by trying to take long quickly. Heap is here. Heap is on the angle, but James will get rid of him. Man, advantage taken. Suddenly that tag feels inconsequential. Halzerk is going to go seek his fortunes in middle, pushing up the short side, trying to make a bit of a play. He knows that someone needs to be that hero, someone needs to be the guy, and he's hoping it can be him. Buster sneaking himself into this long corner. It's a very nice position to have for later in the round. He'll go unaccounted for if anyone goes swinging that for Dig. Freiburg's taken short away, down towards the B bomb site. Halzerk been here for a while, flashed off the angle, does manage to get out, but his teammate is now dead, and Halzerk is all alone, calling for rotations. He needs support, he needs help, and they run him down, they run it in. Buster follows up with a kill into the site, and it's only Freiburg left. Outsiders, they might have taken a tag early, they might have sponged some bullets here and there, but that is a very well put together A offensive. Starts with James getting the pick at long. Beautiful reflash into the short side. A gorgeous reaction onto that setup between Halzerk and his site player. They knew what they were facing, they knew what they were up against. And that's how they're going to find 12. A flawless round, 5 alive as well at this point in the game. That's going to prove to matter a hell of a lot.
Yeah, it just adds into what we're talking about. How about how Outsiders are so good at just holding on in these moments of pause, poising well, not panicking, not freaking out. This may have been getting like a scary game, but they take 2 minutes out and they come back in looking fresh-faced with 5 alive. And James continuing to knock on the door of death. More 5-on-4s, more 5-on-3s even, as James continues. And Dignitas, can they dig deep with another gun round, or will their money be the first to fall? At this point in the game, it wouldn't matter as much for Outsiders. It would just level the playing field. If Dig lose their cash, they are in worry. Outsiders, 1 man at B, Kicker doing his defaulting. Rest of Outsiders going in from mid. We've got a fast contact for Flit. James flashed off the angle. Halzerk attempted to take that opening kill, but you hear a shot rally through and you give it up. Heavy B lean for Dig. And Halzerk hopefully playing a little safer this round in the bomb site. Not committed to that open divider position where Outsiders were able to just chase him down. This time they want to BX it. This is an early round play for Outsiders as far as they're concerned. Minute 15 and they're about to rush.
These B holds always get weird, man. The util's got to be flawless out of the Outsiders. Kicker's already in deep. Oh, he's able to flick back round. Don't know, he had no business winning that first fight on a Freiburg. Oh, Forrest is so blind, having to just tuck himself in, steal himself away. He does have this AWP on Halzerk to try and help him out. Swinging is Forrest, 1 for 1, but the trade's going back and forth. Flit up the short side. Oh, try to fight Halzerk. Instead, taps out Lekro back in CT. They haven't been able to deal with the AWP yet. Flit's trying to make it happen, but will get silenced. And there's Halzerk to close. Dignitas onto double digits. They repel the B play.
They did not want to play plant. They wanted to play every single kill, but that rotate down for Heat was not accounted for there for Flit. He just goes wide for the fight on the pit player, thinking he has an AWP isolated. That's not the case. Quick rotate down for Heap, and Dignitas, who were favored in every trade all along the way, go on and close out a B hold, a massive round. We haven't had anything out of this T side like that for Outsiders since they lost to the Eco, just charging out B in the early round and getting shredded. And that's on the back of an opening kill untraded. Kicker, like you said, with a ridiculous flick to kill that monster peak player. Dignitas still do it though. And as said, Outsiders can sustain an L here, but no more. No loss bonus on either team. And that's a really reassuring round to see converted by Heap and Halzerg when it is Freiburg and Forest, the solid B anchor players in this map right now who are having a bit of a troubling time. Have been a lot quieter. Haven't been afraid to make moves, right? Taking a lot of short water control because Outsiders have been doing heavy AD faults in most of this T side, but even so, it's something to keep in mind. 2 veterans of the team under 10 kills still.
I mean, you've got to admire, you know, regardless of even how this ends up panning out, at bare minimum, just how Dignitas, you know, this is a team that aren't really at all like these kind of big tier 1 events, right? And even when they are, you know, very rarely able to make these deep runs happen versus Outsiders, a team who, like just I want to say a month and a half, 2 months ago now, are in the playoffs of Katowice, you know, able to flex a hell of a lot there, admittedly falling off when they kind of hit the big stage, but even prior to that, you know, able to make a run at the last PGL major. Dignitas remaining as resilient as one of the most resilient teams in Counter-Strike today. It's no easy feat.
Victim of first blood 7 times for Freiburg, similar to what we've been seeing, you know, throughout the tournament. You called them the fearless, never afraid to go in first, to try and get space. Carrigan-esque at times, often traded. However, 1 and 7 on those opening duels doesn't scream anything pretty in that regard. Luckily, T-side's over for him. Time to sit back and relax. God, these tech issues aren't making things any easier for anyone involved, even not Outsiders at this point. They just want to get on with the game and go play. We are so late into the series and still so undecided as to our victors and elimination. Whoever loses is going to feel horrible after playing this match. It has been a grind.
Yeah, I mean, 100% right. That's always the nature, though, of, I mean, any
losing's not fun, Harry.
Yeah, losing sucks, not fun, bro. But, you know, especially when you are, like, in one of these series that's so dragged out, so back and forth. You know, you've put hours into this, hours just in the server. That's before you take into account all the prep work that goes into this.
Especially with Dig, who have actually had a chance to close this thing, right? They could have won this game. They could have 2-0'd. I guess in some sense it's relieving, not relieving, but they never had a match point. It was 15 first for Outsiders, and 18 first as well. That time they did close.
Is it back to a B play for the Outsiders? That would be kind of surprising, honestly. They got shredded in this last attempt at the B hold.
Oh, hello.
Over in mid. Oh, that's a lovely little opener for Buster. On the receiving end of that is Heap. Now looking to fill the void.
Misinfo.
That little check on Monster might sail you down the river with 50 seconds left. And a mid player down, you're starting to get paranoid that this is the A play. Freiburg, they're up and past him, and it's a double opener for Kicker. Suddenly Lekro back of the site, over here in mid. Halzerg will best Buster, but that's a very small victory amidst the sea of losses in this round for Dig. Lekro's tucked himself in, hidden away at Graffiti. Util going out. Outsiders starting to move over towards upper. The bomb is
They're
out
delaying
in
the
B.
pawn to hunt the kills. They're trying to play the money game. The accountants pull back his typical tricks. What they don't know is Lekro never left this bomb site.
This could get weird. There's always a chance of something odd happening. Hauser just tucking himself in. Flit's got no idea. At this point, they might anticipate some sort of bank save. Oh, they're starting to get close to Halzerk, trying to remove this orb. Lekro still just waiting at Graffiti. It feels inevitable that Halzerk was in trouble. But now they go looking for Lekro, who's been here the entire time. Just Chikindar inside of the site. Just him waiting. Lekro might get away with this M4 after all. Chikindar, walks to his demise. And so Lekro is out of there, able to get away after all. Oh, no, James! The save denier hunts him down!
That's so big. That is so massive, Harry. It is nothing worse than giving up a round to save and not saving. You get nothing. You don't even get the attempt, the 1 in a million chance of winning a 2v4 on a retake. It's gone. Lekro could have sat in the corner. He would have lived. Jane comes down in heaven and shuts out the round. No one does it quite like him. And I love the delayed quad. It's scary from our perspective, but at no point is Lekro ever going for that. And that is high impact. Right there at the end. Money means everything. And Dignitas even call attack, because whatever they have planned for this one is in the bin. Look at the cash. They might have to force. They have no cash. They have 1,400. No loss either. It's 1 round. It's not 2 in a row. It's not even built. It's just been trading for the last 4. And so Dig, they are in, I mean, this is hell on earth. This is the worst place to be in. You're forcing to give them 14. Yes, sure, we've had these crazy rounds out of Dig. Dig are believing in this round. They bought a kit on Forest. They want to win it, but they just know how out of their hand it might be.
He jiggles mid, tries his hand at it. Boost up over here towards short. And right now, Dignitas at least know that no one's B-ward bound for the outsiders. Keep holding. Right now, the only man over here in this A-bomb site. And if he falls, if he goes down without getting anything done, Dig might have to lean into a 4-man save. His Deagle was the thing that helped him find success in round 3 of this second half. Can he do it again? He's getting wrapped. They're in the site. Yakindar's found him. There's a response for Hauser. Oh, no! Makes it a double. Trying to face even more with the Deag. Trying to take these fights. Outsiders might look to go back. They might look to reconsider. This is where Dignitas need to calm just for a moment. Now swinging. Hauser, that was the chance. That was the opportunity. Back into a 3-on-3. Forest with another swing. And they're getting punished across the board now. Where the Deags are working, where the aggression was giving results. Now it's dug them a shallow grave. Lekro and Freiburg in the 2-on-3. Lekro a long way away. Freiburg tagged. If they finish him, they're in this A site. They're overrunning it. 30 seconds with the bomb dropped on shore, and now Freiburg dead. It's all on Lekro. There's a world where maybe he finds this timing up Con. Maybe he stops this bomb plant, running the rotate, making noise. They still haven't heard him. They still don't know.
Is it default?
They risk it. Out with the swing, but silenced by Kicker. The response is there for outsiders. And man, that one is going to haunt Halzerk, who gets this phenomenal double Deag play to keep them out of the site. Then tries to swing short. And on a player that's running away, he misses a golden opportunity.
Yeah, those back of the head hitboxes, man, they fight back. James just running, and, you know, he doesn't have any cover. Thank God the swing comes out for the bomb site to just save his life and his round, because he goes on to pick more players out of it. Outsiders hold on, they go passive in that 3-on-4, and Dignitas just peak 1 by 1 and lose their lives. It's getting to them, it's getting stressful, Harry. They are playing for overtime, it's their only option. That was, you know, clear after they forced last round, but they had to. Eco wouldn't have meant to buy here either, it would have meant 3,800, and yeah, you can play A1S with Kevlar if you want, but they don't. They want everything. The orb, the nades, the kits, the options for Dignitas, but that will require giving up elimination point here at the RMR.
It's such a brutal call, isn't it? Like to play for the OT, essentially. to play for 5 in a row. They've won this sort of round before, but that's not something you can actually replicate, surely.
He's dodging
Flash
it.
over, kicker, playing anti. They run right by him. Good for the double before he's traded. That is an AK now in the hands of Heap. Maybe that gives them something to go off of inside of this A site. Tucked on in. Freiburg here. Or Lekro rather. Freiburg already deleted down lower. Heap keeps up the good fight, and now they just got to get past one man over on A. Lekro tucked in. Only armed with the USP. That's always going to be his crux. What on earth is he meant to do? Cleared. Ooh. First man gone. Tapped from the USP, but the trade is found. And Heap now up through the connector. He's buying next round anyway. He's got this timing on a bit of a short ramp, but bomb plant's already in. He spots one going to truck, taps out Yakinda. Now just James left to beat. Oh, he swings it immediately, takes that fight. There's a certain level of respect you're anticipating there from James, thinking he's going to maybe try and long it out in the 1v1. But once again, it's James clutching to try and win Outsiders the series. 15 to their name now.
I love that for James as well. The reason he goes for that peak, firstly, it's so unlike him, but secondly, he knows with all this distance from Heap, all Heap's doing is mashing W. He is trying to get as close as he can, as quick as he can, and James just eviscerates him immediately. No hesitation, no time to counter strafe, no saving that eco. A damn nice try for Dig, a one-on-one. But they've brought so many close pistol rounds, and at this point, they mean nothing. This is one more for Outsiders. That's all it's going to take. Dastan called a timeout. Made sure game faces were on. And everyone's on the same page for what needs to just be one round. Why make it harder for yourself?
Dude, that's always the sad thing, you know. If you cop an L to Outsiders, if you end up losing, you know, if you're rooting for the team that loses to them, your heroes, they always die tired in this instance. You know, they always die at the end of a long old series where they play their heart out. And Dignitas look like they could become culprits of that. 10 to 15, they need 5 in a row.
Oh, smoke walk.
Yeah, smoke walk for Yakinda. Not gonna serve him well. That's a step in the right direction, but it's a marathon, not a sprint here for Dig.
Slow and steady. Good grenade. Freiburg's put on 14 by Flit. Mid's taken, James still AWPing it, and if any reaggression comes from Halzuk, it will be punished. Flash peek on long and on B at the same time. Halzuk wins that fight. He goes into James, who drops out of mid with the bomb and loses it in no man's land. No man here. Flit may as well just try and frag out at the B bomb site, try and get a pick here. But no one's offering up much. He's got to go for it himself. Freiburg saves Lekro's life up in heaven. 2 low players. There's a weird timing here. Halzuk, oh, he misses that. Buster, does he check close? He's seen him, and Buster's got a double. The bomb's on the way. It's running amok. Molly misses, it goes very deep. Lekro can pop his head out of the top. There's no one here to cover. Deep in bank, and Buster's backstabbing in a 2-on-5 to knock Dig out of this competition.
2v2 in the blink of an eye. This was 2v5, as you say, and Buster has done it all. Holding this angle now. He will get rewarded for his patience. Right now, Freiburg cannot move a muscle. Everything is hinging on Forest coming up through middle. In this fight versus Kicker, he's shut down, and Buster's there to close it. 2 versus 5. And that's how Outsiders send Dig out of the runnings to make it to the major.
That's exactly what Dig did yesterday. That's how they closed their series. A taste of their own medicine. And Outsiders long it out. Opportunities to close in a 2-0 for Dig. And commiserations. They put up more than a fight. More of a fight than I think anyone was expecting. But Outsiders, they don't lose in 3.
Yeah, I mean, you can't help but feel kind of divided on this one, right? Because on one hand, Outsiders, they do what they do best. They long out this long back and forth game, and you've got to respect their ability to do it time and time again. For Dignitas, this was so much more than I think anyone was anticipating. They played their hearts out. Forest was rolling back the years for the first couple of maps. Then we had guys like Heap, Lekro, both phenomenal pistol players, always giving you an edge, always giving you a bite in those low economy rounds. Halzerk, a real character in this team, and definitely kind of lived up to the hype in this head-to-head versus James. Dude, it was such a treat getting to watch this mesh of new and old, but unfortunately, that's the end of the road for Dignitas.
Yeah,
As I said, you know, your heroes, they will die tired when they face outsiders, and that's exactly what happens in this series.
Yeah, this is a team that went top 8 of the last major, Harry. I think all expectations are still on them to make it despite everything, right? And, you know, maybe they started slow to this competition. Maybe we were worried for them. Definitely in this series, there were times where it felt like they were done, but outsiders, they just never give up. They never give in, and they never go down without a fight. I can't wait to see what's going on moving forward, who they're going to be facing, and what their final match is going to be like to try and get through to the Antwerp Major. This is such a scary team when they're hitting, and Yukinda, who started so slow in the day. Well, actually, no, sorry, he played great on Mirage. He went slow in the first half of Inferno. He went up and down as a roller coaster, but the Yukinda that we know and love stepped up again today, and James, who definitely didn't have a good Mirage, man, he's the MVP for that, surely.
Yeah, dude, I mean, also, like, I want to talk about Buster because it was him who really spearheaded that final, like, 2v5 push to win that. Dude, it felt like he'd been on, like, a slow simmer all day, but by this third map, oh, he just roared to life, you know, started coming into his own, became this backbone of the team alongside, you know, a Yukinda that was just popping off. And, dude, on the other side of things, I will never not be heartbroken for Dignitas over the result of this one, man. The fact that on Inferno, they push it into this overtime affair. There was a world where it could have been a 2-0 for Dig, and we wouldn't have batted our eyelids. But outsiders, they managed to long it out. They managed to take it 3. And they managed to eliminate Dig from the runnings to the major.
All in all, what a day, Harry. What a series with Eternal Fire versus Fnatic going the distance earlier on today with Fnatic, another legendary organization knocked out of the running. Now Dig are the same story. And luckily enough for you folks, if you want to find out what games are going on tomorrow, who's playing who's making it through, our analysts have been hanging around all damn day waiting for the results of this one. So we'll chuck it back to them to close it out.
crazy way to end the day. And what a crazy series from Dignitas and Outsiders there. Game time paid off in a big way. I've got Blair and Pimp to dive through this final game of the day. Sadly, we do say goodbye to Dignitas. They put up one hell of a fight. But my, oh my, that second map, not picking up Inferno, that's going to be feeling crushing right now.
This could have been us saying goodbye to Outsiders.
Yeah.
If a couple of those, not even rounds, a couple of, it was a game of inches, a game of margins, a game of seconds, milliseconds actually in Inferno. It could have been Dignitas actually coming out 2-0. Can you imagine the absolute scenes if that had taken place?
No, I can't. I can't imagine that, because that's what happens every single time with Outsiders, right? They're paid by the hour, and they just play long Counter-Strike games and always drag it out, always make it exciting. It would have been a massive disaster for them. It is a massive disaster for them not to qualify for the major. They haven't done that yet. Now they just stayed alive here. On the other hand, you know, they do survive, and that's a good thing. I think it's one of those teams as well. We saw that during the last major. Every single game they play, they get better and better and better. And if you don't knock them down now, then it's only going to be more tough as we move along. Whereas for Dignitas, I want to give them credit, man. You know, you look at that lineup, you look at how the preparation worked coming into the tournament, look at the results they've had, and they receive a lot of criticism, you know, becoming a paycheck stealer team and a bunch of rushed up guys. I think they showed up in this tournament that they can still play Counter-Strike at a relatively high level. They deserve a lot of praise, and I think, as you said, Drea, there was a couple of rounds, a couple of milliseconds, and then they would have played the next round.
People really call Dignitas paycheck stealers?
They do, of course, man. That's the HLTV of nowadays. Reddit, you see it, you read it every single day. People are mean, and I get where the sentiment is coming from in a way, but it feels like to me, like when I watch them play, they actually play good Counter-Strike. I'm sure they put in a lot of time. I'm sure they put in a lot of effort. So, yeah, they end up losing right here, but I think overall, Dignitas have surprised me in the sense that they're playing better than I would have expected them to coming into the tournament.
I'm going to just add on to that as well. Like, I think I was one of their harshest critics coming into this tournament, where I'm like, okay, they're here, they made it thus far, they're not really going to be putting up a challenge, even against Game of Legion. I was like, you know, the young blood, some of the Swedish players, they're going to be easily able to take them down, but they've pleasantly surprised me. Fantastic to see players like Legends, rather, like Forrest and Freiburg, able to still deliver, put in the numbers in the server. And we saw players like Halsuk, for example, really stepping up to the plate and making a team like Outsiders sweat in what anyone, I guess every single one of us would have predicted this one to be 2-0 for Outsiders. Instead, instead of what we just saw transpire in the server. So shout out to Dignitas, even though they go out of the RMR, they go out with their heads held high.
And this man, indeed, Yakinda, has been on our names for a long time, right? We've been looking at this guy. We've been saying what damage he can do in the server. At times, he really is the golden ticket and the savior for this team.
He must be so annoying to play against. We found ourselves talking about him, as you said, James, pretty much every single time these guys play. And I mean, he's inconsistent in a sense where sometimes he will go off and he'll just dominate the map and he'll be the difference maker, like he was on the first map, like he was especially in the later part here on Overpass as well. And then he has a couple of maps where he's just okay, you know, but he'll always have a couple of rounds where he goes off. So if I were going up against a guy like Yakinda, I would always be annoyed. I'd always be feeling like I can never be safe. You never know where you got him, and he's just one hell of a Counter-Strike player.
Absolutely. Like when you're talking about, you know, obviously Kicker has, I feel like, an incredible tournament thus far. Personally, even when the other players were kind of struggling, you have Buster as well stepping up in clutch moments, James being James, and then of course we have.
What does it mean?
I don't know. You can decipher what that means, Pim. But Yakinder has been definitely for me the talisman for this team, right? A team which has, you know, widely been infamous for their slow grind, like you said it, you know, paid by the hour, solid Counter-Strike. Yakinder is like, you know, chop chop, hurry up, I gotta push in. He just rushes into a side, opens things up. He pulls off magical things, and look, I'm very happy to see that this team, their run doesn't end here. They still haven't qualified yet, obviously.
Sure.
But I feel, like you said, if they start gathering steam, starting to look a little bit dangerous and make it to the major, every team has to be careful about these guys.
I can't help to think when these guys are practicing, right? In practice, for those of you at home who don't know, you play all 30 rounds. You have a guy like Yakinda playing on a team like Outsiders, and you assume they play the same way in practice. So 30 rounds of slow-paced Counter-Strike with Yakinda in the lineup, where in most cases, or in many cases, he's going to die within the first 10, 15, 20 seconds. There's so much death time in his life where he's just sitting, you know, and probably looking at his phone and chilling a little bit, because the rest of the guys are either saving or trying to win a clutch with 5 seconds left. I admire that kind of persistence, and I admire the fact that he's still in the game.
And it's kind of crazy, even with that style of, you know, of approaching the game, he still kind of maintains close to a 1 KPR, at least in this series.
Yeah.
1 kill per round while still being the first guy to take the fight. Listen, the best opener in the game right now.
Definitely, and I just love it, right, Pim, because you're saying there, like, he spends all this time dead. Also, the whole thing is that you're talking about the difference in speed. James just chilling in the back somewhere. He's all the way forward. There's a huge disconnect in this, but they somehow make it work. They somehow get some results in there. But you know what results we should take a look at? The ones that happened throughout today, because it has been another day here at the European RMR. We've seen more teams qualify. We've seen more teams go down, and look at where we sit right now. So today we already saw Na'Vi and FaZe. They managed to qualify alongside Forza. Forza getting that matchup against Saw, which was just a wild one to even be in a spot where you'd qualify, you know. Then we come on down to the B stream. We said goodbye to Unique. OG did manage to get the win over them. Then we saw Fnatic, Eternal Fire went so close, and we see Eternal Fire manage to just about take that one, but I don't know, for Fnatic, probably changes time coming in, Blair.
Listen, I made a tweet as well for Fnatic. Like, the last time Fnatic were at a major, Monacy was 13. I mean, it's been forever, and this is a team.
Okay, there's a bit of COVID time with that as well, right? We didn't have
fair enough, but it's been forever. It's been forever,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And the fact is, this is an organization who has the most amount of majors after Astralis. They have a legacy. They even had an actual era once upon a time. An org like this, where it's been bungled to a degree that we haven't seen them in 3 majors back-to-back. Fine, there was a COVID period and whatnot, and they just look lost. It's not like, oh, we can maybe change this player or maybe add in a coach. No, I have no idea what to do with this team, and that pisses me off, because this team as an org, they should be doing more. They should be amongst the top teams when you talk about CSGO, and they're not right now.
It's hard to disagree. I don't know what to say outside of what I said yesterday. It's boring. It's a boring team. It's a boring team to follow. Some of the players on the lineup are great. I like a guy like Crimps, you know. I think Alex...
I think Messi is great as well.
Messi is great as well. Alex have had some success as an in-game leader, but when you look at the team as a whole and you then hold them up against the brand value of Fnatic, you think to yourself, are they even trying? Have they even tried to assemble a team that should qualify for the major? And, you know, there's so many good teams. There's so many exciting players, exciting prospects out there that, you know, for me at least, to focus and spend time watching Fnatic and getting excited and getting bricked up by Fnatic, it's just not going to happen.
I just love how fired up Blair got then. I really felt that.
I was a fan, man. I remember a JW flick. I remember a Fnatic where just, you know, they played their style of Counter-Strike. I know a lot of French fans probably wouldn't have enjoyed that, but I personally did. And to see that they don't even have a team to field right now, I mean, they have a team to field, but they can't even make it the major, it's a bit heartbreaking for Swedish Counter-Strike as a whole.
A question though, right, not just around Fnatic, but just while we've got some time as we work out the next matchups, is looking at, you're talking about brand value. There's a lot of teams, a lot of player names we hold together, but if you took away, say, the Fnatic name tag from the rest of this roster, right, would you be as harsh on them?
Probably not.
Probably not. I don't hate the players. I have no issues with the players.
No, neither do I.
But it's not working, right? That's the thing you're saying,
It's
right?
not working.
This team together, these players
My
aren't
problem
working.
is not necessarily on the players, right? Because I think they're doing what they can do with what they are being offered, right? If you're Crimson and you look to your right and you look to your left and you think, okay, I used to have JW over here, I used to have Flusher over here, now it's Alex, now it's Brolan. About Brolan, you know, that was the one exciting, that was the one exciting prospect Fnatic had. So I don't blame the players. I don't think necessarily any of the players are at fault. Pepsa is a great example. He's coming into Fnatic. With all due respect, he's not ready for it. He's not a tier 1 material. He's not even tier 2 material yet. He could potentially be in the future. We've seen some decent stuff from him in the Replay Academy League, but he's just not ready for it yet. It's not Pepsa's fault. It's whoever's running that team and running that brand and assembling this team that they must be laughing. They must be joking, right? You're Fnatic. You're supposed to be at every single major. Not only be there, but also qualify for the playoff. Perhaps even win a tournament. Maybe even be competitive once in a while. But it seems like they're lost in Counter-Strike right now, and it's a bit of a shame.
I feel like if I just maybe took your mask off, there'd be literally Sponge just standing right here because of the vitriol and all the brim and fire coming out. But I have to agree with you on every single one of those points right there. The players, look, if you're Pepsi or any of these academy teams and suddenly an org like Fnatic like, hey, do you want to play for the main team? Of course you're going to say yes. Of course you're going to try it, but that's not what should be happening right now, right? The way it's just gone from looking weird to maybe having some signs of life. We saw in Pro League as well, we had like 3 stand-ins, and suddenly, look, when you don't have any pressure, you know, play some group stage games and whatnot, you might be a little lucky. You might somehow, you know, manage to have the honeymoon period, so to speak, but it's not sustainable. And we saw right here the fashion and the teams they lost against. Nothing seems like Saw and Eternal Fire. But Fnatic as a brand, as the legacy they have, should be beating teams like this. They didn't just lose to them, they got demolished.
Let's hope they find a way, you know. Let's hope they find some new talent. Let's hope they rebuild this roster. Let's hope for everyone's sake that Fnatic stays within Counter-Strike. I'm not trying to scare them away, you know. I'm not trying to be bad-mouthing them too much. All I'm saying here is that you have a great brand, you have a great history, you have a great economy, at least from what you can see from the outside. So try to assemble a respective Counter-Strike team as well and then focus on the next major. I'm sure Fnatic have more in store for us, but as of right now, it's just a very uninspired, very unattractive Counter-Strike team, to be completely honest.
It's been too damn long.
And I guess this comes as a factor, and we've seen it on other teams and other countries, right, where you've held on to some players for maybe too long, you've stuck with their core, and then you got to pay the price for it in the end, you know, holding on to the bitter end.
Sure, but you can rebuild, right? You can rebuild better than what Fnatic have done. We shouldn't make this entire segment about Fnatic, right? But
no, I just asked about branding.
Yeah, and it's a good point. Like the same with Astralis. You had a period where you were by far the best team in the world, and the rebuild, let's be honest, it hasn't been too well. It's not really working out for Astralis.
They might show you something this time.
Hopefully, right? But it hasn't been looking great as of lately. They haven't found a replacement for Device. They haven't really found a replacement for any of the players that's left them, basically. So for me, it's like one of those things. It's yes, you've had success before. You have the economy. We know Fnatic is a lineup that can, attract good players. They have a brand value. So why don't you do it? Why don't you invest into a Counter-Strike team? If they came out publicly saying, listen up, the salaries are too high. We're not interested in spending that much money. We're trying to build it up from the ground. Or we're okay with being, irrelevant for a couple of years and bringing some new talent. Then I'll be okay. That's the standard we hold you up to right now. But they keep coming out saying that, yeah, we want to be in majors. Yeah, we want to win trophies. How about you actually show us that that's your intentions?
I have absolutely nothing more to add to that. I think that was beautiful by Pimp.
It was beautiful by Pimp. There you go. We're still waiting to, because there's a lot of crunching of the numbers.
He's really pumped up.
Together.
I like this. I just kind of like stoked the fire a little bit, and Pimp is literally taking out like dual
I started the conversation because you were so pissed, right? You were like flamed on.
He's more pissed off than I am.
And I think you just you basically just rubbed it off on him. Now Pimp's caught some of it. So I'll bring us back down to normality.
Ask me something nice.
Did you have a good day today?
Fantastic.
Let's talk about FaZe. Let's talk about FaZe.
I want to talk about these teams at 2-2, boys.
Okay.
2-2,
We're sat in a situation where, look at this right now.
Vitality.
We have Saw, Eternal Fire, Mouse, OG, Outsiders, and Vitality. Now, everyone would be saying, yes, Vitality, Outsiders, yeah, no problem, right? Yeah, of course. But with how things have gone, I think the biggest disappointment for me when I'm listening to all those names is honestly OG. I expected they had the time off from events. I expected them to come back in full force. But maybe the fact they didn't play for so long was a negative for them. But do you not think this is a disappointing time for them? Because this is supposed to be like Nexa coming in. We spoke about it being quite a fair swap in how these IGL swapped around, didn't we?
When the Alexi B Nexus swap took place, I don't think it was necessarily an improvement for either two teams. It was kind of like a parallel, like a sideways movement, right? But sometimes when you have a new pair of eyes on your team, you might actually find something new. You might be able to somehow crack the code, so to speak. And for OG, I feel like, look, I'm just looking at the results right now. They beat Dignitas in close fashion, right? They beat Mouse again in close fashion, and then it got smacked by Na'Vi. Na'Vi tend to do that to a lot of other teams, so I'm going to forget about that. And then OT close loss against Forza, and then finally beating out Unique, which, let's be real, if they lost to Unique, I would have lost my mind. This is a team who's kind of middling. I don't know where they're going to be going towards. And I look at certain places like we saw Mantu really step up. We saw Valdi look good. But I don't see like a team who's going to be making supremely deep runs. I'm looking at a team who majority of the times are maybe going to qualify to a playoffs. But after that, I don't know.
I agree. The goal should be to qualify for the major, regardless of what's going on, regardless of who your opponents are. And I think from the results you're listing right here, the only one that is disappointing is the one against Force. I don't want to take anything away from those guys because they've actually played some decent Counter-Strike. Yeah. We saw them qualify again today. Struggled at the first map against Saw, but completely demolished them on map number 2 and 3, dominating their opponent. So for OG to lose that game, I think that's the one that stinks. The rest of them, to be honest, I consider OG to be a top 10 team. Nothing more, nothing less. So it makes sense, I guess.
Well, do you know what I need to see now? I need to see what matchups we're getting tomorrow because it's going to be the final wild day here for the A side of things. Now, we're starting off with a bit of Vitality going up against Mouse. Now, given where both these two teams are at, there is a world where this could be quite competitive unless Vitality just go all full swinging on them.
I look at these matchups and I have to agree with you 100%. I look at Outsiders, sure. Dignitas made them sweat quite a bit to get to the stage, but I feel like for Saw, I saw it from them, no pun intended today, that they really did struggle. Even though they had that close map win earlier, they completely capitulated against Forza, and I feel Outsiders it's clearly a better team. I look at OG and Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire, congratulations for making it this deep, 2-2, but OG, if they don't get to the major, again, a massive disappointment. Vitality, Mouster, this is where things get interesting. Vitality, again, we don't know what they are. They push teams all the way to the very brink. They're able to almost close it out, but they don't quite do so. A Mouse, though, is not a Na'Vi. They're not a FaZe. Vitality should at least on paper be better. And Mouse, honestly, today was very, very shaky, to put it very mildly. So they are the favorites, but then again, I don't know. That's the thing. This Vitality team for me right now is still a question mark.
Yeah, for sure. It's a question mark, but it's a big test, right? Them not qualifying for the major would be a massive disaster. I was trying to make the storyline before, early on at the desk. Vitality took a gamble, you know, bringing in Magix, bringing in Dupree, and bringing in Sonic, and trust me.
I respect it.
I respect it as well. You know, that's a team that was not okay with being number 2, 3, or 4 in the world. They wanted to be number 1, right? They were well aware that we're never going to beat Na'Vi in current fashion. We're never going to beat Na'Vi with the current roster. We need to change something. I respect that move, but that was where they came from. Nowadays, we're looking at a Vitality who risk tomorrow going up against a strong Mouse, not even qualifying for the major, not being in the top 24 teams playing at the major. That would be a disaster when you come from being, at least the last 3 months in 21, you were the second best team in the world, no doubt about it. So it's a statement game tomorrow. They have to win, and that has to come at the cost of Mouse Sports, who I also think is a very decent team. And may I add one more thing? If you're outsiders, if you're OG, no disrespect whatsoever to Saw Gaming or Internal Fire for that matter, but if you're outsiders...
Internal Fire.
Yeah, well, they had some diarrhea or something. But if you're outsiders, you have to beat Dignitas and you have to beat Saw in order to qualify for the major. It doesn't get, on paper, any easier than that. Let's be honest.
So Internal Fire, did they borrow some of Blair's spicy sauce he's been bringing in?
Listen, man, you gotta be able to handle your spice. You know, whether it's going in or going out, right? That's the important thing. In Eternal Fire, they've been able to handle it. They've been able to handle the spice thus far. Unfortunately, I feel like it might be the end of the line tomorrow. That being said,
I want your thoughts on who you think is going through.
Outsiders have to go through, in my opinion. I think the other one as well. That is. Holy hell, my memory's failing me. OG should be going through as well. Vitality, Mouse. That's you know what?
Oh. Is he gonna say it?
I have to start Vitality. I think they've shown enough. I think they've shown enough. But the killer instinct to close it out is what I'm looking at. And Mouse, you discount Mouse at your own risk. If you do that, and suddenly they start waking up, you cannot take them lightly. Dexter can show up. You're talking about, I mean, Frozen is now kind of like the forced to be the star of the team, so to speak. And then you have Torresy, who seems to just not give a damn who is playing against and always seems to deliver. So you cannot take Mouse lightly. If they do, this Mouse is going to make you bleed.
Yeah, OG is going to beat Eternal Fire for sure. I think that's a given. I think Outsiders should beat Saw.
Also, External Fire, you know.
External, Eternal.
However you want to say
it doesn't matter.
We're just going to give them 3 names
Internal
at
Fire.
this point.
Internal Fire.
External.
They're going to beat the Fire, you know, that's just the way it's going to be. And for Vitality, honestly speaking, if you look at the results, they faced FaZe. They lost that game 16-14 after being up 14-10. They made the game against Na'Vi somewhat competitive again today. So the 2 losses they have is against the number 1 team in the world and against the number 2 team in the world.
True.
So they are done hard by this seeding format. Let's put it that way. I think tomorrow we'll see a Vitality that is facing a team of a less caliber than both FaZe and Mouse, and they should win that game. Anything else would be absolutely a disaster.
For me, like for Vitality, you got to also understand the teams they beat to be in this 2-2 situation, right? They beat Eternal Fire, they beat Dignitas. Nothing against them again, but they should be beating teams like this. Then they lost to Na'Vi, they lost to FaZe. And the one thing we've always said about the Vitality team, we need to probably give them a little bit of time. Comms, whole new language altogether. It's a whole different system, and it's such a wild experiment. When this when this lineup was announced, all of us literally went, WTF, what the hell is this, right? We've given them time. Now it's the major. You build this lineup to play at the major, to have a deep run. If you did not make it to top 24, like you said, it is beyond a disappointment for this team. I've given them enough time. They need to make it through.
I just want to wait one more thing right here.
Sure. We'll just keep going forever. I don't want to sleep.
No, but the thing is, like, Eternal Fire, when you look at the lineup and you look at how explosive they are, that's a matchup, you know, I could see get spicy. It's a matchup where you look at them and you think to yourself, Santaris in a good shape, Voxic, stop. You know,
you just said spicy Eternal Fire and you've called them internal and external fire across this. I'm loving this, babe. Keep going, son.
Eternal Fire is a spicy lineup. Regardless of how their stomachs may or may not be, James, we have no information whatsoever about that. That's a lineup, you know, that on paper can go off on 1 or 2 maps. So I wouldn't be too sure about it coming to think of it, but I think it's going to be a very spicy matchup.
Spicy, a lot of spice. I think I'm rubbing off on him at this point.
Yeah,
but
you need to stop. Stop ordering spicy food.
I almost killed Prof today, by the way. I ordered some Vietnamese food, and he was like, dying.
Yeah, you told him it was mild. He said it wasn't mild.
It was mild. He's Croatian. What can I do?
Just educate them slowly, you know, test their waters a bit for sure. Now, there's one thing we do need to touch on as well. There's that final game of the day that you saw on there. Forza are waiting to face either FaZe or Na'Vi. Now, it's looking very good for FaZe overall, but it all depends on the results from the other games and how this whole system works. There's a very small chance that Na'Vi will have to not play that game. So, ideally, it looks like it's going to FaZe take the leader spot. If I'm lucky, if I'm living the dream, we'll get Na'Vi taking it. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.